Volume 2. Chapter 101. Chapter 101, I Won't Have a Wife Anymore. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing naturally did not know that his father was still laughing maniacally to himself behind. Escaping a beating this time, he was already very satisfied. Without any delay, he rushed back to his tent. He did not have much to pack up anyway, and thus he jumped into bed to have a good sleep. Right at this moment, he heard an almost ghostly voice from outside. "Zhou, little fatty, you're back?" Zhou Weiqing got a fright and quickly jumped off his bed. "Who's there?" "It's late at night, don't scare me." As the tent flap raised up, Shangguan Binger entered, dressed in a cotton outfit. Her expression seemed very peaceable, without the usual cold mask she wore, but without knowing why, the Shangguan Binger of today caused Zhou Weiqing to have a very uneasy feeling in his heart. "Binger, what's wrong?" Zhou Weiqing asked with trepidation. Shangguan Binger stopped about 2 meters away and said passively, "You're not Zhou, little fatty, you're Zhou Weiqing, right? You're Admiral Zhou's only son." At this time, Zhou Weiqing could no longer hide the truth, saying in embarrassment, "Yes, but my childhood nickname was really Zhou, little fatty." Shangguan Binger nodded her head gently and said, "Good, very good. I should have known earlier, no wonder you were so familiar with Xiao Sei. How foolish of me. Zhou, little fatty. Zhou Weiqing. My mom always said, the worst men in the world are those who lie to you. 1. You're good, very good." As she said that, she turned and walked away. Zhou Weiqing was just about to chase her, but she suddenly turned around and whipped out her sword, saying in a severe voice, "Do not follow me, or I'll kill you." After saying that, she turned around and left once again, in a very resolute manner. Staring dumbfoundedly at the closing down before him, Zhou Weiqing felt on the verge of weeping, but no tears came. "How could you blame me for that? If I had told you who I was earlier, would you have allowed me to stay in the army camp?" Right at the moment, there was a loud swish, and the tent flap opened once more. Just as Zhou Weiqing was delighted that Shangguan Binger had changed her mind and returned, he saw it was his dad. "Little brat, I forgot to ask you something just now. Since you're together with Binger now, what about the princess?" Zhou Weiqing said uncertainly, "Princess Defuya? Didn't I ask you to turn down the marriage?" Admiral Zhou gave a loud humph. "Turn down the marriage? Don't tell it to me, go tell your godfather that. If you have the ability to persuade him, your father, I, will be happy to oblige, but..." Having said that, Admiral Zhou turned around to leave, but just as he lifted the tent flap, he stopped and said with his back to Zhou Weiqing, "A man should chase 2 but ensure 1, before going for 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 Our Zhou family has very few members, and no matter how many wives you bring home, our house can support them. Damn it, you little brat, you're not even 14 and you've already done it. When your father, I, was 14. Ahem. Tomorrow you better hurry up and get lost. Anyway, here's a birthday present." With that, a black object flew in front of Zhou Weiqing, and by the time he had caught it, Admiral Zhou had already disappeared. The black object was very light and soft to the touch, and as Zhou Weiqing brought it closer to the lamplight to look, he realized it was a black tight-fitting sleeveless vest, extremely soft like silk, but its black surface had a rather dim silvery glow. He still remembered my birthday. Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt his eyes grow moist, and he had the urge to chase out after him. In the end, he did not do so. "Dad, thanks. I will definitely make you proud in the future, so that you can be known as Zhou Weiqing's father, and not me as Admiral Zhou's son. Oh yes, I need to say goodbye to Rusei elder sis as well." Dawn. Shangguan Binger was carrying her bags, a dark cloud over her face as she walked out from the army camp. As soon as she exited the camp, she saw a smiling Zhou Weiqing with his backpack shouldered as well, standing there outside waiting. "What are you doing here?" Shangguan Binger stopped in her tracks, looking very unapproachable. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Of course, it's to go with you to the Heavenly Bao unit. I said before, no matter where you go, I'll follow you." Shangguan Binger gave a cold humph. "This is the army, how dare you leave on your own accord? Aren't you afraid of being punished?" Zhou Weiqing said, "It's my dad who asked me to go with you to the Heavenly Bao unit." Shangguan Binger started a little, and a self-mocking expression appeared on her face. "Oh yes, you're Admiral Zhou's son." As she said that, she spun around and released her heavenly jewels, shooting forth at top speed. Zhou Weiqing did not dare delay, moving the attribute will to the wind attribute and focusing heavenly energy into his right leg, and just like that, the 2 of them left the main army camp one after the other. As their figures disappeared in the distance, Xiao Rusei's figure appeared at the exit, her face carrying a smile with a hint of melancholy. She softly muttered to herself, "Good luck to you too, little Wei, elder sis will be waiting for you too here." As she said that, she turned around and in the air resounded her melodious voice, "You were not there when I was born, I was old when you were born. I regret that you were late born, you regret that I was early born. 3-inch. As his cultivation level of heavenly energy had risen, along with the completion of the first portion of the immortal deity technique, Zhou Weiqing's speed had raised by quite a substantial amount. However, he was still highly dependent on his demonic right leg's immense strength to propel him forward, and only by doing so could he barely keep up with Shangwan Binger. After all, she was a full agility type heavenly jewel master, and it was only because his energy regeneration had nearly doubled after completing the first portion of the immortal deity technique that he was able to just keep up. However, this time, it seemed that Shangwan Binger was really angry. As soon as she saw that Zhou Weiqing was keeping up with her, she gave an angry humph and her elemental jewel flew discreetly into the socket of her wind-wielding boots. In an instant, her speed had a sudden increased burst, and she shot forward like a shooting star in the skies. Seeing that she was about to increase the gap between them once again, at this critical moment, Zhou Weiqing did not care any further, and his left hand extended out towards Shangwan Binger, and instantly fetters of wind fell upon her. Shangwan Binger did not expect that Zhou Weiqing would use a skill on her, and instantly her body froze in place as she was controlled. Due to inertia from the sudden stop, she fell and rolled onto the floor. At this moment, Zhou Weiqing displayed the fruits of his labor, the result of the many days of practicing with complementing skills. As the green light of the fetters of wind flashed, another black light followed almost instantly. The black light denoting the touch of darkness wrapped around Shangwan Binger, pulling her back and saving her from the fall, slowing her speed. Alas, the sheer speed from the wind-wielding boots fusion skill was just too fast, and even though the touch of darkness managed to slow her down by a large margin, but the impact caused it to break. However, in that short span of time, Zhou Weiqing had managed to catch up to her, and when he was barely a few meters from her, he immediately activated his blink skill, appearing right below Shangwan Binger. As she fell down from the sky, she landed right on top of him. Bang! Shangwan Binger fell onto Zhou Weiqing with a loud crash, and was immediately embraced by him. Although she was very light, but slamming down on him like that with such great impact, Zhou Weiqing's face turned pale in pain, but his arms did not lessen his grip, as if saying that he would never let go. In this scenario, the advantage of the strength physical jewel was put into play. Although Shangwan Binger was at the 10th level of heavenly energy, and had 2 sets of heavenly jewels, but her strength was no match for Zhou Weiqing with his strength buff. Let go of me. Shangwan Binger said angrily. No. I won't let go. If I let go of you now, I'll lose my wife forever. Zhou Weiqing said stubbornly. You, Shangwan Binger's face was cold and furious. If you don't let go of me, I'll die right in front of you now. Zhou Weiqing was stunned for a second, and he carried her up and let go of her. As soon as he let go, Shangwan Binger had taken off the purple dawn bow from her back, and instantly knocked an arrow and drew it to maximum capacity, aiming at him. Zhou Weiqing said with a bitter smile, even if you proclaim the death sentence on me, shouldn't you give me a chance to explain? Shangwan Binger said coldly, explain? What's there to explain? Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I do not know about Admiral Zhou's only son, who has had Princess Defuya betrothed to him since young? Viscount Zhou. Prince Zhou 4, please do not follow me from now on, or I will kill you. Zhou Weiqing thought to himself, although Binger may seem very gentle, but when she is resolute, her inner nature is extremely unyielding. It seems like, words will not solve anything. Taking a deep breath, looking at the cold glint of the arrow pointed at him, Zhou Weiqing flipped his hands, and drew an arrow from his own quiver. I do not need you to take action. I did hide my identity from you. That is my fault, and I will take action myself. As he said that, without any hesitation, he took up the arrow and slammed it into his left shoulder. Pshh instantly, fresh blood spurted out, turning the arm of his uniform entirely red. Zhou Weiqing did not make any sound, biting his lips as his body shuddered. Shangwan Binger was stunned by the scene in front of her, and she subconsciously loosened her hold on the bow. Are you crazy? Zhou Weiqing said solemnly, I'm not crazy now, but if you leave me, I will really become crazy. As long as I can keep you by my side, no matter what price I have to pay, I am willing. As he said that, his hands flipped to the side again, as he took out another arrow. He was not shamming or putting up an act, as he spent more and more time with Shangwan Binger, he had found that he had truly fallen for her. Her light, her innocence, her gentle character, the resoluteness in her bones, all of that combined to draw him like a top-grade wine. Although Zhou Weiqing was still young, but having inherited the Black Pearl's senses, he had the feeling that if he let her leave this time, it would likely be forever. As such, no matter what, he had to leave her here, to explain things to her. He did not want to let happiness slip from his hands just like that. Holding the arrow in his hands pointed to himself once again, he asked her, Binger, will you give me the opportunity to explain myself? Shangwan Binger stared at him, tears involuntarily falling down from her eyes. At the same time, the purple dawn bow and the arrow fell from her hands, and her body shook and trembled as she looked at Zhou Weiqing in tears, her heart trembling within as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102. Chapter 102, I won't have a wife anymore. 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Seeing that Shang Wanbinger did not reply him, Zhou Weiqing's right hand did not hesitate to stab down with the arrow once again, this time close to his chest. Before Shang Wanbinger could react, another PSSH sound rang out as the arrow sank in and blood once again spurted out. Zhou Weiqing showed his savage side as he grit his teeth. Despite the sweat beading on his forehead, he stood there resolutely, not moving an inch, as if the two arrows weren't stuck in him. Once again, his hands moved towards the quiver, taking out another arrow. No more. Shang Wanbinger finally caved in, and in a green flash of light, her hands were grasping hold of the hand holding the arrow. You fool! Aren't you afraid of death? Afraid of pain? Why must you hurt yourself? Looking at Zhou Weiqing's upper half of the body, which was now soaked in fresh blood, the anger in her heart had long since evaporated. She raised her hands to try and seal the blood flow, but Zhou Weiqing grabbed her hands instead. Let me explain to you first, once that is done, we can treat it. Zhou Weiqing's voice was very soft and gentle, looking at her with love in his eyes. All that he had done was a gamble that she also held some reciprocal feelings for him, that she would stop him. It worked, and when Shang Wanbinger had cried, he knew he had finally succeeded. No, do you want to die? Let me stop the blood first, then I'll listen to your explanation, okay? Shang Wanbinger said between sobs, pulling her hands from Zhou Weiqing's grasp. She pulled out the arrow from his hand and threw it away, then placed her hands at his wounds and circulated her heavenly energy into his body, repelling the arrows embedded in his body with a deft touch before quickly sealing the blood flow. She then tore his sleeve away, and when she saw the wounds, she drew a sharp breath. They were extremely deep. In truth, she did not know that if Zhou Weiqing had not activated his heavenly jewels and absorbed the Black Pearl's evil aura, he would have died by now. Originally, when he had first swallowed the Black Pearl, a drop of blood on his fist had already dissolved a large stars tree. Furthermore, he had bled out so much. Shang Wanbinger quickly took out a clean white shirt from her backpack, tearing it into strips, and used it to bandage his wounds carefully. Zhou Weiqing just stood there, watching as she bandaged him. At this moment, his tensed breath was finally relieved, and the serious eyes turned lively once again. Quickly bandaging his wounds, Shang Wanbinger's forehead was full of sweat as well, and her hands stained with Zhou Weiqing's blood. Let's go to the side to rest. She looked up at Zhou Weiqing, only to see his pale, ashen face, his eyes closed as he started swaying. Shocked, she quickly held onto his other arm, but as soon as she did so, his body crumpled, falling into her arms. Little fatty, don't scare me. Shang Wanbinger quickly held him. Even when facing stronger enemies, or when they were facing the dire wolf pack, he had not sustained such heavy injuries, yet for her sake, Zhou Weiqing, who feared death so much, had actually inflicted such heavy self-injuries. What more was there to say? Shang Wanbinger quickly helped him to the roadside, seating herself against a tree while holding Zhou Weiqing in her embrace. Zhou Weiqing opened his eyes feebly, giving a forced smile as he said, Binger, I'm alright. As long as you're willing to listen to my explanation, I can even take another 2 more arrows. This wasn't him spouting nonsense. With his body's current physique, as long as he wasn't stabbed in the heart, he would be able to recover from 2 more stabs. At this moment of weakness for Shang Wanbinger, if he didn't take advantage of the situation, he wouldn't be called Zhou Weiqing. Nestled in her soft embrace, although his shoulder hurt so much that it felt numb, his heart felt as if it had eaten honey and was indescribably comfortable. Shang Wanbinger's tears fell like pearls from a cut necklace as she said, Little fatty, you don't need to speak anymore. I trust you. Even if you lied to me, I'll forgive you. Before today, even during the time when they were facing the forest dire wolves and Zhou Weiqing had tried to sacrifice his life for hers, her heart was still confused. She had not known how she felt about him. However, just in that instant when Zhou Weiqing had resolutely stabbed the arrow into his own body, Shang Wanbinger felt as if a knife had stabbed right into her heart as well. Only then did she realize that this rascally, shameless and brazen fellow had somehow imprinted himself in her heart. Zhou Weiqing slowly closed his eyes, as his voice grew serious. Still weak, he said faintly, Binger, I really did not lie to you, I never have. Do you remember, when you first asked me about my past, I said I did not want to lie to you, and asked you not to ask further. I admit that I hid my past, but I would not lie to you. At that time, if I had told you my identity, would you have allowed me to stay in the army camp? I was afraid you would have shipped me back to my father. Shang Wanbinger bit her lips and said, But, you already have a fiancé, yet you behaved as if nothing was happening to stay beside me. Do you think you're treating her fairly? Treating me fairly? How can you even face us? Zhou Weiqing said bitterly, I have never treated Defuya as my fiancé, how could I even speak of treating her or facing her? A woman who would try to kill her own fiancé, do you think I would even think of her? Do you know why I happened to swallow the black pearl originally? As such, he told Shangwan Binger about how he chanced upon Defuya bathing, and how he had been left for the dead. After I ran away, I left a message for my father asking him to help me reject the marriage. After all, she doesn't fancy me, which I can understand, nor do I fancy her. No matter how beautiful a woman is, if her heart is not good, how can I accept her? She has never been in my heart, and the person I really love is you. You're so gentle and kind, while Defuya, I only caught a glimpse of her bathing, and didn't really see her naked, yet she already tried to kill me. On the other hand, for you, even after I did that to you, you thought about the bigger picture and restrained yourself from killing me, even though you were more than justified to do so, and you even helped train me to become a heavenly jewel master. Ever since that day, your kindness and compassion had touched me, and after spending so much time with you, I have really fallen for you. Binger, I really am no longer able to live without you, but... Shangwan Binger flushed and stammered, but... Admiral Zhou, did he manage to reject the betrothal? Zhou Weiqing said, my dad is fond of his face, and it won't be easy for him to do that in front of Godfather. I'll personally tell Godfather when we return. Binger, don't worry, even if I have wives in the future, it would never be Defuya. 1. Shangwan Binger nodded gently, saying, Jian, however, almost instantly, she realized something was wrong, and her eyes widened. What did you say? You still want to have other wives? I misspoke. Ayaya, my wound hurts. Zhou Weiqing's head lolled to the side, his face pale as he fainted then. When he fainted, he still didn't forget to position his head properly, landing right in her bosom. While his feelings were real, it wouldn't extinguish his rascally nature. At first, he was just enjoying the feeling of being pressed against Shangwan Binger's soft body, the feeling was just too great. However, his blood loss was too great, and before long, he had really fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Zhou Weiqing finally awoke. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself lying down with Shangwan Binger's lap as his pillow, with some of her spare clothing covering him like a quilt. Warmth flooded his heart, and he couldn't help but wish that the moment would last forever. Shangwan Binger's small hand rested on his forehead. You're finally awake, there's no more fever. How do you feel? Zhou Weiqing twitched comfortably on her leg, and seeing her concerned look, his heart was filled with tenderness. Moving his shoulder tentatively, he found that although it still hurt, it was already much better. He knew that his recuperative abilities were a lot stronger than a normal human's due to the Black Pearl, as evidenced from the previous time he was injured by the Direwolf King's attacks. Binger, you won't leave me again, right? Zhou Weiqing lifted up his right hand to hold hers. Shangwan Binger nodded softly, a blush tinting her cheeks. Zhou Weiqing struggled to get up, then unreservedly leaning into her, he put his right arm on her shoulders to support himself as he leaned in closer. As his face grew closer, the flush on Shangwan Binger's beautiful face grew deeper, and she said softly, knock it off, you're still injured. Zhou Weiqing immediately seized upon her word gleefully and said, does that mean, as soon as my injuries are healed, we can? Shangwan Binger chided him reproachfully, can't you be more proper? Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, being proper is not my style. After all, they say that girls only fall for bad boys. Binger, do you know that today's my birthday, my 14th birthday? Previously, at Master Huyen's place, when I said that there were 2 more months before I reached 14, I was just randomly giving it time. In truth, today is my actual birthday. How about giving me a kiss as a birthday present? 14, hearing his age, Shangwan Binger's expression grew a little strange, and she put her hand to his mouth and said, little fatty, you're just 14 years old, and not fully grown up yet. We shouldn't be too intimate, or it'll affect your growth. Zhou Weiqing was dumbfounded, he had not expected that he had dropped a rock on his own foot too, the expression on his face turned weird. Shangwan Binger thought he was angry, and gave him a quick peck on his cheeks. Happy birthday little fatty, I'm already yours, so I'll wait for you to grow up. Zhou Weiqing didn't know what to say to that, having a very complicated feeling in his heart, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. As it was already 4 hours later, the two decided to continue on their journey, though it was only after Shangwan Binger had verified that Zhou Weiqing's wounds were pretty much healed before agreeing to continue traveling. Of course, they were no longer chasing one after the other, but were running hand in hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103. Chapter 103, I won't have a wife anymore. 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Binger, what is the Heavenly Bow Unit? How come I've never heard about it before? You haven't heard of the Heavenly Bow Unit? Yeah, I didn't enter a military institute to study, nor did I go to a Jewel Master Institute, so naturally I have never heard of them. The Heavenly Bao unit is a legend in our Heavenly Bao Empire. In fact, in the past, our country was not known as the Heavenly Bao Empire, and it was because of the Heavenly Bao unit and its merits that caused our country's name change. Wow! That's strong? Could it be that the Heavenly Bao unit is even stronger than my father? I'm not sure about that. I have heard that there are only a few members in the Heavenly Bao unit, but they are all top-level godlike archers, and they can only be commandeered by His Majesty. There have been a few times in history when our country was in dire straits, and it was only because they took action, taking down some key members of enemy armies, that caused the tides to turn and saving us all. I've heard that their individual combat abilities might not be the strongest, but they are extremely skilled assassins that even Heavenly Jewel Masters have to fear. At that point in time, the Kali's Empire was at the peak of its power, and they had 7 Heavenly Jewel Masters, while we only had Admiral Zhou alone. We were in deep danger, facing extinction, as the Kali's armies were at our very borders. However, in one single night, 4 of the strongest Heavenly Jewel Masters on the Kali's side died under their bows. That caused the Kali's army commanders and their emperor to panic and order the armies to retreat from the border, and in the next 16 years up to now, they have never fully recovered from that time. It can be said that it was the seniors of the Heavenly Bao unit which saved our very empire. If we are able to pass the test and actually join the Heavenly Bao unit, that would be the greatest honor. So formidable? I really have to meet them. Zhou Weiqing said excitedly. 10 days later. Heavenly Bao City. After 10 days of hasty travel, Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger finally returned to the capital city. Binger, where should we go to look for the Heavenly Bao unit? When I left, my father did not give me any other instructions. Zhou Weiqing asked as he looked high and low. Both were dressed in cloth attire, and while it was fine for Zhou Weiqing as his honest appearance did not cause him to stand out in the crowd, but Shangwan Binger's beauty could not be hidden by even the simple clothing, and she was definitely still a head-turner. Luckily, Zhou Weiqing took prompt action, quickly handing her his large wind hat to over her face, slightly resolving the situation. Shangwan Binger said, Admiral Zhou gave me a letter, and told me to open it when I reached Heavenly Bao City. Zhou Weiqing said curiously, well, let's open it and see. By the way, do you want to come home with me later? Or should I go back with you? 1. Shangwan Binger took out a letter from her bosom, and as she heard his words, she blushed. Little fatty, no, we're still too small too, perhaps when we return from training in the Heavenly Bao unit. Traveling together these few days, Shangwan Binger had finally started to accept Zhou Weiqing a little, however our dear little fatty felt that he was still living a tragedy. In the past, Shangwan Binger always had a cold front towards him, and at least he didn't dare have any untoward thoughts. However, now that the two of them had some relations, with his character, how could he not have some thoughts of being intimate with her? Alas, Shangwan Binger refused to be overly intimate with him due to his age, and the most she would do is to hold hands with him, or the occasional rare, quick embrace, causing Zhou Weiqing to itch in his heart, but he had no choice in the matter. Zhou Weiqing turned his hot gaze to sweep across her body, muttering to himself, small? I don't think that's small at all. It's just nice and perfect. Probably 33 or 34C, at the age of 16, that's a lot of latent potential, but... Zhou. Little. Fatty. Shangwan Binger grabbed hold of his ear and twisted. What are you saying? Nothing. I was saying, that we aren't that young, according to our country's law, 16 is of marriageable age. You are already of suitable age, and I've matured early as well. Shangwan Binger blushed again as she said, maturing early still doesn't make it right. Little fatty, I really am not prepared. I've lived along with my mom since I was young, and we depend a lot on each other, and her temper is not good. Can you wait at least 2 more years for me? Zhou Weiqing shrugged helplessly, alright, I'll listen to my wife dearest's instructions. Shangwan Binger rolled her eyes at him, but seeing that he was listening to her also put her in a good mood, and she did not quibble about him taking advantage of her with his words. As she opened the letter in her hands, she saw that there was only one line written on it, go to the first level of the Dihao Inn, and look for a drunkard called Luo Kudi. Tell him this, I am looking for the Lu of the unparalleled Lu Duo. He will bring you to take the test to enter the Heavenly Bao unit. Shangwan Binger passed Zhou Weiqing the letter for him to take a look as well, and they exchanged looks. The Dihao Inn was a rather well-known landmark in the Heavenly Bao city. It was 6 stories tall and was one of the largest, most well-known inns in the entire city. The most interesting thing about the inn was that it catered to all walks of life. The higher the level of the inn, the higher the ranking and the price. As Heavenly Bao city citizens, they naturally knew the place. Shangwan Binger said, I shall head home first to see my mother, let's meet tomorrow at noon outside the Dihua Inn alright. Zhou Weiqing could not bear to part with her, and held on to her hand. A laugh slipped out of Shangwan Binger and she said, look at your foolish appearance. She spread her arms and gave him an embrace, and just as she was about leave, she was hugged in return by Zhou Weiqing. Of course, he didn't dare to go overboard, and just kissed her lightly on her forehead. Watching the Shangwan Binger as she vanished around the corner of the street, Zhou Weiqing regained his senses and headed back home as well. Admiral Zhou's house was a manor with a relatively small courtyard, and the entire area was less than 1,000 square meters, with around a dozen servants and without a single guard. If they didn't witness it for themselves, no one would believe that the Heavenly Bao Empire's commander-in-chief would have a house like that. However, Admiral Zhou had said that soldiers were meant to fight on the battlefield, and not as a guard. Even Emperor Di Fengling had brought up to Admiral Zhou about improving or expanding his manor, but he had always rejected it. In the Empire, Admiral Zhou was one of the most respected persons, not just because he was the strongest person in the Empire or the commander-in-chief of the army, but also because he was an extremely good role model. With a leader like that, how could the ranking officials in the Empire dare embezzle? "Mom, I'm home." As soon as Zhou Weiqing entered the house, he shouted at the top of his lungs. "You little brat, you still know to come back. Did you hear that your father went back to the front lines, so you came running back? Come, let mommy see you. Have been eating well? Are you thinner?" As soon as Zhou Weiqing's shout resounded out, a voice cried out in reply, mixed with excitement, love and anger. From the inner courtyard, a lady walked out. It was Admiral Zhou's wife, Zhou Weiqing's mother. Zhou Weiqing's mother, Ling Zihan, was not a great beauty, and could probably only be considered above average in terms of looks. She was a childhood friend of Admiral Zhou's, and their love was very deep. Even after Admiral Zhou was famous, and he found out that his son's meridians were blocked, he still didn't bear to let his wife give birth to another child. From that you could see how much he loved his wife, and thus he did not marry again. "Mum." Seeing his mother, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but leap forward and give her a big hug. Ling Zihan was originally very angry with him for running away from home, but with that hug, most of the anger vanished. Lifting her hand to give Zhou Weiqing a knock on the head, she scolded, "You little brat, you think your wings are ready to spread? You actually dared to run away from home? Oomph, wasn't it just looking at the princess bathe? How big a deal is that? Defuya, that girl is your fiancé, what's wrong with looking? Will she lose a piece of meat looking? Why did you run?" If Shangwan Binger was here, she'd definitely be shocked by how doughty and intrepid Ling Zihan was. Zhou Weiqing said with a woebegone expression, "Wasn't that because Dad was at home? If he weren't at home, I wouldn't have ran." Ling Zihan gave a cold humph. "So what if he's at home? As if he can beat you to death? When your father beats you, it's for your own good. Every time he beats you, aren't you still full of energy? Although you aren't able to cultivate heavenly energy, but when he beats you, he always used heavenly energy to improve your body. If not for that, if that old fellow beat you for nothing, I would have dealt with him." Zhou Weiqing stared dumbfoundedly at his mother. Only now did he know how much effort his father had spent on him, that even his beatings were not just to teach him, but to help him. All this while, although he knew his father loved him, he always thought his mom loved him more. However, listening to his mother's words, he suddenly realized that his father's love for him was no lesser, although he never expressed it out clearly. At that moment, the sudden shock, the sudden contrast in his heart, made him stand there in a daze, speechless. 3. Right at that moment, a sudden clear and enraged voice sounded out from outside the manor. "Zhou Weiqing! Get out here right now, dot." The voice was extremely forceful, and gave Zhou Weiqing a fright. Even Ling Zihan at his side was rather startled. After all, the little brat had just returned home. How could someone find trouble with him so quickly? "What's going on? Who's that, you little brat?" Ling Zihan asked curiously. Zhou Weiqing's memory was very good, but he could not find any trace of such a voice in his memories, and he said with a puzzled face, "I do not know as well. Let me go out and see." As he said that, he rushed out. The Zhou family manor did not have any guards, and only had some servants, but in all the dozens of years the manor had stood there, this was the first time that someone had dared to shout and yell outside the admiral's manor, even holding a scolding tone. All the servants within the compound were rather puzzled, wondering who it was who had such guts to come here looking for trouble. The Zhou family manor usually had its door open, and before Zhou Weiqing could exit, the owner of the voice had already entered. There were two people, and on sight of them, Zhou Weiqing's heart clutched. It was two females. The one at the back was the person he had just parted with less than an hour ago, Shangwan Binger. At this moment, her face was full of worry, and her hands were being held by the woman in front, as if she had been dragged here. The woman holding onto Shangwan Binger seemed to be around 30 years of age, and if Shangwan Binger's beauty were to be described as a little underripe, then this lady would be definitely in the prime of her beauty, the sort of striking looks that was usually peerless in a generation, that could even shake the spirit. Although her face was icy cold in anger, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but stare a little. Shangwan Binger and the lady had very similar features, and without question Zhou Weiqing knew who she was. "Who's Zhou Weiqing? The middle-aged lady asked coldly. Her breathing was obviously ragged, as if the sheer rage surrounding her was igniting the very air. "Auntie, how are you? I am Zhou Weiqing." Zhou Weiqing did not dare hesitate, and quickly stepped forward, looking at her with his honest expression. "Who's your auntie?" "You're Zhou Weiqing? Good, I've been looking for you. Do you want to take your own life, or do you want me to take action personally?" When the middle-aged lady looked at Zhou Weiqing, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine, as if his body was being pierced by two sharp swords. "Is there need to be so ruthless?" Zhou Weiqing asked, dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104. Chapter 104, Zhou Weiqing's Sixth Attribute, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Do you want to take your own life, or do you want me to take action personally? His future mother-in-law had dragged Shangguan Binger to his doorstep, and the first line she said was this, causing Zhou Weiqing to be unbelievably shocked. Although he had guessed that his future mother-in-law would be extremely angry after finding out what had happened to Shangguan Binger, he had not expected her to be so intrepid and come knocking. When Zhou Weiqing's mother Ling Zihan saw Shangguan Binger's mother, it was as if she was struck by a bolt of lightning, and she stood there shocked and silent, with an obviously strange expression on her face. "Mom!" Shangguan Binger quickly rushed in front of her mother with a harried expression on her face. "Mum, listen to me. It was all a misunderstanding, it wasn't little Fatty's fault." Although she knew Zhou Weiqing's real identity, but she was still used to calling him Little Fatty. Today, when she returned home, when her mother had taken a look at her, she had already discovered that she had transformed from a young girl to a young woman. The normally gentle and kind mother had been extremely furious, forcing her to say what had happened. After which, she had been dragged all the way to the Admiral's manor. Shangguan Binger's mother said coldly, "Accidentally killing someone, isn't it still killing someone? Who are you that you can use my daughter's virtue as your sacrifice to awaken your heavenly jewels? Zhou Weiqing, if you are a man, you better commit suicide in front of me, and take responsibility for your actions." Listening to her words, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but get angry as well. "Auntie, you do not have to worry, I will definitely take responsibility for Binger, and I will definitely not shirk it. No matter what the reason was, I have indeed taken her virtue, but I mostly definitely will not commit suicide in front of you, that would be irresponsible and cause more harm to Binger. I will spend my life to repay her, love her, and take care of her." Shangguan Binger's mother said scornfully, "You? You think you deserve my daughter? Mum." Shangguan Binger was rather anxious in her heart. One side was her mother, and the other side was the man she had accepted. Being stuck in the middle was extremely painful for her. Zhou Weiqing looked at her, not backing down a whit. "You're right, I know that with my looks, I probably do not deserve Binger. But what can those good-looking men do for her? Does that really mean they will treat her well? I can be like a bear. On ordinary days, I'll be lying down, acting foolish yet cute, and she can hug me for warmth or use me as a pillow. In a harsh winter when there is nothing to eat, I am willing to sacrifice myself as food reserves, and in times of danger, I will stand tall and become the most ferocious heavenly beast." When Shangguan Binger heard Zhou Weiqing's words, she was dazed with sentiment, her eyes turning red as her eyes grew resolute. When Shangguan Binger's mother heard his words, her body trembled a little, and her expression changed, the fierce gaze seeming to waver a little, as if she was remembering something unpleasant. Subsequently, an unbelievably terrifying aura spread out from her, the likes of which Zhou Weiqing had never felt before. "What a glib tongue you have, boy, let me see, what can you rely on to give my daughter happiness?" As she said that, her eyes flared up, and with a wave of her left hand, Shangguan Binger stumbled to the side and found herself unable to move. She was extremely shocked as she did not even know that her mother had such a terrifying power. The next moment, the beautiful middle-aged lady appeared right in front of Zhou Weiqing, her hand hurtling towards his shoulder. Although she was very fierce in her words, she knew her daughter was now having a relationship with this young man, and despite her needing to vent her anger on him, she did not overdo things. Zhou Weiqing had been training hard these last few weeks, and being attacked suddenly, the immortal deity shield hidden beneath his skin immediately came into effect, and his 5 energy whirlpools started spinning at top speed, his heavenly jewels already appearing around his wrists. With a silver flash of light, he subconsciously used blink, barely dodging the Shangguan Binger's mother's blow. Zhou Weiqing felt the hairs on his entire body standing as a chill ran down his spine. He had the feeling that if he had been hit by that blow, he would have taken a huge injury. That beautiful middle-aged lady looked rather frail, but the stress that she gave to him was unprecedented, even compared to when his father was seriously trying to beat him. Blink? The middle-aged lady looked at Zhou Weiqing with some surprise. After all, it was definitely not easy to dodge that blow of hers, which could easily change directions. Wait! At the same time, another voice sounded out, as Ling Zihan finally awoke from her shocked trance. With a step forward, she stood before her son, saying with an excited expression on her face, you're Tang Xian elder sis? When Ling Zihan said those words, everyone started, especially Zhou Weiqing, as from appearance, his mother looked at least 7 to 8 years older than the middle-aged lady. More surprising was the fact that they knew each other. Tang Xian looked puzzlingly at Ling Zihan, saying, "You are not." Ling Zihan said enthusiastically as she rushed forward, "Tang Xian elder sis. Look carefully, it's me, Zihan. Those years ago, you and Shangguan elder brother saved me at the Dragon Pit Riverside. You also stayed at my house for over a month, and at that time you said you liked the environment of my house. I was still a little girl at that time, and Shu Niu was studying at the Jewel Master Academy." Tang Xian's eyes showed surprise and happiness as she said, "Your little Zihan? It seems just like yesterday, yet already 20 years have passed." Ling Zihan held onto Tang Xian's hand and said, "Yes, it's me. It's been 20 years, and I've grown so old, but Tang Xian elder sis, you're still just as beautiful as you were." Zhou Weiqing's mouth twitched. He had never expected that his mother and his future mother-in-law would know each other. It was lucky that they knew each other too. This future mother-in-law seemed unbelievably powerful, and if his mother did not intervene, he would have been in serious trouble. As he thought about that, he silently sidled to the side and helped up Shangguan Binger from the ground. At this point, she had also recovered her ability to move, and both of them exchanged strange looks. Tang Xian's eyes suddenly changed and she whipped her head around to stare at Zhou Weiqing. "Zihan, this little brat, who is he to you?" Ling Zihan knew Tang Xian's power very well, and quickly gripped her hands tightly, saying, "Tang Xian elder sis, this is my son, mine and Shu Niu's son. He is our only son. If he has done any wrong, please punish me instead, elder sis." Tang Xian drew a deep breath, and slowly released it, as she continued glaring at Zhou Weiqing. "Zihan, if it were any other thing, I would have easily forgiven him. However, this son of yours took my daughter's virtue. How could I possibly let him go? He just returned home. I'm also not sure what is going on. Weiqing, get over here now and kneel down to your aunt Tang Xian." Ling Zihan said furiously at Zhou Weiqing, although Shangguan Binger, who was standing beside him, could clearly see her giving him a signal with her eyes. Zhou Weiqing braced himself as he walked forward, thinking to himself, "Kneeling to my mother-in-law, that isn't so bad. At least it's not some outsider." Lowering his head, he walked to the front and kneeled down. Ling Zihan said, "Tang Xian elder sis, we haven't met for so many years. Where are you staying now? Where's Shangguan elder brother? Is he good? Don't mention him." Tang Xian revealed an angry and suffering face. "I brought Binger to the Heavenly Bow City, but I never expected that you to be here, nor did I expect that the Shu Niu you mentioned years ago would actually turn out to be the Admiral Zhou of Heavenly Bow Empire." Ling Zihan gave her son a kick and said, "Little brat, speak now and tell us what happened." Zhou Weiqing once again told his tale, and Tang Xian's face remained icy, while Ling Zihan was totally dumbfounded. At this moment, Shangguan Binger also stepped forward to Zhou Weiqing's side and knelt down in front of her mother. "Mum, I also like little fatty. What happened in the past was a mistake, and wasn't his fault. After that, on the battlefield, little fatty saved my life twice, and was even willing to sacrifice his life for me when we were surrounded by the forest direwolves, attempting to let me escape. Mum, I will not like another man in my life again. If you kill him, then you must kill me as well." Shangguan Binger's words caused both Zhou Weiqing and Ling Zihan to be visibly moved, and the shock and excitement in Zhou Weiqing's heart almost caused him to lose his composure. This was the first time Shangguan Binger had actually admitted verbally that she liked him, and especially that line that she would never like another man again. It struck the softest spot in Zhou Weiqing's heart. At the same time, Ling Zihan was very touched, thinking to herself, "That little girl doesn't seem to have inherited her mother's fiery temper. That's lucky, that's lucky." Tang Xian's brow furrowed, before she sighed and said, "Grown girls are hard to keep at home. Grown girls are hard to keep at home." One sigh, "Never mind, this little brat Zhou Weiqing shall have the advantage. Show me your heavenly jewels." Tang Xian originally brought her daughter here because she was angry, but also as a bluff, a show of strength. As a mother, how could she not see that her daughter really liked that Zhou Weiqing? But as a mother, she also wanted to vent her anger and also test that little rascal as well. Zhou Weiqing's performance had satisfied her, and with Ling Zihan mediating, he was saved the beating as well. After all, he was a heavenly jewel master, one with the spatial attribute, and could be considered a decent match for her daughter. She just wanted to verify what attribute his elemental jewel was. Zhou Weiqing showed his wrists dutifully, and when Tang Xian saw the blue-green cat's eye jewel around his wrist, her face changed instantly and she grabbed Zhou Weiqing's left hand, saying in shock, "Alexandrite cat's eye?" Zhou Weiqing felt Tang Xian's hand like a vice around his wrist, causing it to hurt, and he gave a bitter smile as he nodded, "Yes. Auntie, that is an Alexandrite cat's eye." Tang Xian seemed stunned as she said rather absent-mindedly, "What attributes?" Zhou Weiqing said, wind, lightning, spatial, darkness, evil. As he said up to there, he paused a moment, then continued resolutely, and one more attribute that I haven't been able to identify. This time, even Shangwan Binger was surprised. She had not known that Zhou Weiqing still had a sixth attribute. Zhou Weiqing looked at her apologetically, nodding his head. He did not want to hide anything further from Shangwan Binger. Her words just now had touched him deeply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105. Chapter 105, Zhou Weiqing's sixth attribute, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. 6 attributes, it's actually 6 attributes. Tang Xian's look at Zhou Weiqing changed, and all of a sudden she laughed out loud. Originally an exquisite beauty, her laugh made the surroundings seem to pale in comparison. Ha ha. Shangguan you old fellow. Humph, aren't you always so proud about your talent? You're merely a 4-attribute Alexandrite cat's eye, let. As she said that, her gaze fell upon Zhou Weiqing once more. You said earlier that you do not know what the 6th attribute is, have you stored skills for it? Zhou Weiqing nodded and said, I have stored one. In the skill storing palace, I chanced upon a small little cat with 3 eyes which kept staring at me. I had no idea what attribute it was, but I just tried skill storing anyway, and I didn't expect it to just succeed like that. However, that skill doesn't seem to be very useful. After all, its range is 5 yards, and its might isn't very strong. 3-eyed cat? Tang Xian's body shuddered a little as she gave a start. Use on me one time. Okay, Zhou Weiqing agreed easily. The skill of his 6th attribute did not seem to be an attack-type skill, so he was not worried about trying it on Tang Xian. As the attribute wheel in his eyes spun towards the colorless wheel, he activated the stored skill, which surprisingly did not require much heavenly energy, only about the same as the fetters of wind. As he lifted his left hand, Tang Xian, Ling Zihan and Shangwan Binger saw the Alexandrite cat's eye on his left wrist flash with a sudden light, which warped about and vanished as it landed on Tang Xian's body. Tang Xian slowly raised her right hand, as her expression abruptly changed. It truly is the tyrannical killer, the 3-eyed dragon cat's unique skill, absolute delay. Good heavens! You little monster. Wait, that's wrong. Even the Fei Li Empire's skill-storing palace shouldn't have such a rare heavenly beast like the 3-eyed dragon cat. Zhou Weiqing, what color was the 3-eyed dragon cat that you stored the skill from? Zhou Weiqing thought a bit and replied, I think it was yellow. Tang Xian said in sudden understanding, no wonder. The Fei Li Empire's skill-storing palace really got lucky, they actually managed to catch a youngling of the 3-eyed dragon cat. An adult 3-eyed dragon cat is already beyond a zone stage heavenly beast, and would definitely be a nightmare for most heavenly jewel masters, who would dare to catch it. As she said that, she gave a strange look at Zhou Weiqing. Even a youngling 3-eyed dragon cat is already a zone stage heavenly beast, you're only of the level of a single jewel, and you could actually store its skill? Furthermore, you managed to get its unique skill absolute delay. This isn't just something that can be explained by luck. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, perhaps that little 3-eyed dragon cat found me pleasing to the eye and decided to gift it to me. Ling Zihan saw her son's smug appearance, and couldn't help but scold him, smelly little brat, in front of your Aunt Tang Xian, what do you have to be smug about, but? Who knew that Tang Xian said instead, let him be smug, he definitely has the right. Zihan little sis, you do not know, but that skill, absolute delay, is something that even that old Shangguan you will be envious of. Zhou Weiqing rubbed his nose and said curiously, Auntie, I didn't find it very useful though. The range of effect is so low, and it seems like it only works for 1 second. Tang Xian gave a humph and said, what do you know? Absolute delay is a monstrously strong skill, and can be even considered a heaven-defying skill. Amongst the Di Huang stage heavenly beasts, it is still considered one of the top skills. Furthermore, do not forget that you're still only at the cultivation level of a single set of heavenly jewels, and your stored skills will improve and evolve as you get more heavenly jewels. When you reach 6 sets of jewels, you will find out how scary this skill truly is. I'll give you a piece of advice though, the true strength of the absolute delay lies in 2 places. The first is that it's an ability that can be easily manipulated around, and can be used with perfect compatibility with any consolidated equipment or skill. You and Binger are both archers, so I'll just give a simple example. If an enemy is using a weapon to block your arrow, but your arrow stops in the air for a second before continuing, what would happen? Listening to Tang Xian's explanation, Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger couldn't help but show a startled expression. Tang Xian continued saying, the second key point about it is the word absolute. That is to say, it will definitely succeed and have the same effect no matter how strong your opponent is, no matter the cultivation level difference. Although 1 second might seem like a very short time, but in a fight between experts, a second of delay can be the difference between victory and defeat, the difference between life and death. You should train hard on this skill, and it will be useful to you all your life. Zhou Weiqing nodded and said, "Thank you, auntie." Tang Xian did not seem to have heard him, continuing to mutter to herself, "Actually being able to store the absolute delay skill, looks like your mysterious sixth attribute is time, one of the 3 sate attributes that only the owner of an Alexandrite cat's eye can have. Furthermore, there is the spatial attribute to complement it. Wind attribute for speed, lightning attribute for damage, spatial attribute for constant change in the battlefield, darkness for mystery, evil for supplementing, and time for rhythm. This is almost the perfect mix. Shangguan Bing had never known that her mother was actually so powerful, and had such profound knowledge about heavenly jewel masters. As she heard her mother speak, she couldn't help but ask, "Mum, what are the 3 sate attributes?" Tang Xian said solemnly, "The 3 sate attributes refer to the divine attribute, spirit attribute, and time attribute. Actually, there should be 4 sate attributes. Evil was also once considered a sate attribute. However, because the evil attribute brings about too many negative side effects for the heavenly jewels, and furthermore it is not restricted to Alexandrite cat's eyes, its total power is a little less than the 3 sate attributes that I mentioned earlier, thus it was removed from consideration. Binger, I have to say that your luck was actually pretty good." Shangguan Binger flushed deeply, giving Zhou Weiqing, who was grinning smugly at the side, a 180-degree pinch, before lowering her head in embarrassment. Tang Xian looked at Zhou Weiqing with a stern look. "Zhou Weiqing, I have to remind you. Although you are considered to be extremely gifted and talented, you have to know that no matter how talented a person is, without hard work and cultivation you will still not amount to anything. Furthermore, before you break through to the level of 6 sets of heavenly jewels, it is not difficult to kill you. Any heavenly jewel masters who have a higher cultivation level will still be able to handle you. At most, you can be considered outstanding amongst those of the same level." Zhou Weiqing said simply, "What about after 6 sets of heavenly jewels?" Tang Xian said passively, "After 6 sets of heavenly jewels, it should be enough for you to protect yourself. After 9 sets, you will be hard-pressed to find an opponent in the world." Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Haha, thank you auntie for your teachings, but..." Tang Xian glared at him and said, "You're already having this relationship with my daughter, are you still calling me auntie?" Zhou Weiqing blinked, and instantly understood the underlying meaning, and he quickly said with flattering tone, "Mum," as he said that, he criticized in his heart, "When you first came, you still said I did not deserve your daughter, in such a short time you already admitting I'm your son-in-law, such a quick change." Of course, how could he know? It was only people of Tang Xian's power levels that could truly understand how terrifying and monstrous it meant to have those 6 attributes. Tang Xian nodded in satisfaction, while Shangguan Binger looked on dumbfoundedly. That rascal, his skin was just too thick, how could her mom also? Tang Xian glanced at her daughter and said, "Never mind, you should just call me auntie for now. When you two are married, then you can change. Binger, you better keep watch on him, don't let anyone snatch him away. When you two grow older in a few years' time, you can get married. Zihan, us 2 sisters haven't met in such a long time, aren't you going to invite us in?" "Ah. Tang Xian elder sis, quick, come in." Ling Zihan quickly responded. At this point, if we were to say who was the happiest in the whole scene, it had to be her. In her heart, Shangguan Yu and Tang Xian were like gods descended upon earth. Seeing her son being able to marry their daughter, in fact, Tang Xian seemed rather eager to do so. If not for the fact that her son was still young, it was likely they would host the wedding now. How could she not be happy and excited? Although it was the first time she had met Shangguan Binger, but from the earlier words she spoke, Ling Zihan already liked this future daughter-in-law. Furthermore, she had heard the name of this most beautiful young lady in the empire many times before. Seeing that both his mother and future mother-in-law had entered the house, Zhou Weiqing finally couldn't resist any longer. Sticking his hands to his waist, he started laughing in glee. "Wah! Wife, now you can't run any longer. Even mother-in-law has agreed." Shangguan Binger couldn't help but wish that a hole in the earth would open up and swallow her, and she gave him a quick kick before running away. Tang Xian and Ling Zihan chatted till very late before leaving late at night, and before leaving they agreed to meet up more often. After his mother had seen Tang Xian off, Zhou Weiqing finally ran into her room with a stomachful of doubts. "Mom, how did you know my future mother-in-law? From your reaction, it seems as if she is even more powerful than Dad?" Ling Zihan was in a very good mood now, and she couldn't help but laugh as she said, "Little brat, your luck is really good, but that year, I was only a teenager, and I met a heavenly beast at the riverside, and almost died there and then. Luckily, I was rescued by Shangguan Yu and Tang Xian who had been traveling the parts. At that time, your father was still studying and training in the academy, and was not at home. We were still not married at that time. To repay them, I invited them back to my house to stay, and they really loved it there at your maternal grandfather's house, and so they stayed for a while. I do not know their origins, but they are definitely extremely powerful." I do not know what Tang Xian Elder Sis cultivation level is for sure, but 20 years ago, when Shangguan Elder Brother killed that heavenly beast, the elemental jewel around his wrist was similar to yours, but he had 10 of them. 10 sets? Zhou Weiqing's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A heavenly jewel master with an Alexandrite cat's eye, with 10 sets of jewels. What kind of power and strength was that? Even his father was only had 8 sets of heavenly jewels, and furthermore was only of a single attribute, yet he was already considered the strongest in the entire heavenly Bao Empire. 20 years ago, he had already had 10 sets of heavenly jewels, that was already beyond the Zhong stage. By now, who knows what his power levels had grown to. Zhou Weiqing had never expected that Shangguan Binger's father would be so powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106. Chapter 106, Zhou Weiqing's 6th Attribute, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Ling Zihan sighed softly and said, Shangguan Yu Elder Bro is about 20 years older than Tang Xian Elder Sis, but the first time I saw them, he still looked middle-aged. At that time, Tang Xian Elder Sis was slightly older than me, but look at her now, doesn't she still look so young? My guess is that her cultivation levels are probably at least equal to your father's. As for Shangguan Big Brother, he should be an unimaginable top-level expert. Alas, I do not know what happened between the two of them. According to the little that Tang San Elder Sis mentioned, they have already separated for over 10 years, but she refused to go into detail. Zhou Weiqing scratched his head and grinned, comforting himself by saying, in any case, the rice is cooked one. Even if they are very strong, it does not concern me too much. Mom, do not worry, eventually, your son will be as strong as them. As he said that, he gave Ling Zihan a hug and kissed her cheek. Ling Zihan tousled her son's hair, sighing as she said, Little Wei, your father has made you suffer a lot in order to let you learn how to protect yourself. My heart ached as well even though it was for the best. So, what do you plan on doing from now? What about you and Defuya's marriage? Zhou Weiqing said, regarding Defuya's marriage with me, I will have to talk to Godfather about it. Love requires both sides to be harmonious, and I'm sure Godfather will understand and not force me. He wanted to give Defuya's hand in marriage to me mostly to repay Dad for what he has done for the Empire, to allow me, who was once just a trash, to have some status in the Empire. However, I'm now a heavenly jewel master, and that isn't necessary anymore. No matter what, I will never marry Defuya. I already met with Dad earlier in the army camp, and he asked me to join the Heavenly Bao unit for training. Tomorrow, Binger and I will be reporting there. Heavenly Bao unit? Ling Zihan's expression grew a little strange. Little Wei, when you go there, you mustn't be corrupted by them and turn bad. Mom, I'm your son, am I that bad? Furthermore, why would I be corrupted by going to the Heavenly Bao unit? Zhou Weiqing asked in surprise. Ling Zihan gave a humph and said, Go, go. When you reach there, you will know what I mean. Anyway, the Heavenly Bao unit isn't very far from the Heavenly Bao city, remember to come back and visit me often. The next day, when Zhou Weiqing reached the Dihaoan, it was already lunchtime. Today, he was well prepared, bringing along all of his savings with him, along with 10 gold that his mum had given him. The Dihaoan's speciality was that it served customers from all walks of life, and their food was well known in the parts for being delicious, and Zhou Weiqing planned to give Shangguan Binger a good treat before they entered the Heavenly Bao unit. Seeing Shangguan Binger approach from the distance, he quickly waved at her, calling out, Binger, here. Today, Shangguan Binger was still dressed in a cloth attire. She seldom dressed up or used makeup, but her natural beauty still shone from within. The only difference from yesterday was that she now had a wind hat of her own, covering her beautiful features. She did not like being stared at by others as a spectacle, furthermore she was so well known in the Heavenly Bao city, as such this was a measure she decided to take. Shangguan Binger quickly walked up to him, a faint blush tinging her cheeks as she said in a low tone, Let's go in. Looking at her pretty and abashed look, Zhou Weiqing's heart stirred and he held her hand. To his surprise and delight, Shangguan Binger only gave a token struggle before allowing him to hold her hand. The pair entered the Dihaoan like that. It was currently lunch hour and the first level was almost 70% full. Zhou Weiqing brought her to an empty table and was about to call for food, but she said, Little fatty, I've already eaten. We're here to look for someone. Looking at her hemming and hawing, Zhou Weiqing said solemnly, No, you can eat again with me, a husband treating a wife, isn't it something normal? I won't lack this bit of funds, come, let's order. 2. As he said that, he stole a glance at Shangguan Binger, only to see her blushing again with her head down, looking unbearably adorable. It was clear that Shangguan Binger's bearing towards him had improved by leaps and bounds. It was the power of the mother-in-law. In truth, he had truly guessed correctly, and Shangguan Binger's attitude towards him was also largely due to Tang Xian. Shangguan Binger had grown up together with her mother, and did not have any memory of her father. It could be said that her mother was her only kin. Furthermore, she was a very filial person, and when Tang Xian acknowledged Zhou Weiqing as her son-in-law to be, it had actually removed the last barrier between the two of them, and now that she faced Zhou Weiqing once again, she no longer had any more misgivings. The barriers around her heart were down, but luckily Zhou Weiqing did not know the truth, or that rascal would likely try get a foot after taking an inch. Zhou Weiqing ordered some food, but did not overdo it in consideration of Shangguan Binger. He ordered 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, and also 2 large bowls of rice. After a short while, the food was served and the delicious smell wafted in the air. Binger, quickly eat while it's hot. You're too thin, you should eat more, so you can develop better. Had ha. Zhou Weiqing quickly piled food into her bowl, filling it up in a small mountain. Looking at Zhou Weiqing's attentive disposition, and the food piled up in front of her, Shangguan Binger's eyes suddenly reddened, and she looked a little pitiably at Zhou Weiqing and said, "Little fatty, will you always treat me well?" Ah. Zhou Weiqing started. He did not expect his teasing words to be met with such melancholy from Shangguan Binger. "What are you thinking about, Binger? Of course I'll always treat you well, forever and ever. Why do you suddenly ask?" Shangguan Binger lowered her head and muttered, "My mom said that my dad abandoned us when I was just 2 years old, and she left home together with me and came to Heavenly Bao City to stay. My mom is so miserable, I often see her sitting alone at home lost in thought. She must be thinking about my father. I'm so afraid that one day I'll end up like her." Looking at her like that, Zhou Weiqing felt a stabbing pain in his heart, and he got up and sat next to her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "Binger, don't cry, it's hard to say what really happened, and it isn't our position to discuss about our elders, but I swear that unless you don't want me anymore, otherwise I'll always be your little fatty." Shangguan Binger lifted up her head to look at him and said, "You'll always be my bear?" Zhou Weiqing nodded, and couldn't resist kissing her lightly on her forehead, causing her to turn tears into laughter, snuggling a little into his embrace, and she said, "Let's eat now, before it gets cold." Zhou Weiqing said seriously, "Let me hug you a while more, and I will be full. You're a feast for the eyes, a feast that can't be bought by riches alone. Binger, look, don't you think we should ignore the age issue?" 3. Shangguan Binger pushed him aside exasperatedly and said, "Humph, I give you an inch and you want 1 foot, it's not so easy as that. My mom said that when men do not know how to appreciate things that they get too easily. So I've decided to extend the time even further. We shall wait till you are 20 years old, then we can talk." "No." Zhou Weiqing gave a horrified scream. It was a little loud and instantly drew the attention of the nearby customers. Shangguan Binger flushed in embarrassment and hit him lightly. "Let's eat quickly, we're here to handle proper business." Zhou Weiqing asked in a foolish tone, "What's more proper than wedding festivities?" 4. Shangguan Binger's face fell and she said, "If you don't stop talking nonsense and eat with me, I'll extend the time further." "I'll eat with you now, all right." Zhou Weiqing lamented. In his heart though, he made a firm resolution that when they reached the Heavenly Bao unit, he would have to find an opportunity to take her. 5. As long as she gave in to him once, would there be a lack of a second time, a third time, or perhaps more? As he thought about that, he started grinning foolishly. As Zhou Weiqing wolfed down his food, Shangguan Binger chewed slowly and daintily. Soon, she found out the reason why that fellow started off by piling food in her bowl. She had barely finished off a third of her food when he had already polished off all the remaining food in his large bowl of rice. "Ah, that was great, it's been a long time since I had such great food. Although the army mess has no lack of food, but in terms of taste, it's just too lacking," Zhou Weiqing said as he patted his belly. Shangguan Binger giggled and pushed her bowl towards him. "If you aren't full, you can have the rest of mine. I really did eat earlier, you know my habits." Zhou Weiqing blinked and took it unrestrainedly, and once again wolfed down the remaining food. This time, it seemed that he enjoyed it even more. "Eating to my fill, with a lingering fragrance in my mouth." 6. As he said that, he looked suggestively at her lips. Shangguan Binger ignored him and said softly, "Little fatty, look, isn't that the person we are looking for?" Zhou Weiqing's gaze followed where she was pointing at, to see a middle-aged man seated at the corner of the hall. The man seemed to be around 30 years of age, dressed in white, and was rather handsome, with a long black cape draped behind him, causing him to look rather suave. However, his gaze seemed to wander a lot, drifting about as he scanned the crowd. On the table in front of him, there were at least a dozen wine bottles. Drinking so many bottles of wine, even if they could be the lower quality rice wine with a lower alcohol content, it was still pretty impressive. This was the main reason why Shangguan Binger said that he could be their target. Since Admiral Zhou had told them to look for a drunkard in this Dihaoan, their target was most likely someone who came here daily to drink. From Shangguan Binger's observations since they entered the place, that middle-aged man was definitely the one who had drank the most. Zhou Weiqing immediately volunteered, "I'll go ask," and he headed towards the man. As he reached the man, he asked in a guileless tone and expression, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Luo Kodi?" The drunkard rolled his eyes and a slightly sharp voice sounded out, "Get lost, do not block your father, from watching beauties. I was just looking at a 38E, and you little brat blocked me." Hearing his words, Zhou Weiqing was dumbfounded, and a strange sense of familiarity enveloped him, and he subconsciously said, "I'm looking for the Lu of the unparalleled Lu Duo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 107. Chapter 107, Lethal Weapon, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. N. The middle-aged man stood up suddenly, shoving Zhou Weiqing to the side, his somewhat blurry eyes fixed attentively in a direction. He then said exasperatedly, "Damn it, kid, it's all your fault, the E-cup has left. Sigh, it isn't easy to find such a large one. Is it easy to be your father, Wait, why are you a male?" Old Zhou said it would be a beautiful girl. As he said that, he seized up Zhou Weiqing. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Haha, that must be your Luo Kodi Sr. There are two of us, the other is a girl, and I joined later. Admiral Zhou asked us both to look for you together. So there really is a beautiful girl. Where?" Luo Kodi immediately perked up at the sound of that. Zhou Weiqing blinked, thinking to himself, what sort of person was this? Was this really the well-respected heavenly Bao unit that Shangwan Binger mentioned? Why does he seem so similar to that weird old man? Of course, he isn't as vulgar as that old rascal, but he's a lot more straightforward. Zhou Weiqing turned and waved towards Shangwan Binger, beckoning her over, and she immediately started walking over. As she did so, Zhou Weiqing heard Luo Kodi muttering to himself, "Looks not bad, but only 33 inches, not my type." Very quickly, Shangwan Binger had reached them and she gave a respectful bow and "Senior, hello senior." Luo Kodi's narrowed eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "A blemish does not obscure a jade one. Although a little small, but extremely likable." To Shangwan Binger, when he said small, she naturally thought he was referring to her age, but Zhou Weiqing instantly knew what he was referring to, and without batting an eyelid, he said, "Senior, there's a top-quality one over there." Where? Luo Kodi immediately perked up. Zhou Weiqing pointed to a lady who was sitting alone at a table just a short distance away. She was eating alone, and there were several dishes lined up on her table. The strange thing was that although the entire hall was nearly filled up to 80% capacity, the tables surrounding her were still empty. The woman's back was facing Luo Kodi, and he had not noticed her previously. However, now that he looked closely, his heart trembled. Her head of black hair was combed neatly behind, with a graceful figure and a long green dress that seemed to be of extraordinary quality. The thing that attracted Luo Kodi most was that, from the angle he could see that her bosom was of imposing size. At least 38 inches. Heavens! That is literally a lethal weapon. It's probably an F-cup too. That is truly a rare, magnificent sight. Luo Kodi swallowed hard before turning to Zhou Weiqing and saying solemnly, "Hey lad, I'll go pay the bill, and when I walk past the table, you call out to me. You know what I mean." As he said that, he winked at Zhou Weiqing, then started walking towards the green-clad lady. Zhou Weiqing gave him a knowing smile, but Shangwan Binger started and asked curiously, "What does he mean?" Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "He'll walk over, and I'll call him, and he can use the opportunity to turn around and look at her." Shangwan Binger got a strange look in her eyes as she said, "Is he really the person we're looking for? Why is he even worse than you?" By now, Luo Kodi had walked past the table, and Zhou Weiqing quickly cooperated and called out, "Luo Kodi, you still have half a bottle of wine unfinished here, but..." With the cue given, Luo Kodi turned around in a suave motion. It was such a natural, innocent movement, and his eyes just happened to rest on the lady sitting alone. In the next instant, Luo Kodi seemed to freeze in place, his entire body stopping and not moving an inch. In his mind, two phrases reverberated. "So big. Save me." Indeed, that green-clad lady had a pair of lethal weapons. As expected, it was an F-cup of massive proportions. However, the problem was, her face was also a true lethal weapon. The left side of the face was like the surface of the moon, full of craters and pockmarks, and the right half of the face was filled with pimples. Her thick sausage lips stretched almost to both ears, while the pair of unevenly placed beady eyes glittered with yellow light. The strangest thing was that, her face was strangely shaped, with the top part small and a wide jaw, and her chin filled with some stubble. Top quality too. This was indeed an unbelievable top quality. Even if you tried to look like that, it would be difficult. From Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger's angle, they could see that Luo Kodi's face turned red, then white, and green, and purple. His chest heaving as he wrestled with his emotions. At that time, the lethal weapon looked up to see Luo Kudi staring at her, and immediately gave him a coquettish look and said, "This handsome gentleman, would you like to have a meal with me?" Luo Kudi's expression suddenly calmed down, and he seemed to recover himself, saying unhurriedly, "My apologies, beautiful lady, I would love to do so but I'm afraid I have some urgent business to take care of. Perhaps next time." He then looked back at Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger and said passively, "I'll be waiting for you both outside." After he said that, he turned around in a suave, charming manner, and walked off. Although he looked extremely calm, Zhou Weiqing could see that his steps were growing ever faster, and as soon as he reached the exit of the Dihao Inn, Zhou Weiqing could hear the faint sounds of retching. Zhou Weiqing's face revealed a brilliant, honest-looking smile, and he turned to Shangwan Binger and said, "Looks like this senior Luo isn't feeling very well. Let's go as well, Binger. Don't look back." As he said that, he pulled Shangwan Binger towards the exit, and he thought evilly to himself, "You old fellow, trying to fantasize about my wife, that's your punishment." Humph. As soon as they left the inn, they saw Luo Kudi squatting down at the corner of the exit, vomiting his guts out. The smell of alcohol filled the air, and clearly he had just expelled everything he had eaten and drank. Zhou Weiqing pulled Shangwan Binger further away, with his signature smile still on his face. Although Shangwan Binger didn't know exactly what had happened, but she could guess a little, and she said softly, "Little fatty, you're too mean." Zhou Weiqing said gently, "As they say, tit for tat is fair play. I'm truly suspicious about what my dad said about this unparalleled Lu duo. Could it be the Lu of Lu Mang III? After some time, Luo Kudi finally recovered, and as he lifted up his head to look at Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger, his expression was surprisingly unperturbed, as if nothing had happened earlier. Walking close to the two of them, he smiled as he said to Zhou Weiqing, "Little bro, is that what you call top quality?" Zhou Weiqing's face expression was honest and guileless, and with a hint of confusion in his voice, he said, "Yes. When I walked past her just now, I was extremely shocked too. Such a top-quality ugly lady, it's hard to find in the world." "Senior, what happened to you just now? Is your stomach upset?" Luo Kudi's expression looked somewhat depressed, and he sighed lightly as he said, "Indeed top quality, anyway, you both, come with me." As he said that, he started walking towards the Heavenly Bao City's exit. Being looked at by that depressed look, Zhou Weiqing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had been bitten by a venomous snake. That man was certainly one of a kind as well for. As Luo Kudi walked slowly in front, he led the pair out of the Heavenly Bao City, to the left and about 500 meters forward before he finally stopped. Turning around, he said in a solemn voice, "You both are here to join our Heavenly Bao unit, right? In that case, you two should know that it isn't that easy to join up. No matter what your identity or status is, what background you have, as long as you want to join the Heavenly Bao unit, you have to pass through 3 tests. And I am your examiner." The current Luo Kudi seemed very earnest and businesslike. Coupled with his good looks, it was very hard to connect and relate him to the same person who was roguishly talking about breasts earlier. However, Zhou Weiqing sensed danger, the danger of a kindred spirit. Furthermore, it was clear that this person had a much stronger control over his emotions and acting. Shangwan Binger said, "Senior, how shall we go about the tests then?" Luo Kudi said, "The test is very simple. You will now go ahead 300 yards, and shoot at me with arrows. Each of you will have 10 arrows worth of chances, and to pass the first round, you will have to able to force me to parry the arrow." Shangwan Binger was originally very nervous, but upon hearing that, she relaxed a little, saying, "In that case, please advise me, senior." As she said that, she pulled Zhou Weiqing ahead. As Zhou Weiqing followed her, he said, "That fellow gives me a sinking feeling, something is fishy. Binger, you better be careful as well." Shangwan Binger said doubtingly, "The seniors of the Heavenly Bao unit have all give countless heroic contributions to our empire, and are all considered heroes of the empire. Little fatty, are you thinking too much? Earlier, that senior must have drank too much, which is why he lost control of himself. Look, he seems so much better now after vomiting out all the alcohol, right?" Zhou Weiqing arched his brow and said, "I hope that's true." As they reached the 300-yard mark, both of them turned around. At such a distance, Luo Kudi was but a speck in the distance, but they were both heavenly jewel masters, and their vision was naturally much better than any ordinary humans, and they were still able to see him clearly. "You two take turns, little girl, you go first." Luo Kudi's voice came to them, though it wasn't very loud, it still sounded out clearly in their ears. This was a distance of 300 yards. Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger exchanged looks of surprise. That alone required a high cultivation level of heavenly energy to achieve. As Shangwan Binger took off the purple dawn bow from her back, she released her heavenly jewels. Immediately, her first physical jewel spun in the air and coalesced into her palm in a burst of bright green light, forming the silent tracking arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Chapter 108, Lethal Weapon, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Binger did not have any confidence of being able to even harm Luo Kodi, but for the purpose of the test, to just have him not be able to dodge and be forced to parry her arrows, she was extremely confident. After all, she had the silent tracking arrow, and that was literally the best solution for this test, and she did not foresee any problems passing this first test. This was the reason why she relaxed after hearing about it. As expected, after Shangguan Binger had fired the arrow, Luo Kodi dodged it in a flash, but the silent tracking arrow in the air spun around quickly and followed him instantly, reaching the front of his face. Luo Kodi had no choice but to raise his hands, a white light springing out from his hand and stopping the arrow. Shangguan Binger kept her purple dawn bow with a smile, saying to Zhou Weiqing, "He truly is a great senior from the Heavenly Bow unit, so strong, but..." Little did she know that Luo Kodi on the other side was just as surprised. Although he had easily stopped the silent tracking arrow with a finger, that finger was currently feeling numb. With his experience, he could naturally easily determine Shangguan Binger's heavenly energy cultivation levels and attribute. He thought to himself, she is indeed worthy of being called the top genius youth of the Heavenly Bow Empire. At such a young age, she is already of the 10th level of Heavenly Jing energy. No wonder old Zhou recommended her to enter the Heavenly Bow unit, she truly has a great future ahead. Alright, you passed. You, brat, it's your turn. Luo Kodi's target had never been Shangguan Binger, and now that it was finally Zhou Weiqing's turn, he gave a secret wicked smile, thinking to himself, "Smelly little brat, how dare you play with me, you'll see how I punish you later." Shangguan Binger might be a heavenly jewel master and pass easily, but you're at most an ordinary jewel master. Humph. At the other hand, Zhou Weiqing had released his overlord bow. Due to the fact that they were 300 yards apart, although Luo Kodi could see him releasing his consolidated equipment, but he could not clearly see the jewels around his wrist. As such, he immediately determined that Zhou Weiqing was a single-jeweled physical jewel master. It was hard to blame him for making that snap judgment. After all, in the Heavenly Bow Empire, there were just the two known heavenly jewel masters. Even if another heavenly jewel master appeared, they might not choose to stay in the Heavenly Bow Empire, which could hardly afford to provide them with sufficient funds. As Zhou Weiqing whipped out an arrow and knocked it to the overlord bow, he drew it to about half its strength, and with a whoosh sound, the first arrow flew out. What was the overlord bow? It was one of the top bows amongst all the physical jewel consolidated equipment, and was known for its sheer destructive power. After all, only pure strength heavenly jewel masters could consolidate it. Even though it was only drawn to half its maximum capacity, the arrow that flew out was still faster than from a purple dawn bow. As the first arrow shot out, his second arrow flew out almost an instant later. Furthermore, Zhou Weiqing had drawn the bow to its maximum for the second arrow. This archery skill was known as dual shot, the first arrow being shot out at a relatively slower speed, followed by the second arrow which would reach first. This skill was taught to him by Shangguan Binger, and was usually used against stronger enemies to surprise them. Luo Kodi's eyes narrowed as the arrows hurtled towards him with a loud whistling sound after being fired from the overlord bow, and the expression in his eyes changed a little. What a powerful bow, yet it can also be considered a useless bow. In a 1v1 situation, one of the most important things to an archer was silence. With the sound this bow makes, it was rather useless, as most enemies would be alerted and escape. As he was thinking about that, he had also made his move at the same time. As the two arrows reached him, Luo Kodi did not even move his legs, instead his upper body seemed to whip to the left, as if his entire body was being broken from the waist. Although Zhou Weiqing's arrows seemed to be targeted at the same spot, but in truth, there was some slight difference, one of the arrows slightly skewed to the left, and one to the right. However, this Luo Kodi's dodging was unbelievably shocking, and he somehow easily dodged both arrows. Instantly, Zhou Weiqing thought of several words: physical jewel master, flexibility. Without question, this Luo Kodi was a physical jewel master, and amongst his boosts he definitely had the flexibility attribute. Although he was thinking, Zhou Weiqing's hands did not slow down at all. Another two arrows shot out again. This time one was targeted at where his upper body was leaning currently, while the other towards where his body would end up if he straightened. In this way, if Luo Kodi stood up straight, he would be hit by the latter arrow, but if he didn't, he would be hit by the former. Although Zhou Weiqing knew that this two arrows might not force Luo Kodi's hand, his goal was to try and at least make Luo Kodi move his feet. However, to his surprise, Luo Kodi did another high difficulty movement, and his upper body at the left seemed to snap to the back instead like a whip, and without getting up, he ended up in a reverse bridge position, and all the time his legs had not moved an inch, as if they had been nailed to the ground. Little brat, is that all you've got? Do you really think you can join our Heavenly Bow unit with just that level of skill? Even in this open space, you can't even make me move my feet. You should go home and continue suckling milk. Luo Kodi's mocking words came from afar. That guy, he was definitely taking revenge for just now. Zhou Weiqing's heart was as clear as a mirror. Although Shangguan Binger's arrow was indeed powerful, but with the abilities that Luo Kodi revealed thus far, he could have easily dodged it until the heavenly energy in the arrow dissipated. Yet, he had easily let Shangguan Binger pass, and was just waiting for him. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Weiqing's face. Humph, not moving your legs? I'll see how you do not move for this. As he thought that, his fifth arrow shot out. Once again, the loud whistling sound rang out as the fifth arrow sped towards Luo Kodi's left foot. With a loud laugh, Luo Kodi lifted up the leg, easily bringing it above his head. In a golden rooster stands on one leg posture 1. However, in the next instance, tragedy struck for him. Previously, the arrows fired and dodged had flown off into the distance. As long as they flew off 1.5 kilometers into the distance, the heavenly energy in them would have dissipated, and the explosive effect of the Overlord Bao would not come into play. However, this time, although Luo Kodi easily dodged the arrow, but it landed right on the ground below him. With a huge explosive sound, Luo Kodi was caught by surprise, and his reaction was a little slower than usual. The huge explosion caused him to fly up, and although he reacted quickly in releasing his physical jewels, twisting and turning in the air to reduce the impact, but his clothes were torn up. F***K, what Bao is that? Luo Kodi cursed in his heart, but his troubles were not over yet, as another loud whistling sound was heard, accompanied by a much stronger pressure. Luo Kodi's anger was sparked in his heart. At this moment, his body was in midair, and it was hard for him to leverage off anything. Without any choice, he quickly hit his palm towards the ground, and a strong bout of heavenly energy slammed against the ground, and he made use of the impact to spin backwards further into the air. He was indeed a physical jewel master, and had 5 physical jewels. In the Heavenly Bao unit, he was considered one of the weakest, but his physical jewel boost was of coordination and flexibility, and even though he was in the air, he had the confidence to dodge the incoming arrow. However, another surprising thing appeared. Just as he made use of the impact as leverage to spin higher in the air, and seemingly dodged the arrow, he suddenly felt a pain on his chest, and he flew backwards. With a loud explosion, he was knocked back at least 10 meters. In the distance, Zhou Weiqing said with a wicked smile, "I hope you enjoyed the Overlord spatial arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 109. Chapter 109, Godlike Archery, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Luo Kodi had been knocked back by Zhou Weiqing's arrow. Luckily, he was a 5-jeweled physical jewel master, and his physique was extremely strong and durable. Under such a circumstance, he was still able to react and lessen the damage done. Furthermore, when Zhou Weiqing shot this last arrow, he had plucked out the arrowhead, and Luo Kodi did not sustain any damage. Otherwise, being taken by surprise like that and hit by an arrow from the Overlord Bao, even though his cultivation level was a lot higher than Zhou Weiqing's, he would still be injured. This was the price to pay for underestimating an enemy. In truth, it had been extremely difficult for Zhou Weiqing to hit Luo Kodi. The first 4 arrows were all testing and probing the situation, and only the 5th arrow targeting the ground was the key to his plan. Luo Kodi had not known about the power of his physical jewel consolidated equipment, and the strength of the explosive nature of the Overlord Bao, and had been caught by surprise by the explosion and sent flying into the air. At that time, Zhou Weiqing had already won half the battle. In the next instant, when Zhou Weiqing fired the next arrow, he had sent the spatial attribute skill blink from his elemental jewel and fused it with the Overlord Bao. Calculating the fact that Luo Kodi had a limited range of motion while in midair, his Overlord spatial arrows effect was pretty simple. It did not have any increase in power, but it was able to cause the arrow to blink in midair. Once the arrow had reached about 250 yards from Luo Kodi, it blinked right to him. Indeed, Luo Kodi's judgment had not been wrong at all, but alas, he had not calculated the fact that the arrow could just blink next to him. Although Zhou Weiqing could not fully control the Overlord spatial arrow yet, his luck was pretty decent and it had succeeded in a single try. A cute little white head popped up from Zhou Weiqing's bosom, blinking its deep blue eyes, though it did not make any sound. Wasn't that the much-missed little white tiger? Nobody knew why the little white tiger was so attached to Zhou Weiqing, and though he often bullied it, the little thing refused to leave his side. Because of this, Shangguan Binger was often depressed about it. As Luo Kodi fell hard on the floor, he executed a perfect roll and jumped back up. Feeling the pain and stuffy feeling in his chest, he was also in a gloomy mood. After all, he did not even know how he had been struck by the arrow. Was something wrong with my hearing? That's impossible. Just from distinguishing distances and attacks from hearing alone, even the rest of the guys in the Heavenly Bao unit weren't any stronger than me. He thought to himself. This was tantamount to a skilled goose hunter getting his eyes pecked out by a goose, a skilled captain capsizing a ship in a small pond. One with his clothes torn and filled with dirt, Luo Kodi was rather depressed. Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger came running over, and Shangwan Binger said with concern clear in her voice, "Senior, are you okay, gut?" Luo Kudi felt even worse from her comforting words. If she had ridiculed or taunted him, he probably wouldn't have felt so bad, but being comforted and cared for by a little girl, even though his skin was thick, he couldn't help but flush in shame. Looking strangely at the honest-looking Zhou Weiqing, he said, "Little brat, not bad. Looks like I have misjudged you." With his archery skill and power, how could he not have felt that the arrowhead of the last arrow had been removed, otherwise he might have been injured. Zhou Weiqing gave a hearty laugh and said, "Senior, it's just my luck, just luck. When I shot the last arrow, my hand slipped and just happened to shoot askew of my target. Who knew that you would accidentally knock into it instead? Does that count as passing the first test? Hand slipped?" Luo Kudi's brow twitched at that as he couldn't help but think to himself. Who do you think you're lying to? The earlier arrows you didn't strip the arrowhead, yet this particular one you did so. Would you do that if you didn't have the confidence of hitting me? Poof. This little rascal really knows how to pretend to be a boar to eat tigers too. Why does that seem so familiar though? Luo Kudi gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, you both have passed the first test. Now it's time for the second test. Little brat, pass me your purple dawn bow and quiver." Zhou Weiqing started and looked at him vigilantly. What for? Luo Kudi's eyes revealed a crafty look as he gave a faint smile. Before they could even see him moving, let alone react, Zhou Weiqing felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the weight on his body lifted, and his purple dawn bow and quiver appeared in Luo Kudi's hands. Earlier, you both each shot 20 arrows at me, now it's my turn to shoot 20 arrows at you too. As long as in this 20 arrows, one of them doesn't hit either of you, then you will pass the second test. Do not worry, I'll pluck out the arrowheads. You guys can start running now, and I'll count to 5. 1. Damn, this is falsely using authority to take personal revenge. Zhou Weiqing thought in his heart, but he did not dare to delay at all, as he and Shangwan Binger exchanged looks. Without hesitation, both turned and ran off at top speed. At the same time, Luo Kudi leisurely took out an arrow from the quiver, tapping on it with his fingers and breaking off the arrowhead. He slowly knocked it and drew the bow, all the while counting slowly, 2, 3, 4, 5, here's the first arrow. Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger heard his voice, and instantly leapt and twisted to the side. However, as soon as they did so, they realized something was wrong. They did not hear any sound of an arrow whistling through the air. Could it be a silent arrow? Fool. If I say it's coming, does it mean it should really come? As Zhou Weiqing executed a roll on the ground and was just about to vault up and change directions, he suddenly felt a pain on his buttocks, and he was instantly knocked 3 feet to the front. It's really a silent arrow? That arrow was obviously shot after his warning, and even ignoring the fact that it was silent, he probably still wouldn't have been able to dodge it if it was loud. After all, the arrow had reached him just as his body was still on the ground, and unless he used the blink skill, he would not have been able to react in time. However, Zhou Weiqing did not want to reveal his elemental jewel secret just yet. Although he had used it earlier in the first test, that was under the condition that Luo Kudi had not been able to see the arrow. If he used it in such a situation now, it would be extremely obvious to Luo Kudi. Despite the fact that the arrowhead was already broken off, but with the power of the purple dawn bow, when the bow shaft struck his buttocks, Zhou Weiqing felt a large force transmit to him. However, it shuddered against the immortal deity shield that automatically protected him, causing it to spread throughout his body and dissipating most of the energy. As such, he was only knocked a few feet to the front and with a slight pain. So, this is the real way of using the immortal deity shield. Inspiration struck Zhou Weiqing as he suddenly understood the immortal deity shield's effect. When the attack landed on his body, the shielding effect from the 5 energy whirlpools was just the basic, and the more important effect was the spreading and dissipating of the attack power. Although he would still take some damage on his body, but most of the impact had already been expended, and it would greatly reduce any injury to him. You're pretty good at taking hits. Luo Kudi said with some surprise as he looked at Zhou Weiqing, who stumbled back to his feet and continued running forward after the first hit. According to his original plan, the first arrow should have numbed his buttocks and allowed him to shoot his 20 arrows at will, as corporal punishment. He had reserved all 20 arrows for Zhou Weiqing. After all, he needed to vent away the pent-up depression after being shot by Zhou Weiqing just now. However, Zhou Weiqing was unexpectedly fine after the first arrow, and this stirred up Luo Kudi's competitive heart. Swoosh, another arrow flew out. This time, Zhou Weiqing had extended his senses to their maximum capability, and due to that, when the arrow reached him, it gave him a shock in his heart. This was because he found out that it was not a silent arrow. 3. The arrow that Luo Kudi had shot out did actually have some sound, but it was extremely faint, and even with Zhou Weiqing's senses at their max, it was only when it reached about 10 yards from him did he catch a faint sound. How did he do that? Zhou Weiqing thought puzzledly, as his buttocks was hit by the arrow once again. This time, his body had just flew forward when the third arrow had reached. He hadn't even landed from the second blow and had no chance at all, and it was followed by the fourth and fifth arrow. Shang Binger had started running at the same time as Zhou Weiqing, and the two had jumped apart earlier. However, soon, an extremely strange sight entered her eyes. Zhou Weiqing was continuously being hit by a stream of arrows from Luo Kodi, and he wasn't even able to hit the ground before being hit by arrow after arrow, as they kept him in mid-air. What sort of archery is this? Shang Binger's mind froze and she stared dumbfoundedly. After all, both sides were 300 yards apart, and to accomplish such a feat, when the first arrow hit Zhou Weiqing, Luo Kodi's third arrow already had to be in the air. Only then could the arrow strike continuously without any break, causing him to be caught in mid-air. For this also meant that as soon as Luo Kodi fired his arrow, he had to determine where and how Zhou Weiqing would be knocked back, and fire his next arrow into that trajectory. This wasn't just a simple matter of eyesight and discernment. Furthermore, as she looked at Luo Kodi, he was walking slowly forward as he fired the arrows rapidly, and she was barely able to make out his firing motions. He was also doing so extremely leisurely, even taking the time to give her a suave smile, and barely glancing back at Zhou Weiqing. The even more shocking thing was that Luo Kodi was not using a silent arrow, but he was able to get more than 80% effect of a silent arrow. Such unbelievable skill. Godlike archery skills. This could only be described as godlike archery. Although his cultivation level is only 5 joules, but this archery, such skills, they are almost beyond human comprehension. Is this the true strength of the heavenly bow unit? By now, Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy levels were dropping dangerously low. After all, he had been hit by 8 or so arrows, and even his impressive reserves were running dry. Earlier, he had used the Overlord Bow and Overlord Spatial Arrow earlier, coupled with the current expenditure of energy from the Immortal Deity technique, caused his heavenly energy to drop really quickly. Zhou Weiqing made the snap decision to stop the Immortal Deity shield from protecting him, as he needed to reserve sufficient heavenly energy for the use of one last blink. He did not want to fail here in this second test. After stopping the Immortal Deity shield, a change quickly occurred, the first one being the massive increase in pain. Originally, Zhou Weiqing was only knocked 3 meters away by each arrow. Without the Immortal Deity technique, the next arrow actually knocked him 5 meters away, and the searing pain and numbness on his buttocks caused him to cry out loud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110. Chapter 110, Godlike Archery, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. However, the change also caught Luo Kodi by surprise, causing his expression to change slightly. The continuous combination arrow skill he was using now was dependent on extremely accurate judgment, and the moment Zhou Weiqing's ability to take blows changed, meant that the arrows he shot out earlier also would miss. At this time, the 11th arrow had just struck Zhou Weiqing, and the 12th and 13th arrow were already in midair, looking as if they would miss him. Right at this moment, Luo Kodi finally revealed some of his true abilities. As he shot forth the 14th arrow, it flashed with a bright white light, obviously having been filled with heavenly energy. This arrow was extremely fast, giving Shang Binger, who had become an audience, a great shock. Such an arrow was even faster than her silent tracking arrow or Zhou Weiqing's Overlord Bow's arrow, yet Luo Kodi was only using ordinary arrows with the Purple Dawn Bow. Even more shocking to Shang Binger was what followed. The arrow filled with the bright white light did not actually travel in a straight line, instead arcing through the air and nudging the 12th and 13th arrow as it flew past them, before striking onto Zhou Weiqing's buttock once again. An even stranger sight was that, as soon as it reached Zhou Weiqing, the white light on the arrow vanished. The result of that was, with 3 PSSH sounds, all 3 arrows landed almost simultaneously onto Zhou Weiqing, sending him more than a dozen meters ahead. This time, Luo Kodi had stopped his continuous fire, clearly his rhythm had been interrupted, and Zhou Weiqing landed on the floor on his front. Good heavens! Was that still archery? Shang Binger covered her mouth in shock. Naturally, she could tell that Luo Kodi did not even bother attacking her, and he was totally doing this to seek revenge on little Fatty. However, it was also clear that he was not being malicious about it. Not only did he remove the arrowheads, but he also only made use of the Purple Dawn Bows, and did not use heavenly energy to injure him. However, that last arrow was just too breathtaking. That single arrow had actually corrected the course of the previous 2 arrows and hit the target, all at the same time. Shang Binger could only stare blankly at the scene in front of her, not knowing even how to judge such a skill. From a very young age, Shang Binger had liked bows and arrows, and fallen in love with archery. However, just at that moment, she realized that everything she had learned previously was literally nothing compared to the archery that Luo Kodi was displaying. If this man wanted to take their lives, he did not even need to make use of his physical jewels or even heavenly energy, and he could just depend on archery to take both of them down. Haha, little brat, now for the final gift, a double lucky 6-1. As Luo Kodi moved the purple dawn bow, 6 arrows suddenly appeared at the bowstring as he knocked them together and pulled, and with a twist of his body, the 6 arrows launched out simultaneously. This time, Shangguan Binger actually managed to see some of Luo Kodi's actions. Just before the bowstring released and sounded out, Luo Kodi's right hand seemed to blur into motion, leaving several shadowy afterimages, before the 6 arrows flew out. None of the 6 arrows actually traveled in a straight line, as they all arced in different paths, racing straight towards Zhou Weiqing. With Luo Kodi's discerning vision, how could he not see that the little rascal did not have energy left to even dodge a single arrow? Furthermore, he had used an exquisite skill with extreme accuracy, sealing off all of Zhou Weiqing's possible escape routes. As long as he gets hit by a single arrow, the other 5 would definitely hit as well. However, right at this moment, Zhou Weiqing went berserk. Getting hit by 14 arrows, especially the last 4 arrows which brought about such acute pain, it brought forth the rage from Zhou Weiqing's heart. This was petty revenge, an obvious petty revenge. I'm not going to use blink anymore. Although Zhou Weiqing's entire body was numb in pain, but there was one thing that Luo Kodi did not know. Indeed, Zhou Weiqing was hurting so bad that he could barely move at all, but his right leg was totally unaffected. After being knocked back by the last 3 arrows in succession, he had not tried to get up, instead, lifting his right leg up high. With all his might, he circulated all his remaining heavenly energy into his demonic right leg, and slammed it savagely onto the ground, and at the same time he pushed with all his might with both hands. In a huge explosion, the entire earth caved in from the leg, literally smashing open a 2-meter-long, 1-meter-wide hole in the ground. With the pressure exerted by Zhou Weiqing, he quickly slid right into this hole. Ting 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 ting. A burst of concentrated sound rang out at where Zhou Weiqing was a moment ago. That was the last 6 arrows arcing and hitting each other, while Zhou Weiqing's entire body disappeared from Shangguan Binger and Luo Kodi's line of sight. Luo Kodi's eyes widened in surprise. Even with as much experience and knowledge as he had never seen anyone evade an arrow in this manner, and the 6 arrows that he had been so confident of had actually missed the target. As such, although Zhou Weiqing was in a mess, he had definitely depended on his own strength to dodge the last few arrows. Little fatty. Shangguan Binger ran quickly towards him, pulling him out of the hole in the ground. Besides his right leg, Zhou Weiqing felt that his entire body was hurting terribly, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, that old fellow is too vicious, my poor ass. Of course, he knew that Luo Kodi had not been trying to injure him, otherwise he would not have targeted his fleshy buttocks. However, having this been done to him in front of Shangguan Binger, he felt like all his face had been thrown. Damn kid, are you a mammoth? Such strength. Alright, that counts as your win, you both have passed the second test as well. Luo Kodi walked over to them as well, and seeing the large hole in the ground, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as well. Once again, a cute little white tiger head squirmed out of Zhou Weiqing's bosom, dust and dirt all over it. Jumping onto Zhou Weiqing's shoulder, it issued a low roar towards Luo Kodi, showing its displeasure. Zhou Weiqing finally got up with much difficulty, hurting all over. He could also feel a strong sense of bloodlust and violence invading his mind. Oh no, is it the demonic change activating due to my wounds? Breathing in deep, he quickly reined in his feelings and focused hard, constantly repeating to himself that it was just a test, until his feelings started to calm down. Only the little white tiger on his shoulder could see the sudden flash of red in his eyes, and it blinked its little eyes. If anyone was close enough to observe, they would have seen a sudden flash of excitement in its little eyes. What's this little thing, how amusing. A little white tiger, that's the first time I've heard of such a thing. Is this a heavenly beast you're rearing? Luo Kodi looked on curiously at the small white tiger on Zhou Weiqing's shoulders. Zhou Weiqing drew a deep breath as he settled his composure, before giving a humph and said, yes, it's mine. Luo Kodi grinned and said, haha, little fellow, don't be so moody. Only a person who has gone through suffering will become an outstanding person. Look, even when I was knocked back by your arrow, I still didn't get angry. In the future, we might even become comrades in arms. I was just acting according to the rules, right? Acting according to rules? Shooting me alone? Zhou Weiqing gave him a glare. However, in truth, although he still had a little anger in him, it was mostly respect he felt. He might not have seen how Luo Kodi's archery, but just from the way he had been suspended in the air by the earlier bout of arrows, he knew that the difference in skill level between Luo Kodi and them was just too huge. Luo Kodi walked over and patted Zhou Weiqing on the back, saying softly so that only he could hear, hey kid, let's discuss this, alright? When we get to the Heavenly Ba unit, if you do not mention what happened just now, I'll ensure you pass the third test. How about that? Zhou Weiqing started a little, then instantly understood. So, this fellow was afraid of losing face. Indeed, with his cultivation level and skill, being tricked by Zhou Weiqing was indeed very embarrassing. Furthermore, there was still the earlier scene of vomiting from seeing the lethal weapon. Zhou Weiqing immediately lifted his hand, grinned and patted Luo Kodi on the shoulder as well, saying, "Senior's archery is unrivaled, us juniors being able to pass the test is truly by luck, not easy indeed. Senior is definitely someone we need to learn from." Both of them exchanged a meaningful look, as if telling each other, "You know what I mean." Shangwan Binger couldn't help but stare from the side, her jaw dropped. Those two fellows had been plotting against each other from the time they met, and each had suffered some losses, yet now they seemed like good friends? This change was just too fast. With her temperament, she naturally did not understand the communication between these two rogues. "Alright, this little brother is such a promising youth, indeed worthy of being recommended by Admiral Zhou to join our Heavenly Bao unit. Come, I'll bring you both to the Heavenly Bao unit's camp, your last test will be held there." What Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger didn't know was that, in truth, Shangwan Binger could have went to the Heavenly Bao unit without undergoing the first two tests. After all, she was a Heavenly Jewel Master, and Admiral Zhou had long since verified her loyalty to the Empire. With her innate talent, how could she still need any more tests? The only test that was required was actually the third test that Luo Kodi mentioned, to see if her current ability was sufficient. As for the two earlier tests, it was in fact made up by Luo Kodi to take revenge on Zhou Weiqing for making fun of him earlier. If they hadn't already been slated to join the Heavenly Bao unit, Luo Kodi wouldn't have the authority to test them and bring them to the Heavenly Bao unit on his own, as it was considered the top-level secret in the entire empire. As such, even a wily young fox like Zhou Weiqing was no match for the tricks of the old fox Luo Kodi. Under Luo Kodi's leadership, the three of them quickly entered the Stars Forest. Luo Kodi moved ahead very quickly, heading in a beeline towards the depths of the Stars Forest. His flexibility boost was indeed impressive, with just some heavenly energy boost, in the thick brush of the Stars Forest, he moved as if it were flat ground. Both Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger had to make use of their wind attributes, and Zhou Weiqing even needing to make use of his right leg's boost, in order to catch up with him. Zhou Weiqing was extremely familiar with the Stars Forest, and after a while, he had guessed where Luo Kodi was headed. About a year ago, he had been exploring the depths of the forest when he had been stopped by a troop of soldiers. At that time, he had been extremely curious about why there was a troop of soldiers stationed there, but had not explored further. Now, it seemed like that was clearly where the mysterious Heavenly Bao unit was stationed, or at least close to that area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Godlike Archery, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After more than 2 hours of travel at their maximum speeds, Luo Kodi finally slowed down a little. Just ahead, the army camp that Zhou Weiqing had spotted long ago came into their vision, and the patrolling soldiers also spotted them. Zhou Weiqing asked curiously, "This is the Heavenly Bao unit, but?" Luo Kodi gave a humph and said, "Of course not, they are only the external guards stationed here. In this area, there are 3 battalion worth of troops which are outside of the 5 regiments, and they only report to the royal family. There are many sentry points and hidden posts guarding the place, and the innermost area is where our Heavenly Bao unit is." As he said that, he brought the two and strode forward. The patrolling soldiers were extremely alert, but on seeing it was Luo Kodi, they immediately saluted respectfully, and because of that, none of them even stopped Zhou Weiqing or Shangwan Binger, only giving them a few curious looks. As they entered the army camp, both of them realized that there weren't many people within. Undoubtedly, most of the soldiers stationed here were on patrol or sentry duty. From the noticeable patrols, the Heavenly Bao unit was right in the middle of the protection of the 3 battalions of soldiers. After passing about 500 meters into the camp, they passed by another patch of forest and entered a large clearing. At that moment, a huge courtyard appeared before Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger's eyes. The courtyard was fenced in by a 3-meter-tall wall made out of thick wooden boards and tied together by vines, and ordinary smaller wild animals would be easily kept out by this fence. The courtyard was rather large, just from an estimation outside, it seemed to be about 100 meters wide. The 2 large wooden doors were open wide, revealing the spacious courtyard and the row of wooden houses at the back. Each of the wooden houses were individually situated, right deep in at the back of the courtyard, and there were about a dozen of them. As Luo Kodi led the 2 into the courtyard, it seemed empty. Once they had entered the courtyard, it seemed as if they were no longer in the forest, although the air was still as fresh and clear as in the forest. Zhou Weiqing thought to himself, "These guys from the Heavenly Bao unit sure know how to enjoy themselves. The newbies are here, come on out." Luo Kodi stood in the middle of the courtyard and yelled at the top of his lungs. "Old rogue, why are you yelling? Don't you know we all have a mission to carry out tomorrow?" The door of the wooden house on the left opened up, and a man walked out. The man was of medium build, around 1.7 m tall, and a clean-cut short hair. His shoulders were wide, and the muscles around his neck were bunched up like a small hill. Although he wasn't very tall, but he gave off a massive and stable aura. Looking to be about 40 years of age, his features seemed ordinary, but his eyes were piercing and fierce, as if a dormant volcano which could explode at any time. Luo Kudi grinned and said, "Little Momo, these two newbies are brought over by old Zhou. It's been a long time since we had new blood, and it's definitely not an easy thing for us to do so. We all have to meet up eventually, and since they have reached just in time, that means I can join up you guys on the mission tomorrow as well." The middle-aged man's glance landed on Shangguan Binger and Zhou Weiqing, looking extremely apathetic, and he said passively, "My name is Han Mo Old Rogue. If you call me Little Mo again, I'll destroy your hidden stash of wine." As soon as he said that, he turned around and went back into his house, slamming the door shut with a bang. Luo Kudi shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "Don't mind him, he's always like that to everyone. Amongst the bunch of us, he is the one with the coldest attitude." "Oh, the newbies are here? Wah, and there's a beautiful lady, that's great. Welcome, much welcome to you two for joining us." Right at that moment, a large figure appeared out of nowhere, and in a few steps he was right in front of Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger. The man was extremely tall, about 1.9 meters, and extremely well built. He seemed even older than Han Mo, with a head of disheveled red hair. With a pair of brown eyes set in a stalwart-looking face which seemed lined with power and strength, he had a warm welcoming look on his face, showing a large contrast from Han Mo earlier. "My name is Gao Shun. Little brother, little sister, what are your names?" As Gao Shun walked to the front, he put his arm around Luo Kudi's shoulder as he asked the duo. "I'm Zhou Little Fatty, she's Shangguan Binger. How are you, Senior Gao?" Zhou Weiqing said simply. With a hearty laugh, Gao Shun said, "What senior? I'm just a few years older than you guys, just call me Gao Shun Elder Bro will do. Old Rogue, you take good care of them, I'm going back to prepare mine and Han Mo's arrows." Having said that, he waved to Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger before turning around to leave. Luo Kudi shrugged once again and said, "We have a total of 7 people in our Heavenly Bai unit, and there are only 5 of us at home now, as the other 2 have gone out on missions. Gao Shun and Han Mo are a pair of partners. There should be 2 more whose houses are nearby." Shangguan Binger said with a faint smile, that Gao Shun elder brother seems to be a nice guy. Luo Kudi's mouth twitched and he grinned, saying, "Nice guy? Among those 2 fellows, if I had to choose only one to be a friend, I would definitely choose Han Mo instead of Gao Shun. Little girl, do you know what's Gao Shun's nickname? Han Mo's nickname is called Arrow Tower, and Gao Shun's nickname is called Cannon. In our Heavenly Bai unit, the evaluation that Gao Shun gets the most is this line, murder and arson, look for Gao Shun. The death tally of the other 6 of us added up cannot match his, he is indeed a homicidal maniac. Old Rogue, do not scare the kids." Right at that moment, a magnetic voice sounded out behind them. As Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger turned around, they saw 2 men walking in from the outside, and the both of them had a huge contrast in appearance. The man on the left was tall and lanky, looking about 40 years of age as well. Luo Kudi was already considered rather handsome and suave, but compared to this middle-aged man, he was not even on the same level. He had a very handsome face, fair skin, straight eyebrows pointing upwards, a pair of attractive yet fierce eyes, straight nose, and firm mouth. His long gold hair was draped at his back, giving him an overall graceful air. Especially his pair of deep blue eyes with a hint of melancholy, that was definitely a lady killer. Wearing a spotlessly clean white robe, it definitely complemented his appearance. Shangguan Binger noticed that the middle-aged man had a pair of large hands, with cultured fingers like jade. Just as Shangguan Binger was looking at the suave middle-aged man, Zhou Weiqing was staring dumbfounded at the other man. This man was standing beside the suave middle-aged man, and was a huge contrast in appearance. Only about 1.6 m tall, with no visible muscles on his skinny frame, he seemed to be about 50 years old, with his messy gray hair set to the back. His eyes were darting around, secretly eyeing Shangguan Binger while his throat moved, as if swallowing saliva. Along with the tobacco pipe in his mouth, he looked vulgar and like a scoundrel. As Shangguan Binger looked at him, their gazes met, and she couldn't help but furrow her brow, subconsciously moving behind Zhou Weiqing. This scoundrelly-looking old man's gaze was even more loathsome than Luo Kudi's. Right at this moment, Zhou Weiqing cried out, "Teacher," giving Shangguan Binger a huge surprise. Zhou Weiqing rubbed his eyes, ensuring that he had not seen wrongly, and dashed forward with delight on his face. "Teacher! It's really you! That suave middle-aged man is his teacher?" Shangguan Binger thought in surprise, then she suddenly saw Zhou Weiqing give the old scoundrel a big hug. A strange expression appeared on Shangguan Binger's beautiful face, and it was as if comprehension dawned upon her, why Zhou Weiqing was so precocious and the reason why he had a mind full of dirty thoughts. "Hey, why are you here, little brat? Your dad let you come?" The old scoundrel rolled his eyes, looking very surprised, and said exasperatedly, "Let go of this old man, your father. I do not have any interest in men." What's the point of hugging? Luo Kodi stared dumbfoundedly at them and said, Muan, this little brat is your disciple? That means he's old Zhou's son? Damn it, didn't you say that little brat was a trash? Old Zhou is such an old-fashioned, serious guy, how could he possibly let his son learn from you and be ruined? No wonder that little brat was full of evil tricks, and yet seemed so familiar. After so long, it was all from you, this old thing. Muan instantly grew enraged, pushing Zhou Weiqing aside and exclaiming, Luo Kodi, you little rogue, what are you saying? What do you mean ruined by me? When did I ruin him? Your father I has taught a fine student as should be, okay? One if you talk more rubbish, I'll ruin you a little first. Alright, you both, tone it down a little. Don't scare the kids. The handsome middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. Turning to Shangwan Binger and Zhou Weiqing, he smiled and said, ignore them, although they argue a lot, they are actually extremely close, they just can't help themselves and argue every time they meet up. Don't mind them, they don't have any malice. Let me introduce myself first, I'm called Hua Feng, and I'm the leader of the Heavenly Bao unit. As soon as Hua Feng opened his mouth, Muan and Luo Kodi both quietened down. Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger both bowed down towards Hua Feng and said, Greetings, Hua Feng Sr. Zhou Weiqing definitely did not expect that he would meet Muan here. 4 years ago, when he had just passed his 10th birthday, Admiral Zhou had suddenly brought this dirty old man Muan in front of him and asked him to be his teacher. After which, he had accompanied Muan for 2 years and studied under his tutelage. He had not learned any fighting or killing techniques, but rather how to survive in the society, how to conduct himself in the world and deal with people. Of course he also learned how to be a rogue and scoundrel. Admiral Zhou given this evaluation about the dirty old man to Zhou Weiqing like this, he might not have a lot of power, but in this society, he is one of the type of people who has the best survival capabilities. As long as you can learn some of his abilities, at least in the future you will never starve to death. In truth, what Zhou Weiqing did not know was that Admiral Zhou had struggled for a long time before asking Muan to teach his son. Muan's nickname was God-Eye Scoundrel, and you could imagine what Zhou Weiqing would learn from him. For Zhou Weiqing, being only 14 years old, to know so much and be so precocious, it can be said that it was due to those 2 years when he was learning from Muan. Hua Feng smiled and said, Welcome, both of you, to the Heavenly Bao unit. Shangwan Binger said, Hua Feng Sr., isn't there still another test before we join officially? Hua Feng said, for Admiral Zhou to recommend you both, that means you definitely have the right and ability to enter the Heavenly Bao unit, otherwise, old rogue wouldn't bring you guys here. As for the test, you two will join us on a mission tomorrow, and your performance during the mission will be your test. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Paradise Strange, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Since they were already here, they would definitely want to do their best. Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger nodded towards Hua Feng in agreement. Wait, little Wei, did you manage to solve your blocked meridian problem? I haven't seen you for over a year, and you've already grown so much. Muan said with a surprised expression. He knew Zhou Weiqing's actual age, and also the state of his body previously. As such, he did not expect that Zhou Weiqing would actually become a heavenly jewel master. Zhou Weiqing said with some dissatisfaction, Teacher, that time you left without saying a word. Your disciple hasn't just solved the blocked meridians issue. Look. As he said that, Zhou Weiqing lifted up his right hand, and as he circulated his heavenly energy, his heavenly jewels appeared. Around his right wrist, the icy jade glittered as it orbited the wrist, showing its purity in front of everyone. Muan blinked his eyes, although he was the oldest in the group, but his eyesight and vision was incomparable, otherwise he wouldn't have the nickname of God-Eye Scoundrel. When the absolutely pure icy jade appeared in front of him, Muan was immediately stunned. Luo Kodi's gaze immediately drifted to Zhou Weiqing's left hands. Alas, Zhou Weiqing was already rather experienced, and his left hand was totally covered by his sleeve. Hua Feng's eyes seemed to flash with an excited light, looking at Zhou Weiqing with a very gentle gaze. His eyes seemed to have a hint of bewilderment and recollection, as if he were trying to think of something. That's not possible. It's only been slightly over a year since we've met. Even if you solved your blocked meridian issues, it shouldn't be possible for you to awaken your heavenly jewels. You, little brat, are you a fake? As he said that, Muan took a step forward, his hands reaching for Zhou Weiqing's face and pinching them. Zhou Weiqing said smugly, if you're jealous, then just say you're jealous. I'm so suave, so handsome, who could possibly successfully masquerade as me? You know my dad's temper, he would never resort to do anything for personal gain. If not for the fact that my heavenly jewel awakened, how could he possibly let me come to the Heavenly Bao unit together with Shangwan Binger? Teacher, let me introduce you, this is my wife, Shangwan Binger, our Heavenly Bao Empire's top beauty. Had ha. Shangwan Binger rolled her eyes at him, but did not refute it. Perhaps it was because she had met the rogue and the scoundrel, and did not feel safe, and needed Zhou Little Fatty to help her feel safe. Without a doubt, this little rascal's smug look made them want to hit him, but the fact that his heavenly jewels actually awakened definitely shook the 3 Heavenly Bao unit members present. After all, before Zhou Weiqing, there were only the 2 Heavenly Jewel Masters in the entire empire. One was Admiral Zhou, and the other was the young genius of the generation, Shangwan Binger. Perhaps an additional Heavenly Jewel Master wasn't that important for a large empire, but to such a small empire like Heavenly Bao Empire, it could be something that totally changed the state of affairs in their entire empire, something important that could totally change their fate in the next few dozen years. It can be said that if the Heavenly Bao Empire did not have the 8-jeweled Admiral Zhou to protect them, with the addition of the Heavenly Bao unit, perhaps the empire would have been exterminated by now. Luo Kudi looked towards Muan and said, "Old scoundrel, his physical jewel is definitely real. When I was testing their strength earlier, he used a piece of consolidated equipment, a bao, on me. Its strength was rather impressive." Huafeng said, "Let's go, we should head to the official meeting hall to discuss more. Rogue, go over and call Arrow Tower and Cannon over as well." As he said that, he walked over to Zhou Weiqing, patted him on the shoulder, and headed towards one of the largest wooden houses. The rest of them followed him into the wooden house. It was empty and only had a huge long table in the middle, surrounded by many round chairs. Obviously, this was where they normally held their meetings. Huafeng sat down at the main seat, and Luo Kudi brought the other 2 members in as well. "Boss." Han Mo and Gao Shen greeted Huafeng, who smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, sit please." Everybody took their seats, and Zhou Weiqing sat together with Shangwan Binger. Huafeng turned his gentle gaze towards Zhou Weiqing and said, "Let me introduce these 2. This young lady is our Heavenly Bao Empire's young generation's greatest genius, Shangwan Binger. Previously when Admiral Zhou came he had mentioned her, and that she will be joining us for 2 years for training. As for this young lad here, he is Admiral Zhou's only son, Zhou Weiqing. Previously, he had studied under Muan about survival for 2 years. Now that his Heavenly Jewel has awakened, he has become our Empire's 3rd Heavenly Jewel Master, and will also join us together with Shangwan Binger for training. Miss Shangwan, you are a dual agility type Heavenly Jewel Master, while I am a wind attribute elemental Jewel Master. Are you willing to take me as your teacher?" Shangwan Binger started a little, and an excited look came over her face. Towards the Heavenly Bao unit, she had heard many tales about them and had always yearned to join it. Earlier, she had witnessed Luo Kudi's amazing archery, and now that the Heavenly Bao unit's leader, who even had the same elemental jewel attribute as her, wanted to take her in as a disciple, how could she not be willing? Furthermore, among the 5 members of the Heavenly Bao unit they had seen so far, it seemed like only this leader was relatively normal. As such, Shangwan Binger stood up and walked up to Huafeng. Kneeling down, she called out "Teacher." As she said that, she bowed down 3 times. After she had finished bowing, Huafeng helped her up. "You can follow me from now on, and I'll pass on everything I know to you. You are a talented Heavenly Jewel Master, and I'm confident that you will surpass me before long." After Shangwan Binger returned to her seat, Huafeng turned to Zhou Weiqing and said, "Since your Heavenly Jewel awakened, you should be of the darkness attribute like Admiral Zhou. Unfortunately, we do not have anyone with the same attribute as you, so I recommend that you continue learning from Muan. In our Heavenly Bao unit, Muan might not be the strongest person, but his archery is definitely the top." As soon as Huafeng said that, instantly 3 soft humps sounded out. Naturally it was the other 3 members of the Heavenly Bao unit. Luo Kudi's hump was filled with disdain, Gao Shen's was filled with provocation, while Han Mo's was rather fierce and forceful. "What are you guys humping about? Any of you want to compete in archery? Within 100 yards, even if all 3 of you face me, I'll still beat you," Muan said airily, slumping back in his chair comfortably. With the cool eye of the bystander, Zhou Weiqing saw that when Muan said that, the other 3 eyes wandered and nobody met his gaze. Huafeng laughed heartily, saying, "If we're just talking about archery, I'm confident that in this world, in the 100-yard distance, Muan is unbeatable. Little Wei, Binger, in the future I'll just call you that, alright. Let me introduce the Heavenly Bao unit to you. Our Heavenly Bao unit has been set up for around 130 years, and it has acted 3 times previously when the Heavenly Bao Empire was on the verge of extinction, and turning the tides. As such, 86 years ago, our Heavenly Bao Empire changed name to honor our Heavenly Bao unit, and from then on our Heavenly Bao unit was considered the crack unit, known as the God Bao of the Empire, and this land is considered sacred land in the Empire. The first generation of the Heavenly Bao unit is also 7 people, and from then on, it has always been maintained at 7 people. We are all considered the second generation of the Heavenly Bao unit, and each of us have inherited a different type of archery, which I can hope you can carry on and improve. Our Heavenly Bao unit had also once contained Heavenly Jewel Masters, though there haven't been many. Admiral Zhou was actually supposed to lead the Heavenly Bao unit, but due to some other reasons, I had to take over instead. Currently, amongst the 7 of us, I'll do a simple introduction of our attributes and unique points. I'm a 7-jeweled wind attribute elemental jewel master, and as the leader of the Heavenly Bao unit, I'm mostly in charge of strategy and direction, as well as assassinations. My nickname is called Ultimate Assassin 1. When Huafeng said the 2 words, Ultimate Assassin, even though he was smiling, but both Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger both felt a chill run down their spines. Huafeng turned to Muan and said, Muan, 6-jeweled physical jewel master, half agility and half strength, and he is mainly in charge of destruction and sneak attacks, able to killing and sniping enemies in any conditions or environments. He is also in charge of disguises and hiding identities. With the best vision in our entire unit, his nickname is called God Eye Scoundrel. Luo Kodi, 5-jeweled physical jewel master, half coordination and flexibility, and he is mainly in charge of scouting, survey, tricking enemies, and is the only scout of our unit. His nickname is Drunken Rogue, and partners with Muan, which is what they call the unparalleled Lu Duo. At the side, Muan gave a humph, saying, being in charge of scouting, that just means he is the weakest amongst us all. Luo Kodi said angrily, what do you mean weakest? I have lived a dozen years less than the rest of you. Although he said that, it was clear that he was only acting fierce. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger exchanged looks, both of them couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. Being the weakest in the unit, Luo Kodi's archery was already so impressive, they could barely imagine what the others could be like. Muan curled his lip in disdain, but Huafeng ignored him and continued, Han Mo, 6, jeweled physical jewel master, toughness and stamina, and he is extremely skilled in keeping up a constant barrage of strong attacks. In our unit, he is in charge of continuous attack and suppressing fire. His nickname is Arrow Tower, with the meaning that he is just like an arrow tower, firing unceasingly. Gaoshun, 6-jeweled elemental jewel master, fire attribute, and is just a master of destruction and attacking. His nickname is Cannon, and under a normal circumstance, the pair of Gaoshun and Han Mo working together can easily suppress more than 1,000 ordinary soldiers. Huafeng said, there are 2 other members as well, but they are out on a mission right now. I'll introduce them to you both when you meet them in the future. Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but ask, Leader, what do you mean by mission? Do we go on missions for the Empire? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Paradise Strange, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Huafeng smiled and said, of course not, we do not actually lie in the direct jurisdiction of the Empire. Even the royal family cannot command us to do anything normally, and we usually only take action if our empire is on the verge of destruction. As a heavenly jewel master, you should know that jewel masters take a lot of money to sustain. As such, we need our own income, and this comes from these missions. To be more accurate, we are an assassin organization, and we are known in the world as Paradise Strange. Of course, besides the few of us, no one else in the world knows that the Heavenly Bao unit from Heavenly Bao Empire is actually Paradise Strange. In the entire Boundless Mainland's assassination world, our Paradise Strange is ranked the 7th of all the assassin organizations. Being set up for over 100 years, the completion rate of our missions is about 79%, and those organizations which rank above us are all at least 10 times our numbers. Paradise Strange? Zhou Weiqing's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, damn, that sure is an innovative name. Huafeng smiled faintly as he said, the Strange launches the dark destructive arrows, sending you to Paradise. Point 1. From now on, you are also members of Paradise Strange. However, these 2 years will be your training period, and as such, you will not be given a cut from the missions. When your power reaches an acceptable standard and everyone agrees, we will start giving out a cut to you as well. Muan looked at Zhou Weiqing and gave a humph before saying, little brat, do not think to judge us assassins by the normal jewel master standards. If we were to fight normally, without our bows, face to face, any normal 5-jeweled heavenly jewel master would be able to destroy our entire Heavenly Bao unit. However, do you know over this past 100-odd years, what our battle accomplishments have been? I'll only mention the higher level ones. The strongest person we have assassinated was a 9-jeweled heavenly jewel master. Just him alone would normally be strong enough to equal hundreds of 9-jeweled ordinary jewel masters. Furthermore, over the years, we have racked up a death tally of 11 9-jeweled heavenly zone jewel masters, 43 8-jeweled jewel masters, 114 7-jeweled jewel masters. Shangguan Binger said, seniors, we will definitely work hard and train with all our might, please do give us your guidance. Han Mo stood up and said to Huafeng, boss, if there is nothing else, I'll head back now. Huafeng nodded and said, Binger, come with me, I'll arrange a place for you to stay, and also test your current strength. Yes, teacher. Shangguan Binger stood up. Just as she was about to leave, Zhou Weiqing quickly grabbed her hand, moving closer to her ear and whispering softly, "Binger, don't get taken advantage of by that old handsome dude." Towards Hua Feng, with such good looks and graceful air, he felt a sense of danger in his heart. Shangguan Binger flushed deeply, gave him a pinch, before leaving with Hua Feng. Zhou Weiqing could clearly see that when Hua Feng left, his mouth had twitched upwards in an amused smile, and couldn't help but feel a little perturbed. Could it be, despite whispering so softly, he heard my words? As soon as Shangguan Binger and Hua Feng exited, Muan, Luo Kodi and Gaoshen, who were seated on the opposite side of Zhou Weiqing, all burst out laughing. Luo Kodi was the most exaggerated, laughing till tears streamed down his cheeks, even banging his fist on the table, while Muan had almost slid off his chair while laughing. Zhou Weiqing asked puzzledly, "Why are all of you laughing? What's so funny?" Gaoshen said while laughing heartily, "Little Wei, did you feel that your whispering was very soft, and that only Binger could hear it?" "What? Did you all hear what I said?" Zhou Weiqing asked in surprise. Luo Kodi gave him a big thumbs up and said, "Little Wei, let me tell you, if anyone else had said what you said to Boss Hua Feng, even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured at least." "Your voice, soft? Have you forgotten what we do for a living? We're all archers and assassins. For an archer, being able to judge distance and speeds from hearing is our bread and butter. Even an ordinary zone stage heavenly jewel master may not be able to do as well as us. Your whisper was no different from speaking beside our ears. Ha 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 ha. And you actually was afraid that boss would try to steal your girl. Ha ha, I almost laughed to death. What's so funny? As a man, what's wrong with being concerned about my wife?" Zhou Weiqing cried out, his embarrassment also turning into anger. "Damn, little brat, stop throwing my face as well." Muan said to him. "Little brat, in terms of generation, do you know what Boss Hua Feng hopes that you will call him most?" Zhou Weiqing asked suspiciously, "What?" Muan paused and said, "Little mother." 2-inch. What? Zhou Weiqing's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. "Do you mean that leader is a lady?" No, of course our boss Hua Feng is a man, however, he likes other men as well. Furthermore, the person he is in love with is your father. Ha 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 ha, little brat, you actually worried that someone who wants to be your little mother would steal your wife. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Zhou Weiqing could only stare dumbfoundedly at the trio, his jaw agape as he remained speechless. All of a sudden, without warning, Muan and the rest of them stopped laughing, their expressions changing, and almost instantly dropped to the ground. Right behind them in the wooden wall of the house, 3 small holes appeared where they had been a split second ago. Hua Feng's voice traveled from the distance, "If the 3 of you want to die, I don't mind helping you fulfill your wish." Luo Kodi's face turned pale, while Gaoshen immediately put on a straight, solemn face, saying, "Rogue, how can you gossip about boss? I look down on you. I'm heading back to pack my things for the mission tomorrow." As soon as he said that, he vanished out of the room hastily. Only Muan sat back down in his chair as if nothing had happened, looking at the stunned Zhou Weiqing and said passively, "Little Wei, do you understand now?" "Understand? Indeed I understand now. No wonder we are called Paradise Strange. Indeed there isn't a single normal person here." Zhou Weiqing's had a strange expression on his face, as an extremely weird scene appeared in his mind, his father and the graceful Hua Feng holding hands. Feeling his gut start to roll, Zhou Weiqing immediately gave himself a slap, bringing himself away from that picture instantly. Of the 7 members or the Heavenly Bao unit, he had met 5. 1 homosexual, 1 rogue, 1 scoundrel, 1 homicidal maniac, and 1 ice cube. Thinking, he asked tentatively, "Teacher, what are the nicknames of the last 2 members?" Muan stood up and walked over to him, saying, "You will have to be careful of the last 2 members. One of them is the only female in our Heavenly Bao unit, a beautiful lady. She has been in love with Hua Feng for over 20 years, just like how Hua Feng has been in love with your father. Her name is Shu Wei Chao, but we usually call her Little Grass 3. However, she definitely suffers from hormonal imbalance, and her temper is extremely violent and fiery. Besides Hua Feng, she is fierce to everyone else, and her nickname is also Volcano 4. Fire refers to her temper, while mountain refers to her attribute, as she is an earth attribute elemental jewel master. She is the one you have to be the most careful of, as in her eyes, your father is the one who stole her beloved. The final member is our vice leader, called Yi Shi. His speciality is sneak attacks, as well as supporting arrows, and is the best support in the battlefield. In terms of treacherous and sinister plans, nobody can beat her. Her gender is unique, just like her nickname, transvestite. Currently, Zhou Weiqing had a head full of black lines 5, and his facial muscles were twitching. What sort of collection of people were these? Adding a transvestite and a tigress, how were they going to spend the next 2 years? Come on, let's go as well. I'll assign you a place to stay, then you can show me your strength. You've already accomplished consolidated equipment for your physical jewel, have you also stored skill for your elemental jewel? Zhou Weiqing nodded and said, yes I have. Muan's eyes spun as he said, that old Zhou, he really is willing to splurge on you. By now, Zhou Weiqing had mostly recovered. After all, he had been around Muan for over 2 years, and his ability to take in strange new sights was well trained. Listening to Muan's words, he could only grin to himself. Luo Kudi said, alright, I'll head back to drink wine. Little Wei, don't forget about what I told you earlier. Zhou Weiqing raised his brow and said, what did you say? I forgot already. What? Luo Kudi slammed the table and waved his fist at Zhou Weiqing. Little brat, are you asking to die? Muan rolled his eyes and said, I think the one who's asking to die is you. My disciple just came and you're already threatening him? How can you be his Shu 6 like that? Zhou Weiqing quickly hid behind Muan, nodding and saying, exactly, Shu. My memory is usually quite bad, but if I get a welcome gift, perhaps it'll help me jog my memory and help me remember what you said earlier. Luo Kudi's mouth couldn't help but twitch a little, as dragon sons are dragons, a phoenix will also beget little phoenixes, a rat's child will naturally know how to bore holes. 7, you little brat, you've only just arrived and you're already trying to con me. Muan laughed out and said, well said, I will definitely pass on your words to Zhou Shueiniu. Looks like you are already confident of beating him. Ha. Luo Kudi said angrily, I was talking about you. Muan said innocently, but, Little Wei is not my son, he's just my disciple. You said rat's child, but he isn't my child at all. Ah, it's been so long since I've seen Zhou Shueiniu beating someone up, I can't wait to see it. Luo Kudi stared at the teacher-disciple pair, speechless, before he finally caved in and said with grief and indignation, I'm scared of you too. Old scoundrel, I'll give a welcoming gift all right. Muan said in a magnanimous manner, no problem. Just remember to bring it before we set off tomorrow. Come Little Wei, let's go. Zhou Weiqing gave Luo Kudi a wide smile, saying, sure Shu, thanks. I'm sure your gift will be extremely good. On hearing his words, Luo Kudi almost wanted to slam his head against the wall. This master-disciple pair was just too unbeatable, quickly working together so with such compatibility. An ordinary welcome gift was not even sufficient, having to be an extremely good one. Looking at the two of them walk off, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth together, thinking to himself, perhaps it's also time that your father, should also find a disciple. As they exited to the courtyard, Muan turned to Zhou Weiqing and said, Little Wei, just now that little rogue said that your consolidated equipment was quite a good bow. Let me have a look. Little rogue has always had good taste and is very picky, having him praise your bow, it should be pretty good. Zen's notes. Once again, had some trouble with the title/name of their group, which took me quite a long time. Basically it is, or has several meanings. The reason why the name is so awesome in Chinese is because many of the meanings suit them. Basically, can be used to mean, just changes, down to the perverted, weird, strange which I used, to being monstrously strong etc. Of course means heaven or paradise/utopia. Some of the suggestions my friends gave were like hentai heaven, pervert paradise, etc. equals P. I finally settled on paradise strange, thanks to Septioning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114. Chapter 114, Paradise Strange, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. While traveling to the Heavenly Bao unit, Zhou Weiqing's 5 energy whirlpools at his death acupuncture points had been drawing in energy at full speed, and by now at least half of his heavenly energy had already recovered. As he lifted up his right hand, an icy mist issued forth as the Overlord Bao coalesced in his hands. Looking at the Bao, Muan's eyes lit up. What a good Bao! The lines, the strength, the patterns, and even the feel of heavenly energy from it. This should be specially made for strength heavenly jewel masters, and is definitely extremely powerful. When you have a few more sets of jewels, I wonder what power will this Bao have? What is its name? Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, Overlord Bao. He was 14 years old this year, and it could be said that the happiest years of his life were the ones he had spent with Muan. At that time, he did not know that Muan was a powerful jewel master from the Heavenly Bao unit, and they had spent the time eating, drinking, and having fun, touring the world. Of course, this was under Admiral Zhou's restrictions, otherwise, visiting prostitutes and gambling would have been added to the list of fun. Overlord Bao? Forcing yourself onto someone? What a dirty name. Zhou Weiqing was struck speechless. Teacher, it's your thinking that is dirty. Muan rolled his eyes and said, come to my room, and tell me what has happened over the past year. I really cannot imagine how your cultivation shot up 4 levels and even awakened your heavenly jewel so quickly. Zhou Weiqing said, "Teacher, it's 5 levels. I'm your disciple, how can I not be as genius as you are?" Muan thought about it for a second, and nodded his head in satisfaction, saying, "That makes a lot of sense, alright, at least you have some measure of my genius." As they entered Muan's wooden house, Zhou Weiqing saw that it was a terrible mess. The walls were all lined with pictures of naked beauties, and some of them even had the signs of mottled spots. 2. It took a while for Zhou Weiqing to find a relatively clean place to sit, and he told Muan all about the past year. Towards his respected teacher, he naturally did not hide anything. After listening to his tale, and examining the Alexandrite cat's eye, Muan asked Zhou Weiqing to show some of his stored skills, before finally believing it was all real. "Damn! You little brat, your talent is just that little bit more than your father. No wonder, I saw that Binger was no longer a virgin, so it's you little brat who did it." Envy, jealousy, hate. Muan's eyes rolled around in habit. "Teacher, should I tell the rest what my elemental attributes are?" Zhou Weiqing asked. Muan immediately shook his head, a wicked look on his face as he grinned. "Why tell them? When the critical moment comes, perhaps we can give them a nice good surprise. You and Binger will be coming along with us for that mission, but it's mostly to observe. During that time, you just stay by my side. When we come back, I'll start teaching all my archery skills. Since you're already a heavenly jewel master, there are many things you have to learn. Your teacher will definitely train you well. Teacher, can you not use the words Tiaojiao 3 here? Oh yes, when are you going to bring me to the lady bats to peep once again, and to the inns and pubs to train our eyesight and estimate cup sizes? Oh right, the last time we stole someone's chicken and barbecued it, that was an amazing taste that I can never forget up till now. You still haven't taught me how to season and cook that. Also, teacher, I realized that my taste has started to differ from yours. I think now that girls with larger hips are more beautiful. What do you understand? It isn't that they must be larger, but they need to be well flared up. You still have many things to learn, brat." If there was a phrase to describe Muan as a teacher, it would be one and only indeed. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were both assigned to a small wooden house each. In the Heavenly Ba unit, they had to take care of their own food, and there weren't any servants or the like. Of course, without question, Zhou Weiqing was the one preparing for Shangguan Binger as well, and with a disciple here now, how could Muan not take advantage as well, and Zhou Weiqing thus had yet another person to prepare food for. Zhou Weiqing saw that the other members of the Heavenly Ba unit usually stayed in their own rooms, although Luo Kudi left in the afternoon once again, likely headed out to drink once more. Muan was in his own room, not knowing if he was looking at the pictures on the wall and training his hands, or was he cultivating heavenly energy. As for Zhou Weiqing, he spent most of his time working hard in cultivating his heavenly energy. This was not to say that Zhou Weiqing was very hard-working, but it was just that having so many awesome skills and yet not sufficient heavenly energy to sustain them all, it was just too painful a thing. Furthermore, he could clearly feel that the cultivation speed of the immortal deity technique was double his previous speed ever since he broke through the first portion, as the 5 energy whirlpools drew in energy at a rate that normal heavenly jewel masters could not compare with. No matter what, Zhou Weiqing still had fear in his heart regarding the immortal deity technique. It just hurt so much every time he broke through a death acupuncture point, and it was just luck that he had the energy from the Black Pearl earlier. Alas, starting on this immortal deity technique was like boarding a pirate ship. Now he could only hope to complete it as soon as possible and break through all 36 death acupuncture points. After all, it was better to get the pain over with as soon as possible. This was one of the reasons why he was so enthusiastic about training and cultivating. At this moment, Zhou Weiqing, Shangguan Binger and Muan were sitting around a pot of Zhou Weiqing's soup, which contained the bamboo and other unique vegetables from the stars forest. "Little Wei, this little white tiger of yours, does it really not need to eat?" Muan glanced at the little white tiger which was lazing in Zhou Weiqing's lap. He did not know whether or not the little thing was really a heavenly beast, but he told Zhou Weiqing that even if it were so, it was still a youngling, and it wouldn't grow up without dozens of years. Of course, rearing it as a pet was still fine. Zhou Weiqing munched upon the bamboos that he had just dug up, and said, "I don't know what's going on either, but this little thing keeps going strong even without eating. I'll just leave it be." Muan's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Strange. If it isn't a heavenly beast, then it would have died long ago without eating. Yet, if it's a heavenly beast, I have never even heard of such a white-colored tiger. Could it be a skin disease? What? Could that be? Zhou Weiqing eyed the little white tiger with an unfriendly look, as if he was about to throw it off its lap in fear of some transferable disease. The little white tiger seemed to sense its incoming danger, shaking its head cutely, and roaring at Muan. This little thing is very intelligent. It seems to know what I said. Little Wei, if this little thing is really a heavenly beast, then you have really gotten lucky. The higher the rank of the heavenly beast, the more intelligent it is. Alas, this little thing is still a youngling, otherwise, if it were a little bigger, you could use it as a steed. When the little white tiger heard that, its little eyes widened and it even stopped shaking its head, as if saying, "What, you mere humans dare to use me as a steed?" Muan grinned and laughed, as he chewed on his tobacco pipe, causing Shangwan Binger to look down quickly to prevent herself from losing her appetite. Little Wei, if this little thing is really a heavenly beast, and a king of the beasts, tiger-type heavenly beast, then it is likely to be at least Zhong stage and above. Treat it well, and even if you aren't able to use it, perhaps your kids will be able to. Muan Sr., what are you saying? Shangwan Binger flushed in embarrassment, giving Zhou Weiqing a little kick before running out with her bowl. Muan said contently, she'll get used to it. Little Wei, how about I ask Hua Feng to let me have her as a disciple as well, to learn together with you, What? No, teacher, you're so great and strong, with such amazing abilities that even the gods and devils fear, how can you easily teach others? I want to be your only disciple, and never share it with anyone, not even my wife. Those are our heritage secrets. What a joke, how could he possibly let Shangwan Binger learn from his scoundrel teacher? Heavens! What if she became a female scoundrel, then he wouldn't need to live anymore. Although Hua Feng was a homosexual, but that's a lot better than this perverted old man here. Instantly, Zhou Weiqing felt that homosexuals were so great. Although he was in love with his dad, at least it was very safe to have his wife learning from Hua Feng. Safety first. The next day, as dawn broke, Zhou Weiqing was swatted awake by Muan. Even with his strong senses, he did not know how Muan entered his room without him discovering. Good morning, teacher, so early? Zhou Weiqing had cultivated for most of the night while lying down, and only started sleeping not long ago as the position was too comfortable, and as a result he was still rather sleepy. Don't talk rubbish, get up quickly, we're leaving after breakfast. Muan grabbed the quilt off Zhou Weiqing. Zhou Weiqing had no choice but to clamber off the bed, and only then did he realize that Muan was dressed very differently from yesterday. Decked out in a grey outfit, he no longer looked like the lazy and mischievous old man of yesterday, looking full of energy and vitality. Zhou Weiqing quickly dressed himself and followed Muan into the courtyard, seeing that Muan had already prepared breakfast, and the rest were all in the courtyard eating. As his eyes fell upon Shangwan Binger, he saw that she was already neatly dressed, her original purple dawn bow had disappeared, and she was now shouldering a smaller green bow. The purple dawn bow was considered a longbow, and was rather large, but the new green bow she had was almost half the size of the purple dawn bow. Muan gave him a tap on the head, saying, "You do not need to look any further, that's what Hua Feng gave to the little girl. He sure is generous, that green spirit bow is light and has an extremely high firing rate, and is definitely one of the best bows for a wind attribute jewel master, a lot better than the large and heavy purple dawn bow." Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Teacher, look at Senior Hua Feng, so generous even for a welcoming gift. I've followed you for at least 2 years, shouldn't you give me a good bow as well?" Muan gave a humph and said, "Hua Feng is rich, but your father, is very poor, even if I have money, it's all spent on your temporary Shermu for. And Little Wei, let teacher give you a life lesson right now, how to depend on yourself, Zhou Weiqing had just scooped a mouth of soup into his mouth, and on hearing his teacher's words, he almost sprayed it all out. He thought to himself, Huyan master is already considered a miser, it seems like this master is comparable or even worse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Stars Rating, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Although Muan did not give his little rogue disciple any welcoming gifts, but when the group left the heavily bow unit, Zhou Weiqing still got a change in gear, and his original purple dawn bow had been swapped for a huge black bow. The purple dawn bow was already considered rather large, almost 1.5 m long, but the black bow he was carrying now was almost 2 meters long. It was definitely a large contrast with the small green spirit bow of Shangwan Binger. Naturally, the large black bow was given to Zhou Weiqing by Luo Kudi. Although he loved to drink and was roguish in nature, but he definitely kept his word. However, what made Zhou Weiqing rather gloomy was that the large black bow was almost 80 jin in weight, almost 4 times that of the purple dawn bow. The draw the bow was not much easier than his overlord bow, and even with his current strong physique boosted by his strength physical jewel, he still needed to circulate a bit of heavenly energy and release his physical jewel before he could draw the bow to its maximum. Muan told Zhou Weiqing that the bow was called Black Dawn Bow, and was not sold anywhere. It was made from 1,000-year stars wood, and it had the greatest shooting range amongst all bows except those consolidated equipments. It was also good for training and building up strength, endurance, and overall physique. Luckily, they were not traveling by foot, and as they headed out, Hua Feng brought them to a luxurious and grand-looking horse carriage which was now parked outside, though Zhou Weiqing did not know when that had happened. The carriage was more than twice the size of an ordinary horse carriage, and was adorned with gilded gold and jade on the outside, with lavish decorations, seemingly a little vulgar, and it was harnessed to 4 large horses. Within the horse carriage, the 4 walls were lined with an unknown fur rugs, and the large spacious seats were almost like sofas. Sitting in them felt so soft yet sturdy, and they were extremely comfortable. Such a horse carriage could even seat at least a dozen people easily and in comfort. "Teacher, you all are too extravagant. How much does this horse carriage cost?" Although Zhou Weiqing said that, he was practically drooling at the sight. Such a comfortable and luxurious horse carriage, if he could own it and travel the world with several beauties, that would be the best thing in the world, even though the exterior was rather overdone. Hearing Zhou Weiqing mention the horse carriage, Muan couldn't help but have an indignant look on his face. "This horse carriage isn't ours, it's Hua Feng, that fellow's personal property. Do you think we can sit on it for free? That miserly fellow will collect payment depending on the distance traveled, and every time we go on a mission, at least a fifth of our cuts go to him." Hua Feng was sitting deep in the carriage, and as he heard Muan's words, he gave a humph. "Old scoundrel, don't you have a conscience when you speak? Isn't it more than worth your while to travel in my horse carriage? After all, it's constructed out of titanium alloy, and even has a shock absorption system installed. Not only is it much faster than us when traveling long distances, but its comfort allows us focus our energies on the mission itself. Furthermore, my additional cut is not just for the horse carriage fees, but also the other consumables for the mission. If you guys are willing to take charge of those, I don't mind." Muan turned his head around in a huff, while Luo Kodi, who was lounging back with a wine bottle in hand, said, "Enough, old scoundrel, you or your beloved disciple already conned me so much, and I, your father, didn't even complain so much." Muan gave him a thwack on his head, saying, "Little rogue, you're the youngest here. Whose father are you?" Luo Kodi said in anger, "Bullshit, such smelly bullshit. Isn't your disciple a human? Isn't Boss Hua Feng's disciple a human? Are they older than me?" The silent Han Mo looked coldly at Luo Kodi and chimed in, "If you keep making noise, I'll throw you out." Luo Kodi said exasperatedly, "It was old scoundrel who started it and taunted me. Why don't you throw him out?" Han Mo said passively, "I can't beat him, but I can beat you. A single hand cannot clap after all, and if I throw you out, that'll be sufficient." "Humph, taking advantage of the weak and scared of the strong. Little Mo, I'll remember you." Luo Kodi had a gloomy look on his face as he gulped down more wine, but he quietened down. The horse carriage had a specialized carriage driver, who seemed to be around 40 years of age with an honest look. Every 4 hours of travel, they would stop for a while to rest their horses, and would only travel a total of 14 to 16 hours a day. However, Hua Feng was not exaggerating. Although they were traveling long distances, sitting in this horse carriage was so comfortable that it was even an enjoyable trip. Furthermore, there was a hidden compartment under the carriage, storing a large amount of all sorts of food, drinks, and arrows. One time, Zhou Weiqing had accidentally knocked onto the walls of the carriage, and he had realized that even if he used his overlord bow to shoot, he might not even be able to penetrate the thick titanium alloy construction of the horse carriage. He could barely imagine how much it cost to build this horse carriage, and couldn't help but rejoice to himself. Anyway, he and Binger did not have any cut from the mission and thus would not be reduced any further, so they naturally were having the ride for free. As for what the mission they were heading to do was, no one had explained it to them. The only thing that Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger knew vaguely was that it was somewhere in the borders of the Feili Empire. In just 7 days, by sitting in this luxurious horse carriage, they had reached the borders of the Heavenly Bow Empire in Feili Empire. As the horse carriage traveled ahead, they quickly entered a mountain valley. Although there was a road cut into the valley, it was rather small. The previous time Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger had entered Feili Empire, they had not traveled this path, but another even smaller road which was somewhat closer. However, with their horse carriage, they had no choice but to traverse this path which was just large enough for them to pass. At the moment, Zhou Weiqing had his eyes closed as he cultivated his heavenly energy. All of a sudden, he heard loud neighs as the horses reared up, along with the cries of the carriage driver, before the carriage came to a screeching halt. Hua Feng opened his eyes slowly, and without even looking outside, he said to Muan, "Old scoundrel, business is here, you can bring Little Wei along with you." Muan's eyes brightened, and he grinned as he said, "I will not reject such a good offer. Little Wei, come, let's go." The other members revealed an indignant look, even including the normally expressionless Han Mo. Luo Kodi gave an ingratiating look as he said to Muan, "Old scoundrel, don't you need some help from your buddy?" Muan glared at him and said, "Help your sister." One, to which Luo Kodi replied with a middle finger. Zhou Weiqing was full of questions as he got off the carriage together with Muan. "Teacher, what's going on?" Muan said with a big grin, "It's our opportunity to make money. Hua Feng has given us a lot of face, it probably counts as a welcoming present for you. This boss of ours, he is as shrewd and astute as a devil. Why do you think he made the exterior of the horse carriage look so luxurious and vulgar? There is a reason for that. Just as Muan finished speaking, there came a loud shout from the front. Halt! This mountain is opened by me, these trees are planted by me, if you want to cross this road, leave a toll, if not, you'll have to face death. 2. Bandits? Zhou Weiqing was an intelligent person, and he quickly understood the underlying meaning behind Muan's words. They were unexpectedly using the luxurious horse carriage to draw the attention of bandits and robbing them in return. Such an idea, only this bunch of weirdos could come up with it. As the two of them exited the carriage, they saw that the front of the road had been blocked by a large group of bandits, numbering more than 20, all of whom were holding weapons. On the side of the mountains, there were another dozen or so bandits holding bows and arrows pointed at them. These bandits were all dressed in blue, and their leader was even dressed in splint mail, and they were definitely an organized group. The bandit leader seemed to be around 40 years of age, with a large knife held in his hands. You guys sure have the guts to cross our light breeze mountain ridge with just a horse carriage. As the saying goes, leaving others with some space, to get some leeway in the future. 3. If you want to live, leave half your valuables in the carriage, while the other half you can carry away. You'll have to leave the horses and the carriage though, they now belong to your father. Muan gave a miserable look, moving his trembling body forth a few steps and saying with a pleading expression, this bandit big brother, look at us, old and young alike, without this horse carriage, how can we possibly travel? Please do us a favor, let us through please, you can have half of our belongings, but we really need the carriage. The bandit leader's face changed, damn it, who are you calling big brother? Your father, will beat you to death for that. You're older than me by at least 20 years old and you dare call me brother? Am I that old, huh? Zhou Weiqing was observing from the side, and could clearly sense Muan's breathing grow rapid, his humble appearance changing swiftly. Zhou Weiqing grinned in his heart, knowing that his teacher hated being called old. Little brat. Those in front are yours, I'll take those on the side. However, leave that one for me, I want to take care of him personally. Let's go. Muan was enraged by the bandit leader and didn't want to continue acting any further. Zhou Weiqing nodded and said, all right. As he said that, he had already taken off the black dawn bow from his back, swiftly circulating his heavenly energy and releasing his heavenly jewels. Nocking an arrow, he quickly drew the tough black dawn bow to a full crescent, pointing it to the front. The bandit leader started, he had never expected this pair, one old and one young, to dare resist. Kill them. The bandits on the side of the mountain started firing their arrows, but at that moment, Muan moved. Zhou Weiqing also released his arrow at the same time. Swoosh like a black bolt of lightning, the arrow flew out. The arrogant bandit leader felt a wave of heat pass by his ears, and a flash of pain at his earlobes, and 4 of the bandits beside him fell. The arrow pierced through the 4 and continued flying off into the distance. Even Zhou Weiqing was startled by the sheer power of the black dawn bow, just counting the range and the penetrating power, it was almost as strong as his overlord bow. At this point, arrows were raining down upon them, focused on Muan and Zhou Weiqing. Muan moved at the same time, and before Zhou Weiqing could even see anything clearly, he saw a gray blur shimmer around him, and Muan reappeared once more with more than 20 arrows in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116. Chapter 116, Stars Rating, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Muan's hands seemed to blur as he just seemed to fling the arrows out randomly. However, it was as if the arrows had eyes, and screams rang out along the mountainside. The dozen or so bandit archers lining both sides all perished, with an arrow in their throat. The bandit archers were about 50 yards from where they stood, and were on higher ground. Muan only gave a casual throw of the arrows and had struck over 20 targets with such accuracy, the level of difficulty was just too high. This was the first time Zhou Weiqing had seen his teacher attack, and he couldn't help but stare, dumbfounded. Poof, a kick landed on Zhou Weiqing's buttock, as Muan said exasperatedly, what are you staring at? Are you trying to get killed? Go deal with the bunch in front, if anyone escapes you won't get a cut. You're not allowed to use arrows. As he said that, the black dawn bow which was in Zhou Weiqing's hands a moment ago suddenly disappeared and reappeared in Muan's hands. It was only at this point that the bandits on the road awoke to the situation. Even the most foolish person would have realized by now that this horse carriage was not an easy target at all. The bandit leader ignored the burning pain in his ear, and gave a strange shout, run, sound the alarm. Saying that, he turned tail and fled. The group of bandits were clearly experienced in fleeing, and they scattered off in all directions, with hardly a single one headed together. Having been given the reminder by Muan, Zhou Weiqing slammed his right foot on the ground and shot forward. He knew that Muan did not allow him to use his bow and arrow in order to test his close combat skills in an actual battle. Even if he did not mind losing face, he did not want to throw his father's face either. As he thought of that, Zhou Weiqing felt his blood boil as excitement surged through him. As soon as his right leg struck the ground, there was an explosion, startling even Mu'en. As Zhou Weiqing's body flew off like an arrow, his speed actually caused Mu'en to reveal a surprised expression. Almost instantly, Zhou Weiqing had caught up to two bandits. The bandits were at best of equal physique to ordinary soldiers and could hardly compare to a heavenly jewel master like him. With each hand grabbing hold of a bandit's neck, he slammed their heads together, causing them to lose consciousness. Almost at the same time, his body vaulted forward, and his left hand struck out, shooting forth a black light which flew forth like a bolt of black lightning, heading towards the majority of the bandits. His body flashed away again in the other direction. With the sheer explosive power of his demonic right leg, he caught up with bandit after bandit, throwing their unconscious bodies back to where Mu'en was. As for the black light, it was naturally the touch of darkness, which had by now bound over a dozen bandits and brought them together. Only the bandit leader was fast enough to reach the mountains. Of course, Zhou Weiqing couldn't possibly let him off, and with another burst of speed, he surged forth towards the bandit leader. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, the bandit leader suddenly kicked savagely to the right while running, causing his body to spin around in a surprising turn, the large knife in his hands twirling towards Zhou Weiqing viciously. From the strength of the blow and the whistling sound it made as it cut through the air, it was clear that it held some heavenly energy. The bandit leader was at the cultivation level of the second level of heavenly energy. Though he hadn't awakened his power jewels, it was still this strength that allowed him to become the leader of the bandits. Alas, this time, he had met an actual heavenly jewel master. The large knife had only closed half the distance to Zhou Weiqing when a green light flashed, and the bandit leader found that he was suddenly unable to move. The next instant, Zhou Weiqing had grabbed his collar, and with a surge of heavenly energy, this bandit leader who weighed at least 200 jin including his splint mail had been thrown all the way back 20 yards onto the path. Of course, it could not be forgotten that Zhou Weiqing had a pure-strength physical jewel. From the time that Zhou Weiqing exploded into action, to the bandits being captured, it was barely the time taken to breathe 10 breaths of air. No matter Mu'en or the other members in the carriage, no one had expected him to finish the battle so quickly. Hua Feng's eyes lit up, looking at Zhou Weiqing contemplatively. Zhou Weiqing returned to Mu'en's side, saying, "Teacher, you guys are too evil, using the horse carriage to lure bandits, and robbing them instead." At this time, Mu'en was standing in front of the bandit leader, kicking him repeatedly as he muttered, "Calling me old?" Calling me old, Zhou Weiqing stood at the side with his mouth twitching. So vicious. "Spare me, please spare me, lords," the bandit leader cried out shrilly, trying to resist but he couldn't garner the strength to do so. Zhou Weiqing's fetters of wind was not something that an ordinary person could easily handle. Mu'en looked over at the dozen or so bandits bound at the side, and said, "Little brat, the first skill you stored for your darkness attribute, it's the touch of darkness?" Zhou Weiqing said, "Teacher, you're so experienced and knowledgeable." Mu'en said exasperatedly, "What bullshit knowledge, no wonder your old man sent you to the Heavenly Bao unit. Don't you know that your father's 8th jewel skill is that touch of darkness? He likely doesn't have the face to teach you personally." "Haha, old Zhou also has such a day, haha, now you can officially be a member of us Paradise Strange, you're indeed a little weirdo." Turning to the bandit leader, Mu'en grabbed him up and said, "Where is your lair? Bring us there now." In about an hour, a dozen bandits with ashen faces carried sacks of gold coins back to the carriage under Mu'en and Zhou Weiqing's supervision, placing the sacks into the hidden compartment of the horse carriage. Before leaving, Mu'en patted the bandit leader's face and said, "Remember. When you're in hell, collect more money before trying to rob us." In the next instant, Mu'en shot out arrows viciously, finishing off all the bandits. "Teacher, they already gave us all their money, why still kill them?" Zhou Weiqing was still rather young after all, and seeing Mu'en finishing them off in cold blood, he felt a chill run down his spine. Mu'en gave a humph. "What do you understand? Do you think that we are the first targets of these bandits? If we did not have our abilities, what do you think would happen to us when they robbed us? These bandits deserve death more than 10 times over." As the pair returned to the carriage, Luo Kodi moved over and asked, "Old scoundrel, how much did you earn this time?" Mu'en said exasperatedly, "These poor bastards, we only got less than 100,000 gold coins. Without a jewel master, how strong can these bandits be? Hopefully we get lucky and meet another bunch of bandits later." Huafeng said, "Don't complain, remember my 30% cut." Mu'en gave a humph and said, "You vampire." Huafeng's mouth beamed in a graceful smile. "Without my horse carriage, with the way you look, do you think that bandits would even bother attacking you? Little Wei, your first skill for your darkness attribute is already the touch of darkness. Are you planning to go on the control route?" Zhou Weiqing started and said, "What's the control route?" The moment he asked that, Mu'en couldn't help but cover his face and lean back in his chair. Gaoshan was so surprised that his eyes bulged out, while Luo Kodi said, "Are you serious, Little Wei? As Admiral Zhou's son, you don't even know what's control? Who taught you about heavenly jewels? Shangguan Binger flushed and said, I was the one who taught him. Admiral Zhou only just recently knew about his heavenly jewels awakening, and did not have the opportunity to teach him at all before we came to the heavenly Bao unit. Huafeng said, simply put, when every jewel master is cultivating, they will choose a path that is suited to their attributes. For example, a fire attribute elemental jewel master will almost always go for on a more offensive route, while a wind attribute elemental jewel master will normally choose to a more nimble or flexible attacking patterns, which is what we call agility attacks. When I mention control route, it means focusing on controlling enemies on the battlefield, restricting their movements and attacks. Your Touch of Darkness is a classic control skill, with an additional effect of improving senses and other benefits. I do not know how you managed to successfully store it, but I have to say I have never seen such a good first skill. Zhou Weiqing said, Leader, I have never been able to understand how the stored skills and consolidated equipment are classified. Don't they all improve and evolve as the number of jewels increase? Huafeng said gently, there are differences of course, no matter consolidated equipment or stored skills, they are classified according to their worth, and that is determined by several factors. First of all, is their growth factor. You are right that all skills will improve as the amount of jewels increase. However, they do have differing rates of improvement, and when a jewel is added, a skill could have a huge difference in how it evolves. For example, if you store a skill from a Sure Stage Heavenly Beast, when it evolves, it increases at a rate of 1, while a Zune Stage Heavenly Beast skill might increase at the rate of 2, Zone Stage at the rate of 4, and so on and so forth. As such, the skill storing palaces have come up with a stars rating for consolidated equipment and stored skills, to determine how strong they are depending on how many stars they are assigned. Of course, the stronger the skill, the more stars they have, the lowest being 1 star, and the highest 12 stars. Taking your Touch of Darkness as an example, it would be considered a 8-star skill by the skill storing palaces. In general, Sure Stage Heavenly Beast skills are from 1 to 3 stars, Zune Stage Beasts 4 to 6 stars, Zong Stage Beasts 7 to 9 stars. As for the skills above 9 stars, only Heavenly Jewel Masters will be able to get them. The general consensus is that you are usually able to store skills of a similar star rating as your number of jewels, or you might not be able to fully express your strength. To actually store a 8-star skill when you only have one set of jewels, it is something that we have never heard of previously. Furthermore, when we are rating skills, control skills generally are considered 1 star higher than skills of the same rank. As such, although the Touch of Darkness is an 8-star skill, it is still comparable to some of the 9-star skills. This is also the same for consolidated equipment, those which have sockets are usually given an additional star rating as well. It can also be said that the star rating of a Jewel Master's skills are also what we use to determine the person's future talent and possibilities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Stars Rating, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Yesterday, when I asked Binger to show me her skills, I did a simple rating of her abilities. Amongst Binger's 2 physical jewel consolidated equipment, her silent tracking arrow can be considered 3 stars. Alas, as a consolidated equipment, its use to her will gradually reduce. As for the wind-wielding boots, it is at least 6 stars. If Binger reaches at least the 9-jeweled upper zone stage, she could possibly even make use of it to fly. With the addition of the socket it has, her wind-wielding boots can even be ranked at 7 stars, and is definitely a great piece of equipment for wind attribute Heavenly Jewel Masters. As for her first elemental jewel skill, Wind Blades, it is only a 2-star skill and its growth rate is rather weak. Luckily, it is just her first elemental jewel. Listening to Hua Feng's words, everyone turned to look at Zhou Weiqing. He blinked and shrank back in his seat warily. Why are all of you staring at me? Luo Kudi grinned and said, of course it's to look at your skills and equipment to rate them, but... Huafeng said with a serious expression, Little Wei, although you are already a member of the Heavenly Bao unit, I will not force you to reveal your secrets. However, I do hope that you will be able to let us understand your power. This will allow us to better coordinate during fights. Admiral Zhou sent you here to the Heavenly Bao unit to train, and I trust that you understand that he trusts us implicitly. The Heavenly Bao unit will always be the protector of Heavenly Bao Empire. Zhou Weiqing looked at Shangguan Binger, then at Mu'en, who shrugged and said helplessly, let them see it then, curiosity killed the cat, I hope their hearts are able to take it. Humph. Luo Kudi said exasperatedly, old scoundrel, stop bragging, would it kill you not to brag? I, your father, have a very strong heart. Mu'en did not even retort, just giving him a cold smile. An hour later, the speeding horse chariot's back door suddenly opened. A figure flew out of the carriage, or more accurately, it had been kicked out. Luo Kudi's angry voice came from within the carriage, who's the disgusting one? You're the most disgusting one. Ah! My poor heart. I can't stand it anymore, envy, jealousy, hatred. Without question, the poor soul who had been kicked off the horse carriage was Zhou Weiqing. After they had gone through rating all of his skills, the entire carriage was filled with the sounds of rapid beating hearts, even Mu'en was no exception. What followed was him being kicked out of the carriage, with the excuse being that he needed to strengthen his physique, needing more training and exercise. This is clearly just jealousy. Zhou Weiqing cried out with a depressed look on his face, as he ran for his life after the carriage, the heavy black dawn bow on his back. When Zhou Weiqing had revealed his Alexandrite cat's eye, a strange atmosphere grew in the carriage. Yao Xin, who was drinking water, spat it all out onto Han Mo's face. Hua Feng momentarily forgot he was in the carriage and stood up in surprise, hitting his head on the roof. Han Mo's jaw dropped, causing him to drink some of the water which Gao Xin had spat on him, and was still retching. Luo Kodi had given himself a slap, as he had been unable to believe his own eyes. He did not control his own strength properly and the right half of his face was still swollen. When Zhou Weiqing revealed his skills one after the other, besides Shangguan Binger, the rest of the members' faces twitched. If not for the fact that their cultivation levels were high, perhaps they would have gotten a stroke there and then. Under such a circumstance, how could Zhou Weiqing not get kicked off the carriage? In the end, his final stars rating were as follows. The Overlord Bao was rated with 7 stars, with the addition of the socket, it was 8 stars. As for his stored skills of his elemental jewel, the Fetters of Wind was rated 8 stars, Lightning Explosive Palm 7 stars, Blink 9 stars due to it being a life-saving skill, Touch of Darkness 8 stars. Both the Devour skill and Absolute Delay were not ranked, as even the Heavenly Bao unit members weren't able to properly determine it. According to Hua Feng, Zhou Weiqing's first jewel had stored skills which were probably better than all of Admiral Zhou's skills. For quite a long period of time after that, a bizarre sight could be witnessed within the Fei Li Empire. A lavish carriage would be racing forward, while a young man in ragged clothes would wildly chase after it without pause. 20 days later. The north border of Fei Li Empire. Do you see the patch of snow-covered forest just ahead? Our mission today is to hunt and kill a zone stage heavenly beast, called the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear, which lives in this forest. After killing it, we have to retrieve its nucleus core, fur, palms and gallbladder. What is the nucleus core? Zhou Weiqing asked. Currently, his skin was obviously a lot more tan than before, but he seemed a lot more energetic than before. Since yesterday, Zhou Weiqing had finally been allowed to stop running and he had also been able to change into a fresh set of clothes. Having run all the way since they entered the Fei Li Empire, his entire outlook seemed different, more vigorous and energetic, and he seemed to have grown even taller as well. Although he still had his honest simple look, his eyes would occasionally gleam with a light that displayed a strong ability. After running crazily for 20 days, the greatest benefit he had was the surprising amount of heavenly energy cultivated. As the energy whirlpools of the 5 death acupuncture points constantly drew in energy from the atmosphere to replenish his rapidly used energy, they sped up to their maximum. The immortal deity technique was originally already a lot faster than ordinary cultivation techniques, and with this increase in speed while running, Zhou Weiqing could feel that his 5th level of heavenly energy was starting to stir restlessly, as if on the verge of breaking through the first death acupuncture point of the second portion. With the experience from the first portion of the immortal deity technique at hand, Zhou Weiqing could sense vaguely that the first death acupuncture point of every portion was the easiest to assault, yet the toughest to break through successfully. After all, didn't he almost die while attempting to break through the clavicle death acupuncture point? Besides the benefit of the increase in heavenly energy, there were 2 other benefits. First of all, it allowed his physical jewel's strength boost to properly integrate with his body. Besides his demonic right leg, which was already fully integrated, his physical jewel's strength boost had a marked improvement in integration with his body, and as soon as he focused his will, he was able to bring forth the strength, and wasn't as stiff and inflexible as before. Mu'en was beside Zhou Weiqing, and he said, the nucleus core appears only in zone stage heavenly beasts and above. After all, heavenly beasts also have heavenly energy, and in essence, there isn't much difference from our own heavenly energy. Once they have reached the zone stage, they are able to form a Niden, which is what we call the nucleus core. The nucleus core can be used by a jewel master of the same attribute, which can assist in speeding up cultivation, and also aiding in the success of breaking through and forming of new jewels. Another usage for nucleus core includes usage in socketed consolidated equipment. Not only can the sockets on the consolidated equipment be used to socket, contain, elemental jewels, they can also socket nucleus cores of the same attribute. For example, you can socket a strength attribute heavenly beast's nucleus core in your overlord Bao, and it would increase the power of the Bao. Furthermore, since the nucleus cores are able to absorb energy from the atmosphere to replenish themselves, they are not easily destroyed, and when you do not need them, you can easily remove them from the socket. When Zhou Weiqing heard that, a light gleamed in his eyes. That's so useful. What are we waiting for? Let's get a few more. Mu'en said angrily, fool. Quiet, don't throw our faces again. Besides Hua Feng, the other members stared at Zhou Weiqing like a fool. Ever since they knew of his attributes, these few fellows showed him what jealousy was like, and seized every chance they had to use words against him. Luo Kudi said sarcastically, "Get a few more? Do you think they dropped from the heavens? That we can just get them as we wish? Do you know how dangerous zone stage heavenly beasts are? Even with your father's power, facing a zone stage heavenly beast, even if he is of the proper attribute opposing it, he will only be barely able to defeat a low-level zone stage beast. Why else do you think all of us came?" Hua Feng said, "Alright, enough. Let's get ready to take action. According to our employer, there are at least 20 icy soul heavenly bears living in this forest. Muen, you protect Little Wei. Binger, you stay by my side. Let's go." As he said that, he walked to the side of the horse carriage and pressed something at the side. Suddenly, 2 hidden drawers popped out of the 2 sides with a metallic grinding sound, and it was filled with various things. As the members of the Heavenly Bao unit quickly changed and geared up, soon all of them were outfitted with an additional maroon leather armor. The leather armor did not just protect their upper body, it also covered the joint areas and some critical weak points, including a helmet. At the same time, each of them carried 2 bows, with a large quiver on the back. For Hua Feng, Luo Kodi and Muen, their quivers held about 200 arrows, but for Han Emo and Gao Shun, their quiver was practically filled to the brim, covering their entire back. From a rough estimate, Zhou Weiqing thought there was at least 500 arrows in each of their quivers. Below the quiver, there was a pouch of water and rations. As soon as they had finished equipping themselves, the lazy-looking bunch of the Heavenly Bao unit turned businesslike, with a cold aura emitting from them. As Zhou Weiqing stood beside Shangguan Binger watching, he could feel a sense of bloodlust rising in him as they wore the leather armor, feeling a strange sense of arrogance invading him. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger did not have the specially crafted quiver, and they both carried 4 ordinary quivers totaling 200 arrows as well as some additional stores. The 7 of them stealthily entered the forest, which was already considered part of the border between the Wanshou Empire. "Teacher, what are the leather armor you are wearing made of? Why does it give off such a strange feeling?" Zhou Weiqing asked curiously. Muen grinned and said, "Foolish little brat, these are unbelievable treasure, made of dragon hide." Zhou Weiqing's eyes opened wide as he exclaimed, "Dragon hide? Are there really dragons in the world? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 118. Chapter 118, Icy Soul Heavenly Bear, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Muen said, "Of course there are. Even when they are newborn, dragons are still powerful Zong stage heavenly beasts, while adults are one of the top ranked amongst the heavenly beasts. They aren't usually found anywhere else but in the Wanshou Empire, where there are many dragon-like heavenly beasts. These leather armor of ours were created in the past when we purchased a huge piece of dragon hide and custom made them. Not only are they light and flexible, they also have an extremely strong defense. More importantly for our current mission is the aura it gives off, which will deter other ordinary heavenly beasts. They are indeed superb items." Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, Teacher, is there any remaining dragon hide? How could Muen not know what he was thinking, and he said exasperatedly, "How could we possibly have any remaining? If we had any surplus we'd have covered our entire bodies with it." At the same time, Hua Feng's voice came from the front, "Maintain silence." As they stealthily entered the forest, the snow was about a foot deep, and it was tough for them to traverse the terrain. The weather was extremely cold, and Zhou Weiqing wore woolen clothing, but Shangguan Binger was unexpectedly only wearing a single garment. She looked towards Zhou Weiqing, her gentle gaze making him feel an itch in his heart. Previously, Admiral Zhou had given him a birthday present called the Snow Silk Coverall, which was light and tight-fitting. Not only could it be used as a protective inner armor, it was also able to maintain body temperature. The reason why Shangguan Binger was not feeling cold was because Zhou Weiqing had given her the snow silk cover. In his words, it was his betrothal gift, and Shangguan Binger had not rejected him. Alas, in a tragedy for him, due to the members of the Heavenly Bao unit being around all the time, he had not been able to seize any opportunities to be intimate with her. As soon as they entered the forest, Luo Kodi vanished into thin air. The rest of them took a formation as such, Hua Feng in the front, Gao Shun and Han Emo at the flanks, Muen covering the back, while both Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were in the center. After about an hour of travel, Luo Kodi appeared suddenly. Currently, he did not look a whit like his normal lazy drunken self, and had a practiced, energetic look. With a gleam in his eyes, he told Hua Feng, "Boss, I've scouted out in a 5 kilometers radius from here but have yet to find anything. According to our employer's information, the icy soul heavenly bears which live in these forests are those who have been exiled from their community. Most of the other heavenly beasts which originally lived here have also been chased out by the icy soul heavenly bears. Huafeng nodded and said, the mission this time is simple, but the main difficulty remains of the power of the icy soul heavenly bear. Go on and scout ahead, we will continue deeper in. As he said that, he used an arrow to draw out a direction in the snow. Luo Kodi nodded and after some more discussion, he disappeared once more. After he left, under Huafeng's direction, the rest of them circulated their heavenly energy and moved at top speeds 5 kilometers in the discussed direction, before slowing down once more. Zhou Weiqing realized that the reason Huafeng did this was to ensure that the companions were able to maintain themselves in top shape in order to react to any unforeseen circumstances. As they traveled deeper into the forest, 2 days quickly passed. Their movement into the forest was rather slow, they could only traverse about 30 kilometers a day, and the busiest amongst them was undoubtedly Luo Kodi. As the scout, he was always on the move to and fro. Zhou Weiqing had asked Muan on the down low why they were traveling so slowly, and the answer was simple, for safety. In such a forest where zone stage heavenly beasts lived, it didn't require much for mistakes to be made, just 3 of those zone stage heavenly beasts would be more than sufficient to wipe out their whole party. That was the reason why Luo Kodi had to keep moving and scouting the way ahead. Not only was it to find an icy soul heavenly bear, it was also to find safe routes for his companions. If anything was amiss, everyone could immediately avoid it. Under his careful observation, Zhou Weiqing noticed that although they had been searching for 2 days in this icy jungle, with nary a bite of warm food to eat, the members of the Heavenly Bao unit still remained calm and solemn, as if long used to such a life. An assassin's natural enemy is loneliness. An outstanding assassin's best quality was patience. Huafeng told him. Finally, in the 3rd day approaching noon, Luo Kodi came back with an excited look on his face, with news that perked everyone up. He had spotted a lone icy soul heavenly bear about 4 kilometers from where they were. Huafeng said solemnly, Rogue, are you sure it's just a single one? Luo Kodi nodded and said, as soon as I spotted it, I observed it in the surroundings, before scouting a few km radius to be sure, and there were no signs of another icy soul heavenly bear. This solo icy soul heavenly bear seems to be looking for something. It's stout and strong, so it should already be an adult. Luckily it's winter now, although it doesn't need to hibernate like an ordinary bear, its senses are relatively duller than usual. Huafeng immediately made a decision, giving out orders solemnly, in that case, let's take action. Everyone, remember, we have to kill the icy soul heavenly bear in the fastest possible time and immediately retreat. Rogue, you provide the distractions. Gao Shun, Han Mo, both of you will be in charge of disrupting any of its skills. I will be in charge of striking its weak points. As he said up to here, his gaze landed on Muan as he said, old scoundrel, the front line, I'll leave it up to you. Muan nodded. Listening to Huafeng giving out the tasks, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but be surprised. With his teacher's smallest and thinnest frame, he was actually given the task of being in the front and facing the icy soul heavenly bear? Did he hear wrongly? Huafeng seemed to notice Zhou Weiqing's thinking, and he said with a faint smile, little Wei, when the fight starts, you and Binger will have to hide further off and not take action. You both will be in charge of providing support and covering our retreat. Do not feel baffled by my arrangements, Muan will show you his true strength, and let you know what it means to be invincible in 100 yards. With the misgivings in his heart, Zhou Weiqing followed the rest, who advanced ahead under Luo Kodi's leadership. They sped through the several kilometers distance, before Luo Kodi finally slowed down and gave a hand signal. All of them instantly slowed and held their breaths in rapt attention as they started advancing slowly and stealthily. Indeed, after a short distance, they passed some thick pine trees, and their target appeared in their line of sight. 200 yards away, a huge black bear was lying on the ground, its 2 front claws pawing at the ground, looking like it was trying to look for something. Seeing the huge fellow, Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Although Zhou Weiqing had seen zone stage heavenly beasts in the still storing palace before, those were after all sealed and weakened, each of them well behaved and not shocking to him. However, the icy soul heavenly bear in front of them was totally different. It was at least 6 meters tall, and its huge bear paws were constantly slamming on the ground, giving forth a dong-dong sound. Even at 200 yards away, all of them could feel the earth shaking from the reverberations. The icy soul heavenly bear had a white patch of fur the size of a large palm on its back, extending all the way down to its tail. Its body was faintly surrounded by a layer of dim icy mist. As its back was facing them, Zhou Weiqing could not tell what was the difference between it and an ordinary bear, besides the size. Muan's soft voice rang out in Zhou Weiqing's ear, every zone stage heavenly beast can be considered a strong heavenly jewel master. For example, this icy soul heavenly bear can be considered a strength-type heavenly beast, and has 2 elemental attributes, ice and wind. Amongst the zone stage heavenly beasts, it is considered one of the stronger ones, and is extremely troublesome to deal with. Furthermore, its defense is astounding. You and Binger should just head up this tree, and no matter what happens later, do not take action rashly, understood? Zhou Weiqing nodded and grinned. Safety first, I understand. Hua Feng waved his hand slightly, his fingers weaving in a series of signals, and without any further speaking, the 5 members sprang into action. Luo Kedi immediately rushed to the side to flank it, while Hua Feng, Gao Shun, and Han Mo all moved in different directions as well. Only Muan raised his right hand, releasing his physical jewels, and headed towards the icy soul heavenly bear from the front. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger couldn't help but feel nervousness grip their hearts. This was their first time hunting such a high-level heavenly beast after all. Zhou Weiqing pointed up the tree, putting his hands around Shangguan Binger's waist, before leaping up the tree with her. Shangguan Binger rolled her eyes at him, but did not resist, instead leaning into his embrace. Zhou Weiqing grinned with delight, holding her hands lightly. In this land of ice and snow, breathing in the fragrance from her body, with a big battle to spectate, he felt strangely satisfied. The gloom he had from running those 20 days seemed to vanish in an instant. At the other side, the members of the Heavenly Bow unit had already taken action. Silent arrows streaked towards the icy soul heavenly bear from various different angles, targeting its weak spots like its ears and eyes. Without doubt, towards any living creatures, those were usually their vulnerable points. However, just as it seemed like the arrows would hit their target, all of a sudden, a layer of dim blue light sprang forth from the icy soul heavenly bear's body, and with a soft PSSH sound, the arrows were all deflected by the blue light barrier. The icy soul heavenly bear gave a savage roar of anger. It had not been hit, but it was angered by the sudden attack and spun its head around towards the direction the arrows had come from. As it turned around, Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger could finally see it from the distance. Its eyes were icy blue, full of bloodlust and killing intent, its gaze seemed piercing like a bolt of lightning shattering through the air. The air around the icy soul heavenly bear seemed to spin around as howling winds arose in a cyclone, whipping up the snow around. Where the cyclone passed, a loud cracking noise was heard as the trees and brush around were all smashed into pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, Icy Soul Heavenly Bear, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Such an intelligent heavenly beast. Shangguan Binger couldn't help but cry out. After being ambushed, it still knows how to clear the surroundings so it can have an unobstructed vision, also preventing its enemies from closing in on it. No wonder teacher said that zone stage heavenly beasts already have almost human-level intelligence, but... As she spoke, there was a quick change in the battlefield as a piercing red light seemed to brazenly charge into the cyclone of wind and snow, savagely smashing into the blue energy shield around the icy soul heavenly bear, causing it to roar once more in anger. Zhou Weiqing noticed that this red glow was another arrow, fired from the opposite direction from the first arrow. The huge bear immediately spun around, attracted by the arrow, as it was obviously stronger than the first. With a furious howl, the icy soul heavenly bear smashed its paws onto the ground, causing snow to fly up as a large amount of blue light flew up into the sky, warping into thousands of ice spikes and flying towards the direction of the arrow's source. The shrill sound of the shards slicing through the air was as if hundreds of archers were firing at once. Right at this moment, a green cyclone appeared without warning in the path of the large amounts of ice shards. From the sight of it, the strength of the cyclone definitely paled in comparison to the mass of ice shards, but its purpose was not to block and stop them, but to slightly change their path. This was the power of the wind attribute, and it was clearly from Hua Feng. At this time, Muan was already within 100 yards of the icy soul heavenly bear, and as the physical jewel denoting strength and agility glittered, a large black longbow coalesced in his hands. The next instant, an arrow with a dim gold aura surrounding it coalesced as well, knocked to the bowstring. Just as he was about to draw the bow, a strange sight appeared before them. Muan did not draw the bow directly, instead doing an action that left both Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger puzzled. His right hand was still pulling on the bowstring, but the left hand holding the bow did not hold it in place as usual, but twirled the entire bow in a 360-degree spin. The bowstring of his bow was also black in color, and as he spun the body of the bow, the entire bow was drawn to the max by the vortex. Zhou Weiqing could clearly see that where Muan's fingers were holding the bowstring, it had already been twisted in a spiral shape, with the arrow's shaft tangled in the middle. This was the first time either Zhou Weiqing or Shangguan Binger had seen such a strange archery method. After all, the bowstring was usually extremely tough, and twisting it as he did, how much stress did it put on the fingers? Furthermore, with the arrow tangled up in the twisted bowstring, when Muan released it, it would naturally have a spinning motion as it flew out. How could he possibly control its direction then? Many questions invaded their minds as Shangguan Binger and Zhou Weiqing focused their minds, their eyes pinned on Muan as they eagerly watched to see what would happen next. Just as Muan was drawing his bow with his unique style, from the other four directions came an endless stream of arrows towards the icy soul heavenly bear. Furthermore, it was arranged so that just as it was preparing to charge towards a particular direction, another arrow would strike it from the opposite direction. This caused it to roll around in confusion momentarily, not knowing which direction to strike out in. However, the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear was after all a Zone Stage Heavenly Beast with some measure of intelligence, and was not an ordinary Heavenly Beast. After some hesitation, it finally made its choice. Just as it was about to ignore the rest and charge towards a direction, Muan's bow sounded out. It was a very peculiar sound, not the usual whistle and whine of an arrow shooting forth, but a wool roar of a cyclone. Zhou Weiqing could clearly see that what Muan shot forth was not just an arrow, but a ball of black light, and the sound seemed to increase as it flew forth. Bang! The Icy Soul Heavenly Bear which was just about to charge was struck by the mass of black light, and what happened next caused Zhou Weiqing's jaw to drop. Earlier, the countless arrows that had flown in from all four directions, shot by the other members of the Heavenly Bow unit, had not managed to even make the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear move an inch. However, Muan's arrow actually caused it to stumble back a few steps, the bright blue shield surrounding it noticeably weakened. As the explosion cleared, the bear's attention was undoubtedly fully drawn to Muan. Explosive effect. That was the explosive effect, though it was clearly several times that of his Overlord Bow's explosive effect. Zhou Weiqing was extremely familiar with it and realized so in a heartbeat. Roar! The Icy Soul Heavenly Beast gave an angry roar, its two front paws striking down once again causing a huge explosive sound. Like an angry wave, snow slammed towards Muan, and Zhou Weiqing could clearly see that there was a trace of blood where Muan had struck the Icy Soul Heavenly Beast. Teacher's arrow actually injured it? After Muan had shot off that arrow, he had instantly moved. His stature was short and thin, and moving with such agility in the snow, just like a snow monkey, and he had disappeared amidst the snow. Even Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger, who had their eyes trained on him, did not know how he disappeared. The Icy Soul Heavenly Bear's attack naturally did not land on Muan as well, yet his successful attack had enraged the Heavenly Beast, and a bright angry light shone forth from its icy blue eyes. Its large body seemed to shrink downwards a little, then in the next instant, it leaped forth. Its huge body seemed to blur into a shadow as it closed the 100-yard gap in an instant. As it passed by, those surviving trees that hadn't been destroyed by the earlier attacks were blown into smithereens. As its charge ended, it straightened its body, its paws filled with a strong blue light before it slammed down onto the ground once more. A surprising scene once again entered Shangguan Binger in Zhou Weiqing's eyes. Just as the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear slammed down onto the ground with a huge roaring sound, an uncountable number of huge ice shards flew up into the air from the ground in a 50-yard radius from its body. These ice shards were all at least 3 meters long, gleaming and sharp at the ends. Without a doubt, any creature in that radius would have its body pierced by the rising shards. Obviously, the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear had also lost track of Muan, but its lunge had instantly closed the gap and brought it to where Muan had been earlier before it launched such an area of effect attack. The goal was to kill off the sneaky Muan in a single strike. Such power. Zhou Weiqing thought to himself, while Shangguan Binger had to hold onto her own mouth to prevent herself from crying out in surprise. As the bear's immense strength burst forth, an incredibly terrifying aura filled the area as the gleaming sharp ice shards jutted out from the ground. However, Muan was still nowhere to be found, and it was clear that he had not been struck by the attack. Just as the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear had struck out with that powerful blow, the other members of the Heavenly Bow unit once again started their assault. This time, all of them attacked at once, as arrows, red light, dark shadows all flew from all directions towards the angry beast. Their targets were all onto its eyes and ears. Without a doubt, at their current levels of strength, these two weak points were the only way they could possibly take down the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear. Another angry roar resounded from the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear, as it tried to spin its body away. However, these arrows seemed to have eyes. No matter how quickly it moved and dodged, they seemed to remain targeted and landing on its eyes and ears. Despite having the energy shield, the attack still greatly restricted its vision and hearing. Right at that moment, another woo-woo cyclone sound rang out once more, and as if seizing the opportunity that the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear was rearing up to defend its head, a mass of black light slammed right into the lower parts of the bear. A huge explosion rang out once again, and even with the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear's huge body, it had no choice but to stagger back. Just a while ago, the Icy Soul Heavenly Bear had still been roaring furiously, but when this arrow struck, it was instantly silenced, its eyes bulging out as it did a very human-like action of shielding its private parts. Its mouth was gaped open, but it was as if something was stuck inside, and it was unable to make a sound. Shangguan Binger, who was in Zhou Weiqing's arms, gave a light humph, blushing slightly as she turned her head around not willing to look. Zhou Weiqing, on the other hand, was staring at the scene with his eyes bulged out like the bear, dumbfounded. He had suddenly realized that the members of the Heavenly Bow unit had insisted on attacking the eyes and ears of the bear as a feint, causing it to place more emphasis on defending its head, all in preparation for this arrow of Muan's. actually striking the weak point like that, the private parts of the bear, such a place, even if the arrow was blocked by this shield, the explosive impact alone would give the icy soul heavenly bear something to think about. Rascally, roguish, vulgar, they actually shot that area. All of a sudden, Zhou Weiqing felt something in his bosom moving, and a furry little head popped out, giving a discontented cry. It was naturally the little white tiger, Fat Cat. The little fellow had been really thirsty for sleep these few days. It still did not eat anything, and had been sleeping soundly inside of Zhou Weiqing's shirt all this while, causing Zhou Weiqing to almost forget all about it. When he had been hugging Shangguan Binger, he had naturally squashed the poor little thing, causing it to awake now and poking its head out to proclaim its discontent. Its cute little paws popped out, grabbing onto Zhou Weiqing's shoulder, as it squeezed its way out and onto the shoulder. As it plopped down comfortably on the shoulder, it saw the strange look of the icy soul heavenly bear using its paws to cover its privates, unable to cry out. The strange thing was that, even the attacks of the Heavenly Ba unit members had stopped, and there was a strange silence in the woods. A-o-o-u-u-u-u-u. A strange, wolf-like cry rang out from its mouth. For a bear to cry out like a wolf, one could only imagine how much pain it was in. The icy soul heavenly bear was indeed in much pain. After stiffening for a moment, it gave forth the wretched cry, and in the next moment, its original icy blue eyes turned blood red, and a berserk aura seemed to spring forth from its body, mixed with a blue-green light, as if a fountain blowing out suddenly. Its body was like a huge tornado, smashing everything within its reach. Even though Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were more than 200 yards away, they could still feel the life-threatening pressure and aura that seemed to be coming closer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Icy Soul Heavenly Bear, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Little fool, come down, hurry up and follow me. Muwen's voice suddenly rang out from below, and Zhou Weiqing quickly held Shangguan Binger and jumped down. Teacher, that arrow of yours, it's so savage. Zhou Weiqing's lower body couldn't help but shrink back a little on sight of Muwen. 1. Muwen grinned and said, remember, no matter how powerful a person is, there are always weak points. It is the same for heavenly beasts. Now, let's go quickly. That fellow has gone berserk, and it'll last for at least an hour. As he said that, he led Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger in retreat, to an area more than 500 yards away from the raging bear. Keeping out of sight, they only perked their ears to listen to its rage in the distance. However, none of them noticed that when they left, the cute little white tiger, Fat Cat, glanced at the berserk icy soul heavenly bear, disdain and scorn in its little eyes. After Muwen brought the two of them to a safer area, he said smugly, how is teacher's two arrows? Powerful? Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger nodded eagerly. For a powerful zone stage heavenly beast to be injured by his arrows, it was naturally extremely powerful, and indeed something to be proud of. Muwen grinned and said, heh, this is a unique archery method that I created, but it is only suited for strength jewel masters. Alas, my strength is not sufficient to fully control it, and I can only do a single revolution of the bow, otherwise its power will be even greater. However, it is indeed extremely hard to control this skill, and accuracy is a big issue. The more revolutions you turn the bow, the stronger the power, but also the harder it is to control it. The reason why we all retreated so quickly is something you have to learn to read. When heavenly beasts feel their life threatened, sometimes they will enter a berserk state. Under such a state, they are at their most terrifying. They are actually draining their life force and innate talent to burst forth with terrifying power, and it will allow them to use several times that of their normal power. It's somewhat akin to the demonic change of those evil attribute heavenly jewel masters. The difference is, even under the berserk state, heavenly beasts will still have a sliver of intelligence. With the strength of our unit, to even attempt to kill the icy soul heavenly bear in such a state is definitely impossible, its defense is just too strong. However, after a heavenly beast goes through its berserk state, it will enter a weakened phase for quite a period of time. As such, we have all retreated to wait for it to enter its weakened phase. Only then will we have a chance to finish it off. Do you understand now? Both Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger nodded simultaneously. Without question, such teachings on the battlefield was much easily etched into their memory. Looking at the harassing attacks of the separated members of the Heavenly Ba unit, and how in truth they were all done with a purpose in mind, how they managed to make use of that to confuse the icy soul heavenly bear for a while, all down to the final act of shooting it down there to anger it and cause it to enter a berserk state. It could be said that from the start, the members had a well thought out and executed plan, and managed to bring the icy soul heavenly bear into its weakened state without much trouble on their part. The hour passed rather swiftly, and the terrifying sounds of destruction gradually ceased, followed by a long shrill howl. Muwen gestured to the two of them before heading back towards the icy soul heavenly bear. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger followed suit behind, and as they saw the trail of destruction in the forest, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. Within a few hundred-yard radius, there were large pits and holes in the ground, as well as the destroyed remains of trees and brush. The huge icy soul heavenly bear was now lying on the ground, its chest heaving up and down with exertion. In its mouth, a little icy soul heavenly bear was there, being chewed upon, while not far off there were another two little ones. The one which was being chewed on in its mouth was bleeding, and looked dead, while the other two were trembling with fear at the side. The three little icy soul heavenly bears were about as small as the little tiger, fat cat, and were clearly newborn. Apparently, that adult icy soul heavenly bear's original target had been to look for them. Not good. We have to kill it quick, and leave as soon as possible. With these newborn icy soul heavenly bears here, it means that there are definitely other adult bears around. This fellow here was probably here to hunt the newborn of its rivals. Muan took action quickly as he said that, once again making use of his unique archery skill, and his savage arrow viciously struck the icy soul heavenly bear's head. The huge fellow's blue energy shield had vanished by now, and Muan's arrow struck its head, the explosion causing fur and skin to burst out. Right at the same time, a strange green light appeared, looking like a comet with its tail trailing behind, piercing straight into the icy soul heavenly bear's eyes. Indeed, it was the ultimate assassin's final blow, and he had chosen their original target. With a PSSH sound, the huge icy soul heavenly bear started shivering. It did not want to die, and it was filled with anger and resentment. Alas, its entire head had been pierced through by Hua Feng's final arrow, causing heavenly energy to be released uncontrollably from its body. Finally, its huge body crashed onto the ground, blood pouring from its eyes, nose and mouth, as this large zone stage heavenly beast finally perished. Several figures appeared in a flash, and without any need for talk, the five of them quickly started cutting up the corpse. They needed to get what they came for and rush off quickly before the other beasts returned. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger closed in, but due to their low levels of cultivation, they weren't of any help. Shangguan Binger quickly walked over to the two newborn bears, picking them up with a hand each and hugging them. The two little fellows had not even opened their eyes, and were clearly just born, and their bodies were covered with thin, soft fur, looking extremely adorable as well, though they were still shivering with cold and fear. Shangguan Binger wanted to take off her outer clothing to cover them, but she wasn't wearing much and could not do so. Blushing, she turned to Zhou Weiqing and gave him a pleading look. "Little fatty, I know you're the best." Zhou Weiqing opened his coat helplessly and said, "Come then, one sleeping is the same as three sleeping, I guess." "Whoa whoa." The little white tiger cried out in discontent, baring its teeth fiercely at the two little bears, obviously unhappy that they were invading its territory. Zhou Weiqing laughed and said, "Fat cat, your sense of territory is so strong, eh? You're much older than them, how can you bear to bully them like that?" As he said that, he tapped the little white tiger on the head. Shangguan Binger happily passed him the two little bears, shoving them into his chest. As he put them into his coat, the two little fellows stopped shivering. However, in the next instant, Zhou Weiqing's face changed. He suddenly felt two little wet mouths sucking at his chest. 2. Seeing Zhou Weiqing suddenly put on a strange look, Shangguan Binger couldn't help but ask him curiously, "What's wrong, little fatty, are you alright?" I'm fine." Zhou Weiqing quickly replied. He didn't have the face to tell her the truth, it was just too embarrassing. Furthermore, he would rather he suffer this than having his wife get sucked on by those two little roguish bears. Hua Feng and the rest were extremely quick, although the icy soul heavenly bear's fur was tough and resilient, they took barely the time for a meal to complete the mission. For paws, gallbladder and the nucleus core were soon in their hands. Muan said with some regret, "Alas, there isn't the time to skin the bear. Such a large bearskin, we can at least get another 50,000 gold coins." Hua Feng gave a cold humph and said, "Let's retreat immediately. We'll have to escape with our lives before we can talk about earning more. These few little fellows' parents should have gone out to hunt, with such noises, they should be back anytime soon. Let's go." He had barely finished speaking when all of a sudden, an enraged roar sounded out nearby. For huge, terrifying figures charged forth from the forest simultaneously, with the same speed and power as the previous bear's 100-yard charge earlier before dealing the area of effect attack. Hua Feng's face changed and he said quickly, "Muan, quick, bring Little Wei and Binger away now." His reaction was not considered slow, but they were all still too late. The four huge figures were four icy soul heavenly bears. Despite their size, they were a lot faster than most heavenly beasts, since they had the wind attribute. This was especially so when they used this charging skill, and the explosive speed they had was just incredible. The bear leading the pack was extremely huge, much larger than the one they had killed earlier, and when it charged forth, it spotted the corpse of the dead bear and the little one in its mouth, and without further aggravation, its 8-meter-long body went into the berserk state.
As the intimidating body leaped up from its charge, the huge body seemed to form a bow shape in midair as its massive paws smashed into the ground.
Run!
At this moment, no one would choose to stay and fight with these huge fellows, and all of them ran off at top speeds. Alas, this huge icy soul heavenly bear was the strongest in the forest. It was the icy soul heavenly bear king, and was a top-level zone stage heavenly beast. Furthermore, it was the father of the little bears, and on seeing its dead child, its rage could be imagined. With a loud explosion, its two bear paws smashed brutally onto the ground, as if an earthquake or landslide was happening.
With an ear-splitting rumble, an intense seismic wave mixed with a strong yellow light quickly spread out towards them.
Not only was this icy soul heavenly bear king much larger, it also had a third attribute besides the normal ice and wind attributes, earth. Currently, the skill it was using was that of the earth attribute, and was called the Mother Earth's Roar. Not only was it one of the most tyrannical area of effect attack skills, it was also a strong area of effect control skill. If someone could store this skill, it would undoubtedly be one of the earth attribute's strongest 9-star skills. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 121. Chapter 121, Fat Cat has become a huge fat cat. 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
As the yellow light reached almost 10 meters tall, it brought along snow and ice as it came crashing down towards them. The shock it brought was indescribable. All of them quickly leaped into the air, trying to avoid it from above. Alas, the attack was too quick, and Huafeng, who was in front, was struck and knocked back, lapsing into unconsciousness while still in midair. The other members of the Heavenly Bow unit proved to be of no exception. Although it was easy for them to leap more than 10 meters high, the problem was that the icy soul Heavenly Bear King's paws had struck down, causing the entire earth to reverberate strongly, and they did not have proper footing when they jumped. Luo Kodi had only reached 5 meters before being swallowed by the Mother Earth's roar, while Gao Shen and Han Mo were only slightly better. Muan fared the worst, as he was attempting to return to Shangguan Binger and Zhou Weiqing, and did not even manage to get far above the ground before he was enveloped. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger had been standing at a relatively further distance, and when the icy soul Heavenly Bear King had charged forth, they were slightly further away, and Zhou Weiqing managed to make use of the advantage of youth, fast reflexes. The memory of the previous ice spikes was still fresh in his mind, and as soon as he saw the icy soul Heavenly Bears charging forth, he had grabbed Shangguan Binger and circulated all his heavenly energy into his right leg, and slammed the ground savagely with it as hard as he could. His leg struck the ground at almost the same time as the icy soul Heavenly Bear King, and together with Shangguan Binger in his arms, it sent them 15 meters into the air, barely avoiding the icy soul Heavenly Bear King's shocking full-powered hit. As the saying goes, there is a limit to human strength sometimes. The members of the Heavenly Bow unit had created many miracles of beating stronger, more powerful foes with much weaker strength, no matter being their strategy, combat experience, or the cooperation they had working together. It was already at the peak of what their personal strength could allow. If not for that, just pitting strength against strength on paper, the icy soul Heavenly Bear should have easily wiped out the whole team. However, when the 4 icy soul Heavenly Bears appeared, they knew they had no chance of winning. Furthermore, that icy soul Heavenly Bear King had went berserk so quickly and used its full strength upon seeing them, and they did not even have the opportunity to plan or make use of any of their skills. Although that blow did not heavily injure them, the stunning effect of the Mother Earth's roar had caused them to fly back around 100 yards, all unconscious. 4 pairs of enraged and bloodthirsty eyes locked upon the Madare Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger. However, in the next instant, the 4 pairs of eyes also narrowed a little, and they did not launch an attack surprisingly. As Zhou Weiqing had circulated all his heavenly energy into his demonic right leg, his aura had burst forth uncontrollably, and sensing that terrifying aura, the 4 zone stage heavenly beasts hesitated momentarily. Among the 4 powerful icy soul heavenly beasts, besides the larger icy soul Heavenly Bear King, the other 3 were also no smaller than the one they had killed, and they were the icy soul Heavenly Bear King's wives. They had all originally belonged to a much larger community of icy soul heavenly bears, and the Bear King was actually the younger brother of the leader of their tribe. It had attempted to challenge for the position of leader and lost, and was thus exiled from their community, and they had ended up here. It must be known that, to survive a failed challenge, it was a testament to how powerful this Bear King was. Not even counting the members of the Heavenly Bow unit, even Zhou Weiqing's father Admiral Zhou would have a tough time dealing with that blow just now.
We're screwed. Although Zhou Weiqing had successfully dodged the first strike with Shangguan Binger, the words couldn't help but appear in their minds.
They wouldn't even be able to handle a single icy soul heavenly bear, let alone 4. Binger, run quick, I'll try to block them as long as I can.
As he said that, Zhou Weiqing was about to throw Shangguan Binger as far as he could.
With her dual agility jewels and her wind-wielding boots, she might actually have a small chance of escaping.
However, before he could throw her, Shangwan Binger grabbed onto his shirt and said, "Little fatty, do you think I'm a person who fears death? I'm already yours. If we have to die, we'll die together." But Zhou Weiqing looked at the determination in Shangwan Binger's eyes as both of them landed down on the ground at the same time. He was originally feeling afraid of dying, but looking into her eyes, seeing the despair in her eyes, he felt as if the blood in his body started boiling. The black tiger tattoos appeared all over his body as his eyes turned bloodshot once again. His right hand let go of Shangwan Binger as a violent and bloodthirsty aura burst forth from him, and the Black King word appeared on his forehead once again, while his bones seemed to break out in sound. Despite being in this land of ice and snow, Zhou Weiqing felt his body heating up, as if a fiery core was exploding forth from within. Is this the demonic change again? I do not want to lose consciousness. I want to be awake. I want to control it by myself. Stimulated by the despair in Shangwan Binger's eyes, Zhou Weiqing had fallen deep into the demonic change state, as an evil air about 10 times thicker than earlier surrounded him. Despite that, he kept chanting those words in his mind. It could clearly be seen that the snow around Zhou Weiqing was rapidly turning gray and disappearing, and this effect seemed to slowly broaden in a circle around him. As compared to the icy soul heavenly bears, his aura was not especially strong, but it gave these 4 Zong stage heavenly beasts a sense of danger. Especially the bloodshot eyes and the Black King on his forehead, it actually caused them to awaken from their frenzied states. The little white tiger which had been standing on Zhou Weiqing's shoulders all this while had a gleam in its eyes, and it seemed to take in rapid deep breaths, as if the evil aura around Zhou Weiqing was its favorite food. As Zhou Weiqing's body seemed to dip down, his muscles were tuned by the demonic change into perfect condition, reaching almost 3 times his normal strength. At the same time, he was also able to flawlessly use his heavenly energy and skills with impeccable efficiency. As long as he had sufficient heavenly energy to sustain himself, he would be able to continuously use all his skills infinitely. Alas, these 4 icy soul heavenly bears were not the weak little forest direwolves that he had originally met. Despite the sense of danger that Zhou Weiqing's evil aura brought to them, they would not easily back down. Their children's death had caused much rage and depression, and they continued moving towards Zhou Weiqing slowly. Even under the demonic change state, Zhou Weiqing was still just too weak in comparison to the 4 bears. Without question, as soon as they launched their attacks, Zhou Weiqing would be torn to shreds. Right as this moment, the little white tiger on Zhou Weiqing's shoulder suddenly moved, and the 4 cute baby pink paws pressed down on him as it sprang forth. Zhou Weiqing, who was originally losing control of his own mind, suddenly felt clarity return, but almost in the next instant, his bloodshot pupils shrank in surprise. As the little white tiger fat cat leaped away from Zhou Weiqing's shoulder, its body seemed to expand out quickly. By the time it landed silently on the ground, it had actually become a 3-meter-long, 1.3-meter-tall immense white tiger. Its deep blue eyes giving forth a shining luster, and as fat cat raised its head, it gave a proud roar. As the roar rang throughout the forest, there was a shocked silence. Zhou Weiqing felt a strange strength spark within his body, and he spread his arms, puffing out his chest, and a ear-shattering roar issued from his mouth as well. It was another tiger's roar, simple, thick and clear, while the white tiger's was loud, sharper, and excited. The 2 roars, one low and one high, they complemented each other, showing the incomparable power and majesty of the king of the jungle. Looking at Fat Cat's huge body appearing in front of them suddenly, the 4 icy soul heavenly bears stopped in surprise. Besides the icy soul heavenly bear king, the other 3 revealed a look of fear in their eyes, and when Zhou Weiqing roared together with Fat Cat, even the icy soul heavenly bear king's body shrank back a little. Although its eyes were still fierce, it no longer seemed as wild as before. Roar! As its roar ended, Fat Cat gave another low roar, this time, turning around to Zhou Weiqing, swiping its claws at his shirt, and pulling the 2 little bears out, putting them onto the ground. The 2 little bears were covered with a layer of gray, their little bodies trembling as if suffering much pain. Fat Cat's eyes suddenly turned a crystal white color, and 2 bright white lights shot forth from its eyes, striking both little bears respectively and clearing the gray mist around them. The 2 little bears stopped struggling. The next moment, Fat Cat lifted a large paw and placed it atop the 2 little bears, its head turning back towards the 4 icy soul heavenly bears, issuing another low roar, as if saying something. After the series of low roars, Fat Cat's head turned towards the north, and the white in its eyes receded, turning back to its usual blue color. However, its eyes also turned cold and deadly, as a killing aura rose from its body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, Fat Cat has become a huge fat cat, too. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Wu the icy soul heavenly bear king's large body stood upright, its front paws held to its chest, as it did a rather human-like action of paying respect to Fat Cat. The other 3 bears did the same thing, and after doing so, they slowly walked forward, no longer any enmity in their movements.
Fat Cat lifted the paw from the two little bears, turning around and looking at Zhou Weiqing, who was still struggling to gain control of his body. Once again, two bright white lights shot forth from Fat Cat's eyes into Zhou Weiqing's eyes, and instantly, he felt two warm currents from his eyes to his dantian, and the bloodthirsty, violent feelings started vanishing like snow in the summer, and the black tiger tattoos on his skin also started disappearing. Shangwan Binger, at the side, was totally stunned. She had originally thought that both of them would perish here in the snow, even when Zhou Weiqing had entered the demonic change state. That thought never changed. Against 4 zone stage heavenly beasts, what that would only prolong their deaths. However, what happened after gave her the clear example that in this world, anything was indeed possible. The 4 large bear heads squeezed together, nudging the 2 little bears on the ground, issuing soft cries at them. At the side, Fat Cat stood with head held high, proudly ignoring the 4 large icy soul heavenly bears. After a while, it seemed like the 4 bears had sufficient intimacy and contact with their children, and the Bear King picked up the 2 little bears, placing them before Fat Cat, before placing its own head in the snow before Fat Cat in a kowtow position as well. After it got up, it gave another weak cry, which Fat Cat replied with a light roar. The Bear King looked for a while more at the 2 little bears, before leading the other 3 bears away reluctantly. Zhou Weiqing had finally regained control of his body and senses, and seeing that the 4 bears had not only moved off, but even left their children behind, he couldn't help but stare in stupefaction at the huge white tiger, Fat Cat. This fellow, being able to scare off 4 zone stage heavenly beasts, how strong was it? Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but swallow a large gulp of saliva, remembering to himself how he used to bully it when he was bored. Now that it had become a large fat cat. Just as Zhou Weiqing was thinking nervously to himself, Fat Cat had brought the 2 little bears back towards him, placing them in his arms. Zhou Weiqing subconsciously held them, but just at that instant, Fat Cat's huge body pounced right at him.
Has the time for revenge come so soon?
Zhou Weiqing involuntarily took a step back, but just before the pouncing Fat Cat reached him, its body shrank back down in midair, before finally landing lightly on his shoulders and dropping back down into his arms, wriggling till it found a warm, comfortable spot. The 2 little bears were already snug in Zhou Weiqing's outer clothing, and Fat Cat's arrival pushed them away to the side. Looking down at the cute little thing in his arms, with only half its head poking out, eyes closed and back asleep, Zhou Weiqing could hardly match it with the terrifying king of the beasts that scared off 4 zone stage heavenly beasts earlier.
Shangwan Binger walked over to Zhou Weiqing's side, giving him an incredulous look. What just happened? Zhou Weiqing said helplessly, I'm not sure myself. Fat Cat, this little thing can actually turn so huge, now we know for sure it's definitely a heavenly beast. No matter whether what its current strength is, we can be certain that it has an unbelievable talent and should grow up to be extremely powerful. If not, it wouldn't have been able to scare off the icy soul heavenly bears. Oh well, whatever, it's good to be alive. Ha ha. That's called character. Binger, didn't you realize? Your husband has such awesome character, able to turn misfortune into something auspicious. Wah aha. Shangwan Binger rolled her eyes at him, thinking to herself, this little rascal has a very resilient mental state. If it were anyone else, they'd probably have been scared to death or tangled up in wondering what its origin is. Instead, he was being all smug about it, and not even forgetting to take advantage of me. However, she was growing to like his forthright way more and more. Although he was still rather dirty and roguish, at least he was very real. Let's wake up the seniors and quickly leave this place. Only then Zhou Weiqing awakened and remember the members of the Heavenly Bao unit fainted at the side. To say that he was totally oblivious and not surprised or frightened by the day's events, that was definitely impossible, after all he had stared at death in the face. However, his ability to tune his emotions were unparalleled, and he recovered really quickly. 2 years later. Stars Forest, Heavenly Bao Unit Camp. Mu1. Zhou Weiqing. You two as asterisk holes. If you have the guts, don't run. A shrill, angry cry rang out, and a yellow shadowy figure charged out from a wooden house in the camp. It was a lady, looking about 30 years of age, and her beautiful features were distorted by a look of absolute fury on her face. Her hair was still wet, but her right hand was holding a kitchen cleaver, and she looked as if she were an erupting volcano. However, the courtyard was already empty, and her targets were nowhere to be found. Hua Feng. Get out here right now. I can't stand it anymore. The lady shouted angrily, her formidable bosom heaving as she did so, causing an impressive sight. Sigh, those 2 rascals, they can't give us any peace. Hua Feng said helplessly as he walked out of his house, looking at the angry wet-haired lady and said, Little Grass, calm down. Don't you know Muan's temperament by now? Little Grass looked at Hua Feng, her expression growing a lot gentler. Brother Feng, I can't stand it anymore. It's already the 12th time this year. I can't even take a shower in peace any longer. What sort of rubbish is that old scoundrel Muan spouting? He even tries to justify it by saying he is training that young scoundrel Zhou Weiqing's eyesight and counting how many hairs I have? If not for the fact I can't defeat him, I'd have beaten him to death now. I don't care, you better give me some accountability now. One old scoundrel was already enough of a headache, now with this young scoundrel who has even surpassed his master. Over these 2 years, you can ask everyone who hasn't been tortured by these two fellows. Little Grass, all your complaints are useless. Don't you know that your brother Huafeng has been bribed? A strange and ghostly voice sounded out. Another beautiful lady walked out from a nearby wooden house. She was about 1.75 m tall, with a head full of pink hair flowing behind her back, with fine and attractive features. The problem was, she was flat-chested and had something that most women did not have, an Adam's apple. Huafeng said exasperatedly, "Sure, Little Grass is already angry enough, stop stirring her up further. Muan and Little Wei might overdo things sometimes, but it's his own unique style of teaching." Sure gave a cold humph, giving a Lanhua gesture. "Boss, they didn't just offend Little Grass, they even dared peek at me when I was bathing." Huafeng couldn't help but bust out laughing. "I still remember that day clearly. Little Wei is definitely still far from his teacher, he grew a needle in his eye too the next day. After that, he never dared to offend you again." Little Grass gave another angry humph, saying, "Don't mention that little as asterisk hole Zhou Weiqing. When Binger is around, he's always acts so good and honest, and as soon as she leaves to store skills, he turns into a scoundrel and a rogue, he literally becomes Muin and Luo Kudi combined. Anyway, I don't care, if you don't solve this problem, I'll sneak into your bed every night." But Sure giggled and said, "Little Grass, aren't you just finding an excuse to do that? You've been wanting to sneak into his bed for years. This sister supports you." Little Grass said angrily, "You damn transvestite, get lost. Your mother 3 hate transvestites the most." Sure gave a humph and said, "Even though your brother Feng isn't a transvestite, but he likes men. What's the big difference between a homosexual and a transvestite?" Little Grass twisted her mouth and said, "It's just a matter of preference. At least brother Feng is still a real man." Just as that moment, a young girl walked in from outside, hearing the exchange between the few of them, and sighing inwardly to herself. "Our Heavenly Bao unit truly doesn't contain any normal people, a bunch of weirdos." The young girl was rather tall, about 1.7 m in height, with a head full of ocean blue hair flowing behind her, and a youthful aura. Her perfectly proportioned figure was still young and not fully ripe, but her fresh beauty was even more alluring. Her pair of pale green eyes were filled with grace and a brilliant, attractive light. "Binger, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, I would have gone over to kill your husband now." On seeing the girl, Little Grass sprang over and gave her a big hug. Indeed, this young girl who had returned from the outside was Shangguan Binger. After these 2 years, she was now 18 years old, and was in the prime of a girl's life. As for Little Grass, she was the lady mentioned by Muan previously, the Earth Attribute Elemental Jewel Master who was in love with Huafeng. Her temper was fiery, and besides Huafeng who she treated very gently, her temper often erupted like a volcano. Strangely, though she was always against Zhou Weiqing, but she was very close to Shangguan Binger. Shangguan Binger said helplessly, "I haven't married him yet, what do you mean husband?" Little Grass sis, if Little Fatty angered you again, I'll apologize on his behalf. That rascal. Although his mouth is rather bad, his heart is still quite good. Little Grass rolled her eyes and said, "Enough. I'm not talking about his character anymore, you're already poisoned by love. Sigh, for this point, you and your sister are the same." As she said that, she glanced bitterly at Huafeng, causing him to shiver slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123. Chapter 123, Fat Cat has become a huge fat cat, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Sure was toying with her fingernails at the side, saying idly, "Alas, even though you're poisoned by love as well, but your man likes other men, You damn transvestite, your mother, will risk my life to take you down." Little Grass shouted furiously, and was about to charge over. Shangguan Binger quickly grabbed hold of her. If she had to judge who was the most dangerous person in the entire Heavenly Bao unit, it would definitely be the Snake Lady transvestite Sure. They often fought like that, and Shangguan Binger was rather used to it. "Alright, everyone. Enough!" Huafeng shouted. The two ladies and one transvestite turned their gazes onto him. Huafeng looked at Shangguan Binger and said, "Binger, have you finished storing your third skill?" Shangguan Binger nodded and said, "Yes, teacher. I have accomplished it successfully." Huafeng nodded and said, "That's great. You and Little Wei already have sufficient means of self-protection.
Both of you have already inherited our true secrets in archery, and the only thing you lack is more practice and experience on actual battlefields. You've already been here for almost 2 years, and it's time to leave.
Shangwan Binger exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, you want me and little fatty to leave?"
Huafeng said helplessly, "You've seen for yourself, when Little Wei, Muen and Luo Kodi get together, they have caused so much chaos for our Heavenly Bao unit. My original intention was to leave you two for another few more months, but now it looks like it'll be better for both of you to leave earlier. Otherwise, our Heavenly Bao unit will be torn apart soon. It's good that you are back now. Both of you should pack up and leave tomorrow. Come with me, I have some things to tell you." Shangwan Binger nodded. She was clear that her teacher never made decisions easily, but once he did, it would be extremely difficult to change his mind. As such, she followed Huafeng into his wooden house, with a rather sad look in her eyes.
Little Grass looked curiously at Isher and said, "Is boss really chasing that little brat Zhou Weiqing away?" Isher replied, "Isn't that what you hoped for? Why? Now that it happened, you can't bear to see them go?"
Little Grass combed her wet hair, muttering to herself, "Although that little brat is rather irritating, but with him around, don't you think our Heavenly Bao unit is filled with life and laughter?" Isher let loose a giggle before laughing out loud. "Foolish girl, do you really think that boss will chase them away just on your word? He has clearly planned this for a while, You've loved boss for so long, how can you not know how he thinks? Although that little brat Zhou Weiqing is extremely sly and cunning, who amongst us isn't jealous of his unbelievable talent? In just a short span of 2 years, he has actually managed to cultivate from the 5th level of Heavenly Jing energy to the 11th stage. Furthermore, he has mastered most of Old Scoundrel's archery skills, and you should know that even if he continued staying here, he will not be able to learn much else from us. In the first place, with his talent, he would never be destined to stay for long in our Heavenly Bao unit. Zhou Shuinyou still needs his son to take over his position eventually." A hint of worry entered Little Grass' eyes, and at this moment there was no hint of her usual fiery temple.
"Indeed.
Our empire is indeed in worrying straits, especially now that the Baide Empire is giving Kali's more and more support. Although I dislike Zhou Shuinyou, I have to admit that without him, our Heavenly Bao Empire would have long been crushed. 2 years ago, after the battle with the Icy Soul Heavenly Bears, Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger had awoken the other members of the Heavenly Bao unit. They did not reveal the situation with the little white tiger, only telling Huafeng and the rest that the 4 Icy Soul Heavenly Bears had just left all of a sudden. When they returned to the Heavenly Bao unit camp, they entered 2 years of tough training and cultivation. As for Zhou Weiqing, he mainly focused on the exquisitely painful yet unbelievably quick immortal deity technique, while also learning Muen's various archery skills, of which he had by now all pretty much learnt. The most shocking thing to all the members was that within these 2 years, his heavenly energy had shot up by 6 whole levels, reaching a stunning 11th level of heavenly energy. Even though Shangwan Binger was already considered a rare genius, she had only just reached the 12th level and gotten her 3rd set of heavenly jewels, just reaching the heavenly Shin energy stage.
It seemed like Zhou Weiqing would quickly catch up.
As such, to allow Zhou Weiqing to focus more on his archery skills, while also afraid that he would bite off more than he could chew and not accomplish anything, as a result, although he had already gotten his 2nd set of heavenly jewels, he had not been allowed to consolidate equipment or store skills as of yet. However, his personal power was already far above what he had been just 2 years ago. In fact, even now he could face off with Luo Kodi, who still remained at the 5-jewel physical master stage, without losing. As for the various skills of his first elemental jewel, he was now able to use them freely and easily after much practice. The members of the Heavenly Bao unit knew that not just Zhou Weiqing, but also Shangwan Binger, wouldn't remain for long at the Heavenly Bao unit or Paradise Strange. As Heavenly Jewel Masters, they belonged on a much grander stage.
The next day. Dawn. Front gates of the Heavenly Bao unit camp.
Heavenly Bao unit leader, Ultimate Assassin, Huafeng, Vice leader, Snake Lady Transvestite, Isher, Female Volcano, Little Grass, Arrow Tower, Hanimo, Canon Jigaoshin, Drunken Rogue, Luo Kodi and God Eye Scoundrel, Muen, were all standing in a row. In front of them stood 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female. The female was of course Shangwan Binger, and there were tears brimming in her eyes, with an expression full of reluctance to part. The male by her side, standing at almost 1.9 m tall, looking as fit as a young bull, was Zhou Weiqing, a rather sad look on his face as well. The honest-looking expression on his face was a lot more realistic than before. Atop Zhou Weiqing's shoulders stood the little white tiger, looking no different from 2 years ago. It still had the same lazy look as before, but if someone examined it closely and carefully, they would notice that the color of its eyes had changed, from the previous blue to a light purple. Its brilliant white fur now seemed like they were carved from crystal, and if it stood there unmoving, some might even mistake it for a perfect sculpture. Right behind Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger, a pair of black bears with gold fur on their backs lay on the ground. The two fellows were no longer little, their bodies grown to over 2 meters long and were large and stout, especially with their large heads causing them to look charmingly simple and naive. However, if any jewel masters spotted them, it would definitely be terror that sparked in them. After all, they were icy soul heavenly bears. Even if they were still very young, the two bears were already Zune stage heavenly beasts. In truth, the icy soul heavenly bear's growth rate shouldn't have been so fast. The two had grown more than 10 years worth of growing in just these 2 years. Regarding this, the members of the Heavenly Bao unit were all puzzled as well, but despite their efforts, they were unable to find out the reason for this. Hua Feng gave a light smile and said to Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger, all good things must come to an end. You both have learned much in your 2 years in our Heavenly Bao unit. I hope that no matter what happens in the future, no matter how powerful you become, you will never forget that your motherland is our Heavenly Bao Empire.
Shangwan Binger nodded vigorously, saying, Teacher, do not worry. For me and little Fatty, everything we have is given by the motherland. We will not let you down. Little Grass said exasperatedly, Brother Phone, what type of situation is this, yet you are still talking about those big ideals? Binger is the kindest, gentlest girl I know, why would she need you to talk about all of that? Binger come, let Big Sis hug you. As she said that, she opened her arms and gave Shangwan Binger a big warm hug. At that point, Shangwan Binger couldn't resist any longer and tears flowed down her cheeks as she hugged Little Grass in return, her head resting on Little Grass' shoulders as she sobbed. Little Grass' eyes were also misty with tears. After a while, the two separated, and right at that moment, Luo Kodi opened his arms and hugged Shangwan Binger as well. I want a hug too. Indeed, he managed to hug, alas, it wasn't Shangwan Binger who he hugged, but someone much larger than him, with an honest look on his face, Zhou Weiqing. Luo Kodi felt as if his bones were creaking after being bear-hugged by Zhou Weiqing, and couldn't help but scold out loud, damn, you little brat, let go of me, but... Only then did Zhou Weiqing let go of Luo Kodi, saying with concern, Sure Shu, are you alright? I'm just about to leave, I'm just so touched. Luo Kodi gave a humph and said, Stop acting you little brat. Your father, just wanted a hug from Binger, it's not like she will lose anything. Zhou Weiqing nodded his head repeatedly, saying, Little Grass Elder Sis is allowed to hug, but you aren't. As long as it's female, even if it's a sow, your hugs could possibly impregnate it. Sure Shu, don't forget that your nickname is Rogue. The ultimate rogue. You, Luo Kodi cried out in anger, jumping up and wanting to teach Zhou Weiqing a lesson. Alas, at the distance they were at, he could only hold back. After all, Zhou Weiqing's strength now was indeed too terrifying, with 2 pure strength physical jewels boosting him. Just comparing strength alone he was already a match for Muan, who was a half-strength physical jewel master with 6 jewels, but... Although Zhou Weiqing's physical jewel was a pure strength jewel, and his boost should be 1.5 times that of an ordinary physical jewel master one, this shouldn't have happened. However, his strength had also been increased by the black pearl he swallowed, and during the 2 years of growth, his entire physique had grown by an impressive amount. Normally, during breaks and when he was feeling bored, he played and wrestled with the 2 baby icy soul heavenly bears, and in a 1v2 situation. Little Wei. Han Mo walked up to him. He was not a man of many words, and he just gave Zhou Weiqing a hug. Live well. Zhou Weiqing also grew more serious, keeping his joking smile and hugging him back. I will. Gao Shen walked over next and also gave him a hug. Little Wei, remember to kill more people. Men should have more killing intent to be more manly. He was followed by Yishir, but Zhou Weiqing refused to let her hug him, causing her to pout angrily. Muan and Huafeng also walked over. Huafeng patted Shangwan Binger's head, smiling faintly as he said, Teacher will always be proud of you. Teacher. Shangwan Binger could no longer control her emotions, and dove into Huafeng's arms, crying. Zhou Weiqing could only watch from the side, eyebrows twitching, but resisted the urge to do anything. Stop looking, little brat. In the future, if you go out and get bullied, you better not let anyone know you're my disciple. Muan said with a humph. Zhou Weiqing said carefully, Teacher, it's not like being your disciple is something of high honor or reputation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, Ring of Concealment, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Muan laughed and said, Also, didn't you also acknowledge that old Huyan Albot as your teacher? That old fellow has a lot of good stuff, don't be polite to him. Go now. Shoo. Zhou Weiqing held Muan's hands tightly, taking a deep breath and holding up his head as if calming himself down. Teacher, I can't bear to leave you. Muan's smile froze, and his expression slowly turned warm as well. Little scoundrel, I also can't bear for you to leave. Zhou Weiqing blinked and said, Then, shall I just stay?
All of the members of the Heavenly Bao unit cried out angrily in unison, "No!" Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger finally left the camp reluctantly, and as the members of the Heavenly Bao unit returned to their rooms rather despondently, all of them found a letter on their tables, from Zhou Weiqing. As Huafeng opened his letter, he saw only 2 simple lines written on it. "Leader, I know you've always liked my dad, but I also know that with my dad's temper, he would never reciprocate it. However, just to fulfill your wish, I'll still call you Little Mother once. Binger and I are leaving, but I'll still cause one last time of trouble for you. I will prove that it's not just because of me that the Heavenly Bao unit becomes so messy." As Huafeng read the letter, he found himself awkwardly between laughter and tears, when all of a sudden, a knock sounded on his door.
"Come in," he said.
Little Grass entered from the outside, though she was blushing red as she said, "Brother Feng, if you want it, you'll just have to tell me. How could I not give it to you?"
Huafeng was puzzled as he asked, "What did I want?"
Little Grass held out the letter in her hands shyly, and when Huafeng took it, he saw written on it, "Little Grass Elder Sis, actually Leader does like you a lot. Yesterday I saw him stealing your panties that you left out to dry and hide them under his pillow." Huafeng's hands trembled as he looked at Little Grass, who was looking at him with tenderness and love in her eyes, and 3 black lines appeared above his head as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhou
Wei Sheng."
As for the others' letters, they were as follows.
Gao Shen's letter, "Brother Shen, did you know that Yisher the transvestite is actually in love with you? She actually stole your underwear.
I'm not a person who easily stirs trouble, and I don't know what your temper is like. However, if it were me, I wouldn't easily stand for that sort of thing. Hanmo's letter, Brother Mo, I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but since I'm leaving I really do have to tell you the truth. The 100 titanium alloy arrows you ordered custom made, I felt they were very good, so I borrowed them to use. I'll just borrow them for 100 years or so.
Between us brothers, there's no need for any thanks, right? In truth, I know that you've always wanted to gift them to me, right? Yisher's letter, Lord Vice Leader, actually I know your inner heart must be in pain. As a transvestite, and a beautiful one at that, you are so different from everyone. However, I must tell you the truth. My teacher has always liked you so much, but he was always embarrassed to say so. The reason why he's always remained single is because of you. Did you know that he has kept a portrait of you, and deep in the night, he always stares at the portrait and trains his hands? Sigh. Even if you don't like him, you must really let him know. He's already so old, if he keeps training his hands like that so much, it's not good for his body." Luo Kodi's letter, Sure Shu, that day I unintentionally heard Leader talking to himself in his room.
In our Heavenly Bao unit, only you and he are suave enough, and he also said that my dad is getting too old already, and that he shouldn't keep dreaming of the impossible. As such, he has decided to change his target. I won't say much more, you know what I mean. Leader is such a great person, with such grace and poise, you two are indeed a good match. Muan's letter, Teacher, I've left a portrait under your bed, but I accidentally spilled porridge on it. Please help me pass it to Yisher.
An hour later, a mass of angry howls arose from the Heavenly Bao unit.
Strangely, all of them sounded very similar, and with gritted teeth.
Zhou Weiqing.
At that time, Zhou Weiqing, who had already walked quite a distance away, suddenly stopped, turning back towards the Heavenly Bao unit with a huge, wicked grin on his face, giving a small laugh as he muttered to himself, "I'm just afraid you all will forget me. I didn't mean to prank you all.
And, it's not intentional, definitely not planned, nor was it premeditated." Had ha. Shangguan Binger looked at him curiously and asked, "What's going on? Little fatty, what are you talking about?"
Zhou Weiqing quickly reined himself in, saying, nothing.
Binger, don't you think I'm already considered a real man, a grown-up now?
Shangguan Binger started, looking at the large and well-built, honest but valiant-looking Zhou Weiqing, and nodded sincerely while saying, "Indeed. Although you're only 16 years old, but most adult men wouldn't be as tall or muscular as you are. Of course you can be considered a real man now, but." Zhou Weiqing was filled with joy, winking to her and said, "In that case, can we do
it already?" Shangguan Binger asked puzzledly, "What's it?"
Zhou Weiqing said abashedly, "You know, it. Since you already said I'm a real man, and you're a beautiful grown lady, and we're fiancés, that.
Shangguan Binger finally understood what he meant, instantly flushing deeply and said, "Dream on.
Why is your brain full of dirty thoughts?
Humph, walk further from me. Who's your fiancé? Have you resolved the situation with Princess Defuya?" Zhou Weiqing said helplessly, "I haven't had the opportunity yet. We're heading back to Heavenly Bao City now, and I'll handle the matter when we return. I'll go right to look for Godfather. Although Defuya is rather hateful, I shouldn't delay it and let her waste her youth as well." Shangguan Binger rolled her eyes at him, but she clearly looked a lot happier.
Zhou Weiqing was attempting to strike while the iron was hot, sidling closer to her to get intimate, but she quickly ran ahead like a wind elf, her tinkling laughter trailing her. Zhou Weiqing grinned and chased forward, and just like that, with one chasing the other, they sped through the stars forest towards the Heavenly Bow City. The two poor little icy soul heavenly bears could only run with all their might, panting, as they tried to keep up. Their foolish and simple-looking appearance was simply so adorable, while the little white tiger fat cat still lay on Zhou Weiqing's shoulder lazily, as if it would never wake up. As they closed in on the edge of the stars forest, Zhou Weiqing beckoned to the two bears, saying, "Come here, De Huang, Huang." The two tired and panting bears came lumbering to Zhou Weiqing, nuzzling their heads on Zhou Weiqing's body, with nary the look and pride of a zone-stage heavenly beast. These two little fellows were raised together by Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger, but the one they feared most was Fat Cat. Often, if Fat Cat gave a low roar, the two of them would lie down on the ground with their hands covering their heads, looking extremely pitiful. Zhou Weiqing raised his right hand, and a gold-green cat's eye ring on his finger flashed, causing two beams of yellow light to shine upon the two bears. As the light glittered, the two large fellows had disappeared. This spatial ring was given to him by Hua Feng, and Zhou Weiqing had to give up all his cuts from the missions throughout these 2 years. Originally, he wasn't supposed to get a cut of the salary from the missions, but as his power increased, his control skills started to play a larger role and be of critical help during the missions. As a result, the members of the Heavenly Bow unit had agreed to give him a cut as well. Zhou Weiqing did not know how much it had amounted to after these 2 years, but for the sake of De Huang and Huang, these two large fellows, he had no choice but to give up on his cut and take the spatial ring, which had about 20 square meters of space within. In truth, what Zhou Weiqing didn't know was that he had been given a huge gift. Such a spatial ring was worth at least 200,000 gold coins or more. That was mainly because it wasn't an ordinary spatial ring, and it didn't just store goods, but had a small and unique spatial realm created which could allow living creatures to stay within. That was its true value, and was considered a rather rare treasure. After keeping De Huang and Huang into the ring's space, Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger headed to the Heavenly Bow City. According to Hua Feng, they would be heading to the Feili Empire to undergo their next step of learning and training. Without question, Feili Empire was the only large empire which was on good relations with the Heavenly Bow Empire, and it was also a lot more developed on all fronts. This time, Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were headed to the Feili Empire's Feili Imperial Family's military academy, to learn how to lead and direct armies. This was under the direction of Admiral Zhou, who wanted them to prepare to help out the Heavenly Bow Empire's armies in the future. There were still 5 more months until the new semester of the Feili Imperial Family's military academy began, but Hua Feng had them return to the Heavenly Bow City in advance. The main reason was for Zhou Weiqing to head to Feili Empire's Flying Hill City first. After all, he was already 16 years old, and it was time for him to study under Huyan Aobai as promised. Furthermore, he still hadn't consolidated equipment or stored skills for his second set of heavenly jewels. "Binger, let's stay at home for 3 days, and I'll settle the betrothal with Princess Defuya. After 3 days, let's head to Flying Hill City together, how about that?" Zhou Weiqing held onto her hands, rather unwilling to part. She had been gone for quite a while to complete storing her third elemental jewel skill, and had finally just returned to his side, and he naturally couldn't bear to part with her for another few days once again. Shangguan Binger hesitated and said, "Little fatty, we've already spent 2 years together in the Heavenly Bow unit, and during this period I haven't spent any time with my mother. I want to seize this chance before we enter the Feili Imperial Family's military academy to accompany her well. She's my only kin, and this time, we will be spending another few years at the academy, as it is so far and traveling to and fro will be extremely difficult. Why don't you head to Flying Hill City first, and we'll meet in the Feili Empire capital, Feili City in 5 months, alright?" "Ah." Hearing her say that, Zhou Weiqing's face fell and he said dejectedly, "Doesn't that mean we'll be apart for 5 months? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 125. Chapter 125, Ring of Concealment, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Binger revealed the struggle in her eyes, but she finally reaffirmed her stance. "Little fatty, my mom is my only kin, can you forgive me?" Zhou Weiqing gently held her in his arms, and this time Shangguan Binger did not resist as she rested in his broad embrace. "Little fatty, I also can't bear to leave you. Ever since we met, although you often make me angry, but these few years together, I have grown used to having you by my side. Although you're a little afraid of death, a little shameless, and always such a rascal, but I know that your heart is really kind inside. If our feelings are true, such a separation should not matter much. Once we reach the academy, won't we be together again?" Zhou Weiqing put his face to her hair, saying, "Binger, how could I stop you from being filial? If only I didn't make the promise to Huyan teacher. I should also spend more time with my mother.
When I'm gone, if you are free, do help me visit my mother as well, okay? No, it's our mother.
Dad is often at the front lines, and she's also very lonely.
Shangguan Binger nodded and said, I will.
Go quickly, or it'll be even harder to part. Zhou Weiqing held her shoulders and bent his head low. Looking at her beautiful eyes starting to mist over, he gave a light kiss on her lips and said softly, when we reach the Feili Imperial family's military academy, there won't be anyone to control us anymore. Can we do it then?
Your mind is always so dirty. Shangguan Binger's tears broke into laughter and she punched him lightly on the shoulders.
Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily, saying, it has to do with my happiness, how can I not fight for it?
Alright, I'm going to head off first.
As he finished speaking, he turned and ran off, quickly disappearing around a corner. Looking at his disappearing figure, Shangguan Binger stood there for a while, tears brimming in her eyes. After a while, she finally recovered and headed back home as well. Zhou Weiqing ran off very quickly, not because he was in a rush to leave, but because he couldn't bear to leave as well, couldn't bear to see Shangguan Binger crying, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist giving up his promise to Huyan Albua and staying to accompany her. Returning home for 2 days and accompanying his mother, Zhou Weiqing finally decided to head to the palace. First was to visit his godfather, to bid farewell to him, and the other reason was of course regarding his betrothal to Defuya.
What? You want to dissolve the betrothal? No way. The Heavenly Bao Empire Palace, study room. Di Fengling was dressed in the royal robes, seated at the dragon seat, and he rejected Zhou Weiqing's request without hesitation. Zhou Weiqing gave a bitter smile and said, Godfather, you know that Defuya doesn't like me at all, and she looks down on me, furthermore with my looks, I am not worthy of her. Di Fengling gave a humph, sizing up Zhou Weiqing before saying, what's wrong with your looks? You're tall, big and strong, what's wrong with that? Anyway, like or not, that's not her choice to make. Furthermore, you're no longer the same as before, you have already awakened your heavenly jewels and become a heavenly jewel master, how could I possibly find a better match than you in the whole empire? Dissolving the betrothal, that's impossible, don't you know that a king's word isn't easily broken? Your father, being your father-in-law, is it a shameful thing for you? Zhou Weiqing stared at Di Fengling with his mouth agape. Although Di Fengling wasn't a jewel master, Zhou Weiqing was still like a little child in front of him. After all, since young, Di Fengling had seen him grown up, and was even more like a father to him than his own father. Even after knowing that his meridians were blocked and he couldn't cultivate, Di Fengling still treated him the same. It could be said that besides his own father, the person Zhou Weiqing feared and respected the most was this godfather, who was filled with the aura and authority of a king. Godfather. I already have someone I love. Zhou Weiqing said tentatively. Oh? Who is it? Can she be prettier than my Defuya? Little Weia, I know that Defuya the child hurt you previously, but these few years she has also changed a lot. As a man, you shouldn't be so petty. Godfather, I'm telling the truth. I've already personally asked for that girl's hand in marriage and gotten her agreement. Furthermore, we've already done it. All that's left is to give you a bouncing god grandson. I have to be accountable to her as well. What? Di Fengling stared at Zhou Weiqing. Although he knew about Zhou Weiqing awakening his heavenly jewels, regarding what happened between Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger, how could Admiral Zhou possibly have the face to tell him that? As a result, he naturally did not know. You little brat, how old are you only? And you've already done it with her? You? Sigh. Di Fengling stood up from his dragon seat. Just as Zhou Weiqing thought he was about to get a scolding, he heard his godfather sigh and say, well, I guess I can't blame you. Kids these days, they grow up so fast. If I had known this would happen, I should have held Defuya's marriage to you earlier, then you wouldn't go out and pluck wildflowers one. What type of situation was this? For a moment, Zhou Weiqing was bamboozled, wondering if Defuya was really Di Fengling's daughter or if he was Di Fengling's son. After all, Di Fengling seemed too obviously on his side. Little Wei, you must remember. The most important to a man is power. Once you have power, then you can have confidence in yourself. A confident man is attractive to women. Godfather isn't against you having several wives, but you must remember to have restraint. Doing that too much isn't good for you as well. Understand? Looking at Di Fengling telling him that in a serious face, Zhou Weiqing was twitching in his heart. He suddenly felt that his godfather was almost like his teacher, both supporting him to chase more girls. The only difference was that one was telling him to do so with a perverted face, and the other was telling him in a matter-of-fact way, with a serious, dignified air. Yet, in truth, they were saying the same thing. Godfather, about the betrothal, Zhou Weiqing asked hopefully. Di Fengling gave him a glare. Your father, already allowed you to marry little wives, you're still arguing with me? Zhou.
Let me tell you, Defuya is also in the Feili Imperial Family Military Academy, you two better get along well.
After graduation, I will personally hold the wedding ceremony for you both.
Zhou Weiqing opened his mouth to say something else, but Di Fengling had already swept out of the room, not giving him a chance to speak any further.
Ugh. Zhou Weiqing was rather depressed now. What am I going to tell Binger now?
Still, he soon came up with another plan.
So, Defuya will also be in the military academy? Didn't she say she would rather marry a pig or a dog than me? I, your father, will let you know what a true rogue, a true scoundrel is, and she will know what real pain is.
After graduation, she will naturally agree to come with me to dissolve the marriage together with Godfather.
Worse come to worse, I'll have to run away with Binger. Ha.
As for Di Fengling, who had just walked out of the study room, he had a faint smile on his face, as he thought to himself.
Little brat, trying to fight with your father, you're still too young and naive to do so. Defuya, you can't let me down.
I specially sent you to the Feili Military Academy to let you snatch that little brat's heart.
Hua Feng has already told me that Little Wei's future will definitely outstrip Big Bro Zhou.
With my daughter's beauty, how could she not capture his heart? Alas, if Di Fengling knew who that the girlfriend Zhou Weiqing was referring to was the top beauty in the empire, Shangguan Binger, he probably would not be so optimistic. After he exited the palace, Zhou Weiqing went straight to Shangguan Binger's house. In the 2 years they were at the Heavenly Bao unit, they had returned every year, and he had occasionally accompanied her over, and was thus rather familiar with the route. Shangguan Binger stayed in a rather ordinary small house in the commoner part of town. Even after she had been awarded the noble title of Viscount, they did not move. Of course, it wasn't that Shangguan Binger was unwilling to move, as she wanted to let her mother stay in a better environment. However, Tang Xian insisted that she was used to staying there and refused to move.
When Zhou Weiqing arrived, Shangguan Binger was in the garden with her mother planting vegetables.
The garden was rather small, taking up about half of their already rather small courtyard. Zhou Weiqing stood at the entrance, looking at the beautiful mother and daughter pair planting in the gardens, and couldn't help but stare entranced.
Why don't you come in? Although Tang Xian had not even glanced in his direction, her voice rang forth. Hello, auntie. Zhou Weiqing grinned and entered the courtyard.
Seeing him, a joyful look crossed Shangguan Binger's face, but it was quickly replaced by a sad look. After all, they were about to part for a few months, and she was feeling rather gloomy in her heart.
Tang Xian stood up, and even her simple clothing couldn't hide her beauty.
She smiled at Zhou Weiqing and said, "Little fatty, from what Binger said, you're headed to the Flying Hill City, nut." In front of Tang Xian, Zhou Weiqing was always at his most honest and well-behaved, and he quickly nodded his head and said, "Yup. I'm already 16 years old, and I promised Huyan teacher to head over to learn from him." Tang Xian nodded and said, "Little fatty, there are 2 things that you must remember. First of all, do not spend too much time and energy on learning how to create consolidating equipment scrolls. The sheer amount of time needed to master it is extremely taxing, and it will definitely affect your cultivation. With your elemental jewel attributes, you have just too great a talent to waste." Zhou Weiqing quickly agreed. Towards Shangguan Binger's mysterious mother, he was rather respectful and fearful, and his mother's admonishment to him to listen to her was still fresh in his mind. Tang Xian smiled faintly and continued, "The second thing is, when you store skills, do try your best to always store as many control-type skills as possible. Remember, you can never have too many control skills." "Do you understand what I mean?" Zhou Weiqing said honestly, "Not really." Tang Xian laughed and said, "You're at least honest about that. Simply put, every time a Heavenly Jewel Master uses a skill, there will be a short period of time they will be unable to use it again too. For example, with your cultivation level, once you use your Touch of Darkness, within 10 seconds you are likely unable to continue using again. Am I right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 126. Chapter 126, Ring of Concealment, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing was rather shocked in his heart, as what Tang Xian said was totally correct. After lots of experimentation, he had found out that he indeed required 10 seconds after using the Touch of Darkness before he could use it again. This wasn't a matter of a lack of heavenly energy, but was the recovery period after the darkness attribute was used. Tang Xian continued saying, 10 seconds might seem very short to you now, but as your power levels grow higher, 10 seconds is more than sufficient to decide your life and death 10 times over. The more control skills you have, the more they can coordinate and overlap, and the initiative you have in the battlefield against your enemies. If you manage to control your enemies, you will be able to defeat or kill them easily. No matter how strong he is, as long as he is controlled by you permanently, he will not even have the chance to counterattack. At the same time, a strong heavenly jewel master usually has extremely strong defenses. If you control him and attack him once, you might not be able to kill him off. Under such circumstance, you will need to continue controlling with different skills. Remember, while companions are important, none can compare in terms of reliability to yourself. Never put your life in another person's hands. If you want to be powerful, you have to first learn how to control yourself. Control yourself. Zhou Weiqing repeated the words. All of a sudden he felt as if a door had been opened in his mind. Control yourself. Those words seemed so simple, yet with so many hidden profound secrets and deeper meaning behind it. In an abrupt motion, Tang Xian raised her hand and a grey light shot forth towards Zhou Weiqing. Subconsciously, he raised his hands and caught it, only to see it was a black ring. As he examined it closely, he found it was totally black, not reflecting any light at all, and seemed rather ordinary.
Tang Xian stroked Shangwan Binger's hair tenderly as she said, "Little fatty, that ring is called the Ring of Concealment, and it can be considered Binger's dowry that I'm giving you. If you wear it on the ring finger of your left hand, and circulate some heavenly energy within, you can change the look of your Alexandrite cat's eye into any of your elemental attributes, thus concealing its identity." Zhou Weiqing was overjoyed. This item might be pretty useless to most people, but it was an extreme treasure for him. Not only could he prevent any trouble arising from anyone discovering his Alexandrite cat's eye, he could also use it to trick the enemies he was facing, but allowing them to surprising them with an elemental skill they would never expect. It was as if this item was custom made for him. "Auntie, no, Mom, since this is Binger's dowry, then I shall not be polite." Zhou Weiqing quickly wore it on his ring finger delightedly, causing Shangwan Binger to flush in embarrassment as she hugged her mother's arm. Tang Xian smiled faintly and said, "Little fatty, remember, if I find that you hurt Binger, I will take back the ring, along with your life." Although she was smiling as she said that, Zhou Weiqing felt a chill down his spine and he could only grin foolishly and not speak. Tang Xian said, "You two chat a while, I'll head in first." As she said that, she looked at Zhou Weiqing before heading back inside. As soon as Tang Xian left, Zhou Weiqing relaxed noticeably. In a few steps, he had ran over to Shangwan Binger's side, hugging her. She cried out in surprise, "Quick, let go of me, my mom will see us." Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Our mother has already confirmed our relationship, she won't mind seeing us. Come, give your husband a kiss." Shangwan Binger lifted her hand to cover his mouth. "Don't play anymore. Little fatty, let me lean on you for a while, okay?" Zhou Weiqing started, and his gaze turned soft as he put her down, softly enveloping her in a warm hug. He then told her everything that had happened in the palace and his own thoughts. "If you do not marry Her Highness, can you get past His Majesty and your father?" Zhou Weiqing said solemnly, "Binger, do not worry. I will do my best to distinguish myself and gain merits for the country. No matter what, I will never marry Defuya. I like you more not because you're more beautiful than her, but because your character is so much better than hers. In my heart, you are so much better than her, perfect to me. Binger, I love you." Shangwan Binger's brow quivered and she hugged him closer. Zhou Weiqing stayed for almost 4 hours before leaving reluctantly. However, before he left, he passed the spatial ring to Shangwan Binger. After all, she would have to head to Feili Empire alone in a few months' time, and he would feel better if she had Di Huang and Air Huang together with her for protection. After leaving Binger's house, Zhou Weiqing returned home to bid his mother goodbye, before packing up his things, shouldering his black dawn bow, and leaving the heavenly Bao city towards the Feili Empire. Zhou Weiqing's current cultivation was a huge difference from the past, and as soon as he left the heavenly Bao city, the 11 energy whirlpools from the death acupuncture points he had broken through all started spinning at top speed, greedily drawing in energy from the atmosphere and replenishing his energy while he charged forth into the stars forest, taking a straight line path towards Feili Empire. At this time, 6 death acupuncture points of the second portion of his immortal deity technique had already been broken through. The second portion of the immortal deity technique were the 8 death acupuncture points on the back, and the ones that he had broken through were as follows: the Fei Shu death acupuncture point at the 3rd section of the spinous process of thoracic vertebra, the Juing Shu death acupuncture point at the 4th section, Xin Shu death acupuncture point at the 5th section, Jian Shu death acupuncture point at the 2nd section of the spinous process of lumbar vertebra, the Ming Men death acupuncture point between 2nd and 3rd portion, and the Zhishir death acupuncture point, which was 3 inches from the Ming Men death acupuncture point. As compared to the 5 death acupuncture points of the first portion, the second portion's death acupuncture points were a lot worse, many of them can instantly cause death. In this 2 years, although Zhou Weiqing seemed to have cultivated extremely quickly, almost catching up to Shangwan Binger, but whenever he broke through a death acupuncture point, it was a painful battle for life and death. Furthermore, the sheer pain he had to go through made him almost feel like ending his own life, torturing all his senses. Luckily, every time he broke through his death acupuncture points, he had Shangwan Binger nearby to accompany him.
When he was breaking through the Ming-Men death acupuncture point, the intense pain had almost made him go crazy and bite his own tongue off, and it was Shangguan Binger who shoved her arm into his mouth, and up till now, there was still the bite mark visible due to that incident.
The immortal deity technique was simple to cultivate and extremely fast, but the pain it brought was the drawback.
However, its good points were also clear. Currently, with his 11 energy whirlpools spinning at the same time, Zhou Weiqing's cultivation rate was many times faster than previously. Even though the amount of heavenly energy required was now much larger, but his cultivation rate had not slowed. The greatest benefit was of course the sheer speed at which his energy regenerated. When using skills during battle, his energy reserves could last almost as long as his teacher Mu'en, who was already at the 5th level of the Heavenly Shin energy stage. From there, you could tell how overpowered the immortal deity technique was. At the same time, as he broke through more death acupuncture points, the stronger his immortal deity shield was.
With 11 energy whirlpools, the shield's defense was much stronger. Since it was automatically triggered upon any attacks, he was nearly immune to any ordinary arrows by now. Fat cat, I say, shouldn't you turn big and let me ride you?
Zhou Weiqing tweaked the ears of the little white tiger which was nestled comfortably in his arms, snoozing.
Woo-woo! Fat cat gave a small cry, then ignored him, going back to rest.
Zhou Weiqing said exasperatedly, "You little thing, you can clearly grow bigger, and there is no one else around now.
You better serve your master well now. These 2 years, I've fed you well, and even accompanied you to sleep every night, yet you're still ignoring me. Humph, be careful or I, your father, will beat you. Look at De Huang and Er Huang, at least I can ride them, you're so useless compared to them." When it heard that, Fat Cat opened its eyes angrily, and gave 2 furious howls, as if saying, "How dare you compare me to those 2 stupid bears." Alas, Zhou Weiqing could do nothing about Fat Cat. Ever since that day when this little fellow had saved them all, it had never turned big again. Although he said he fed it well, that was rather against his conscience. After all, these 2 years, that little thing had not ate or drank a single thing, nor had it grown at all, with the only difference being the change in its fur. By now, Zhou Weiqing had grown used to it being by his side, and playing and teasing it had also become a favorite pastime. 7 days later. Flying Hill City. Rushing at his maximum speed, Zhou Weiqing easily made his way to the city as he was already familiar with the route. Previously, when he had entered the Heavenly Bao unit, he had written to Huyen Aobo about his circumstances, lest his teacher think he was still in the normal army camp and went looking for him. After entering the Flying Hill City, Zhou Weiqing quickly headed to the little courtyard where Huyen Aobo stayed. However, before he could knock on the door, he heard a loud booming laughter sounding out in pride. Wah ha 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 ha. I, your father, have finally succeeded after 2 years.
Who says that only zone stage consolidated equipment masters are able to create socketing scrolls?
I, your father, have also succeeded.
Wah, if not for the fact that I wasn't a heavenly jewel master, I would have long become a zone stage consolidated equipment master.
Old Huyen, you really succeeded?
Another excited voice sounded out.
Yes. I finally succeeded after 2 years.
This little thing is even tougher to make than consolidated equipment scrolls.
Zhou Weiqing tapped on the door, thinking to himself, what did this Huyen teacher make this time, to be so excited? Taking 2 years to create a scroll? That must be something good. Could it be for me? Ha ha! Didn't you see the sign at the door? Huyen Aobo's impatient voice came from within.
Only then did Zhou Weiqing see a sign hung at the side of the door. On it was written, "Not selling consolidated equipment scrolls."
Huyen teacher, it's me, Zhou Weiqing.
He could only shout out helplessly. Strangely, as soon as he shouted that, silence descended upon the house.
After a few seconds, the door opened and Huyen Aobo and Feng Yu's surprised faces popped out. Huyen Aobo blinked at him and said, "Little brat, have you taken up fortune-telling?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 127. Chapter 127, Socketing Scroll, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing started, then said, "Huyen teacher, you've gotten fatter. What do you mean I've taken up fortune-telling?" Looking at the round Huyen Aobo, Zhou Weiqing asked curiously.
After 2 years apart, Feng Yu did not look any different, but Huyen Aobo clearly seemed older, with more white hair and black circles around his eyes. Feng Yu said, "What he means is, your arrival was just too coincidental. He had just completed making a socketing scroll, and you, this little brat, arrived the next moment."
"Isn't that some fortune-telling?" Zhou Weiqing beamed and said, "Is it for me?"
"Huyen teacher, I've already gotten my second set of jewels, but I followed your instructions and did not consolidate equipment."
Huyen Aobo lifted his hand and pulled Zhou Weiqing into the courtyard, while Feng Yu quickly closed the door.
Come in first, then we'll talk. Zhou Weiqing followed the two into Huyan Aobua's workshop, only to see it was messy with papers and unknown objects strewn all over the place. They were likely used for creating consolidating equipment scrolls. Zhou Weiqing saw Huyan Aobua's mysterious and smug look on his face, and asked curiously, "Teacher, you're already a consolidated equipment grandmaster, did you need to be so happy about making a consolidated equipment scroll?" But
Huyan Aobua gave a humph and said, "What do you know? I, your father, did not create any ordinary consolidated equipment scroll. Look." As he said that, he lifted up his hands, and a small gold shard the size of a fingernail appeared in his hands. On first glance, the round-shaped gold shard did not seem impressive, but as Zhou Weiqing examined it closely, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp intake of breath. On top of the tiny gold shard, there were many thin and fine lines and various etchings. They seemed to have some sort of rule about them, and there were even extremely tiny gemstones embedded in the midst of the etchings, with rubies, gold-green cat's eyes, and even the darkness heavenly jewel master's black opals, as well as some other things Zhou Weiqing wasn't familiar with. On just that small gold shard, there were more than 100 tiny gemstones embedded in a unique formation. Zhou Weiqing could sense that a strange energy wave was circulating in this gold shard. Even if he did not know the cost of the shard, just the exquisite craftsmanship alone was worthy of praise.
"Teacher, such fine craftsmanship, what is it for?"
Zhou Weiqing looked up at Huyan Aobua.
Huyan Aobua held out his chest proudly and said in a smug tone, "That is called a socketing scroll. Do not be misled by its small size, it is worth a huge amount, or rather it can even be called priceless. Such a socketing scroll would be worth a minimum of 1,000,000 gold coins in an auction house. The previous time you came, you saw 3 consolidated equipment scrolls, and the price of the 3 of them added together would still be worth less than this socketing scroll. The cost of creating this alone took me 200,000 gold coins, and that isn't even including the amount wasted over the 2 years, which is probably around 100,000 or more gold coins." Zhou Weiqing said curiously, "It looks very different from the previous consolidated equipment scrolls." Huyan Aobua gave a humph. "You ignorant brat, of course it's not the same, that's because it isn't a consolidated equipment scroll. A socketing scroll, as the name suggests, will allow you to create an additional socket on your current consolidated equipment. With your Overlord Bao as an example, it originally has 1 socket, which means you can only socket a single elemental jewel. With this socketing scroll, you can add another socket, allowing you to socket 2 elemental jewels. With that, when you attack, you will be able to activate 2 elemental skills. That effect of that, you shouldn't need me to describe more, right? This is even more useful for a little brat like you who has so many elemental attributes, and having a second socket on an equipment is worth at least 10 times more than the first socket."
Zhou Weiqing asked curiously, "Why don't you just create the equipment with 2 sockets then?" Huyan Aobua looked at him with a complicated expression on his face, saying, "Do you think I haven't thought of that? It's just that I am not able to do so. To create a 2-socket consolidated equipment scroll, we need to be at least a zone stage consolidated equipment master, that is to say, the minimum requirement is to be a heavenly jewel master. I will never be able to do it, but I hope that you can do so in the future. Zone stage consolidated equipment masters, every creation is like a demi-godly weapon. Do you think they are so easily obtained? Here, take this and use it on your Overlord Bao." As he said that, Huyan Aobua passed the socketing scroll to Zhou Weiqing.
Zhou Weiqing was astounded, saying, "Teacher, this is way too valuable, I cannot accept it." Although he had always felt that a disciple should take advantage of teacher, this socketing scroll was just too valuable. Not even counting the price of more than 1,000,000 gold coins, just the fact that it had taken Huyan Aobua 2 whole years of labor to craft it, such was the value.
"You fool, don't you understand? I, your father, created this specially for you. Otherwise, what did you think I spent so much time, energy, and effort for? It's not possible for me to become a zone stage master. Isn't it much more relaxing and profitable for me to create the ordinary consolidating equipment scrolls?" Huyan Aobua said exasperatedly. Zhou Weiqing's eyes widened. "Teacher, you mean, you created this specially for me?" Huyan Aobua nodded and said, "Since I asked you not to consolidate any other equipment for your physical jewels, I still need to ensure that you have sufficient self-defense capabilities. As long as you add an additional socket to your Overlord Bao, even though it might not be equal to those demi-godly weapons of a zone stage master, but it will at least be close. Alas, I just do not have the vigor remaining to create another one, otherwise you'll be able to have 3 sockets." Humph. Taking in a deep breath, Zhou Weiqing's gaze turned resolute, and with a loud putong sound, he knelt in front of Huyan Aobua. Receiving the socketing scroll seriously, he said in a solemn tone, "I, Zhou Weiqing, swear by my heavenly jewels. In this life, no matter what price I pay, I will definitely become a zone stage consolidated equipment master or higher and complete Huyan teacher's wish. If I fail to accomplish this, I will be punished by the heavens." Zen's notes. It's a rather short release this time, the reason is stated below.
I normally do not translate the author's notes, but this one really touched me. I can imagine how much effort it takes to write a story day after day like that, just like how Huyan Albo used his vigor and life energy creating that socketing scroll. I'm not sure how many of you watched Bakuman, but man, that really reminded me of the uncle from the show. Teardrop. Author's note. Hi, I'm Sanshao's wife, posting this chapter on his behalf. Extremely sorry that this chapter is much shorter than usual. This morning, he started having a fever. As it was his birthday, he refused to eat medicine. Alas, his temperature shot to above 39, so he took the medicine. After sleeping most of the day, he actually reached 43 degrees. Even while in a drowsy state from taking medicine, he still told me to remember to post the chapters at 5 p.m. today. Earlier, I saw many of you friends and readers wishing him a happy birthday, and I thank you all on his behalf. Looking at him, my heart really hurts. This is his birthday after all. I apologize, my emotions are rather ragged today, but I really wish that you all can wish him a speedy recovery as well. It has been 7 years, and I've seen him writing like this every day. In the past, he was extremely healthy, but now he is starting to get sick more often. Once again, apologies for the single short chapter today. I really do hope that he does write lesser. I'm sorry, if you must blame someone, do blame me instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128. Chapter 128, Socketing Scroll, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. When Huyan Albo said that he had spent 2 years creating the socketing scroll just for him, Zhou Weiqing felt an uncontrollable warm feeling welling up within him. Looking at Huyan Albo's clearly aged features and the dim light in his eyes, it tugged deeply at his heartstrings. He did not know how else to express his feelings, and so he knelt down in front of Huyan Albo and gave a solemn oath. This time, he was 100% sincere, and did not have any sly thoughts in his mind. Huyan Albo started a strange gleam in his eyes. However, a moment later, he sighed and helped Zhou Weiqing up. Little Wei, I'm actually very conflicted in my heart. To be honest, I really do want you to learn from me and to become a zone stage consolidated equipment. However, I'm also afraid that by doing so, it will ruin your future. With your talent, you can be an unbelievably powerful heavenly jewel master, but if you spend so much time and effort on learning how to create consolidated equipment scrolls, I'm afraid. Zhou Weiqing did not expect that Huyan Albo would warn him like that, saying exactly the same thing as what his future mother-in-law Tang Xian had said. With a smile, Zhou Weiqing said, "Teacher, it's too late for that. I have already sworn by my heavenly jewels, and I will not be able to go back on my word. Furthermore, who knows if your disciple, I, am a genius at creating consolidating equipment scrolls as well. I can do both." Huyan Albo shook his head helplessly, saying, "You, this little brat, are always so optimistic. I really hope you can keep that mentality when you start learning. If it were that easy to become a consolidated scroll master, the price of the scrolls wouldn't be so high. Come, use this socketing scroll first, and we'll start your lessons tomorrow." "All right." Zhou Weiqing lifted up his right hand and focused his will, and his heavenly jewels appeared. Of course, 2 sets appeared this time round, instead of the one that he had the last time he was here. On his right wrist, 2 pure icy jade physical jewels revolved, and with a quick flash of light, the Overlord bow appeared in his hand in a small cloud of icy mist. The current Overlord bow seemed a little different from its previous look. The entire bow seemed thicker and heavier, and the golden tattoos which were originally only on the body of the bow had now extended even to the bowstring. The now golden bowstring was extremely eye-catching, with swirling light around the bow, causing it to seem even more domineering. Indeed, as Zhou Weiqing got his second set of heavenly jewels, his Overlord bow and all his stored skills all evolved once, and were considered leveled up. With so many stored skills for his first jewel, Hua Feng told him not to rush into storing more skills for his second jewel yet. "So quick? Little Wei, what's your cultivation level of heavenly energy now?" Fengyu, who was standing at the side, was surprised by his having 2 sets of jewels and couldn't help but ask. Zhou Weiqing gave a big grin and said, "Level 11, just one more level and I'll complete the heavenly Jing stage and break through to the heavenly Shen energy stage." As soon as he said that, he heard the sounds of 2 deep breaths, as Huyan Albo and Fengyu had shocked expressions on their faces. After the passage of 2 years, Zhou Weiqing was only 16 years old. To be able to cultivate up to his second set of jewels in 2 years was already very good. Indeed, 4 levels in such a short time was already considered genius level. However, they truly had not expected that in such a short time he had raised 7 levels to 11. He was just 16 years old. He was just 1 step away from reaching the heavenly Shen energy, which for a heavenly jewel master meant reaching the Zun stage, and for heavenly jewel masters it was also when they were no longer considered newbies. Fengyu muttered, "Old Huyan, I'm starting to think that letting little Wei learn to create consolidated equipment scrolls from you is a big mistake.
Hu Yanbaobo gave a bitter smile and said, I really do not know if it's lucky for me to choose this little rascal as my disciple or not.
While they were speaking, Zhou Weiqing had taken up the socketing scroll, and under Hu Yanbaobo's directions, he circulated his heavenly energy into the scroll. As soon as his heavenly energy entered the small gold shard, it lit up like a glittering gemstone, various colors shining and mixing, and a torrential energy seemed to surge like a wave through the room. Hu Yanbaobo had a very serious look on his face as he waved his right hand. A layer of silver light expanded out from his body, enveloping Zhou Weiqing and preventing the energy from the socketing scroll from leaking out. After all, there were many consolidating equipment masters living nearby, and if the energy from the scroll leaked out, it could attract unnecessary attention and cause trouble for them.
Press it to the Overlord Bao, right about an inch above the original socket. Hu Yanbaobo cried out.
A flash appeared in Zhou Weiqing's eyes as he maintained his output of heavenly energy into the Overlord Bao and the socketing scroll, as he used his left hand to press the scroll to the Bao according to Hu Yanbaobo's instructions. In the instance when the two met, Zhou Weiqing shuddered, as did the Overlord Bao. Soon after, he could clearly see the socketing scroll melting into the Overlord Bao, and gradually a small socket formed in the corresponding position. One of the reasons why the socketing scroll was so expensive was also because of its absolute success rate. Although it was extremely difficult to create, it was rather easy to use, and was thus considered an extremely rare treasure.
After all, which heavenly jewel master did not want another socket on their consolidated equipment?
If cultivation level of heavenly energy and number of heavenly jewels was the basic hardware of power, then consolidated equipment, stored skills would be the software. Hardware was extremely important, but often the software was key in determining the outcome of fights, especially in fights between heavenly jewel masters of the same level.
When Zhou Weiqing felt that his heavenly energy had been drained by a third, he heard a soft ting sound, and the entire socketing scroll had melded into the Overlord Bao, the thick gold light instantly enveloping the entire Bao before spinning around. In the next instant, the Overlord Bao vanished, turning back into the icy jade physical jewel and returning to revolve around his right wrist. Done! Hu Yanbaobo exclaimed with relief.
Although he knew that in theory his socketing scroll was supposed to have a 100% success, it was only until it had actually succeeded that he was reassured.
After adding the socket, you will not be able to use the Overlord Bao for the next 3 days as it needs a period of recovery to complete the second socket. Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily and said, Thank you, teacher. Hu Yanbaobo waved his hands and said, You've traveled a long way, go and rest for now. I also need some rest for today.
As he said that, he walked towards his bedroom.
Zhou Weiqing could clearly see that even with Hu Yanbaobo's high level of cultivation, his steps were rather shaky.
That showed how much energy and heart he had expended these 2 years. Originally, Zhou Weiqing thought that with Hu Yanbaobo's state of exhaustion, he would need to at least rest for a few days. However, early next morning, he was awoken by his teacher at dawn.
After a simple breakfast, Hu Yanbaobo led Zhou Weiqing to the simple room which he had stayed before.
There was a small table with a bunch of materials on it.
Zhou Weiqing thought to himself, this teacher sure is eager. Hu Yanbaobo was clearly still not in a good state, clearly the day of rest was insufficient for him to recover completely. Little Wei, your talent is just too outstanding, especially with the Alexandrite cat's eye with that mix of superb elemental attributes. Teacher does not want to waste too much of your cultivation time as well, so I hope that you will only spend 2 hours a day practicing making consolidated equipment scrolls. We will begin your lessons today. As soon as he started talking about consolidated equipment scrolls, Hu Yanbaobo looked a lot more energetic, with a light in his eyes. Before I teach you how to create consolidated equipment scrolls, let me ask you. Do you know what our personal power jewels are? Or perhaps, use a simple line to describe our power jewels. Zhou Weiqing thought for a while and said, Our power jewels are part of our bodies. Hu Yanbaobo smiled faintly and said, You're right. The power jewels are indeed part of our bodies. In fact, they are full of life, and aren't just simple, dead jewels, no matter physical jewels or elemental jewels. When our power jewels awaken, it is actually our inborn innate essence being unlocked, granting us the power. I'll talk about elemental jewels later, and concentrate on physical jewels first. To me, physical jewels are like the meat, bones or even internal organs of our body, or they can even be likened to an embryo. As for our consolidated equipment scrolls, what they do is to let them grow into their final form. It can be said that we are like an architect, inputting our designs into the physical jewel, allowing it to grow and form into their final forms according to our designs, trying our best to let it best release its hidden potential. As for this design, it requires spatial energy to be input into the physical jewels. That is the reason why the very basis of consolidated equipment masters is the spatial attribute. Do you still remember how excited I was when I knew you had both spatial and wind attributes? That is because the wind attribute will allow you to increase your speed,
and it is also much more controllable than just the agility boost from physical jewels, as you can control it with your will. As such, as long as you can successfully complete a consolidated equipment scroll, you will always be able to do it with increasing speed, and you will be able to improve more with practice, and it is considered to have the effect of half the work, twice the effect. But when many consolidated equipment masters train, they focus and get gridlocked in a rather common misconception. That is the endless chase to improve quality and ignoring speed. However, I personally feel that this method isn't correct, as my view is that speed and quality are equally important. For example, even if you can make the best consolidated equipment scrolls, but you only make one in your whole life, what use is that? Although the number of jewel masters are much lower than any other profession, but they are still substantial, and the requirement for consolidated equipment is just too huge. Many jewel masters aren't able to consolidate equipment for all their physical jewels because they aren't able to afford the scrolls. As he said up till there, Hu Yanalbua's voice turned stronger. My dream is that one day, every jewel master will have enough consolidated equipment scrolls to use. But little way, now, let me start telling you the basics of creating a consolidated equipment scroll. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 129. Chapter 129, Freak Amongst Geniuses, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. In a blink of an eye, a week had passed. Hu Yanalbua had taught all the basics of creating consolidated equipment to Zhou Weiqing, including the various methods as well as a lot of basic information. Creating consolidated equipment scrolls required the usage of a special type of paper, and this paper was called consolidating paper, and the main ingredient in creating that paper was the nucleus core of a zone stage heavenly beast. Of course, one nucleus core could be used to make more than 10,000 sheets of consolidating paper after being ground to dust, as each sheet only needed a small amount. The dust had to be combined with cat's eye jewels, that usually signified the spatial attribute in jewel masters, which also had been ground to dust, as well as several other rare and expensive items, in order to create the paper. In general, the consolidating paper was usually only sold in some large cities, and a set of 10,000 of those would cost almost 50,000 gold coins. That was of course the price of the most basic ones, made from a low-level zone stage heavenly beast, and if it were from a higher-level beast, the price would skyrocket higher. After having the consolidating paper, the next step would be to craft and draw out the design. To create a consolidating equipment scroll, one had to first design the equipment's type, look, usage and various attributes. It could be said that this step was the most important step, and also an extremely complicated step. The final step was of course the actual creation of the scroll, and it was also rather complex and required many intricate steps, of which the most troublesome was the blending of consolidating ink. Different consolidating equipment scrolls would require different types and different blends of consolidating inks, which were usually a blend of heavenly beast blood, nucleus cores, various ground precious gemstones, ground herbs, and various other precious materials. Just the numerous varied recipes and materials alone were almost countless. Hu Yanalbua was definitely a good teacher. He described in detail every step of the creation process of consolidating equipment scrolls, and with some of his own simpler works as examples, he would show and tell the various design concepts, the theory behind them, how to blend the various consolidating inks and many other of the basics, ensuring that Zhou Weiqing understood the theory behind them instead of just memorizing. After a week had passed, Zhou Weiqing had at least had a very basic understanding of how to create consolidating equipment scrolls. To Hu Yanalbua, the blending of consolidating inks was actually one of the simpler steps, though troublesome.
He himself had already mastered more than 1,000 types of blending recipes, and within the next few years, Zhou Weiqing could slowly memorize and familiarize himself with them. The most important thing to learn now was the design. After all, it was also the easiest to make mistakes on, as it was necessary to consider what jewel master was using the particular scroll. Zhou Weiqing was definitely not stupid, but with such a vast and constant inflow of information, he felt as if his brain was always in a half-dazed state. Luckily, he was not a person who dwelled upon things he couldn't control, and he just tried his best to understand and absorb all the design concepts that Hu Yanalbua was teaching him. After all, as Hu Yanalbua said, he did not need to rush to memorize all the various blending recipes of consolidating inks now, as he could always slowly memorize them in the future. However, design was key, and some of the more intricate details were much better to be learned under the tutelage of a good teacher now, than him having to puzzle it out himself in the future. Little Wei, over the past few days, I have taught you many things, and it will take you quite a while to digest it all. From today onwards, we will add an additional 4 hours of practice time. After all, you will be able to learn and digest everything quicker as you try out creating the scrolls yourself, as only when you experience it in practice, will you be able to feel and perceive everything for yourself. One of the most important factors for us consolidating equipment masters is the success rate of our creations. With my current standards, even when creating the most basic consolidating equipment scrolls, my success rate is only about 30%.
Do you know what is the significance of success rate?
When Huyan Aobo was teaching Zhou Weiqing, he was always deadly serious, and could be definitely considered a strict teacher.
Zhou Weiqing immediately replied, the significance is money. Every sheet of consolidating paper wasted is 5 gold coins wasted. If we include the cost of the consolidating ink, that would be almost a dozen gold coins wasted in total. Huyan Aobo nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed a miser after all.
That's correct.
Every failure is a huge loss in gold, time and energy. As such, when you are creating the scrolls, you must have your full focus and concentration, even on every tiny detail. During this period, you should be at the peak for your spiritual energy and do so with your utmost enthusiasm, where the consolidating equipment scroll is your everything. Atop a table, there lay a sheet of consolidating paper spread out to reveal various lines and traces emanating energy, coming together to form a detailed design. This design was what Zhou Weiqing had created yesterday, and it was of a shield, done with Huyan Aobo's Xianwu shield as a base design, and was mainly focused on defense. After the design had been outlined and completed, the actual creation process would be to use the consolidating ink coupled with spatial energy, to meld together with the consolidating paper and form the final product of a consolidating equipment scroll. Zhou Weiqing picked up a weasel hair brush with a jade body, dipping it into the consolidating ink which Huyan Aobo had prepared for him. Taking a deep breath, he released his heavenly jewels, spinning his attribute wheel to the silver area, and focusing his full concentration on the consolidating paper before him, he slowly dipped the brush down. This consolidating ink was a pale gold color, and as he slowly circulated his heavenly energy into the brush, it quickly started emitting a pale silver glow. Zhou Weiqing followed Huyan Aobo's instructions, moving his brush slowly and firmly, moving it across the paper with strength, following the design's trace. Huyan Aobo stood behind him, staring at his work without blinking, a satisfied look in his eyes. Zhou Weiqing's physical jewel was strength, and that helped keep his hands steady without any trouble, and that was an unexpected satisfying find. At this point, Zhou Weiqing had barely drawn less than an inch when he suddenly felt as if something unknown broke, and the originally glowing trace of the design suddenly dimmed and vanished. Stop! Huyan Aobo said solemnly.
Zhou Weiqing lifted his head and looked at him, confusion in his eyes.
Huyan Aobo said, you've just started creating the scrolls.
Remember, you must definitely go slow, to allow the consolidating ink to properly combine with your spatial energy, before fusing completely with the consolidating paper, only then can you continue going forward. At the same time, you cannot go too slow as well, or too much of the ink will be left at a particular spot, ruining it. To consolidating equipment masters, the most difficult thing is to grasp the perfect timing, and this can only be done by countless of hours of practice, until it is ingrained in your muscle memory. Different consolidating ink and consolidating paper will have a different level and rates of fusion, and the feeling of the complete fusion is also different. You have only just begun on your journey of learning, and you do not need to rush things. Without at least 10,000 sheets of practice, you will likely not be able to succeed. You must be patient. Zhou Weiqing said with a heartbroken look on his face, just like that, one sheet of consolidating paper is wasted? That's 5 gold gone in an instant. This is literally burning money. Teacher, I no longer think the price you set for your consolidating equipment scrolls are expensive. Huyan Aobo gave a humph and said, did you think grooming and developing a consolidating equipment master is that easy? It's all a matter of burning time and money. You still have 4 months together with me, and I hope that by the time you have to leave for the Fei Military Academy, you can at least succeed once in creating a basic consolidating equipment scroll. Once you succeed, you just need to maintain practice every day, and hopefully you can become a low-level consolidating equipment master within 3 to 5 years. The basics are extremely important, so you need to ensure you master them well. Do not worry about the materials, I will prepare them for you. Zhou Weiqing nodded, and though he couldn't bear the thought of such waste, he threw the ruined paper to the side. From the other side of the table, he took a new sheet from the stack that lay there. Huyan Aobo said, you just keep practicing slowly, I will call you when it is time to eat. At least creating consolidating equipment scrolls will not be a complete waste of time in terms of training. Although it will not help you improve your cultivation level, it is very good training in terms of cultivating your heart and spirit, and will also improve the control of your heavenly energy. As you practice creating consolidating equipment scrolls, you will also find that your control over your stored skills will be much finer. Alright, you go ahead and practice, I'll go rest first. Huyan Aobo was no longer young, and he still needed time to recuperate from his 2 years of painstaking effort. After Huyan Aobo left, Zhou Weiqing started on his second attempt at creating a scroll. This time, he still failed after barely an inch of drawing, though the failure was due to him being too slow and causing the ink to gather. He could actually distinctly feel the time taken for the consolidating ink and paper to fuse, and Huyan Aobo had also pointed out the several points he needed to take note of, but when he was actually doing it and when he circulated heavenly energy into the brush, he found that it wasn't as easy to control as he felt. Just like what Huyen Aobo said, it was a rather strange and profound feeling when the two fused. It could be said that almost every consolidating paper, even when made from the same nucleus core, had a very minute difference, but sometimes even those extremely minute differences could cause the entire creation process to fail. Zhou Weiqing continued trying for the next 7 sheets, all resulting in failure, and by now his entire forehead was coated in sweat. Due to an over-concentrating and focusing of his spirit, his eyes were stinging. Putting down the brush, he muttered to himself as he thought through his experience, the grasp of the timing, perception.
How can I use my perception to master the timing?
That's too difficult. No wonder teacher said it requires at least 10,000 sheets of practice before having the possibility of success. I'll need to rest my spirit for a while, so I can focus properly once again, otherwise there'll be even less chance of success. As he thought that, Zhou Weiqing just lay back onto the ground, releasing his heavenly energy in jewels. As he rested, a sudden flash of brilliance struck him.
Colorless time.
Zhou Weiqing suddenly flipped back up into a seated position, glee in his eyes.
That's right. Isn't the key to this the grasp of timing? If I can't control the perception, then why not control the time directly? My 6th attribute is time after all. As he thought of that, excitement filled him. Since he had gained his second set of jewels, the absolute delay stored in his first jewel had evolved, but its effect was still paled in comparison to his other skills. Its range had increased from 5 yards to 6 yards, as well as improved in terms of the control time. The only good point about the skill was that its cooldown was very low, being only 3 seconds. However, it did take up quite some heavenly energy, and with his current cultivation level, he could only use it 8 times in succession. With the recovery of the energy whirlpools, it was still only 9 times at max. With such a range and only a second delay, Zhou Weiqing had not found much use for it in battles, at least not yet. He had always felt that there wasn't much of a point with just a second of delay. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130. Chapter 130, Freak One Amongst Geniuses, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
However, perhaps now it seemed like this skill would be extremely useful to him. In his previous failures, it didn't even require a second of control, even half a second of control or less would have helped him pass that 1-inch distance. Having 2 sets of jewels had another benefit: he could use 2 different elements at the same time. To an ordinary heavenly jewel master, that might not be something they could use, but to Zhou Weiqing, who had 6 attributes, it was very useful. After having his second Alexandrite cat's eye, he was able to use 2 skills of different attributes at the same time, for example, time and spatial.
How will I know if this works if I do not try?
Experimenting was the only way to test the theory, and Zhou Weiqing eagerly took another sheet of consolidating paper, closing his eyes for a bit to focus himself, before beginning once again. Like the previous times, his spatial energy entered the brush tip, and he started moving it along the pre-drawn designs. Very quickly, he reached the area where he had problems with the rhythm.
Absolute delay.
Without hesitation, Zhou Weiqing released his 6th skill, causing a large amount of heavenly energy to be expended, but the brush in his hand was able to move according to his wishes. The previous problem area was thus instantly passed and completed with a flourish, almost reaching 3 inches.
Looks good.
Having completed this section, the consolidating ink gathered and solidified, shining with a dim glow, signifying that the portion had already been fused as according to the rhythm. Zhou Weiqing was delighted, but he could not be careless at this point. After all, it took just one mistake for the entire scroll to be ruined and all previous effort to go to waste. Every sheet of consolidating equipment scroll was formed by many countless lines and traces to form the design, and within each brush stroke of the portion, one could not stop at all or it would be totally ruined. However, after completing the portion and the brush stroke, one could stop to rest. After all, there was a limit to the consolidating equipment master's heavenly energy, and to complete an entire consolidating equipment scroll required a large amount of heavenly energy. Seeing that his idea was actually effective, Zhou Weiqing was delighted. He dipped the brush once more into the consolidating ink, continuing with the second brush stroke. The fact showed that the absolute delay's control of time was a perfect fit when infusing spatial energy into the consolidating equipment scroll. Whenever the brush reached a critical point and he was unable to properly handle the rhythm and timing, absolute delay was able to allow him to control himself and complete the brush stroke. Although this made his overall speed much slower, and also greatly increased energy consumption, it at least led him step by step towards success. Alas, this consolidating equipment scroll ended up failing near the end as well. It had been reaching the last few brush strokes and Zhou Weiqing had gotten too excited, forgetting to factor in the amount of heavenly energy expended, and had started on the next stroke too quickly. As such, he had not been able to use absolute delay at a critical period and the entire sheet of consolidating paper was ruined once more.
However, he was not depressed by that loss at all, and staring at the ruined sheet in his hand, he started laughing smugly. The first time was always the toughest, and the pain was perhaps greater than joy this round. However, now that he had the experience under his belt. Ha. Sitting cross-legged, Zhou Weiqing focused his attentions on his 11 energy whirlpools, spinning them at the max to recover his heavenly energy. When he was fully recovered, he started on a new sheet once again, and this time he was much more experienced. After all, failure was the mother of success, and this time he felt in a much better position. For some of the previous bottlenecks, he even felt he had a 20% chance of success equipment scrolls without using absolute delay. Zhou Weiqing's perception was indeed correct. When creating a consolidating equipment scroll, the most critical period was the first time. As long as one succeeded once and managed to feel and understand the timing and rhythm, it could only get easier. However, in order to successfully complete his first consolidating equipment scroll, Zhou Weiqing did not dare to be careless. He once again made use of absolute delay for any possible bottlenecks, ensuring he had sufficient rest in between to recover his heavenly energy 3 times. At long last, the final brush was complete. A bright silver glow shimmered around the faint gold consolidating ink as it fused with the consolidating paper. Instantly the entire sheet flashed in a golden light as a faint energy wave appeared, as if the sheet of consolidating paper had come to life. Zhou Weiqing stared blankly at the completed consolidating equipment scroll in front of him, feeling an indescribable sense of accomplishment welling up within him, as if he had created life. Indeed, created life, he felt as if he had granted that sheet of consolidating paper life, turning it into a consolidating equipment scroll. Without hesitation, Zhou Weiqing picked up another sheet of consolidating paper. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and went through the entire process of his previous success once again, before starting on the next sheet. This time, he took his time, not making use of the absolute delay for every brushstroke, and only for the ones which he felt he definitely had no chance. Still, he actually managed to complete this second consolidating equipment scroll in half the time of the previous one. Once he completed the second sheet, he started on the third, then the fourth, and he got more proficient with every successful completion of a consolidating equipment scroll, and his speed grew faster and faster. After swallowing the black pearl, his senses were strengthened to far beyond that of any normal person, and that was extremely useful in the process of creating consolidating equipment scroll. As soon as he felt something was amiss, he was able to instantly use the absolute delay to control it. This continued for the rest of the day, and besides a few times where he lost focus and failed, he actually managed to complete more than a dozen scrolls. Little Wei, it's time for dinner. Hu Yan'ao's voice rang out from outside. Although he was resting, his room was near enough to listen to Zhou Weiqing's room, and seeing him practice without pause, he felt extremely satisfied. Opening the door, Hu Yan'ao entered the room, and as Zhou Weiqing looked up at him, he was given a huge shock. Zhou Weiqing's eyes were streaked red, and his face was pale. Little Wei, you didn't stop at all? Hu Yan'ao asked with concern, though his eyes were filled with pride and happiness. As a consolidating equipment grandmaster, he was very clear that for a consolidating equipment master to succeed, the most important thing was perseverance. Zhou Weiqing had only just started learning how to create consolidating equipment scroll, and he was already so engrossed in it. As a teacher, he felt a sense of pride and satisfaction. It's already time for dinner? That's so fast. Zhou Weiqing muttered to himself as he clambered up from the ground. All of a sudden, he felt the earth whirl around him as blackness threatened to invade his vision, and he stumbled backwards. Hu Yan'ao quickly caught hold of him, circulating a strand of pure heavenly energy into Zhou Weiqing's body. He was very familiar with such a condition, when the spirit was depleted and exhausted beyond the limits, and he had often lapsed into such a condition himself when creating consolidating equipment scroll. Helping Zhou Weiqing to lie down once again, he told him to rest, as that was the most important thing in such a condition. Next, he randomly picked up one of the consolidating paper Zhou Weiqing had left strewn on the ground, hoping to see what progress his beloved disciple had made. Even if it was normal to fail all this while, he still wanted to see how much he had completed thus far. It was a good gauge of innate talent which was extremely important for consolidating equipment masters. And as soon as the consolidating paper entered his hands, Hu Yan'ao instantly felt that something was wrong. He was just too familiar with consolidating equipment scrolls, knowing them just like the back of his hands, and the familiar energy flow from the sheet made his fingers tingle, and his eyes stared at the sheet in his hands. He was dumbfounded and silent for a moment. Ah. Fengyu, who was sitting in the dining hall with his bowl, preparing to eat, was startled out of his seat by the sudden cry of shock, and with a quick flash he had rushed to the room. Hu Yan, old man, what are you spasming about? When he reached the room and saw that Hu Yan'ao was alright, he couldn't help but say angrily, what's wrong? Did you see a ghost? Hu Yan'ao muttered to himself, it's scarier than a ghost. Look. As he said that, he shoved the scroll in his hands into Fengyu's hands.
Fengyu took the scroll and examined it closely, before saying casually, "It's just an ordinary beginner's consolidating equipment scroll, what's so special about it?"
Creating such an item, you still have the face to cry out loud?
Huyan Aobo looked at him, then at Zhou Weiqing, speechless. Fengyu could clearly see that this old friend of his had a twitching face, and all of a sudden, comprehension dawned upon him and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wait, do you mean to tell me, the scroll was done by him?" Huyan Aobo did not reply Fengyu, instead rapidly picking up the various consolidating papers lying on the ground. Fengyu also pressed closer, and together, the duo whose ages added up to more than 100 years, looked at sheet after sheet of consolidating papers. As they did so, their expressions grew more and more colorful.
Is this for real? As they finally finished looking at the last consolidating paper, Huyan Aobo almost collapsed onto the floor.
Fengyu muttered, "If it isn't you cheating, if it isn't done by you, then it is indeed real.
Besides the two of you, there aren't any other consolidating equipment masters.
Huyan, old man, I think you have really picked up a treasure this time." Under normal circumstance, when Huyan Aobo met with something exciting, he would laugh out loud heartily, just like when he created an extremely rare scroll. However, this time, he wasn't even able to laugh, feeling a sense of weakness in his body.
What happened to me? My head aches so badly.
At this moment, Zhou Weiqing slowly picked himself up from the ground. As a heavenly jewel master, and having swallowed the black pearl, his physique and recovery rate was definitely at an inhuman level.
With two swoosh sounds, the two old men instantly surrounded him, and Huyan Aobo held out a shaking hand holding the consolidating equipment scrolls, waving them before Zhou Weiqing and said, "Little Wei, are these done by you?"
You succeeded?"
Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Yup. I succeeded."
That really felt good, just as if I was granting life to these consolidating papers.
I'm almost addicted to that feeling. Ah, my head really hurts now though.
Teacher, Senior Fengyu, don't stare at me like that.
I know I'm a genius, but this genius is really hungry now.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 131. Chapter 131, Freak Amongst Geniuses, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Huyan Aobo leapt forward, his large stomach bumping into Zhou Weiqing as he grabbed his shoulders. Huyan Aobo said excitedly, "How can genius describe you? You're not a genius, you're a freak amongst geniuses.
Quick, tell me, how did you manage to do it?"
"I can't believe it, a person who has never created a consolidating equipment scroll before can actually succeed after half a day of trying. Furthermore, with a success rate of over 60%.
Teacher, it's time to lose weight. Also, can we eat and talk? I'm really hungry."
Zhou Weiqing said helplessly. He was indeed famished, after a whole day of hard work and intense focus, where his heavenly energy had been drained and replenished several times over, and his vigor was totally drained. How could he not be hungry?
Alright, let's go eat now. Even if you want to eat this fat body of teachers, I will let you.
Huyan Aobo was almost dancing with joy now, waving the stack of completed consolidating equipment scrolls, so excited that he didn't even know what he was saying anymore. If Muan were here, he would definitely give Huyan Aobo this assessment, this old fellow, laughing until his chrysanthemum flower one has blossomed. At the moment, Zhou Weiqing had a splitting headache, and he was still rather fuzzy. Hearing Huyan Aobo's words, he subconsciously said, "Teacher, I don't like to eat too oily foods."
Huyan Aobo started, and Fengyu had already burst out laughing. With Huyan Aobo's normal temper, he would have sent a slap flying over. However, this time, his hand raised up high but couldn't land down. Zhou Weiqing in his eyes was more precious than a pot of gold. After eating, Zhou Weiqing looked much better, having obviously recovered.
Under Huyan Aobo and Fengyu's constant questioning, he told them about how he had succeeded.
What? Time? You actually have one of the 3 saint attributes, time? Zhou Weiqing asked in surprise. Teacher, you know about the time attribute, Huyan Aobo said exasperatedly, even if I haven't eaten pork before, I've seen pigs run before too.
Pretty much every experienced jewel master would have heard of the saint attributes. As he said that, he sucked in a deep breath before saying, "Little Wei, don't you know? In the jewel master world, as long as any jewel master appears with any of the saint attributes, even if it's just an elemental jewel master, he or she will be highly sought after by all the larger forces in the world. The saint attributes' true power isn't just on their combative strength, but they each also have some unique usages." Regarding the saint attributes, Zhou Weiqing had only heard Tang Xian mention them briefly, and he did not know many details about them.
Hearing Huyan Aobo mention them, he couldn't help being curious and asked, "Teacher, so what are these unique usages of the saint attributes?" Huyan Aobo said, "Let me give you a simple example.
Each of the 3 saint attributes have their own unique innate skills. The divine attribute's innate skill is resurrection, spirit attribute's innate skill would be glamour and hypnosis, while time attribute's innate skill would be the control of time.
Wow! Resurrection? Zhou Weiqing's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Doesn't that mean the divine attribute should be the strongest? Huyan Aobo shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true, they each have their own strengths, and I am not certain myself. After all, the true profound mysteries of the saint attributes aren't something that a mere jewel master of my level would know. Although the divine attribute has the resurrection innate skill, I have heard that there are many restrictions to it, and it isn't as easy as you think. Taking another deep breath, Huyan Aobo's little eyes were sparkling like two stars.
I have never imagined that one day, someone would actually have wind, spatial and time attributes all by himself, and even more so that such a person would be my disciple.
Little Wei, do you know?
With your time attribute, as long as you master intricate control of time, then you have an advantage that no other consolidating equipment master in the world has, that is, a 100% success rate. Furthermore, as long as you have enough heavenly energy to sustain yourself and sufficient materials, given enough time you can definitely succeed in creating any consolidating equipment scroll. Furthermore, as long as you successfully create one, you should be able to master it and continue creating them. In addition to the increase in speed from the wind attribute, I cannot imagine any other person more suited to being a consolidating equipment master, but... Turning to Fengyu, a strange note appeared in Huyan Aobo's voice. 7 days, in just 7 days, he has done something that most ordinary low-level consolidating equipment masters aren't able to do. The only thing he lacks now is knowledge, experience and sufficient heavenly energy.
All normal estimates are useless for him.
Before starting to teach him, I was worried he might take too long to learn and affect his cultivation. However, from now, I should be worrying that he learns too quickly, and this teacher will soon be useless to this little rascal.
Huyan Aobo grabbed hold of Zhou Weiqing's shoulder and said, Little Wei, from today onwards, I ask that you spend the next 4 months focusing totally on training to be a consolidating equipment master, and when you leave here, that should be the time that you graduate from my teachings. Every day, you will only have 4 hours of rest, 8 hours to learn from me, and 12 hours to practice creating the scrolls. I want you to learn everything about consolidating equipment masters in the shortest time possible, and hopefully become a low-level consolidating equipment master by then.
Yes. A massive interest for the profession of consolidating equipment master had been sparked within Zhou Weiqing as well. To anyone, to focus entirely on doing something, the most important thing was to have a sense of accomplishment, and to him now, that was definitely something he had in abundance. Even Huyan Aobo did not realize currently that he was not just grooming an excellent consolidating equipment master, but someone who would eventually surpass him, someone who would reach the heights of consolidating equipment masters, someone who would be a human money printing machine. After all, with Zhou Weiqing's speed and success rate of creating consolidating equipment scrolls.
From that day onward, Zhou Weiqing's schedule was packed to the brim.
Every day, Huyan Aobo was still able to get some rest after teaching him, but Zhou Weiqing only rested for 4 hours, including eating hours. Luckily, he had an extremely good physique, and his entire being was enjoying being immersed in the joys of the consolidating equipment master profession. Huyan Aobo did not try to pull up a seedling in the mistaken hope of helping it to grow 3, and did not jump the gun in allowing Zhou Weiqing to start creating high-level consolidating equipment scrolls. Instead, he instructed Zhou Weiqing to learn and practice every single one of the low-level consolidating equipment scrolls he had in his considerable memory. The mission he gave Zhou Weiqing was that before leaving for the military academy, he had to design and complete a set of 1,000 scrolls of all the 392 basic consolidating equipment scrolls Huyan Aobo taught him. As an experienced consolidating equipment grandmaster, Huyan Aobo knew just how important establishing a strong foundation in good basics was. No matter how much of a genius Zhou Weiqing was, if he did not build a good foundation, he would never go on to amount to great success. As such, although he transferred a considerable amount of knowledge to Zhou Weiqing, he stopped him from creating mid-level consolidating equipment scrolls and beyond. According to Huyan Aobo, the higher-level scrolls were all made up of mixing and matching of the basic scrolls, or could even be considered leveled up, more complicated versions of all the various basic skills. Even if Zhou Weiqing had the terrifying cheating time attribute, if he did not have the solid foundation with a bedrock of basic skills, he would only amount to a copying machine, and not a creator.
4 months later. Teacher, what will you be teaching me today? Zhou Weiqing had an eager look on his face as he looked at Huyan Aobo.
In these 4 months, he had noticeably lost a large amount of weight, going down an entire size, with sunken eyes and obvious dark circles around them. His skin was no longer the healthy bronze, but rather pasty and white after spending 4 months without seeing the sun. However, if one examined closely, they would notice that although his body was abnormally fatigued, his eyes were much more brilliant than 4 months ago, filled with the desire for knowledge. In his mind, it was filled with the profound secrets of consolidating equipment masters. In the past 4 months, this pair of master and disciple had not left the house, one teaching and one learning with all their hearts and minds. Huyan Aobo, despite his miserly ways, had spent all his life savings buying consolidating paper and the various materials needed for all the different consolidating inks. As for Zhou Weiqing, he had also managed to learn pretty much everything about the basics of consolidating equipment masters, mastering the various knowledge and skills, from design to creation, to memorizing all the various consolidating ink recipes, as well as other tips and tricks.
Today, we will not be learning anything else. Huyan Aobo looked at Zhou Weiqing with a faint smile on his face.
He was sitting cross-legged in front of Zhou Weiqing, though of course his stomach was almost sagging to the floor. Sensing the kind benevolence of his teacher's eyes, Zhou Weiqing was rather surprised by Huyan Aobo's words.
Not learning anything?
But... Teacher, I have to leave for Fei City in just a few days, there's no time to waste.
Huyan Aobo smiled and said,
You little fool, teacher no longer has anything left to teach you, I have already passed on everything I know to you in this 4 months. Although you still need a long period of time to digest all my teachings, and need a lot more practice, it is indeed true that I have nothing new left to teach you.
Zhou Weiqing was stunned, and he could sense the complicated feelings from Huyan Aobo.
Teacher.
Huyan Aobo said, Little Wei, I was never ever able to become a zone stage consolidating equipment master. Not because I didn't have enough talent, or because I didn't work hard enough, but because my cultivation level was never enough. My body and my heavenly energy was never sufficient for me to create anything more than a single socketed consolidating equipment scroll. Creating a zone stage consolidating equipment scroll has always been my dream, alas I was restricted by being a mere elemental jewel master. However, you are different, you are a heavenly jewel master, and not just an ordinary heavenly jewel master, but one richly endowed by nature, with 6 elemental attributes, of which many are rare. I hope that even when you go to the Fei Military Academy, you still spend 2 hours a day on practicing to be a consolidating equipment master. With your talent, 2 hours is more than enough. In any case, you are leaving soon, and I have a gift for you.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 132. Chapter 132, Legendary Consolidated Equipment Set, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing started. Teacher, you have given me so much already, how can I accept anything else from you? Huyan Aobo laughed and said, Well, you can consider it an exchange instead then. In about 3 days' time, you should have finished all sets of the 392 types of basic consolidating equipment scrolls, right? I'll use this gift to swap with your 392 sets of scrolls. Your teacher's life savings have been wiped out by you, if I don't sell any scrolls, I'll be destitute. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, How about leaving me a few? As you know, I'll need to spend in the Fei City as well. Furthermore, I plan to store some skills on my second elemental jewel before leaving. Huyan Aobo laughed and said, Little brat, you're still haggling with me. Alright, I'll leave you 10 sets, that should be sufficient for your needs. Furthermore, I recommend you do not store skills in the Flying Hill City Skill Storing Palace, just head directly to the Fei City. It is after all the capital city of Fei Empire, and it has the largest skill storing palace in the entire empire, and it is also the main headquarters. There should be much higher grade heavenly beasts there. With your speed and success rates of creating consolidating equipment scrolls, you are a human money printing press, how can you be worried about not having enough money in the future? Alright, here is the gift. As he said that, Huyan Aobo took off a necklace from his neck, handing it to Zhou Weiqing. The necklace was glowing with a dim gold light, looking simple and unadorned. From a single glance, it was really old and unassuming, with only the round gold-green cat's eyes jewel embedded in the middle being of value. However, it held a thick aura of spatial energy, and Zhou Weiqing guessed it would be a spatial object of some sort. Teacher is giving me this necklace? The thought flashed in Zhou Weiqing's mind. After all, the nearly 400 sets of basic consolidating equipment scrolls which he had created painstakingly were worth quite a bit. Although the scrolls were just basic low-level ones, and even with 1,000 of them they did not guarantee success in consolidating, but it shouldn't be any issue selling each set for 30,000 gold coins. With so many sets, it would at least be more than 10 million gold coins. Was that necklace worth that much? Zhou Weiqing was not trying to quibble with Huyan Aobo about this exchange, but was only just curious about it. After all, Huyan Aobo had invested so much money and resources into him, just in terms of raw materials he had spent more than 6 million gold coins worth, wiping out Huyan Aobo's savings. As Huyan Aobo had mentioned earlier, it wasn't that easy to become a consolidating equipment master, and in general even low-level consolidating equipment masters barely made money, as the materials were just too expensive. It was only until mid-level consolidating equipment masters or beyond where the income would start to pick up.
Of course, often objects are valued according to their scarcity, and with the low numbers of consolidating equipment masters, that also drove the price of low-level consolidating equipment scrolls up higher.
Hu Yanalbo personally put the necklace on Zhou Weiqing's neck and said, "The gift for you is inside that necklace." Realization dawned upon Zhou Weiqing, the necklace was just a container for the gift. Hu Yanalbo said, "Do you remember why I told you not to consolidate equipments for your second set of jewels?" Zhou Weiqing nodded and said, "You mentioned it was because of consolidating equipment sets." Hu Yanalbo nodded and said, "That's right, consolidating equipment sets. The gift I have for you is a set of design drawings for a consolidating equipment set. Its value cannot be priced by mere gold. Little Wei, let me ask you, do you know how consolidating equipment scrolls are classified? Upon hearing a test, Zhou Weiqing quickly sat up straight and said, "The classification of consolidating equipment scrolls are according to the levels of the masters who create them. From low to high, they are low-level consolidating equipment scrolls, mid-level consolidating equipment scrolls, high-level consolidating equipment scrolls, grandmaster consolidating equipment scrolls, zone stage consolidating equipment scrolls, and finally god-tier consolidating equipment scrolls. In terms of consolidating equipment scroll sets, they can be considered one level higher than their base. For example, a grandmaster consolidating equipment scroll set can be considered zone stage consolidating equipment scrolls, but it has to be an entire set." Hu Yanalbo nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You're right. The gift I have for you is a set of design drawings for a set of 10 consolidating equipment scrolls. These were designed by an extremely skilled god-tier consolidating equipment master. However, when he finished designing this set, he had been overly exhausted, having spent all his life vigor in doing so, and had passed away. However, each design from a god-tier consolidating equipment master is worth as much as a god-tier heavenly beast's nucleus core." Upon hearing the words god-tier heavenly beast, Fat Cat, which had been snuggled up next to Zhou Weiqing and snoozing away, moved slightly, opening its eyes and glancing at Hu Yanalbo. At the same time, Zhou Weiqing also asked curiously, "Teacher, what is a god-tier heavenly beast? Is it stronger than a zone stage heavenly beast?" Hu Yanalbo gave a disdainful humph before saying, "In front of a god-tier heavenly beast, what is a zone stage heavenly beast? They cannot even be compared. As you know, when a heavenly jewel master reaches 9 sets of jewels in the zone stage, he still has 3 more stages ahead of him. The heavenly jewel master with a 10th set is called a heavenly king, with an 11th set, heavenly emperor, and with the 12th set, heavenly god. The heavenly beasts also have a corresponding level." Zhou Weiqing was shocked and said, "Then the god-tier heavenly beast you mentioned is equivalent to a 12-jeweled heavenly jewel master?" Hu Yanalbo nodded slowly and said with pride, "Now, do you know what the 10 designs I am giving you represent? They aren't just the designs, but also include the recipes of the consolidating ink required. Most importantly, this set of god-tier consolidating equipment designs are specifically created for strength attribute heavenly jewel masters, and furthermore it is an entire set." Zhou Weiqing could only stare dumbfounded before he finally said, "God-tier design, and also a set? Since sets are considered one level higher, what kind of classification is that?" A gleam appeared in Hu Yanalbo's eyes. "In this world, we have a saying, legendary. There are less than 10 legendary sets which have been passed down through the ages, of which I'm not sure which are even complete. Although I dare not say that ours is the one and only set, it is still a masterpiece from time immemorial. This great god-tier consolidating equipment master is our great ancestor, the founder of our particular sect of consolidating equipment masters. The reason why I hoped that you would one day become a zone stage consolidating equipment master is because the minimum requirement for creating these designs is exactly to be a zone stage consolidating equipment master. Little Wei, this set of designs have been passed down through the ages from master to disciple, yet none of us have ever successfully created the entire set. Now, I am passing it to you in hopes that one day, I can witness you creating this legendary set." Shock, a strong mind-blowing shock reverberated in Zhou Weiqing's heart, as he subconsciously lifted his hand to hold the necklace, as his breathing grew ragged and rapid. Hu Yanalbo said solemnly, "The entire set of 10 designs have been examined in detail and researched, and all of them have agreed that they are designed in sequence and should be created and used in sequence, from easy to hard. The first 3 design drawings can be created by zone stage consolidating equipment masters, while the 4th can still be created by a zone stage consolidating equipment master, though it has to be backed up with the power of a low-level zone stage heavenly master. The 5th will require a mid-level zone stage heavenly master, while the 6th requires a high-level zone stage heavenly master. The last 4 scrolls actually require a god-tier consolidating equipment master, backed up by at least a heavenly king level of power. Furthermore, that isn't the most difficult portion. Hu Yanalbo's last line almost made Zhou Weiqing puke blood, as he said in a quavering tone, "That's not the most difficult portion? Then what is the most difficult?" Hu Yanalbo said with a bitter smile, "The most difficult thing is actually the sheer amount of rare and expensive materials needed for the consolidated ink required for this set of scrolls.
In fact, after looking at the materials required, I have pretty much lost the will to even collect them. This set of designs have been passed down through 1,100 years, and have gone through 21 generations of master-disciple consolidating equipment masters. However, out of them, only 4 of our ancestors who had reached the zone stage consolidating equipment masters attempted to create this, and of them all, only 1 actually succeeded. Furthermore, he only managed to create a single scroll before wiping out his life savings. Even with the zone stage consolidating equipment scrolls having a 10% success in consolidating, but just a single one isn't much of a use, and has always been stored in this spatial necklace ever since.
Zhou Weiqing drew a cold breath as he said, "Teacher, does that mean that over the past 1,000 years, of all our ancestor teachers, besides our founder, there haven't been any other god-tier consolidating equipment masters?" Hudian Aobo said exasperatedly, "Did you think that god-tier consolidating equipment masters are cabbages that grow on the roadside one? Did you think they appeared that easily? In our 3,000 years of consolidating equipment master history, there have only been about a dozen or so god-tier consolidating equipment masters recorded, of which, all of them have been famous names. For our sect, only the honored founder who designed this legendary set was a god-tier consolidating equipment master. After which, there has only been one other person who has the chance of becoming a god-tier consolidating equipment master." Zhou Weiqing asked, "Who is that?" Hudian Aobo looked at him steadily before saying, "It's you." Zhou Weiqing started. "Me?" Hudian Aobo said solemnly, "Yes, that's right, it's you. Not even the great founder's innate talent was comparable to yours. Do you know how long I took to complete all 392 sets of beginner consolidating equipment scrolls?" Zhou Weiqing shook his head.
Hudian Aobo said, 10 years, it took me a whole 10 years, and I was praised by my teacher for being a genius. If not for the fact that I was restricted by not being a heavenly jewel master, I would definitely have been able to become a zone stage consolidating equipment master.
However, what about you?
You took a mere 4 months to complete what I did in 10 years. The set of basic consolidating equipment scrolls is actually the most important test for our sect of consolidating equipment masters, and we are only considered graduated once we have completed this test. That means, having done so, you have actually already reached a mid-level consolidating equipment master. Taking 4 months to train into a mid-level consolidating equipment master, that is unprecedented in the entire history of consolidating equipment masters, and you are indeed unique in that sense. In the past, this set of design drawings were passed down to disciples only when the master was about to pass away. However, I feel your talent is just too great, and I truly believe that it will be able to be used to its maximum capabilities in your hands. As such, I am passing it down to you now. I hope that in the future, you will be able to create this set and use it for your own physical jewels consolidated equipment. If in the future, you ever do complete this set, then you will be the first consolidating equipment master with a full legendary set." Zhou Weiqing said, "Teacher, hasn't anyone else been able to use a full legendary set before? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Legendary Consolidated Equipment Set, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Hudian Aobo sighed and said, "Yes, there are, but those are the combined efforts of several god-tier and zone stage consolidating equipment masters, and not a single one. Furthermore, this is the first time there has been a legendary set consisting of 10 pieces. In the past, our founder was too proud and wanted to aim for something that had never been done before, otherwise he would probably not have created such a legendary set that is just so difficult to create, but..."
Hudian Aobo's words caused Zhou Weiqing's heart to race in excitement. Indeed, as compared to traditional heavenly jewel masters who consolidated legendary sets, he had a huge advantage. Whether or not he could become a god-tier consolidating equipment master, he would at least be able to save an immense amount of materials. After all, for him, a single scroll was sufficient to consolidate equipment, thus saving a large amount of consolidating ink. Just like the current single scroll they had, to others it was perhaps of not much use, but to him, it was sufficient to guarantee success. Hudian Aobo stood up and said with a faint smile, "All right, you've gone through a lot these few months and must be exhausted. You will be leaving in a few days, so you should get a good rest as well. Completing the last few sets of basic scrolls is important, but my precious disciple's body is just as important. You should cultivate your heavenly energy while resting, that will aid in your body's recovery as well." After Hudian Aobo left, Zhou Weiqing gave a bitter smile. Cultivate heavenly energy? He really didn't dare to focus too much on his cultivation any longer. After staying the Flying Hill City for 4 months, although most of his time had been spent focusing on creating consolidating equipment scrolls, however, that required him to use an immense amount of heavenly energy, nearly draining himself, before recovering and repeating the process once again. That, in itself, was a method of cultivation.
Furthermore, his immortal deity technique was different from other cultivation techniques, and even if he did not focus on cultivation, it would still improve on its own. During these 4 months, he was unexpectedly closing in on the maximum point of his level, and he did not know when he would have to break through the 12th death acupuncture point. However, the sheer pain from breaking through death acupuncture points had left a shadow in his heart. Furthermore, with Shangguan Binger not by his side, he did not dare to break through the death acupuncture points, fearing that he would not be able to withstand the pain. Even with her by his side, the previous times he had barely been able to get through it, and his character was originally already afraid of pain and death. As such, he naturally did not want to focus on cultivating now, and he would only do so after reaching the Fei City and reuniting with Shangguan Binger. As such, he decided to complete the last 3 sets of basic consolidating equipment scrolls. Over the next few days, Zhou Weiqing slowed down the speed and length of time he used to create the scrolls, ensuring he got sufficient rest. Just like that, in a blink of an eye, the 3 days had passed, and when night fell, he had finally completed the last sheet of consolidating equipment scrolls. A dim green light surrounded his body as the brush tip flowed in a silver light. At this moment, the 2 elemental jewels at his right wrist was glowing silver and green respectively, representing the spatial and wind attributes he was using. Under the 2 attributes, his movements were like flowing water across the surface of the consolidating paper. He had already created nearly 1,000 of this particular design, and was already very familiar with it, and as he flourished the last brushstroke, the ink and paper melded perfectly in a dazzling flash of gold light.
Completion. The 1000th scroll. Ha ha ha. I'm finally done.
Zhou Weiqing threw the brush in his hands, falling backwards, and lying down without a care about his looks. As he fell back right in the middle of the room, he greedily took in gulps of air as he finally relaxed. Finally, he had completed all 392 sets of basic consolidating equipment scrolls. 4 months of non-stop effort and focus, he had finally succeeded. A sense of accomplishment flooded his heart, and he felt a sense of relaxation he had never felt before as his tense muscles relaxed. The events of the past 4 months scrolled past in his mind as he lay on his back, thinking. Closing his eyes, Zhou Weiqing could clearly feel the blood circulating in his body, and he felt as if he did not even want to move a finger, just lying there comfortably. The vision blurred before him as his whole body relaxed, as exhaustion flooded every cell of his body, his breathing steadied and he slowly fell asleep there. After an unknown amount of time, the cute little white tiger fat cat, which had been sleeping beside Zhou Weiqing snuggled up to him, suddenly stood up. Its pale purple eyes were excited, as they focused on Zhou Weiqing, as the king tattoo on its head seeming to move a little. All of a sudden, it seemed to discover something, jumping to Zhou Weiqing's head and placing its front paw onto Zhou Weiqing's face and pushing at him, all the while giving out a low roar.
Stop it, fat cat. Zhou Weiqing turned around lazily and pushed it aside, settling back to sleep. However, it insistently jumped back to the other side and continued pushing his head. This time, Zhou Weiqing woke up a little. Eh? Why is it so hot? He furrowed his brow, pulling at his shirt. However, the next instant, his eyes shot open wide in surprise. With a soft poof sound, Zhou Weiqing's clothes almost disintegrated into dust, surprising Fat Cat which was beside him, and causing it to roll a few yards away. Just an instant ago, Zhou Weiqing was deep in sleep, but right at this point, his entire body was bathed in cold sweat, a sense of terror invading his heart. The black tiger tattoos sprang back onto the surface of his skin like magic, seeming to ripple like a shockwave around his body. The heavenly energy within his body seemed to surge forth like boiling water, raging turbulently throughout his body, heading towards the third section of the spinous process of his lumbar vertebra, targeting the Qi-Hai acupuncture point, which was the 7th death acupuncture point of the second portion of the immortal deity technique. What Zhou Weiqing had feared the most had happened after all. Just half a year had passed since he had last broken through the 6th death acupuncture point, and in this last 4 months, although he had not focused on cultivation, the incessant usage of heavenly energy had caused his energy whirlpools to spin at max speeds in drawing energy and replenishing his constantly drained reserves. As such, although he did not attempt breaking through his death acupuncture points, his heavenly energy had already reached its maximum capacity. Previously, when he had completed the final scroll, his consciousness had relaxed totally and falling asleep, he had forgotten to continue controlling his heavenly energy. As his heavenly energy circulated naturally, they reached their limit and started circulating savagely and automatically breaking through his next death acupuncture point. Fat Cat had felt something wrong with his body, which was why it started trying to wake him up. Under no preparation, the surging heavenly energy charged forth towards his 12th death acupuncture point. Damn! Isn't this forcing a young girl into prostitution one? Zhou Weiqing cried in grief and indignation in his heart. At this time, he wasn't even able to call out as the surging heavenly energy had torn away from his control, forcing its way towards the Qi-Hai acupuncture point, like a slowly advancing army.
As the second portion of the immortal deity technique had the death acupuncture points all situated at the back, as his heavenly energy advanced towards the chi-high acupuncture point, it passed by the previous 6 acupuncture points on the back, and every time it passed through one, the heavenly energy would be boosted by the energy whirlpool and become wilder and more frenzied, and it seemed to be an unstoppable advance. By now, Zhou Weiqing felt as if his spine was like a red-hot rod, feeling an unbelievable pain. How many nerves were there in the spinal vertebra? They were all being jarred by the terrifying surge of heavenly energy, and such a feeling was definitely not for humans. He was almost unable to stand the pain, his body writhing on the ground uncontrollably. Each time he shuddered, the black tattoos on his body seemingly growing more obvious, and the muscles on his body seemed to grow larger, the veins under his skin bulging out obviously. As he writhed on the floor, the sheer pain caused his demonic change state to activate, but even under that state, he was still disabled by the agony, the only change being the increased recovery, which actually seemed to make the agony even worse. The chi-high acupuncture point was one of the most important death acupuncture points in the entire body. The main reason was because it was where the heavenly energy was usually stored. 2. The chi-high was at the dantian, and that was where the heavenly energy coalesced. Currently, all his heavenly energy was rushing in front every other part of his body, charging down towards the chi-high acupuncture point. Zhou Weiqing believed that if not for the demonic change state regenerating his meridians, if not for the improved physique and toughness he had after swallowing the black pearl, his chi-high and dantian would have already exploded by now. At this moment, Zhou Weiqing was cursing the creator of this goddamn immortal deity technique, insulting all his ancestors down 18 generations. Alas, he could do nothing but watch as the raging heavenly energy headed down slowly, reaching his chi-high acupuncture point. Come then, if I had to die then so be it. The intense agony caused him to go crazy. At this time his heart was longing for Binger, such a crazed longing that was unbelievably intense. If only Binger was at my side. Bang! His heavenly energy was like the ocean with many rivers flowing into it, and it finally reached the chi-high acupuncture point. As his heavenly energy was already long maxed, as soon as it entered the chi-high acupuncture point, it broke through almost instantly. Zhou Weiqing felt as if something exploded apart in his body. Although his dantian did not disintegrate directly, holes were torn into it by the explosion. The raging heavenly energy did not stop there, continuing on towards the rest of his body, causing his entire skin to erupt with a layer of blood. Pang! The door was knocked open, and Huyan Aobo and Feng Yu rushed in. However, as soon as they entered the room, they halted in shock. Zhou Weiqing's current situation was just too horrifying. His entire body was covered with a layer of blood, his muscles torn and veins rippling, while the black tiger tattoo was thick and obvious around his body, seeming to move constantly, while a thick heavenly energy surged uncontrollably within his body. In Huyan Aobo and Feng Yu's eyes, something had clearly gone wrong with Zhou Weiqing's cultivation. Qigong deviation. 4. Both of them stared in shock at Zhou Weiqing. With their own cultivation level, they could clearly feel that his heavenly energy was raging through his body wildly. What's going on? Huyan Aobo's face was red with urgent worry, almost charging forward to help. However, he was quickly held back by Feng Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134. Chapter 134, Legendary Consolidated Equipment Set, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Stop. Don't go there, we can't do anything. Little Wei's dantian has broken. If we try to use heavenly energy to help him, it will just have the reverse effect and make things worse. Feng Yu's brow furrowed tightly, a vein clearly throbbing on his temple. Huyan Aobo said angrily, but we can't just watch him die like this. How could this be? How could this be? It's all my fault. I kept chasing the poor boy to work so hard, if not he wouldn't have lost control of his cultivation and entered Qigong deviation. 1. Just as they stood there not knowing what to do, the little white tiger which had been thrown aside by Zhou Weiqing earlier suddenly pounced on him. The originally tiny body expanded suddenly in mid-air, turning into a huge white tiger once again. As it landed down, its front paws landed directly on Zhou Weiqing's shoulders, its huge body pressing down and preventing Zhou Weiqing from struggling. The sudden transformation of Fat Cat gave Huyan Aobo and Feng Yu a shock. Feng Yu was about to launch an attack, but this time he was stopped by Huyan Aobo. Don't move, it's helping Little Wei. A bright white light emitted from Fat Cat's body, covering Zhou Weiqing's entire body, while its huge tiger's head faced Zhou Weiqing directly, using its considerable weight and strength to hold down his four limbs. At the same time, its body had been stained red by the blood mist emitting from Zhou Weiqing. The deep blue king tattoo on Fat Cat's head seemed to light up as it slowly lowered its head, pressing it down onto Zhou Weiqing's head, causing their king tattoos to meet. A thick white mist was breathed out through its mouth, wafting into Zhou Weiqing's orifices as the white light enveloping Zhou Weiqing's body seemed to seep into his pores. Zhou Weiqing did not even feel the pressure that Fat Cat put on him. All he felt was a sudden sense of cool and refreshing comfort filling him, and it was as if his torn dantian was stoppered up somehow. Slowly, the pain was being reduced by the cooling feeling. Maniacal bloodlust, evil, all sorts of negative emotions welled up within him, but at this moment, he was being suppressed down by Fat Cat and was totally unable to move. Slowly, the raging heavenly energy was calming down with the influence of the white mist, and the normally gaseous form of the heavenly energy was starting to condense into small drops of liquid, slowly flowing in his meridians like mercury. Perhaps, even without Fat Cat's help, Zhou Weiqing might have been able to get through this himself. After all, his body's recovery rate was just too strong. However, across these last 4 months concentrating so hard on creating consolidating equipment scrolls, it had been much too taxing on his spirit. Furthermore, after experiencing such pain, it almost caused his entire consciousness to collapse and him to go crazy. If that happened, even if he successfully broke through the 12th death acupuncture point, he would perhaps become a retard or even a vegetable. It was because Fat Cat realized that such a possibility might occur that it took action. However, very quickly, panic entered Fat Cat's eyes as it realized Zhou Weiqing's body was starting to produce an extremely strong suction force, greedily drawing in the white mist it had released. This was even more so at both their foreheads, and now when it tried to break free, it wasn't able to do so. The bloodshot look in Zhou Weiqing's eyes grew deeper. In Fat Cat's heart, it was thinking, bastard. I'm saving his life and he is devouring me. Bastard. Although it knew that Zhou Weiqing had definitely lost consciousness by now and was doing all of that subconsciously, it was still in grave danger. After all, in this process of devouring, they would not be able to control their energy, and if it got beyond Zhou Weiqing's control, not only would Zhou Weiqing devour too much energy and self-implode, Fat Cat would also be drained dry, just like those forest direwolves previously. Without any alternative, Fat Cat's eyes flashed in a bright purple light, and the 2 beams of purple light pierced into Zhou Weiqing's bloodshot eyes. A strange sound emitted from its mouth, rising up and down in measured tones as if intoning a unique language. After his bloodshot eyes were pierced by the purple light, Zhou Weiqing's body shuddered, and the devour skill actually stopped automatically. The next moment, a thick blood light seeped from his body, mixing with the white light surrounding Fat Cat, which had turned a purple hue. The purple and blood-red colors mixed together, forming a strange symbol. The symbol seemed to resemble those used in music scores, and when it was formed, both Zhou Weiqing and Fat Cat's bodies shuddered simultaneously, both breathing out at once as if something was being expelled from their bodies, coalescing in the air and converging onto the reddish-purple symbol. In a flash, the symbol turned golden, causing the entire room to be lit up in a bright, resplendent gold, seemingly focused on their bodies. All of a sudden, the symbol split into 2 once more, and when Fat Cat lifted up its head, the 2 F's shot forth into Fat Cat and Zhou Weiqing's foreheads, right straight into their respective king words on their forehead. As that happened, Feng Yu nudged Huyan Aobua, asking, "Huyan, old man, do you know what's going on?" Huyan Aobua shook his head in confusion, saying, "I do not know, I've not even heard of such a thing. However, it does seem like an ancient ritual. Little Wei's tiger seems to have a very strange aura." Stopping suddenly, he and Feng Yu exchanged sudden startled looks. They were able to see the shock in each other's eyes. Feng Yu's expression had changed, and his emotions were obviously nervous and uptight. "Do not say anything, or it will bring us huge trouble. No matter what, this can only be a good thing for the current Little Wei. He should be fine, let's go right now." At this point, a name had popped up in Feng Yu and Huyan Aobua's hearts, a name that they dared not even mention out loud. As Huyan Aobua and Feng Yu left the room, the gold brilliance slowly dimmed as well. Fat Cat seemed to have expended all its energy, as it collapsed onto Zhou Weiqing, its eyes closed as if it had fainted. Zhou Weiqing was in exactly the same condition, feeling a splitting headache. Earlier when the symbol had entered his forehead, he had felt as if his brain had been pierced through savagely by a sharp needle, and after the sharp spike of pain, he had blacked out. Of course, Zhou Weiqing lapsing into unconsciousness did not affect his body's changes. The heavenly jewels on his wrists lit up, slowly splitting up. As his heavenly energy broke through the 12th level, it slowly condensed from gaseous form into liquid form, and this was a lengthy process. This was also the process where his 2 sets of jewels evolved into 3, with sufficient heavenly energy coalescing into a new set of jewels. Zhou Weiqing had finally completed one of the 4 great stages of cultivation, the first stage of heavenly Jing energy, entering the heavenly Shen energy stage, which signified the liquid form of heavenly energy. From this point onwards, he was no longer a novice heavenly jewel master, having left the ranks of the newbies and was now considered relatively strong. The black tiger tattoos on Zhou Weiqing's body were constantly moving, while the mercury-like heavenly energy in his body was also moving slowly but constantly. The freshly broken through Qi High Death acupuncture point had formed a huge energy whirlpool, which was even larger than any of the previous 11. Not only did it greatly increase the amount of energy absorbed from the atmosphere, it had soon become the central point of the other 11 energy whirlpools. Zhou Weiqing's body was slowly being evolved and reconstructed again by the mercury-like heavenly energy. The process of breaking through from heavenly Jing energy to heavenly Shen energy, from 2 joules to 3 joules, was a major jump in quality for heavenly jewel masters.
After an unknown length of time, Zhou Weiqing finally awoke. His body convulsed a little as he did so. In his memory, just before he lapsed into unconsciousness, he was suffering an intense agony, and when he awoke, that was the first thing he remembered. Ah, so comfortable.
A sudden sense of great strength flooded his body, and an indescribable comfort eased his heart, and he quickly came to his senses. Just as he was about to stretch his body and get up, he realized he was being held down by something. Blinking, he was greeted by the sight of a huge tiger's head. Fat Cat was also awoken by Zhou Weiqing's convulsions, and was now staring at him without blinking.
Zhou Weiqing could see the sorrow and anger in its eyes.
As his memory slowly returned, he seemed to vaguely recall that it was Fat Cat who had helped him through the most difficult time.
Oof. Fat Cat, it's time for you to lose weight. Get down, I'm being squished out of breath by you. Roar! A Fat Cat gave a low roar, gaping its jaw wide and revealing its eerily sharp teeth. It felt like biting down once and for all, ending this rascal's life, but it couldn't bring itself to do that now. Originally, it had followed Zhou Weiqing in order to take advantage of him, but who knew that it had ended up this way, with that rascal taking advantage of it instead. Alas, at that time, there had been no other choice but to do so in order to avoid both of them perishing to the devour. Hate, hate. This rascal, still calling me fat, he has no conscience.
With a swoosh, Fat Cat jumped to the side, its body shrinking once again into its tiny little cute form.
Zhou Weiqing flipped himself over and sat up on the ground.
Looking at his naked body, filled with dirt and blood, he couldn't help but curse out loud. This damn bullshit immortal deity technique, it will be the cause of my death. Although the cultivation is fast, but damn. Every time I level up it feels like I'm dying all over again. As Zhou Weiqing muttered to himself to expel the gloom in his heart, he grabbed the little white tiger in his hands, bringing it up to his face, giving it a loud kiss on the forehead.
I know you saved me, thanks.
As he said that, he hugged Fat Cat in his arms, ignoring its complicated eyes, instead looking happily at the fresh set of elemental and physical jewels around his wrist. The Alexandrite Cat's Eye Elemental Jewel and Icy Jade Physical Jewel had each increased by 1 to form a third set, and the most obvious change he felt was the sheer increase in physical strength. With 3 pure strength physical jewels, his physical strength had increased by an additional 1.5 times, along with the improvement to his physique by the Black Pearl, his arm strength was more than 3,000 gene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135. Chapter 135, Spatial Attribute King Stage Heavenly Beast, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Carrying the little white tiger who was also covered in blood and grime, Zhou Weiqing went to look for a clean set of clothes, running buck naked to clean himself off. After all, the rest of the people living in the house were all men, and he wasn't afraid of being seen.
Furthermore, with his character, even if he were seen by women, would this little rascal mind?
Who knows if he would come up with something like charging to be seen. Filling up a large tub with water, he held little Fat Cat and jumped right into it. Poor little Fat Cat had no choice but to dog paddle to stay afloat, mewing in anger.
Zhou Weiqing gave a hearty laugh, washing the blood and grime off its matted fur before saying softly, Fat Cat, no matter what, you are a female. Does this count as a yuan-yang bath 1? Ha 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 ha, dot.
Hearing his words, Fat Cat had the urge to hit its head on the wall. As it struggled hard with its paws flailing around cutely, Zhou Weiqing could only laugh and finish giving it a clean bath before putting it outside, before starting to scrub himself clean.
Zhou Weiqing's nerves were indeed made very different from normal.
Despite experiencing the horrifying pain from the previous night, now that he had taken a good bath and was feeling comfortable all over, he almost dismissed the pain from yesterday, truly a character that forgot the pain as soon as the scars healed. In truth, it was such a character that allowed him to continue with the immortal deity technique without going insane. Previously, the creator of the immortal deity technique had been a powerful genius who had an unimaginable talent and many fortuitous encounters, before finally dying to the immortal deity technique that he had created. It wasn't that his body wasn't able to take it, rather his spirit not being able to take the ever-increasing pain and his consciousness collapsing from it. In the end, he had perished while breaking through the Qi High Death acupuncture point, which was a marked increase in agony and suffering. After washing and changing to a fresh set of clothes, Zhou Weiqing found a huge stack of food and had his fill. Satiated, he sat back, feeling full of spirit and energy, as if the months of exhaustion had been wiped away.
Little Wei, come here a while. After he had finished eating, Hu Yanalbua's voice sounded out.
Hu Yanalbua and Feng Yu had both spent a sleepless night, and they had actually been alerted as soon as he had gotten up. However, they did not disturb him up till now, and seeing his lively self brimming with vigor, they were speechless. They could not envision how someone who had been in such a serious state of qigong deviation and been in such agony the previous day, could actually recover so quickly and look as if nothing had happened.
Teacher, I finished the final scroll last night.
Zhou Weiqing ran to Huyan Aobua's room excitedly, though he did not mention anything about the pain and suffering he had gone through from the immortal deity technique last night. Huyan Aobua and Feng Yu looked at the little white tiger sleeping in Zhou Weiqing's arms with some trepidation. They did not want to talk about yesterday as well, and since Zhou Weiqing did not mention it, they were happy to oblige.
Huyan Aobua smiled and said, "Very good, very good.
In just a few short months, you have completed the most difficult stage of our sect of consolidating equipment masters.
Well, it is almost time for you to head to Feili City. You should pack up and leave as soon as possible." But upon hearing Huyan Aobua's words, the excited look on Zhou Weiqing diminished.
Placing Fat Cat gently on the ground, he knelt down suddenly in front of Huyan Aobua and Feng Yu, and gave them 3 kowtows. Huyan Aobua did not stop him. Currently, his eyes were filled with pride and joy. To any teacher, the greatest feeling was to have such an accomplished disciple, and it was definitely the feeling he had right now.
After kowtowing, Zhou Weiqing stood up once again.
He did not have his usual jovial smile on his face, instead saying seriously, "Teacher, do not worry.
I will definitely accomplish your dream." Huyan Aobua felt his eyes misting over, and he took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress his tears. Laughingly, he scolded, "Get lost quickly.
Pack up the remaining consolidating paper and consolidating ink as well, and make sure you get some practice.
Just leave the completed scrolls. I, your father, will be retiring after this.
After working hard for so many years, once I finish selling all the scrolls you made this time, I will travel the world with old foam. Perhaps one day we will meet again." Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Who knows, perhaps by then I will already be a zone stage consolidating equipment master."
"Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, Senior Feng Yu."
After saying that, he turned to leave quickly. However, Huyan Aobua and Feng Yu could clearly see that after he turned around, his shoulders started to shake slightly. Zhou Weiqing quickly rushed back to his room, and after closing his door, he wiped at his eyes vigorously.
"Why did the sand get into my eyes?" he muttered.
Although he normally acted like he didn't care about others and had learned how to be a scoundrel from Mu'en, that did not stop Zhou Weiqing from knowing who treated him well, or stop him from having true feelings. Although he had only spent a mere 5 months learning and living together with Huyan Aobua, Zhou Weiqing could clearly feel how much his teacher had done and cared for him. No matter the socketing scroll, or the way he had spent all his savings to get him materials, or the way he had patiently taught him, it could be said that Huyan Aobua had done everything a teacher needed to do and much more beyond. If not for Huyan Aobua's detailed teachings and unrestrained support in materials, he could not possibly have become a consolidating equipment master in such a short time, no matter his talent. Zhou Weiqing's code had always been, if someone treats him well, he will treat them 100 times better. If someone treats him badly, he will take revenge 100 times worse. At the other side, Huyan Aobua's body also shook a little after Zhou Weiqing left, and he took in a deep breath and muttered to himself, "He is definitely the greatest pride of my life, bar none."
Zhou Weiqing left, and this time he did not bid farewell to Huyan Aobua and Feng Yu. He was just too afraid of the moment of farewell. However, after he left the courtyard, he knelt down at the door and kowtowed 3 more times, before hugging Fat Cat in his arms and leaving. After a while, the door opened, and both Huyan Aobua and Feng Yu appeared outside, watching Zhou Weiqing's disappearing figure. After he had vanished into the distance, Huyan Aobua heaved a great sigh, the look on his face showing how much he did not bear to part with his beloved disciple. "Why didn't you ask him to stay? If you did, he probably would have stayed," Feng Yu said. Huyan Aobua shook his head, saying, "I cannot be that selfish. Consolidating equipment master is definitely just a side profession for him. How many heavenly jewel masters do the heavenly bow empire have? Furthermore, with such a talent and his attributes, he will go very far as a heavenly jewel master." But Feng Yu smiled and said, "Huyan old man, it's only now that I realize you also have a cute side to your nature. Are we really going to travel the world like you said?" Huyan Aobua laughed heartily, saying, "Why not? I have already reached the pinnacle of my possibility as a consolidating equipment master and have not much room to grow any further. Now that I have such an outstanding disciple, what more do I have to work hard towards? It's time for me to enjoy life, to travel the world and experience life. Let's go, we can pack up and leave soon." Feili City was situated at the north of the Feili Empire, and was about 2 times the distance from Flying Hill City as the Flying Hill City was from Heavenly Bao Empire. After exiting the Flying Hill City, Zhou Weiqing did some estimations and realized that he was indeed on a tight schedule to get to Feili City in time to meet up with Shangguan Binger as planned. He had no choice but to travel through day and night. As such, he instantly released his heavenly jewels, quickly moving the attribute wheel to the green area, and like a bolt of lightning, he shot off towards the Feili City.
Following the map, he found it was a pretty straightforward path. Running at full speed, he also found that this was very beneficial to him. Having just reached the third jewel, Zhou Weiqing was still not familiar with his new abilities and physique. As such, now that he used his wind attribute heavenly energy to run, he was surprised to find that the rise in power was not a simple matter of just figures. Every time his feet touched the ground, even when he wasn't using the power of the demonic right leg, he could feel as if he was light as a sparrow. The greatest surprise was a pleasant one. He found that the control of his speed was much finer than previously, being able to manipulate the wind attribute heavenly energy with a heretofore unheard of precision. This was likely the result of his continuous usage of heavenly energy during the 4 months of creating consolidating equipment scrolls, and the precision it required, and the strengthening of his consciousness as well. Furthermore, with the breaking through of the Qi Hai acupuncture point, it was quite different from the previous 11 death acupuncture points. Although he had suffered a lot more, the benefits he had received were equally great. Previously, the energy whirlpools of the various death acupuncture points were rather isolated, and there wasn't much connection between all of them. However, with the Qi Hai acupuncture broken through, it was very different. The energy whirlpool in the Qi Hai acupuncture point was like the central hub of his body where all the heavenly energy gathered and was transferred out once more. The other 11 energy whirlpools were now linked to it, and with each breath he took, the Qi Hai energy whirlpool would spin and they would all draw in increasing amounts of heavenly energy from the atmosphere, and his immortal deity shield was obviously stronger than before. At the same time, Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy was starting to evolve from the heavenly Jing energy to the heavenly Shen energy stage. Although he had not reached the first level yet, his heavenly energy was already able to exhibit some of the unique qualities of heavenly Shen stage, to release it outside the body. Focusing his will, even without releasing his heavenly jewels, he was able to warp his heavenly energy into a white light out of his body, for either offense or defense, and this was definitely a big difference from previously when it was confined in his own body. Furthermore, with the heavenly energy in liquid state, the amount used for skills was also reduced by a fair bit. It could be said that this third set of jewels was a huge jump in power levels for all heavenly jewel masters, in not just quantity but also quality, and it was even more so for someone like Zhou Weiqing whose innate talent was so high. The only thing he was lacking now was to finish skill storing and consolidating equipment. After all, for consolidated equipment, he only had a single one currently, the Overlord Bao on his first physical jewel. However, since he had spent all his time creating consolidating equipment scrolls, he had not been able to consolidate the gift from Huyen Albua, the first piece of the legendary set passed down from the ancestors, and he would only do so after reaching Fei Li City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 136. Chapter 136, Spatial Attribute King Stage Heavenly Beast, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
As for Zhou Weiqing's elemental jewels, only his first jewel had completed storing all skills. As for his second jewel, he had only stored a wind attribute skill which he had liked from one of his icy soul heavenly bears.
Shangguan Binger had also done the same in this regard.
In order to fully make use of his powers, he would still need to go through a large amount of skill storing. However, some attributes like darkness or time, it would be almost impossible to store skills, and he could only depend on luck, just like for his first jewel. Despite that, his power was not inferior to any ordinary 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master. After all, he had many attributes and the high star skills stored in his first jewel were already evolved to the 3-jeweled state. Although it was rather troublesome to store skills, Zhou Weiqing definitely enjoyed the fact that they evolved every time the number of jewel increased. After a few days of rushing along, Zhou Weiqing found that if he was just using the wind attribute heavenly energy to speed himself up, with the insane recovery rate of the immortal deity technique, he would almost never run out of heavenly energy. Under the Qi Hai acupuncture point's influence, the unbelievable recovery rate of the immortal deity technique was showing its ever-improving use.
The most inconceivable change for Zhou Weiqing was the immense boost to his strength.
He did not know what it was like for other strength heavenly jewel masters, but he was very sure that the boost he received was definitely out of the ordinary. The earlier estimate he had of 3,000 Jin was definitely on the low end, and he still had not found his maximum capacity yet. All he knew was that he was easily able to tear up a huge tree with his bare hands. In order to ensure that he did not miss the meeting time with Shangguan Binger, Zhou Weiqing ran day and night with minimal rest, and even ate his meals on the run. At the same time, he used the opportunity to familiarize himself with the various improvements in his physique and abilities. Finally, on the 14th day, he finally reached the capital of Fei Li Empire, Fei Li City. When Zhou Weiqing looked upon Fei Li City, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise and awe. This was truly the largest city he had seen since he was born. From the distance, Fei Li City looked like an enormous beast lying there on its side. It had an excellent geographical position. The entire western and northern side was covered in tall mountains, while to the east was the famous Fei Li Lake. Being situated by mountains and lakes, it was considered the center of communications, politics, and military of the entire empire. The city walls were almost 100 meters tall, with a watchtower equipped with a large ballista every 20 meters. On the southern side of the city, which Zhou Weiqing was facing, it was a wide open plains, and there were 6 large city gates. The moat which was linked to the Feili Lake was almost 100 meters wide, and the 6 gates each had large drawbridges along the moat. On the otherwise simple and unadorned walls, there was a large symbol of the Saint Cross sword, which was the glory of the Feili Empire. The symbol was painted gold, and it glittered in the sunlight. Zhou Weiqing had heard that the population in Feili City was already more than the entire population of the Heavenly Bow Empire. Even among the entire boundless mainland, it was one of the top 10 cities, and was definitely one of the top in the entire West, equal to Baidi Empire's Baidi City. Holding in his shock, Zhou Weiqing walked across one of the drawbridges, and he immediately saw over 100 guards at each gate. However, the gates were wide open and there were no checkpoints. The guards at the gate were all carrying long spears and dressed in a fine coat of armor, each standing proud and tall with a slight killing aura. They were clearly experienced and elite soldiers.
Is this the sign of a great empire? I wonder when our empire can have a city like this. Zhou Weiqing thought to himself with a sigh.
In comparison to the large empires like the Feili Empire, the Heavenly Bow Empire was just too weak.
Even if the Feili Empire was their ally, so what? Nothing is better than having it for yourself. With thoughts filling his mind, he entered the Feili City. What entered his vision was an immense avenue with a width that could hold 15 horse carts side by side. The granite paving on the flat wide path, along with 3-story shops lining both sides of the road. The road was long, with the end of it not in sight, and the roads and shops were all bustling with people. It was indeed a prosperous city. With a quick count, Zhou Weiqing estimated that he still had 2 days before the stipulated meeting time with Shangguan Binger. Previously, they had agreed to meet directly at the entrance of the Feili Military Academy on registration day, and head in together for registration. Both of them did not have any knowledge about the academy at all, and the only thing they knew was that it had very stringent requirements, and was one of the top military academies in the Feili Empire. No matter commoner or noble, to enter the academy, they had to pass a rather tough examination. Furthermore, there was an age restriction of 20 years. Other than that, neither Zhou Weiqing nor Shangguan Binger knew any of the other requirements, nor did they know the details of the examination and could not make any advance preparations. Feeling glad he was not late, Zhou Weiqing felt a sense of relief after finally reaching Feili City. I have 2 days, what should I do? I shall have a good meal first.
While pondering his next move, Zhou Weiqing decided to grab a good meal first as he walked deeper into the city, before looking for a place to stay and finding out where the Feili Military Academy was. He still had some money left on him, but it wasn't much for everything he needed to do. After all, he had 2 other things to accomplish as well. First of all, to sell the 10 sets of basic consolidating equipment scrolls he had for funds, and the second was naturally to head to the skill storing palace. Of course, to actually finish storing all the skills he required, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in 2 days. With his consolidating equipment master profession as a backup, he was not worried that he would lack money in the future. If I can rent a good apartment close to the academy, and live together with Binger. That would be perfect. As he thought of that, a lustful grin appeared on his face uncontrollably. After having a good meal at one of the inns, Zhou Weiqing asked for directions to the military academy and the skill storing palace. Coincidentally, they were both in the east portion of the Feili City. The east portion of the Feili City was near the Feili Lake, and was the busiest and most flourishing portion of the city. The Feili Emperor's palace was on the other side, at the northern portion and facing the south. Zhou Weiqing rushed to the east excitedly, constantly asking for directions as the city was just too big. Even so, he actually ran around for 4 hours before he finally found his way. The skill storing palace in front of him now looked exactly the same as the one in Flying Hill City, just on a much larger scale. The huge building was about 30 meters tall, more than double of the one in Flying Hill City. It was supported by 36 huge stone pillars which were large enough for 5 men with arms linked to surround it. There were various sculptures around the building, each representing some different heavenly beasts. The large dome of the palace also had the glowing symbol of the country, the Saint Cross sword, giving forth a formidable aura. This was indeed the headquarters of the Feili Empire Skill Storing Palace. Such a grand atmosphere, it was even more awe-inspiring than the Emperor's palace back home. Zhou Weiqing thought to himself as he entered the Skill Storing Palace. Before he could enter it, he was blocked by 4 heavily armed guards dressed in impressive gold splint mail, like an armed wall.
Oh, right. Zhou Weiqing started for a second, before remembering the requirement.
Lifting his right hand and focusing his will, the 3 icy jade physical jewels appeared around his wrist, whiteness swirling around.
The four armed guards blocking Zhou Weiqing were clearly startled. In truth, the current look of Zhou Weiqing was very shabby. After more than a dozen days on the road without rest, he looked travel-worn and weary, with a messy head of hair and stubbles on his unshaven chin. With such an appearance, he did not look anything like his 16 years of age, and perhaps more like a 30-year-old vagabond. Luckily he had stored his bags into his spatial necklace, or perhaps he would look even worse, and he totally did not look like a heavenly jewel master. After a slight hesitation, the four guards gave way, saying respectfully, "Welcome, upper-level Sure Master." Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Thank you, thank you." As he said that, he entered the main hall of the skill storing palace. Just like the outer look, the inside of the skill storing was also a larger copy of the Flying Hill City's skill storing palace. After some hesitation, Zhou Weiqing walked towards the doorway leading to the spatial attribute Heavenly Beasts enclosure. With the ring of concealment that Tang Xian gave him, Zhou Weiqing had his elemental jewel permanently in the disguise of a spatial attribute jewel master, the gold-green cat's eye jewel. After all, he definitely needed to use his status as a consolidating equipment master. As such, he decided to complete storing the skills for his spatial skills, to enable him to put up a better disguise while having sufficient power. As he followed the path forward, he noticed it was once again sloping downwards. After about 300 meters, and 2 twists in the paths, he finally reached another large hall. Zhou Weiqing knew that this was where he could choose the heavenly beasts for skill storing. At the side of a hall, there was a table with 2 middle-aged men seated. Looking at Zhou Weiqing's travel-worn attire, the two of them furrowed their brow. However, Zhou Weiqing ignored them as his attention was drawn by something as soon as he stepped into the hall, startled. Zhou Weiqing could clearly see that there weren't 3 paths like in the Flying Hill City, but 4. Besides the usual Shi, Zun and Zhong paths, there was an additional path with the word King on it. From the looks of the path, it was a lot newer than the other 3 paths as well. King? Could this be a King stage heavenly beast? If you want to go about skill storing, you will have to pay the entrance fee. A cold voice interrupted Zhou Weiqing's thoughts. He quickly turned around and headed to the 2 middle-aged men, asking curiously, "Seniors, this is my first time in the Feili City. That path with the word King, could it be a King stage heavenly beast?" The man on the left nodded and said proudly, "Indeed, that is a King stage heavenly beast. Not only is it a rare sight in our Feili Empire, it is probably the only one in the entire skill-storing palaces of the entire western half of the continent." "Young man, you are a spatial attribute heavenly jewel master? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Spatial Attribute King Stage Heavenly Beast, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing nodded with an honest look on his face, saying, "Yes, senior." "Do the other attributes have King Stage Heavenly Beasts as well?" The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully, "What do you take King Stage Heavenly Beasts for?" "Let me tell you, this is the only one, and it's for us spatial attribute Heavenly Jewel Masters. It's the only unique King Stage Heavenly Beast in the whole skill storing palace. Let me tell you, 3 months ago, our palace master and 12 elders had to work together to capture it, at the cost of 4 elders before succeeding." Zhou Weiqing cried out in delight, "Senior, if I want to store skill for the King Stage Heavenly Beast, how much will it cost?" Listening to his words, the 2 middle-aged men exchanged a strange look, and the man on the right muttered, "This is the 7th one." The one on the left said, "It costs 100,000 gold coins for a single try, and you can go in as soon as you pay." "What? 100,000? Zhou Weiqing stared dumbfounded at the 2 middle-aged men in front of him. Although he had some money on him, the 10,000 or so gold coins that his mother had given him before he left the Heavenly Bao City. His cut from the Heavenly Bao unit was all used for the special spatial ring for the 2 bears. How could he possibly have 100,000 gold coins? The middle-aged man on the left gave a cold humph and said, "If you want to experience the sights and power of a King Stage Heavenly Beast, then you need to pay accordingly. If you do not have enough money, then keep your curiosity to yourself." Zhou Weiqing hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, "Fine, 100,000 gold coins. So be it. Seniors, how about this? I do not have that many gold coins. Could I use consolidating equipment scrolls as barter instead?" he asked tentatively. Hearing the words consolidating equipment scrolls, the faces of the 2 men changed instantly, and the disdain in their looks at Zhou Weiqing immediately lessened considerably. The man on the right asked with some surprise, "Young man, you are a consolidating equipment master?" If it were at any other attribute hall, the person in charge would probably not have asked such a question, but this was the spatial attribute hall, and any jewel master with the spatial attribute had the possibility of becoming a consolidating equipment master. As he asked that question, his attitude towards Zhou Weiqing was clearly a lot better. Zhou Weiqing nodded and said, yes.
I am a low-level consolidating equipment master, and thus I only have the low-level consolidating equipment scrolls.
Is that okay?
Yes, of course.
The man on the left said rather eagerly.
By now, his attitude towards Zhou Weiqing had taken a 180-degree change, and was respectful.
However, if it is low-level consolidating equipment scrolls, they have to be in an entire set.
At the Skill Storing Palace, we will purchase each set for 50,000 gold coins.
If you have 2 sets, you can enter to see the King Stage Heavenly Beasts. 50,000 gold coins? Zhou Weiqing was taken aback.
Previously, Hudian Aobo had told him that the price of low-level consolidating equipment scrolls were around 30,000 gold coins. The two men thought he deemed the price too low, and the man on the left quickly said, "Young friend, although the supply of consolidating equipment scrolls have dropped recently and causing the price to shoot up, but as you know, low-level consolidating equipment scroll sets do not have a guaranteed chance of success.
Our price of 50,000 gold coins is definitely a fair one. Even if you bring it to the auction house to sell, it will likely only be slightly higher, however after the auction fees, it might even come down to about the same."
Zhou Weiqing recovered himself and said, "Does that mean the Skill Storing Palace will purchase low-level consolidating equipment scroll sets?" Of course, all of the Skill Storing Palaces will purchase consolidating equipment scroll sets of all types. The two men stared at him helplessly. From his questions, they could tell that even if this young man in front of them was really a low-level consolidating equipment master, he was definitely a newbie, not knowing even where to sell the scrolls. Even so, they were extremely polite to Zhou Weiqing, as no one would want to offend a consolidating equipment master for nothing.
Alright, I have some to sell. Before entering a big city, Zhou Weiqing never thought much about the importance of money.
Just skill storing a king stage beast once needed 100,000 gold coins, and Zhou Weiqing was in rather dire need of money. Lifting his left hand, he placed his hand on the spatial necklace on his neck, and circulating his heavenly energy, he took out wooden box after wooden box. If the two middle-aged men had any remaining suspicions, they were all erased as soon as they saw Zhou Weiqing had a spatial necklace. Right before their surprised eyes, Zhou Weiqing took out all 10 sets of consolidating equipment scrolls and placed them on the table before them. Without further ado, the two men quickly examined the scrolls in the boxes, easily verifying that they were all low-level consolidating equipment scrolls, and in sets of 1,000s.
These are all created by you? The man on the left asked with some surprise. Zhou Weiqing replied with a naive grin on his face, "Yes. Senior, if I sell all 10 sets, can I get a little more? You know, skill storing is rather expensive."
The middle-aged man hesitated a moment before saying, "I will need to ask my superiors. To be honest, young man, you shouldn't waste your money on trying your luck on the King Stage Heavenly Beast, there isn't a chance you will succeed. 100,000 gold coins isn't a small sum, and even though you are a consolidating equipment master, you still shouldn't waste your hard-earned money like that." Zhou Weiqing laughed and said, "As you said, it's only our spatial attribute hall which has this one and only King Stage Beast, perhaps the only chance I will ever get to see one in my life. Although 100,000 gold coins is expensive, I still want to have a look for myself and experience what it is like. As for skill storing from it, of course I know it isn't possible." Seeing that his persuasion was to no avail, the middle-aged man said, "Alright, if that is so, you can just head in first. I will bring your consolidating equipment scrolls to my superiors, and when you come out, we will give you the remaining gold coins." Zhou Weiqing said bashfully, "Senior, you would not acknowledge the scrolls after I come out, right?" Black lines instantly appeared above the two middle-aged men's heads, and the one on the left said angrily, "Where do you think this is? This is the Feili Empire's skill storing palace headquarters, not some common conman shop. If you weren't a consolidating equipment master, just those words alone will be enough to blacklist you forever." I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll just head in now." Inside, Zhou Weiqing was laughing to himself, but he kept up a fearful expression as he turned and hurried into the path with the kingward. As the two men watched his disappearing figure, the one on the left said, "There are just so many people curious about the King Stage Heavenly Beast, willing to splurge even when they know it is impossible to succeed in skill storing, it's literally giving us money. It's only been 3 months and already 700,000 gold coins from that. Still, I did not expect that the little brat was a consolidating equipment master." The man on the right signaled him to keep quiet, talk less, it wouldn't be good if he hears it. No point offending a consolidating equipment master for nothing, especially one who has managed to become a low-level consolidating equipment master at such a young age, he is likely a heavenly jewel master as well. I'll go report to our superiors about these scrolls. After entering the path, Zhou Weiqing's expression quickly changed. Excitement and adrenaline filled his body, and he clutched his fists with all his might. A King Stage Heavenly Beast, what strong skill would be able to store? Perhaps it might be beyond even 9 stars rating. 100,000 gold coins might be expensive, but if he could get himself a strong skill, it would be totally worth it. As he followed the path forward, he noticed the surrounding rocks were new. This was definitely a freshly made path. As he continued downwards, Zhou Weiqing could feel an eerie, deadly cold feeling, as if an unseen pressure was in the atmosphere, sending hills down his spine. However, he ignored the pressure, continuing along the path. After all, he had already spent 100,000 gold coins on this, and he would not back down easily. After heading down about 500 meters, the path ahead finally widened into a stone chamber. Entering the chamber, Zhou Weiqing could feel that the oppressive pressure had strengthened manifold, and he had to circulate his heavenly energy to resist. A familiar aura filled his senses.
Darkness attribute?
The entire stone chamber was lined with black rocks, with strange inscriptions etched on them. There were torches lining the chamber, illuminating it. Indeed, the familiar aura that Zhou Weiqing felt was that of the darkness attribute. After all, the darkness attribute was the best at sealing. Without a doubt, there were many strong darkness attribute seals suppressing the king stage heavenly beast. After feeling out the darkness attribute aura for a while, Zhou Weiqing's gaze finally rested upon the king stage heavenly beast, and he couldn't help but be astounded as he did so. In the corner of the stone chamber lay a silver-colored little bird. It was extremely tiny, its body less than 1 chi long, and its entire body was even smaller than Fat Cat. This was why Zhou Weiqing did not spot it instantly upon entering the chamber. The little bird was covered with silver and white feathers, but it lay on the ground with its head hanging low, its feathers lusterless and its eyes closed. There was a black symbol on its forehead and its 2 wings, and its claws were each bound by a thin black chain.
This is a king stage heavenly beast? It looks so unassuming?
Besides the color, it looks the same as an ordinary bird.
Zhou Weiqing thought to himself as he walked forward.
As the stone chamber was not well lit, he was only able to see the stone plaque on the ground next to Little Bird when he got closer. There were words inscribed upon the plaque, and having been to the skill storing palace before, Zhou Weiqing knew that this was the record of the heavenly beast's abilities. On top of the plaque were the following words: the Silver Emperor, Wind and Spatial Dual Attribute Heavenly Beast, King Stage. Although this heavenly beast is not large, it is extremely fast and dangerous, and is usually not visible by the naked eye.
The Lord of the Skies.
It is well versed in spatial attribute skill, Spatial Rend, which can counter most spatial attribute skills, and has an astonishing destructive capability. It is extremely powerful, feeding normally on the brains of ordinary heavenly beasts or humans, and is extremely aggressive and destructive in nature, known for bringing death and destruction wherever it goes. As such, it is also known as the Bird of Calamity, one of the most vicious king stage heavenly beasts. Silver Emperor's skills: Spatial Rend. Wind, Illusionary Duplicates, Silver Emperor Wing Slash, Silver Emperor Lightning Pierce. Zhou Weiqing muttered to himself, this king stage heavenly beast doesn't have many skills.
Only 4, and only one of which is of the spatial attribute. As he said that, he continued reading the skill explanations below.
Spatial Rend, the most famous skill of the Silver Emperor, its impressive manipulation of spatial energy. Instantly splits apart and distorts the spatial dimension. At close range, it is able to break invisibility or stealth skills, as well as blink skills. At the same time, it also has an extremely strong slicing power. When the spatial rend has been used, it also distorts space, which can cause enemies' long-ranged attacks to miss their targets. The spatial rend's range, area of effect and length of time depends on cultivation level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Silver Emperor, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Below the spatial attribute skill were the descriptions for the 3 wind attribute skills.
Illusionary duplicates, using the wind attribute to instantly bring forth several duplicate images. User is able to instantly swap positions amongst the duplicates. Number of duplicates and time they last depends on cultivation level. Silver Emperor Wing Slash, extremely strong destructive capabilities. Coupled with Spatial Rend to become the dual attribute skill Silver Emperor Spatial Rend, which is nigh invincible. Destructive capability depends on cultivation level. Silver Emperor Lightning Pierce, able to warp into a silver point, instantly piercing through anything. At the same time, moving at 300% speed. This is a skill that can be used for both offense and defense, and the Silver Emperor uses it for both attacking and fleeing. After looking at the skills descriptions, a chill ran down Zhou Weiqing's spine. Although the Silver Emperor did not have many skills, but they were all unbelievably destructive and powerful. The scariest thing was, this unassuming little fellow was actually a violent bird which fed on brains. Wind and spatial attributes. Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. Without a doubt, the Silver Emperor's skills were extremely powerful.
Without a doubt, the only spatial skill, the spatial rend, was something he had to store. As for the other 3 wind attribute skills, they were also extremely attractive to Zhou Weiqing. As the 2 middle-aged men outside had said, it was extremely rare to find a king stage heavenly beast. Now that he had met one, he would definitely not waste the opportunity. However, each skill storing try cost 100,000 gold coins, and Zhou Weiqing did not bear to spend so much. Furthermore, amongst his 3 elemental jewels, he had already stored 2 wind attribute skills, and only had 1 jewel available for storing wind attribute skills from the Silver Emperor. After some thought, Zhou Weiqing said to himself, I shall not care so much and leave it to chance. I'll just try to store the spatial rend skill first. After that, I'll see if the recovery rate of the immortal deity technique is sufficient to allow me store a second skill, and if so, I'll just try for another wind attribute skill. After all, any of the 3 wind attribute skills of the Silver Emperor is great, and I can leave the other 2 for my 4th and 5th jewel. As such, Zhou Weiqing raised his left hand, removing the concealing effect of his ring and revealing his Alexandrite cat's eye elemental jewel. As there was no sunlight, it looked like a brilliant blue-green cat's eye jewel, gleaming in the dim torchlight. The attribute while spinning to the silver area under Zhou Weiqing's control, the second jewel floated into his palm and he pressed it down with a silvery glow onto the Silver Emperor's forehead. He still remembered his first foray in the Flying Hill City's skill-storing palace clearly, and the key to his success there. To ensure a better time this round, he circulated heavenly energy into his right leg, ensuring the unique aura of the black-winged tiger was on full blast. The moment Zhou Weiqing's left palm touched the Silver Emperor's forehead, the sealed Silver Emperor shuddered involuntarily and its eyes opened wide suddenly. Looking into the Silver Emperor's eyes, Zhou Weiqing almost lost control of his senses. Its eyes were milky white, with only a hint of gray where the pupils were supposed to be. In that instant when it opened its eyes, a terrifyingly strong aura of death exploded forth from its body. It felt extremely different from the evil, overbearing aura of Zhou Weiqing's, instead having an icy cold feeling of death and desolation, as its eyes locked coldly onto Zhou Weiqing. With a flash of silver light, Zhou Weiqing's heavenly energy surged forth in a huge wave from his body, as he circulated it into his left palm and into the Silver Emperor to begin the skill storing. However, things didn't go as he expected. Unlike the previous times when he skill stored the zone stage heavenly beasts, Zhou Weiqing was stunned to find that his heavenly energy was unable to enter the Silver Emperor's body no matter how much he tried, and he was not able to continue skill storing. It was as if his heavenly energy was blocked by a barrier of strange power. As for the Silver Emperor, it was staring at him coldly, without any of the fear that the zone stage heavenly beasts displayed. What Zhou Weiqing did not know was that for the zone stage heavenly beasts he had skill stored, they had actually been afraid of not just the aura of the Black Pearl's original owner, but also its devour skill, fearing they would be devoured to death. However, for the Silver Emperor in front of him now, not only was it an entire stage higher, it was also unique in the sense that its spatial rend ability would counter the devour skill, and it was one of the rare heavenly beasts which were not too afraid of such a skill. This was one of the true strengths of the Silver Emperor. No matter how powerful a skill was, as long as it wasn't able to overcome the spatial rend, it was totally useless against the Silver Emperor. Even with its current status being sealed and imprisoned, it was even more difficult to skill store from it compared to perhaps even an Emperor stage heavenly beast with a higher cultivation level. Just as Zhou Weiqing was feeling disbelief and gloom in his heart, the hope in his heart turning cold, a low roar suddenly sounded out from his arms. In a flash of white light, Fat Cat appeared all of a sudden in front of the Silver Emperor. Its deep purple eyes focused straight at the Silver Emperor's eyes, its low roar instantly attracting the Silver Emperor's gaze. The moment it saw Fat Cat appear, the Silver Emperor's body convulsed once more, its entire body shivering as its eyes contracted in shock, and a soft keening issued from its mouth, sounding rather urgent and pleading, as if begging for help. Fat Cat roared lightly once again, shaking its head at the Silver Emperor. The hope which had sprung up in its eyes was extinguished, and as the light in its eyes dimmed, Zhou Weiqing felt the barrier which had been blocking his heavenly energy vanished, and in the next instant, without him doing anything, a cold mass of energy welled up into his hand, entering his second elemental jewel in his palm. Not only that, as the gust of cold shot through Zhou Weiqing's body and incited his jewels, he suddenly felt his senses blur for a moment, and in the next instant, the attribute wheel which was originally at the silver area suddenly moved to the green area, and a feathery light feeling entered him. The second elemental jewel in his palm was quickly replaced with the third elemental jewel, and he suddenly felt a skill being stored upon it as well, a wind attribute skill. What was going on? Zhou Weiqing was filled with shock. To him, he felt as if he had been trying to seduce a girl, and ending up getting raped by her instead. The Silver Emperor had actually forced its skills onto him and storing them onto his elemental jewels. The strength of a king stage heavenly beast was not something that could be explained by common logic. Before Zhou Weiqing could react, his third elemental jewel had completed storing, and returned back to his wrist in a bright flash of light, resuming its silent revolving. Fat Cat gave another low roar, this time sounding satisfied. With a smug gleam in its eyes, it nodded towards the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor looked over and gave a sad cry, its white little eyes filled with hope once again. Fat Cat took a pause before giving another two small short roars. The Silver Emperor's eyes immediately lit up in glee, lying back down on the ground and closing its eyes happily. Fat Cat leaped back into Zhou Weiqing's arms, lifting its head up high proudly, as if asking for praise. Zhou Weiqing pinched its cute little nose gently, grinning as he said, "It seems rather scared of you." "Alas, I can't understand what you two said." "Fat Cat, your little nose is so meaty, it feels so good to play with." Fat Cat's eyes widened in indignation and it couldn't help but think to itself, "This heartless little scoundrel." "Humph." Tucking Fat Cat back into his shirt, Zhou Weiqing rubbed his face, putting on a depressed look as he headed back out. This was not the time to be excited about his new skills, or to try them out. After all, if anyone found about him skill storing the Silver Emperor's skills, his secrets would likely be all overturned and his days likely numbered. As he returned to the Spatial Attribute main hall, the two middle-aged men were already waiting there. "You're done so quickly?" the man on the left asked. Zhou Weiqing said with a gloomy look on his face, "What else can I do but come out? My heavenly energy wasn't even able to enter its body, let alone attempt to skill store. That Silver Emperor is indeed impressive despite its diminutive size. I only knew how strong it was after reading the introduction plaque. I always thought size was equivalent to power for heavenly beasts, at least I learned something new. I'll be back to try again when my cultivation level is higher." He said the last line in preparation for the future. After all, he was still eyeing the last two wind attribute skills. The two men smiled. Zhou Weiqing's predicament was very expected in their minds. After the Silver Emperor had been captured, almost every single elemental and heavenly jewel within the skill storing palace had tried skill storing, and all of them had met with the same issue as Zhou Weiqing said, not being able to penetrate the protective barrier of the Silver Emperor. The palace master had said that in order to succeed skill storing on the Silver Emperor, they needed to be at least of the Heavenly Su energy stage or higher to even break the barrier and having even a chance of success. Little did they know that Zhou Weiqing had actually succeeded, not only in skill storing the spatial rend, but also one of the wind attribute skills under the cooperation of the Silver Emperor. As they passed Zhou Weiqing a gold coin storage card, the man on the right said, "Little brother, do not feel so dejected. After all, you consolidating equipment masters do not really need any powerful skill. Here is 450,000 gold coins. We have spoken with our superiors, and since you have sold so many sets this time, we will give an extra 50,000 gold coins. We hope that you in future, if you have more consolidating equipment scroll sets to sell, you can come here to look for the two of us, and we will try to give you the best possible price. Furthermore, if you complete a certain amount of trades, in the future if you come to skill store sure level heavenly beasts, we can allow you to do so for free." Consolidating equipment masters were rarer and perhaps even more valuable than heavenly jewel masters, especially someone like Zhou Weiqing, who had already become a low-level consolidating equipment master at such a young age, and the future ahead of him was indeed very bright and filled with many prospects. Although the skill storing palace was extremely powerful and had much influence, it still did not dare to try using strong-arm tactics against consolidating equipment masters, or they might offend all the physical and heavenly jewel masters in the empire. As such, they could only use softer tactics and get onto their good side with many benefits. As for recruiting Zhou Weiqing, they did not even consider such a thing. After all, such a young consolidating equipment master could only have been trained by a powerful force or influence, as the sheer amount of resources required was extremely high. They would not waste their time and resources on doing something so pointless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139. Chapter 139, Silver Emperor 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After receiving the gold coin storage card, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but reveal some of the excitement he had been feeling. After thanking the pair of middle-aged men, he quickly exited the skill storing palace. Standing at the entrance of the skill storing palace, he truly wanted to burst into maniacal laughter. "I, your father, am a rich man. 450,000 gold coins. Being a consolidating equipment master is indeed a great profession. Binger, in the future, if you want to skill store anything, I can even dump a few 100,000 and let you try your heart out. Don't block the way, move aside." Just as Zhou Weiqing stood there with a foolish grin on his face, a sudden cold, clear voice sounded out in front of him, breaking him out of his reverie. It was only at that point that he realized he was standing right in the middle of the entrance of the skill storing palace, blocking the route. However, the skill storing palace entrance was actually very huge, and there was more than enough space to walk past him. There were two people standing in of him, a man and a woman, and the one who had spoken was the woman. She had her arms linked to the youth beside her, her face proud, and the fiery red long dress accentuating her enchanting figure, with her fine features proving to be very attractive, framed by the head of long red hair which fell to her shoulders. The only thing that marred her face slightly was the look of disdain and the prideful air around her brows. The youth standing beside the red-dressed young lady was clothed in a suit of black, with only a sparse few golden lines adorning the sides, giving the impression of a low-profile yet high-class look. His head of short dark blue hair was neat and clean-cut, with a high nose, brilliant blue eyes which seemed warm. Currently, his brow was furrowed as he heard the young lady's words. His bearing and aura was far above what the young lady displayed, and even though he seemed only slightly over 20 years of age, he seemed to possess a natural grace and poise beyond his years. Zhou Weiqing did not want to cause trouble, and he knew that it had been wrong of him to stand right in the middle of the entrance for so long. However, when he saw the young lady, his steps halted, a cold light appearing in his eyes. Indeed, he knew this young lady in the red dress.
"You uncouth bumpkin, what are you staring at? Move out of the way."
The young lady cried out once more in anger. If not for the black-clad youth beside her, perhaps her words would be even more venomous.
Zhou Weiqing laughed, a simple good-natured laugh. "My dear fiancé, it's been a long time. We still haven't dissolved our engagement yet, and you've already found a new target? Very good, very good." Clearly, the young lady holding onto the black-clad youth was the princess of the Heavenly Bow Empire, Zhou Weiqing's fiancée, Princess Defuya. After 2 years, Defuya looked even more beautiful than before. At the age of 19, she was at the prime of her youth and beauty. Alas, no matter how beautiful she was, in Zhou Weiqing's eyes she was unbelievably ugly. Thinking back to how he almost died in her hands, and looking at how she held another man's hand, Zhou Weiqing's hands curled into a fist subconsciously. Although he was looking to dissolve the engagement, she was still currently his fiancée, only to see her holding another man's hand so intimately. Such a circumstance, any man would not be able to take it. Hearing Zhou Weiqing's words, Defuya's body shuddered as a look of disbelief entered her eyes. After more than 2 years, the change in Zhou Weiqing's look was considerable, just the change in his stature alone was rather unbelievable. That, in addition to his shabby and travel-worn look, as well as Defuya not expecting to see him here, had caused her not to recognize him. After taking a closer look, she realized who he was. "You? What are you doing here?" she asked, a look of embarrassment on her face, before a flash of worry entered her eyes. Of course, the worry was not for Zhou Weiqing. "Fiancé?"
the black-clad youth said, with a strange tinge of amusement in his voice, as he turned to look pointedly at Defuya. Defuya was instantly at a loss. "Brother, you don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do with him. He is only a useless son of a high-ranking official, and our engagement is only because of my father's orders.
I've always been trying to dissolve the engagement."
The black-clad youth skillfully extracted his arm from Defuya's arms, giving a graceful smile as he said, "That's your issue with him, but you should know my character.
I do not want my women to have any implications with other men. Princess Defuya, our relationship ends now. 1 inch.
As if he had just done something inconsequential, the black-clad youth walked off into the skill-storing palace, not caring about Defuya who was standing there stunned. As he passed by Zhou Weiqing, he smiled and said, "Little bro, not bad, you're in luck. Don't worry, I haven't touched Defuya yet, she's still a virgin." "Virgin your younger sister. Zhou Weiqing retorted passively, standing still without moving. The black-clad youth's calm and elegant smile froze in that instant, and his voice turned ice-cold as if filled with killing intent. "What did you say?" In that moment, Zhou Weiqing felt as if he was trapped in the midst of a sea of blood and corpses. That killing intent was rather familiar to him, as he had once sensed a similar aura from his father. Even still, when he turned towards the black-clad youth, he had a bright and naive smile on his face, his voice crisp and clear as he said pronouncedly, "Virgin, your sister." Their two gazes met in midair, clashing as if lightning was crackling between the two of them. All of a sudden, the black-clad youth's right hand lashed out in a blur, heading towards Zhou Weiqing's face. At the same time, Zhou Weiqing lifted his right hand. "Paa!" A loud explosive sound rang out, seemingly causing a detonation in the very air. Defuya, who was just standing a few yards away, was actually knocked a few steps back by the shockwave, almost falling off the steps. Zhou Weiqing was also forced back 2 steps before he regained his balance, but the black-clad youth only wavered a bit, his shoulder trembling slightly as it absorbed the blow, and only taking a half-step backwards before regaining his balance. Zhou Weiqing's eyes narrowed, a fierce light springing forth in them, as if a ferocious beast was hidden within, ready to pounce at any time. As for the black-clad youth, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Earlier, he had not used much strength, but this fellow in front of him, who definitely looked much younger than him, had unexpectedly been able to take the blow, even causing him to take half a step back. Such a strength was definitely beyond what he had anticipated.
This man definitely has a much higher cultivation level of heavenly energy than me. Zhou Weiqing instantly determined.
After all, his physical jewel was a pure strength boost, and coupled with the Black Pearl, his strength far surpassed that of any ordinary heavenly jewel master. Under such a circumstance, he had lost the contest of strength. That could only mean that the youth was definitely of a much higher cultivation level. Without skipping a bit, Zhou Weiqing stepped forward with his left leg, his right fist flying forth brazenly. At the same time, the 12 energy whirlpools at the death acupuncture points started spinning at maximum capacity, and a white light enveloped his fist as it sped towards the youth. The black-clad youth did not retreat, lifting his fist as well, and white light enveloped it as he too punched forward. However, the white light around his fist was a lot thicker and more solid than Zhou Weiqing's. Just as their fists were about to meet, the black-clad youth suddenly sensed something amiss. Right in the next instant, Zhou Weiqing suddenly disappeared from in front of him. 5 brightly glowing glass-looking elemental jewels as well as 5 similar icy jade physical jewels appeared at the same time around the black-clad youth's wrists. As his third elemental jewel flashed in a blinding brilliance, a layer of white light enveloped him. Right at the same time, an explosion sounded out behind him. The black-clad youth staggered a step forward, his body shuddering with the impact, before he took yet another step forward. The shield of white light seemed to give forth a sound like that of glass shattering, and by then he had already spun around, looking with surprise at Zhou Weiqing who had appeared behind his back. At this time, Zhou Weiqing had also been knocked backwards by the sudden appearance of the white shield of light. Blink! You're a spatial attribute heavenly jewel master. The black-clad youth's look at Zhou Weiqing had obviously changed. His surprise was of course not because of Zhou Weiqing's status of heavenly jewel master or that he had the spatial attribute, but rather that he had the blink skill. After all, in the Fei Li Empire, heavenly jewel masters were definitely not as rare as in the Heavenly Bow Empire, and there were also a few spatial attribute upper-level heavenly jewel masters. However, even among them, those who actually had the blink skill was extremely limited. This was further emphasized by the fact that Zhou Weiqing was so young. In the world of heavenly jewel masters, the cultivation level of heavenly energy and number of heavenly jewels were the mainstay on how to judge the power of a heavenly jewel master, but the type of skills were also extremely important. At times, perhaps even more important than cultivation level. After all, a heavenly jewel master with high rating skills could easily defeat those of the same cultivation level, or perhaps even those of a little higher level. Zhou Weiqing eyed his opponent, feeling just as stunned in his heart. Light attribute, protection of light skill, strength physical jewel. A 5-jeweled mid-level Zune stage heavenly jewel master. The black-clad youth in front of him barely looked about 26 to 27 years of age, and yet his cultivation level had already reached the mid-level heavenly Zune stage. Zhou Weiqing knew that even his father had not reached such a level at such an age. In the short amount of time that they had exchanged blows, more than 10 of the golden armored guards of the skill-storing palace had surrounded them. Honored jewel masters, please do not cause a disturbance at the skill-storing palace. The black-clad youth nodded to Zhou Weiqing, saying, "My name is Mingyu. I believe we will meet again. I will remember your insult to my younger sister." After saying that, he turned and headed into the skill-storing palace. Zhou Weiqing gave a cold humph, not wanting to let him have the last word, saying, "My name is Zhou Weiqing." "Insult your younger sister? Humph, be careful that you don't become my brother-in-law." Mingyu, who had almost entered the skill-storing palace by then, almost stumbled and fell upon hearing those words. By the time he had turned around, Zhou Weiqing had already walked off, not even turning to look at Defuya. Without knowing why, Mingyu felt a strange sense of laughter bubbling up. It had been a long time since a young kid has dared to speak like that to me. That little fellow is indeed rather strange and interesting. However, his cultivation level is indeed terrifying. I doubt he is even 20 years of age, yet being able to manipulate his heavenly energy out of his body, he is definitely of the heavenly Shin energy stage. Although he probably just entered the stage, it was still an impressive feat. Furthermore, it seems his strength is rather out of the ordinary. Zhou Weiqing, we will meet soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140. Chapter 140, Silver Emperor, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Brother Yu, wait for me. After Defuya had watched Zhou Weiqing walk off in a rather dumbfounded state, she suddenly awoke to the situation. Taking a few steps, she chased after Mingyu. Brother Yu, I really do not have any connection to him. Mingyu said passively with a slight smile, Defuya, you should know my temper and character. I do not want the possible name and reputation of being called a wife stealer. Furthermore, I have always kept my word on the things I said. I will overlook the fact that you lied to me, but do not look for me again. Otherwise, you know what will happen. After leaving those words, he walked into the skill-storing palace without looking back, leaving the stunned Defuya standing in stupefaction. Zhou Weiqing's original good mood had been totally ruined by the meeting with Defuya, and walking along the Fei City streets, he felt rather irked and irritated. Godfather, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but compared to Binger, I can never accept Defuya. The last remaining guilt in his heart towards Di Fengling regarding dissolving the engagement had been wiped out now, and he shook his head vigorously. With a cold humph, he muttered to himself, it's not worth it to get angry over her. However, having experienced the two clashes with a young mid-level Zune stage Heavenly Jewel Master, it made Zhou Weiqing feel his severe lack of power. That Mingyu's heavenly energy was likely at the 8th level of the heavenly Shen energy, and was a lot stronger than him. If not for the fact that Zhou Weiqing's physical strength was extraordinary, he would likely have taken a bigger loss earlier. As he mused about what happened earlier, Zhou Weiqing looked for a nearby inn to stay. He decided to recover his heavenly energy first before consolidating the legendary set equipment scroll that he had. He would head to the skill storing palace again tomorrow. With his immortal deity technique's fast recovery rate, he would likely be able to attempt skill storing twice without any issues. 2 days later. The eastern part of the Fei City was originally already the most prosperous part, and it seemed especially crowded and lively today. This was especially so around the Academy district, which was close to the skill storing palace, where there was a massive bustling crowd. The main reason being that today was the start of the annual registration date for many of the large academies. The registration period was 3 days in total, with each academy having a different intake number and requirements. However, there was just a single rule in the Fei Empire: no matter commoner or noble, all would have to take the respective academies' registration tests before being able to join. There were over a dozen various academies, of which the most famous were the 3 top academies, namely, Fei Imperial Family Military Academy, Fei Empire Heavenly Jewel Master Academy, and the Fei Palace Academy. Of which, the Fei Palace Academy was famed for being the place which had nurtured many top civil officials. They also had the most stringent requirements amongst all the academies. All their students were restricted to only Fei Empire citizens, and there were 3 days worth of examinations with 9 in total, each on various different aspects. Only the cream of the crop would be admitted. It also had the most registrations amongst all the academies, but their entrance rate was less than 1 in 100. Over 80% of the civil officials in the Fei Empire had graduated from this academy. From that you could tell the sheer amount of influence the academy had. On the other hand, the one with the relatively easiest, yet with the least amount of registrations, was the Fei Empire Heavenly Jewel Master Academy. There was only one requirement for registration: to be a Heavenly Jewel Master, while citizenship did not matter. However, if they were citizens of another empire, the requirement was to pledge allegiance to the Fei Empire. There were only 100 or so current students in the academy, and it was usually considered good if they could get 8 to 10 new students every year. The Heavenly Jewel Master Academy was famed for being the cradle for cultivating many a powerful Heavenly Jewel Master. After all, the students in the academy were able to enter the skill storing palace and go about skill storing for free during their study period. Such a favorable condition alone was more than sufficient to draw many young Heavenly Jewel Masters to register. The final one was of course the Fei Imperial Family Military Academy. The registration numbers were usually about a third of the Fei Palace Academy, but their acceptance rate was much higher, about 1 in 30, and they were famed for nurturing many famous generals and military officials.
This was the academy which Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were applying to join.
When Zhou Weiqing arrived at the entrance of the Fei Imperial Family Military Academy early in the morning, he was dazed. The entire street was filled with people. How could he possibly look for Shangguan Binger in such a crowd? With no better idea, he could only stand helplessly near the queue, his gaze constantly scanning the crowd for a sign of Shangguan Binger. While he was waiting anxiously, all of a sudden, a young skinny youth sidled up to him and said, "Bro, want a copy of the examination requirements and rules? With this, you will be better prepared for the exams. This is only sold today, only 10 gold coins." Looking at the sheet of paper in his hands, Zhou Weiqing said exasperatedly, "1 sheet of paper and you're trying to sell it for 10 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone?" Who knew that the skinny youth said, "How can robbing compare to doing this? This earns much more and is a lot safer." Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but laugh at that. "Fine, give me 1. He was just standing here idly anyway. He had decided to just stand here. After all, he was very tall at 1.9 meters, and was standing in a rather obvious place, so it would be a lot easier for Shangguan Binger to see him than for him to look for her. After paying the 10 gold coins for a copy of the rules, he stood there and opened it to read. After he looked at the contents of the paper, he instantly realized he had been cheated. The header of the paper's contents was titled General Regulation for Enrollment. Clearly, this was given to everyone who registered, yet it had cheated him out of 10 gold coins. However, it would be impossible to look for the same person in the crowd. Zhou Weiqing was speechless for a second, thinking to himself, if old scoundrel were here, he would scold me to death, but... In truth, the reason he got cheated wasn't just because he was careless, but rather because he had been so anxious while waiting for Shangguan Binger, and feeling discomfort in his heart, he didn't think much more. Furthermore, with several 100,000 in his pocket, he naturally didn't really care that much about the relative small sum of money.
After header, the following was written: after registration, applicants should bring their admission identification card and enter the academy to go through their exams. The exams are split into 3 portions, each worth 100 marks.
The tests are personal combat strength, written test on military knowledge, as well as a direct face-to-face interview. At the same time, it was also written that if someone managed to score full marks for any particular test, they could be admitted regardless of the results of their other 2 tests. Right below that were the required acceptance scored. For nobles, a total score of 150 was required, and for commoners, a total score of 180 was required.
As soon as he saw that, Zhou Weiqing's brow couldn't help but furrow.
So much for the Faili Empire's pretty words, that no matter status or rank, they would all have to take examinations. In the end, the differentiation was after the examinations.
I wonder if my rank of Viscount in the Heavenly Bao Empire counts as a noble or a commoner. He thought to himself. What are you looking at?
Just as Zhou Weiqing was examining the rules, he felt his shoulder get tapped by someone. As soon as he turned around, he was greeted by a beautiful smiling face.
It was Shangguan Binger.
Zhou Weiqing was stunned for a second, and in the next instant, he unhesitatingly pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly, drawing the gazes of everyone nearby. From the time he had met Shangguan Binger up till now, this was the first time that he had parted with her for such a long period of time. Previously, while training with Huyan Albua, the feeling had not been so obvious as he had been so focused on learning and practicing. However, when he left the Flying Hill City, his heart and mind had always been with Shangguan Binger. That was the reason why he had been so anxious just now. Furthermore, having met Defuya 2 days earlier, that strong contrast between the two had just made him miss Shangguan Binger more, making him wish he had wings and could fly to her there and then. Now that he was finally reunited with her, how could he not be excited? Being hugged all of a sudden, Shangguan Binger was very embarrassed. However, feeling his rapid heartbeat and the arms holding her tightly, the bashfulness in her heart softened, and she slowly hugged him back as well, feeling peace in her heart. In truth, the past few months were also uncomfortable for her. Previously, when Zhou Weiqing was by her side, she did not feel so strongly about it. After all, he often made her angry when he teased her. However, after he had left, she had been left in peace, but this peace just made her think of him all the time. Even though she spent most of her time accompanying her mother, she still felt rather restless and fidgety. If not for the fact she was afraid of affecting Zhou Weiqing from learning how to create consolidating equipment scrolls, perhaps she would have gone to look for him earlier at the Flying Hill City. Earlier, she had seen Zhou Weiqing from the distance, standing there foolishly and looking around anxiously. At that moment, she had felt a warmth invading her heart, filling her with a sense of satisfaction that she had never had before. It had taken her some time to squeeze through the crowd to reach him. Now that they had reunited in the midst of the crowd, that sense of joy and excitement was released, and the two of them totally ignored the rest of the crowd, lost in their own world. Binger, I've missed you. Especially these few days, I've really missed you so much. Zhou Weiqing lifted his head, looking at the blushing beauty before him. All of a sudden, he felt as if his mind was blank, having forgotten why he was even here. Shangguan Binger gave a soft sound of acquiescing, saying softly, I've missed you too. Little fatty, you've lost so much weight. I've missed you. When Zhou Weiqing heard those words, he felt as if a gust of wind had blown the luck of the world into his face. Grinning, he said, Can I kiss you? Shangguan Binger was taken aback and said quickly, No. Looking at Zhou Weiqing's crestfallen look, she looked down and said softly again, Not here. Zhou Weiqing's eyes lit up, and he snuck closer to her ear and whispered, I understand. Shangguan Binger blushed, and hit him on the shoulder, What do you understand? Zhou Weiqing puffed up his chest, laughing as he said, Understand means understand. Come on, let's go register. As he said that, he held Shangguan Binger's hand and started squeezing deeper into the crowd towards their target. He was tall and strong, and before long they had managed to squeeze into one of the registration points. Speaking to the senior year student who was in charge of registration, he said, Beautiful lady, we are here to register. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141. Chapter 141, Faili God General, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The girl sitting behind the desk was of rather average looks, and being called that by Zhou Weiqing, she was rather pleased, and her attitude was extremely nice. Alright, what's your name, age, gender? That one isn't necessary. Also, your field of study and whether or not you are a noble. I'm Zhou Weiqing, 16 years old. Field of study, wait, let me ask.
Turning his head around to Shangguan Binger, he asked, what are we registering as our field of study?
Shangguan Binger was struck speechless by him, sighing in resignation as she replied, military command.
Zhou Weiqing turned back and said, military command. I'm also a viscount in the Heavenly Bao Empire, does that count as a noble?
His father was after all the commander-in-chief of the Heavenly Bao Empire, and he had nothing against nobles. Furthermore, it meant lowering the acceptance score. The girl in charge of registration said apologetically, I'm sorry, only nobles from the Fei Empire are recognized as nobles. For other countries, only the royal family will be considered nobles.
Unfortunately, you can only register as commoners.
A cold light flashed in Zhou Weiqing's eyes, and he said passively, commoner it is then. A sense of humiliation and sorrow welled up in his heart. As a weak country, even their noble status weren't recognized. This was even in their ally Fei Empire. With their country so weak, they weren't even able to hold their heads up high as citizens. In that very instant, he suddenly understood why his father spent all his time training his soldiers and battling. This was all to strengthen their own country.
Shangguan Binger sensed the change in Zhou Weiqing's emotions, quickly registering as well before they headed into the academy.
Little fatty, don't think so much. We are here for the sake of making our country stronger in the future. We need to endure and tolerate everything. We are here to learn, and once we have grown stronger, only then can we repay our country and strengthen it. Your talent is so high, in the future, you will definitely be able to lead our country into prominence, but...
Zhou Weiqing nodded his head, holding Shangguan Binger's hands and said, not me, it's us. No matter where I am, I will not allow you to leave me.
Shangguan Binger saw the resolution in his eyes, and she suddenly realized that her little fatty had somehow changed in that instant, no longer just that Zhou little fatty who was joking around all day. With a tremor in her heart, she couldn't help but think, my little fatty has grown up. The registration point was at the entrance of the Fei Imperial Family Military Academy, while the actual examinations were within the academy itself.
With the admission identification card in hand, Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger entered the academy.
As soon as they entered, they saw a wide-open main square, just like a drilling ground, and this wide main square was surrounded by a 800-meter-long running track. On the other end of the main square, there was a huge 6-story building which was more than 300 meters wide. It was the main academy building. The entire building was a metallic gray color, giving forth a thick and serious killing aura. The 3 registration examinations were all held in the large main square, and the outcome would be determined there and then. As such, there were very clear specifications for the new registrees.
Zhou Weiqing looked towards Shangguan Binger and asked, Binger, what shall we go for first?
Looks like you will not have any problems with the registration examinations, Sai, but I'm not so certain about myself.
Shangguan Binger said curiously, why wouldn't I have any problems?
Zhou Weiqing said, didn't you see that one of the examinations is a face-to-face interview? With our Binger's top beauty, that should be a full marks. As for the other 2, you can just casually get any marks and you will still pass. Sai, as for me, with this face of mine, I doubt I will score high. As for the written military examination, I'll be happy if I do not get 0 marks. Shangguan Binger giggled, hitting him on his shoulder, do not put yourself down, how would you know without trying?
Come, let's try the military examination first then, since you aren't confident.
The written examination on military affairs was in the east side of the square, while the personal combat ability examination was on the west. The central portion of the square was where the interviews were held. This would prevent the noise from the combat examination from affecting the written examinations. As the 2 of them entered the written examination area, they noticed that there were only a few empty seats left. Someone passed them a copy of the examination, and the teacher in charge told them no communication was allowed as soon as the test started, and they could hand in their paper after they had finished. At the front, there were over a dozen teachers reading some completed papers. Clearly, the papers would be graded there and then, so the results of the examination could be received as soon as possible. There were stationery provided on the table, and Zhou Weiqing sat there and looked at the paper, and he was given a pleasant surprise. If the examination were to be on details of military command like the formation of troops, he would definitely score a big 0. After all, in his younger years when his meridians were still blocked and he did not have his heavenly jewels awakened, Admiral Zhou did not hope for him taking over and inheriting his duties.
As a result, he had not been taught anything about the military.
However, the question in the paper was not about the normal military knowledge, but an example of a battle situation. The question was as follows: an isolated little city has been surrounded by enemy troops. Currently, there are only 5,000 troops guarding the city, and several 100,000 citizens, with many young and old dependents. The enemy troops number 100,000, and they have completely surrounded the city.
Reinforcements can only arrive in at least 3 days.
Under such a circumstance, the enemy has driven citizens from the surrounding villages and used them as the vanguard in attacking the city.
As the general in charge of the defense of the city, what would you do? The examination consisted of only this one single question, and the rest of the paper was blank for their answer. Zhou Weiqing hesitated for a moment, then started writing furiously, his pen flying over the paper. Perhaps because of the constant creation of consolidating equipment scrolls recently, even his handwriting seemed a lot better. Before long, he had completed a long section of words. He did not even read through it again, instead standing up in satisfaction, looking at Shangguan Binger at the side who was still writing, he headed to the front to hand in his paper. The teachers at the front were busy grading, but since there was only one question, and these teachers were all experienced members of the Feili Imperial Family Military Academy, the grading was done pretty quickly. Zhou Weiqing had only queued for a short while before it was his turn. The teacher who took his paper was a male of around 50 years of age. As soon as he read the first line, his brow furrowed. On Zhou Weiqing's paper, the first line was, "Kill. Kill. Kill." As the teacher read on, he saw the following: "If I were the general of the little city, I would unhesitatingly issue the order to kill. The civilians outside are the citizens of our country, but so are the citizens and troops in the city wall. At this time, any hesitation might cause the city walls to be destroyed, and countless of lives lost. At that point, would the enemy let those civilians they used as the vanguard go? Perhaps they might, but as the general in charge, I cannot take that risk, take the gamble, betting the lives of several hundred other civilians and my thousands of troops. To defend the city, that is my first duty. The civilians who were forced to become the vanguard are innocent. Alas, if I do not kill them, as a soldier, I have failed in my duty. Perhaps, the little city I am guarding is just a small one of no major consequence to the overall picture of the war, but as a general, I cannot think like this. I must do what I can to complete my task of defending the city, and to do so, I will not hesitate to kill and fight with all my might, down to the very last soldier. If the enemy's attack is unable to destroy the city, then during the night, I will pass on my duties to my vice commander, and go alone out of the city to attack the enemy, to take responsibility and revenge for the civilians outside. I will kill as many as I can. However, before I do so, I will ensure that the city has sufficient fuel and combustibles, and give my vice commander a final command. As soon as the enemy breaks into the city, then light up and burn the whole city, and fight to the death with the enemy. Even if the city is broken and everyone perishes, we will not leave them with a single grain of food, nor leave them with any living humans to use on the next city. Casualties are unavoidable in war, and I can only do the best I can to provide the best possible outcome in the final war. As to regards on how many people will die, I can only do my best to reduce it, but beyond that, I cannot do anything." Looking at Zhou Weiqing's answer, the teacher's face grew ugly. Feeling a sense of blood from it, he couldn't help but cry out angrily, "Nonsense! This is absolute nonsense!" Looking up at Zhou Weiqing, he said, "This is your ideal answer? I cannot imagine, if you truly become a general, how many people would die because of you. Your answer gives me the images of mountains of corpses and blood. A general who doesn't care about life, who can kill and cause destruction and doesn't care about civilians, such a general would never be loved by the troops and civilians. Aren't you afraid of a mutiny?" Zhou Weiqing shrugged and said, "Mutiny? Why would there be one? Couldn't I tell them those civilians are enemy troops in disguise? If I am the general, my duty is to protect the country, not just those particular civilians. I believe that no general in the world will be able to save every civilian. I do not need their love, I just need to ensure most of them stay alive. There are always sacrifices in war. What, should I have surrendered instead?" The teacher cried out angrily, "Even surrendering would be better than your answer. No matter what your excuses are, I will give you a 0 for this answer. In fact, from my perspective, I definitely do not hope that a young man with a character like yours will enter the academy and eventually go on the battlefield." Zhou Weiqing's lip curled in scorn. Pedantic fool. Towards this exam, he had never expected much anyway. 0, so be it. Besides, as long as he managed to get full marks for another paper, he should be able to pass. He was rather confident in the personal combat ability examination. Just as the teacher was about to put a 0 on the paper, all of a sudden, a clear voice sounded out. "Wait! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 142. Chapter 142, Feili God General, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Zhou Weiqing lifted his head, and his brow furrowed instantly. A youth walked up to the teacher, picking up Zhou Weiqing's paper. That youth was none other than the one he had met 2 days ago, the black-clad youth who had been with Defuya, Mingyu. He was still clad in black, his face passive as he looked at Zhou Weiqing, as if he did not recognize him. Zhou Weiqing thought to himself, Is that fellow a teacher in this Faili Imperial Family Military Academy?
If that is so, perhaps I'm in trouble for today's examination. Furthermore, he had noticed the look of respect that had flashed onto the teacher's face when Mingyu had taken the paper from him, even standing up and giving up his seat. By this time, Shangguan Binger had completed her answer as well, coming to Zhou Weiqing's side. Earlier, the teacher had been rather loud and thus she had heard the commotion, and was now looking worriedly at Zhou Weiqing. Mingyu sat there reading through the paper attentively, and when he finally raised his head to look at Zhou Weiqing once again, the expression on his face revealed much surprise. Good, very good. Mingyu nodded towards Zhou Weiqing, saying, "This answer is the best I have seen all day. Although it is still a little naive and not detailed, but as an examinee who is registering to attend the school, it is already perfect. Teacher Aolo, I recommend that this freshman should be given the full marks." What? Full marks? The teacher's face immediately turned red. Sir Mingyu, that shouldn't be right. This student's answer is just too absurd. He actually wanted to kill the civilians. Furthermore, at the end there's even more bullshit. To attack the enemy camp alone, what a foolish idea. How can this answer even pass the exam, let alone get full marks? Looking at Mingyu, he had an incredulous look on his face. If the person in front of him wasn't Mingyu, he would have accused him of favoritism. Mingyu said passively, "Teacher Aolo, you have always been researching all forms of military knowledge, but you have after all never been on an actual battlefield. War is after all forged by blood and life. This freshman's answer is indeed the best answer. In order not to influence the other examinees, I will not explain any further. After the examination has ended, I will personally give you an explanation. However, regarding this answer, I stand by my words, to give him full marks. As for your query about launching a sneak attack on the enemy alone being naive and foolish, what if that person is a powerful heavenly jewel master? Would you still think of that as naive and foolish? As he said that, he actually took up the red pen beside the teacher, and wrote a big red 100 on the paper. Wait, who are you? You aren't even an examiner, how can you even correct my paper? Zhou Weiqing did not feel grateful. Towards this man who had been with his fiancée, he did not feel any favorable impression. Looking at the obvious enmity in Zhou Weiqing's eyes, the teacher Aola finally determined that Mingyu did not have connection to this little fellow. After all, he had never seen anyone dare rebut Mingyu like that in public, not even the academy master of the Faili Military Academy had ever done so. He couldn't help but say, "You have registered to study at the Faili Imperial Family Military Academy, and yet you do not know him, the Faili God General, Sir Mingyu?" Zhou Weiqing turned towards Shangguan Binger and said, "Faili God General? Is he famous? Shangguan Binger looked absolutely dumbstruck, staring at Mingyu sitting there, her eyes filled with respect and worship. As for the other examinees also stood up with shock and joy in their eyes as soon as they heard that, some even squealing out loud. Only under several reprimands from the examiners did they sit back down to continue their examination, though their gazes often floated back to the front. Mingyu looked at Zhou Weiqing, not hiding the approval in his eyes. "Little rascal, your answer has made me look at you in a different light. If not for that battle report only being known to a few of the top military commanders, I would have suspected you actually knew the truth about that battle. You do not need to suspect my motives. What happened 2 days ago is one matter, today is another matter. As for my qualification to correct your paper, I think I do have that, as I am the overall supervisor of this year's registration. At the same time, I was the one who came up with this question." As he said that, he turned to Shangguan Binger who was standing beside Zhou Weiqing, a look of surprise at her beauty. "This young lady, can I have a look at your paper?" Shangguan Binger subconsciously passed her paper and her admission identification card to Mingyu, who took up her paper and started reading it leisurely. Only then did Shangguan Binger awaken, moving to Zhou Weiqing's ear and saying in a low voice, "Little fatty, this Mingyu God General is extremely famous in the Faili Empire, and is one of the top members of the aggressive faction in their army. He is also one of the youngest and most famous generals of his generation, and idolized by many of the young Faili Empire citizens. He is considered a legend in the military world, and his battles have been considered almost myths." Zhou Weiqing curled his lip, saying, "That legendary? Shangguan Binger continued, "He should be around 30 years old this year, but do not be misled by his age, he is extremely formidable. It is rumored that he has been following his father, the famous general, Ming Hong since the age of 6, learning all sorts of military knowledge and how to command troops. At the age of 10, his heavenly jewel awakened, and at the age of 12, he joined his father in a military exercise war game. He surprised and awed the entire military upper echelons. When he was 14 years old, he was given the chance to enter the army early, and he worked his way up from a common soldier. In just 2 years, he had worked his way to battalion commander on his own merits, and at the age of 16, in a war with the Wanshou Empire, he led his lone battalion against 6 enemy battalions in a classic guerrilla battle, delaying them for more than 8 hours and buying time for the rest of the Fei Empire armies to reach and finally winning them the battle by a huge margin. That was the battle that first propelled him to fame. After that, he returned to the empire, and studied at this Fei Imperial Family Military Academy for 2 years, earning all the accolades possible in this academy. At the age of 18, he returned to the battlefield, being in more than 100 battles both big and small, and has never suffered a loss since. By the time he was 28, he had amassed enough military exploits to be promoted to regimental commander. With 100,000 troops under his command, he is one of the top generals stationed at their northern border. Every time he fights a battle, he never leaves his enemies alive, and he is also known as the God of Slaughter. The Wanshou Empire hates his guts, and they have sent assassins after him, and also organized large-scale battles just in order to trap and kill him. Despite that, he is still alive and well. Countless of Fei Empire citizens, and even citizens of other countries, idolize him. Such an experience, shouldn't it be counted as legendary? Zhou Weiqing's eyes whirled in their sockets as he held Shangwan Binger overbearingly, whispering into her ear, "I just want to know, is he your idol?" Shangwan Binger looked at him exasperatedly, rolling her eyes as she said softly, "I only admire his military genius, but he isn't my idol. He is fickle and indiscreet, rumored to be very lustful." Why is being lustful considered fickle and indiscreet? 2 indignant voices sounded out almost at the same time. One of which was naturally the one who was being evaluated, Mingyu, while the other was Zhou Weiqing. After they both said it, their eyes met, with Mingyu smiling as he shook his head, while Zhou Weiqing giving a cold humph. Mingyu held Shangwan Binger's paper and smiled, saying, "Beautiful lady, do not worry, even though you said I am fickle and indiscreet, I will still be fair in my grading. Your answer was too straightforward and rather textbook. I'm sure that out of 100 applicants, 90 of them will have a similar answer. As such, I can only give you 50 marks. To be honest, in terms of military command, inborn talent is of the utmost importance, and makes all the difference. Although I do not like to admit it, this little fellow beside you has an impressive talent, obviously higher than yours unfortunately. I have a simple evaluation for him, resolute and willing to kill. If he is truly 16 years old as he wrote on his registration, then in terms of talent he is ahead of even me. At least, at that age, I would not have thought of burning down my own city to stop the enemy's advance." Upon hearing Mingyu's evaluation of them both, Shangwan Binger flushed a little and bowed respectfully, "Thank you, General." Mingyu stood up, his gaze returning to Zhou Weiqing, and he smiled faintly before saying, "I've discovered that you are very similar to me, and I am getting more and more interested. I'll be back to look for you." Zhou Weiqing gave a chase sound, and spat out, Your father, am not interested in you. I'm only interested in women." After saying that, he grabbed his paper and identification card and ran off with Shangwan Binger. A look of embarrassment flashed across Mingyu's face, and he shook his head helplessly. That little rascal seemed honest, but he is indeed a rash and rebellious youth. Looks like it's gonna be an interesting few years in the academy. Right at this moment, a soldier rushed to Mingyu, saluting and saying, reporting, "Sir." "Yes, speak," Mingyu said calmly. Although he was only 32 years old, he had a dignified aura that definitely displayed the stateliness of a general. "Orders from the headquarters for the general to head back and report to them." I understand." Mingyu waved his hands and nodded to the teachers as he strode off, leaving behind many envious, respectful, and even jealous looks. Shangwan Binger was pulled by Zhou Weiqing to the other end of the main square. She couldn't help but say worriedly, "Little fatty, do not think too much. After all, General Mingyu is already over 30, and you are only 16 years old. I believe that my little fatty will overtake him in the future, but..." Zhou Weiqing looked at her in surprise, saying, "Think too much? I didn't think of anything. I have nothing to do with that cocky fellow, why should I overtake him? He is himself, and I am my own person." Shangwan Binger was speechless, thinking to herself, "Looks like I was worried for nothing. Your military examination is already with the full marks, and you don't have to take any other exams. Just wait for me, I'll go for the personal combat strength examination." Zhou Weiqing gave a cold humph and said, "Who wants that fellow's full marks? I'll take the test with you. Your husband's personal strength is still powerful." As he said that, he gave a muscle flexing pose, causing Shangwan Binger to laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143. Chapter 143, Fei God General, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. There were relatively fewer people gathered around the personal combat strength examination, and there were 10 teachers acting as examiners there, each of them exchanging some simple blows with the students before evaluating them with a score.
Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger found a cue to join.
The two of them had been parted for months and had many things to talk about. Zhou Weiqing had just been calling Ming Yukaki a minute ago, yet at that moment, he couldn't help but brag to Shangguan Binger about his talent as a consolidating equipment master.
Shangguan Binger listened to him with a faint smile on her face, being his best audience.
Just as Zhou Weiqing was describing the pain he had been in during the breaking through of the 12th death acupuncture point, he was interrupted by a cry of shock. Their gazes were drawn in the direction, only to see that the cry had originated from one of the queues of waiting students, and it had been one of the appliants taking the examination who had caused the outcry.
The applicant was indeed eye-catching, as he was simply so huge.
Zhou Weiqing's 1.9-meter height and muscular frame was considered large amongst normal people, but when compared to that applicant, he was probably one size down.
He seemed to be at least 2.1 meters tall, his well-built body almost akin to a small hill. At the moment, he was saying, "Teacher, your attacks do not hurt at all. By the way, can I get full marks?
I got 0 from the military examination. If I do not get full marks here, I'll probably not be able to get in." The teacher in charge of his examination said solemnly, "Applicant Ma-kun, release your power jewel and let me have a look."
"Oh, okay."
The large youth called Ma-kun lifted his hands honestly, and in a flash of light, a set of heavenly jewels appeared around his wrists. On the right, there was a yellow jade glowing, signifying toughness or defense. The purity of the yellow jade naturally showed his status as a heavenly jewel master. As for his left wrist, there was a brilliant gold gemstone.
Gold diamond, earth attribute. Shangguan Binger gave a small cry of shock, saying with much surprise, "That is a good combination."
The earth attribute is already very good for defense, and his physical jewel is also the toughness attribute.
His defensive capabilities must be rather crazy.
Such a combination of heavenly jewels is known as pure defense, and is even rarer than my pure agility type.
Zhou Weiqing laughed and said, "Alas, his cultivation level is much lower than yours. After all, he is only a low-level Sure Master with just a single set of jewels, and is at max of 7th level heavenly energy." As the two of them were chatting, the examiner said with a gloomy face, "Applicant Ma-kun, since you are a heavenly jewel master, why did you attend the examinations? Don't you know that no matter which academy, all heavenly jewel masters can enter without examinations?"
"Alright, you just need to register it here with me."
Not bad, not bad, the crop of students this year is really good. You are already the second heavenly jewel master this year. Ah.
3 surprised voices rang out simultaneously.
It was naturally Ma-kun, Zhou Weiqing, and Shangguan Binger. Both Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger exchanged looks, amusement and laughter well up within them.
No wonder Huafan had not mentioned anything about the registration exams, since heavenly jewel masters did not even need to take them.
That was actually an even better treatment than nobles received. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger quickly walked up to the examiner and said, "Teacher, we are also heavenly jewel masters, could you help us register as well?"
All the other teachers and applicants turned to look at them, including the large Ma-kun turned around to do so. The large fellow looked even more honest and naive than Zhou Weiqing, and as soon as he saw Shangguan Binger, he broke out in a grin and said, "Elder sis, you are so beautiful."
Shangguan Binger smiled faintly and nodded to him. Zhou Weiqing looked on coldly from the side.
He noticed that this seemingly honest and naive big fellow was more than he looked. When he called Shangguan Binger beautiful, he noticeably swallowed a gulp of saliva. As a master of acting himself, Zhou Weiqing immediately spotted this fellow's true colors. The examiners naturally did not notice such a minuscule detail, and after helping Ma-kun to register, the teacher said to them, "Please show me your power jewels," but Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger did not reveal all their secrets. They both lifted up their respective right hands, using their bodies to block the view from the other applicants as they revealed their physical jewels. All the waiting applicants heard an obvious string of breath intakes, but despite craning their necks, they were unable to see anything. As the teacher saw both of them having 3 sets of heavenly jewels, they naturally kept their silence after that, rushing to help them register.
Shangguan Binger looked at Zhou Weiqing in surprise, saying, "Little fatty, you improved again?" Zhou Weiqing said with a bitter look, "I totally did not want to.
I almost died at Teacher Huiyen's place. Without you by my side, breaking through the death acupuncture points is just too painful."
After just a short while, their registration was complete.
The efficacy of the Fei Imperial Family Military Academy was extremely high, and the 3 of them received their entrance notifications immediately. The examiner also told them they could report 3 days later after all the entrance exams had ended and be assigned to their classes.
"Big sister, I'm called Ma-kun, what is your name?"
"You're so beautiful, you're the most beautiful sister I have ever seen." Just as Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were walking off from the personal combat strength examination area, the large Ma Kun had followed them, asking with an honest-looking face. Shangguan Binger was about to reply him, but she was pulled aside by Zhou Weiqing, who eyed the huge Ma Kun and said, "You big fool, in front of your big brother, your acting is too unskilled.
Get lost, otherwise, I'll beat you up. Little fatty." Shangguan Binger nudged him admonishingly.
Ma Kun laughed heartily, saying, "This big brother, I'm very tough, you can't really beat me up, even if you are also a heavenly jewel master."
"Oh? I can't beat you up?"
Zhou Weiqing looked at him with interest.
This time, Shangguan Binger seemed to know what was up, and didn't make any further comments.
Ma Kun gave a foolish grin as he laughed and said, "How about we have a bet?
If you can beat me up and hurt me, I'll get lost. If not, you let me have this beautiful big sister." Zhou Weiqing laughed. "You have some audacity. No matter what, you do not lose." "Ha, alright, it's a rare moment that I will take the disadvantage in a bet, but I agree. Ready?"
Ma Kun stood there, legs apart in a ready stance. He might look foolish and naive on the outside, but he was definitely not so, and was fully prepared, even releasing his heavenly jewels. The earth attribute gold diamond flashed, and a dim gold light surrounded his skin, and his already huge body seemed even larger than before, his skin seemingly rougher as well.
"Alright, I am ready. Come then." Zhou Weiqing smiled and said, "Not bad, stone skin. In addition to your toughness physical jewel, that is not bad at all. Since you called me big brother, if I use my heavenly jewels, that would be bullying you too much. Look carefully, I am not using my heavenly jewels." As he said that, he lifted his hands towards Ma Kun to see, and the instant that Ma Kun's gaze landed on his wrists, Zhou Weiqing's leg flashed out like lightning, his right leg smashing savagely into Ma Kun's abdomen. With a huge bang, that huge and heavy Ma Kun flew off even despite all his defenses. Indeed, he actually flew all the way back. His body being kicked into a bow shape before flying back, and in a series of explosive sounds, the stone skin around his body actually shattered as he was knocked back almost 30 meters. In a flash, Zhou Weiqing disappeared from beside Shangguan Binger. By the time he reappeared, he was above Ma Kun's flying body. Once again, the right leg flashed out, this time in a downward strike from above, once again smashing savagely into Ma Kun, this time onto his back. His body in midair instantly crashed down, landing heavily into the granite pavement. And Ma Kun disappeared like that. The huge commotion drew the attention of many standing around the main square as Zhou Weiqing landed gracefully on the ground. Indeed, he had not even unleashed his heavenly jewels, let alone any skills, and had only depended upon the terrifying strength and explosive power of the demonic right leg. With a single blow of his leg, he had knocked Ma Kun back, before catching up with him and smashing him down with another blow. At this moment, Ma Kun's hulking body was actually embedded inside the granite pavement. Zhou Weiqing was standing on Ma Kun's back, smiling as he said, "Big fool, this big brother will teach you a lesson today. Liking women is not a bad thing, but don't you try to target this big brother's women. Tell me, does it hurt?" 2 days ago, when he saw Mingyu and Defuya together, although Zhou Weiqing was a little gloomy, as Defuya was after all his fiancée in name, he did not really care a whole lot. However, when this big fellow was trying to put the moves on Binger, that was not something he could stand. Shangguan Binger was the soft spot in his heart, and was his weakness. He wanted to kill off any notion in this Ma Kun's heart before it could grow any further. To such a fellow who knew how to act and chase girls, the best way was to beat him till he was afraid of continuing. "Yes, it hurts. Big brother, I'm wrong." Ma Kun lifted up his head, shaken. This fellow's defense was indeed stunning though, despite being knocked right into the granite, his skin was not even bleeding at all. Of course, he was still hurting all over, especially that searing pain in his gut where Zhou Weiqing had kicked him, and at the moment he felt as if his insides were flip-flopping around. Ever since his heavenly jewels had awakened, he had never felt such a feeling. How could he not know that he had met someone he could not possibly deal with? Zhou Weiqing lifted up his leg, looking at the teachers running over, he quickly flipped Ma Kun up and out with his leg, patting the dust off Ma Kun's body with a sincere smile on his face. "What happened?" A teacher approached, asking angrily as he looked at the fearsome man-shaped hole in the ground. Zhou Weiqing smiled faintly, "It's nothing, we just got accepted into the academy, and we're too excited. We were just sparring a little, right, comrade Ma Kun?" Ma Kun glanced at Zhou Weiqing, a strange expression on his face, but he immediately nodded and said, "Indeed. We were just sparring. Apologies teacher, I will pay for the broken granite. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 144. Chapter 144, Faili Military Academy, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. After Ma Kun had paid the fine for destroying school property, the teachers left them. Zhou Weiqing patted Ma Kun's shoulders, smiling as he said, "Very wise of you, looks like you know your place. Earlier, I only used 40% of my power in kicking out those 2 legs. Big fool, I'll see you in 3 days." As he said that, he turned around, holding Shangguan Binger by the hand as they walked out of the academy. Looking at Zhou Weiqing's disappearing figure, only then did Ma Kun bend down, clutching his stomach, retching, as he muttered to himself. "And percent in pound, Qet, that fellow is too savage, just like a smiling tiger one. Sigh, such bad luck on my part. Alas, what a waste of a beautiful girl, why are all the good ones always taken?" However, that smiling tiger is truly strong, even without using his heavenly jewels, his blows hurt so much, what a terror. As Zhou Weiqing pulled Shangguan Binger out of the Fei Li Military Academy, he hastened his steps. "Little fatty, what's the rush? Where are we headed?" Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "My dear beloved Binger, I've missed you so much." "Of course, we're headed back to the hotel, to do what we love to do." 2. Shangguan Binger was almost a 19-year-old young lady, and how could she not understand what Zhou Weiqing was talking about? Immediately, her face turned red, and she said softly, "No." "Why not? Didn't you say it's okay when no one is around?" Zhou Weiqing said aggrievedly. Shangguan Binger said abashedly, "When did I say that? That was you. When I left home, my mother told me not to do it with you." "Do what?" Zhou Weiqing said, with a look of innocence. Shangguan Binger's blushing face turned even redder. "That, you know. My mother said, before I actually marry you, I am not allowed to do it with you. She said, if you get it too easily, you will not know to cherish it. Besides, what if I get pregnant?" Hearing her say that, Zhou Weiqing was dumbfounded. After all, he was still technically a virgin, although he had previously had relations with Shangguan Binger, he had not been conscious. To suddenly talk about pregnancy and avoid it, he was also momentarily stunned. Shangguan Binger's luscious red lips pouted and she said, "Little fatty, are you with me just to do that?" "You," as she said that, her beautiful eyes turned red. Zhou Weiqing was most afraid of her crying, and was instantly flustered. He quickly said, No, of course not. I love you, your entire person. Although doing that is great, but my dear Binger is more important. We'll listen to your mother, okay? I will not force you." "Really?" Shangguan Binger asked again, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhou Weiqing quickly nodded and struck his chest in promise. Shangguan Binger's tears quickly turned into laughter. "That's my good little fatty, come, big sis will reward you." As she said that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheeks. Ah! Only then did Zhou Weiqing realize that she had tricked him. "Binger! You've learned to be bad, dot. Humph, I have learned from all of you in the Heavenly Bao unit. Ah! Don't come here." Looking at Zhou Weiqing advancing upon her with an evil glint in his eye, she quickly ran off. The two of them ran across the streets one after the other, laughing and joking. Since they were about to enter the Fei Li Imperial Family Military Academy to learn, so they decided to take a break for the next 3 days and relax themselves. Fei Li City was so large, and there were many enjoyable places to have fun at. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger spent the next 3 days exploring it and touring the entire city. Of course, at the same time, Zhou Weiqing did not forget to visit the skill storing palace twice a day, completing all his skill storing. In the end, besides his evil in time attribute which he was unable to find any suitable skill to store, he had completed skill storing for all the other attributes for all 3 jewels. Zhou Weiqing finally had the true power of the 3 Alexandrite cat's eye at hand. Since they had met, this was the most relaxing time they had spent together. Alas, our dear Zhou little fatty ended up failing his attempt to enjoy our beautiful Binger. In order to prevent him from crossing the line, Shangguan Binger kept her guard up and refused over intimate contact. Happy times always seemed to pass so quickly, and it seemed like barely a blink of an eye when the 3 days had passed. The bustling crowd at the academy area was also slowly dissipating, those who had managed to enter all jumping with joy, while those who hadn't gloomily planning for their future, to try again next year were turned to something else. Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger reported to the academy early in the morning, hand in hand. With Shangguan Binger around, she naturally did not allow Zhou Weiqing to stay in his sorry ungroomed state. Although he was still dressed in a simple cloth attire, he was at least clean and well-groomed now. He was not considered very handsome or suave, but his tall, large frame and decent features did give him an imposing valiant look. Furthermore, a beautiful woman was a man's best ornament. With such a beauty like Shangguan Binger beside him, he naturally attracted many gazes as they walked along the street. The Fei Li Imperial Family Military Academy entrance was much more peaceful and quiet than the previous time they were there. There were about 20 or so senior students standing around, in charge of guiding the new students in reporting.
Under their guidance, Zhou Weiqing and Shangwan Binger crossed the main square, entering the large school building, and they quickly found the reporting ground for the freshmen. They had reached rather early, and the reporting ground was still rather empty and quiet. There were currently only 3 teachers who were in charge of admitting the freshmen.
"Hello, teacher, we are freshmen reporting," Shangwan Binger said with a faint smile.
Her unrivaled beauty naturally drew the attentions of all 3 teachers. Luckily, all of them were female teachers, otherwise Zhou Weiqing would have to be looming at the side glaring once again.
"You both are commoner students, right?"
One of the older female teachers with a head of white hair asked. Zhou Weiqing asked uncertainly. During the examinations, nobles and commoners had different treatment in terms of acceptance grades.
"After being accepted, is there still a difference?" The female teacher explained. "Naturally, there is a difference.
For example, commoners' school fees are only 20 gold coins per year, while the school fees for nobles are 2,000 per year.
The teachings are the same, but the dormitories and living quarters will be different.
Another difference is, commoners need to be at least jewel masters, but there is no such requirement for nobles." When Zhou Weiqing heard about the difference in fees, his heart felt better and more balanced. After all, an academy needed to earn money as well, and those who paid more naturally deserved better quarters. Although he did not like such separation, everyone was human after all, with a brain, mouth, and limbs, and there shouldn't be any differentiation. However, it seemed that there wasn't any serious differentiations, and he did not continue on the topic further. "Then can we please trouble teacher to help us complete our registration?" Shangwan Binger nudged Zhou Weiqing, hinting him to stop with his line of questioning, as she passed their acceptance letters over. This semester, there are 29 new commoner students. Every year, there will only be 1 commoner class, and 4 noble classes. As such, your class is called the Common One class. Each of you need to pay 20 gold coins, which includes staying in the dormitory, but if you wish to include food and beverage expenses, it will be an additional 50 gold per person. The living quarters are all at the dormitory building behind this main school building. The commoner quarters are on the first level, with the boys' quarters on the left side, and the girls' quarters on the right. You will be staying with 7 other roommates. After the school semester starts and you stay in the dorm, you are not to leave school grounds without permission, nor should you go up to the other levels of the dorm without invitation, as that is for the noble students.
Here are your uniforms, 2 sets each. Tomorrow morning, the school's opening ceremony will be held in the auditorium, which is at the first level of this main school building, and all students will be required to attend. All right, you 2 can leave now.
Zhou Weiqing received the uniforms and their dorm keys, as well as their student badges, while Shangwan Binger paid up the money. Then the 2 left the reporting grounds. As soon as they exited the room, Zhou Weiqing's mouth curled in scorn as he said, "Binger, look at the gray and white uniforms, the material is no better than what I am wearing. As compared to what I have seen those noble students wearing, it is definitely a huge difference, even in terms of looks. This Fei Li Military Academy is apparently very obviously attending to a difference in status."
Shangwan Binger said quietly, softer. "Little fatty, you must remember that we are here to learn. Since we are under their roof, what else can we do but follow their rules? I know that you are indignant, but you cannot kick up a fuss. Come on, let's head to the dormitory and arrange our things. Let me help you clean up as well." Perhaps it was because his character was gradually and subtly being influenced by the Black Pearl, but currently Zhou Weiqing's emotions were rather riled up and unruly. The dormitory was right behind the main school building, and was only slightly smaller. Even still, it was of quite an impressive size. Following the numbers of their keys, they quickly made their way to Zhou Weiqing's dorm. The instant when the door opened, he was greeted by a blast of terrifying odor, years of athlete's feet. That smell almost made Zhou Weiqing fall over, as he quickly blocked Shangwan Binger from entering, as he held his breath and rushed into the room to slam open the window, and let the ventilation flow. Only then did the air clear a little. The dorm room was not small, almost 40 square meters in size, with 4 bunk beds at the corners. There was also an open area which had been split into 8 regions, with 2 large metal cabinets, 2 large tables and 4 chairs. Besides that, the room was empty, except for the fact that rubbish was strewn everywhere, and the entire room was both dirty and messy. The bunk beds were still bare and showing the wooden planks below, with the mattresses, bedding, and sheets nowhere to be seen. Zhou Weiqing's mouth twitched a little. This was not even comparable to his bunk in the army. In contrast, it seemed that Shangwan Binger was a lot more composed. "Little fatty, why don't you rest a bit? I will clear it up for you. Your room doesn't even have a space for us to sit currently. Let me do it myself." Zhou Weiqing quickly stopped her. Shangwan Binger giggled and said, "Cleaning a room is a girl's job. Why are you snatching it from me? A man should take charge of external matters while women should take care of domestic matters. 3. If you try and snatch it from me, I will get angry. Let me learn how to take care of you first."
I'll go and buy a basin to hold water for cleaning." As she said that, she turned in a whirl and left. As Zhou Weiqing watched her leave, he felt a warmth in his heart. Looking at the 4 bunk beds which could hold 8 men, he said angrily, "Humph, those other fellows really got the advantage." As he said that, he did not stay idle. Although Shangguan Binger wanted to help him clean up, he could not bear for her to pick up those dirty trash. As such, he seized the opportunity that she was buying a basin, and quickly gathered all the trash lying around and threw them all out. By the time Shangguan Binger had returned with a basin of water, the room was clear and ready to be wiped down. "Binger, later I'll follow you to the girls' dorm and help you clear the rubbish, and also get to know where you stay."
Had ha. Zhou Weiqing grinned and said.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 145. Chapter 145, Fei Military Academy, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. Shangguan Binger said exasperatedly, "Don't give me that. You want to go look at beauties or to help me clear the rubbish? Do you think us girls are so dirty like you boys? I popped in to have a look just now and my dorm is much cleaner." Just as the two were sharing a moment of warm tender feelings, there was a loud commotion from outside. All of a sudden, there was a loud bang as the dorm room was knocked open, and 7 youths entered the room. The dorm was meant for 8, and with that, all of them were present. To his surprise, Zhou Weiqing found that he knew one of them. It was that huge fellow Ma Kun who he had knocked down the other day. As soon as the 7 entered the room, they saw Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger within, especially the sight of Shangguan Binger cleaning the cabinets. The 7 of them halted, dumbfounded. A skinny, short student asked, his jaw agape, "Heavens! I have heard rumors about the terrifying state of the boys' dorm being messy and dirty, but this looks pretty good. This brother over here, is that your girlfriend?" Currently, Shangguan Binger was standing with her back facing them. As such, none of the others saw her unparalleled beauty, and their eyes naturally fell to Zhou Weiqing, who was sitting in a chair. Zhou Weiqing nodded his head smugly and said, "Yes. Are you guys also staying in this dorm room?" The skinny little student nodded and said, "Yes, we all are. Earlier when we reported, we were assigned to the same room. Bro, you sure have good luck, and we have all benefited along with you. Come, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Ko Rue." Since all 7 of them had entered at once, the large room suddenly felt tiny and squeezy. Zhou Weiqing looked to Shangguan Binger and said, "Binger, why don't you head back first, we can finish up ourselves." This time, Shangguan Binger did not insist, nodding lightly to him before turning around. She gave the rest a smile before leaving with the basin. With that smile, the entire room was instantly silenced. Besides Ma Kun, who had seen her previously and had some measure of preparation, the other 6 were dazed by her sheer beauty. They had never seen such dazzling beauty in their lives, and instantly they all fell silent. It was only when Zhou Weiqing gave a few coughs when they finally broke out of their reverie. By the time they looked at him once more, their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. Zhou Weiqing had chosen one of the lower bunks, and Ma Kun quickly walked over to take the one above him. Just as he was about to place his luggage in the bed above, Zhou Weiqing gave him a light kick and said exasperatedly, "Che, go to another bunk. Look at your size and weight. If you stay above me, what if the whole thing collapses on me?" The other 6 were once again stunned. Although they had come in with Ma Kun, they had kept their distance. After all, his size was just too intimidating, and they had also heard he was a heavenly jewel master. As such, they were a little afraid of Ma Kun. Who knew that as soon as they had entered the room, the fellow within would give him a kick? Just as the 6 of them thought a fight would break out, something even more surprising happened. Ma Kun said with an ingratiating tone, "Boss, I just wanted to be closer to you. I shall just take the lower bed on the bunk beside yours then." All right. Zhou Weiqing stood up and stretched lazily before saying, "Guys, my name is Zhou Weiqing. You all unpack your stuff, I'm heading out for a stroll." To be honest, he was not used to having so many people in his room, especially now that they were unpacking and keeping their things, causing the whole place to be in a mess once more. After Zhou Weiqing left, Ko Rue and the rest looked at Ma Kun with a changed expression, thinking to themselves, "So this fellow just looks good but is just a weak fella. Such a coward." Ma Kun felt their gazes on him, and he glared at them. "What are you all looking at? Looking for a fight? Let me remind you guys, in this dorm, Big Bro Zhou is the boss, and I am the Lao Air one. Understand?" There was a moment of silence, and all 6 of them burst out laughing. "Indeed, you are the Lao Air. Ha ha ha." Only then did Ma Kun realize the mistakes in his words, and he stood up with a gloomy look on his face. The dorm room was a boisterous and noisy scene indeed.
As Zhou Weiqing strolled around the main school grounds, he saw an endless stream of freshmen entering the academy to report. His eyes wandered around, looking for beauties to admire. At the same time, he was evaluating them, size, cup, etc., all the while having a nonchalant look on his face. If not for his rapidly moving eyes, no one would be able to notice anything.
After watching for a while, Zhou Weiqing was rather disappointed. The number of female students admitted to this academy was considerably less, and even fewer were beauties. The best few he saw were above average, but in comparison to his Binger, it was tantamount to the difference between heaven and earth.
"What are you looking at?" A voice sounded right beside him, giving him a huge scare. Although he wasn't particularly paying attention to his surroundings, having someone approach him so closely without him finding out was still a huge surprise to him, and his pupil shrank. As he turned his head around, he realized it was someone familiar, the Fairy God General, Mingyu.
Zhou Weiqing glanced at him, but did not reply.
Mingyu continued speaking, "This year's freshmen are indeed lacking in girls, that girlfriend of yours is indeed the cream of the crop." His observation skills were extremely astute, and he naturally could tell what Zhou Weiqing had been looking out for.
"Your name is Zhou Weiqing, right? Do you know why I was surprised when I saw your answer the other day?"
Mingyu did not seem to care about Zhou Weiqing's attitude towards him, and continued speaking as if talking to himself.
"Why?"
Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but ask, as he was extremely curious about it as well. A faint light sparked in Mingyu's eyes, and an imposing aura surged forth from him as he said, "That's because it was something that happened to me not long ago. I was in one of the smaller cities at the border on a patrol, and somehow our enemies got wind of my location. 100,000-strong army from the Wanzhou Empire somehow snuck past and attacked us there, with about 100,000 of our Fairy Empire citizens forced to the front as the vanguard. At that time, I only had 5,000 of my personal troops with me."
Zhou Weiqing's interest was sparked and he asked, "So what did you do?"
Mingyu said, "Pretty much similar to how you answered the question. I immediately gave the order to shoot and kill. Countless of our own civilians died under our own hands, but at that time I had no choice. Just like you said, if I had been soft-hearted and hesitated a few seconds, it wouldn't have just been those civilians who died that day.
Alas, many of the teachers in the academy are armchair strategists. How would they possibly know the bloodlust and ferocity of the Wanzhou Empire army? Not only did I order them to shoot to kill indiscriminately, I also ordered all the civilians within the city and drafted them to dig large holes within the city near the walls, and line them with sharp spikes. When nightfall came, I led a suicide squad of 1,000 men and snuck out of the city, striking the enemy from the side. At that time, I wanted to fight to the death then, but I could not do so or panic would have risen. By the time I managed to fight my way back, only 47 injured men survived together with me. However, we successfully burned most of their rations. Angered by my sneak attack, the Wanzhou Empire army launched a rather suicidal counterattack on the city walls once again. In the night, it was much more favorable to us, but even then, we only managed to kill over 10,000 of them before they broke through the walls. Luckily, what awaited them was countless of traps and archers sniping them in a fierce city battle. Finally, I gave the order to ignite all the houses and granaries, cutting off our own path of retreat, bringing the remaining troops and civilians to fight together in the city. We fought in the streets for 2 days and nights, delaying them best we could. Finally, our reinforcements arrived, and the Wanzhou Empire army, which had been starved for 3 days, were easily destroyed by the reinforcements, with only less than 30,000 escaping. With just 5,000 troops and a city full of civilians, we managed to hold and kill 70,000 enemies. I felt that I had accomplished a miracle. What do you think? While Mingyu was describing what had happened to him, his voice was passive and dispassionate, but Zhou Weiqing's heart was set afire, feeling his blood boil as if he were there facing the impossible odds as well. Although Mingyu did not describe the details, his commands had been very similar on the whole to what Zhou Weiqing's answer had been, and in that instant, Zhou Weiqing felt as if he was in the midst of the bloody fighting. Of course, that's a miracle. With less than a 20th of the enemy's armies in a small city without proper fortifications, being able to hold it for 4 days and even burning their rations. If that isn't a miracle, then what is? Mingyu gave a bitter smile. Alas, 180,000 of our loyal Fairy Empire citizens gave up their lives in that 4 days. Even the remaining 200 soldiers who survived that day called me an executioner. Amongst them, more than a third have gone crazy, and the civilians who actually survived that day hate me to their very bones. My career has also been affected. Why do you think I am here instead of the front lines? 2. Zhou Weiqing's keen eyes stared piercingly at Mingyu. In that instant, the bad blood he had for Mingyu disappeared. He knew that Mingyu had forged his reputation in blood and sweat, through his own hard work and countless death-defying battles. Mingyu sighed and continued saying, "Many of the upper echelons of the military command wanted to punish me, even those who spoke on my behalf only did so because of my previous merits and contributions. how many actually know me? That day, when I saw your answer and heard your reply, I knew you were the same type of person as I am. Alas, you are not of the Fei Empire. If not, I would find some way for you to join my command, for us to fight together. Zhou Weiqing smiled and said, even if I'm not a citizen of the Fei Empire, does that mean we can't fight together? Do not forget that my Heavenly Bao Empire is an ally of your Fei Empire. It's just that I haven't forged the qualifications to fight together with you yet. Mingyu laughed and said, let's hope that one day you do. The battlefield is the stage for real men in this day and age. Zhou Weiqing nodded silently, turning his head back towards the entrance of the academy. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, "Eh? That girl is not bad." Mingyu followed his gaze, only to see a young lady dressed in white walk in. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146. Chapter 146, Fei Military Academy, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. The young lady looked to be about 20 years of age, with a spotless white dress accentuating her beauty. A pair of large ocean blue eyes sparkled with intelligence, and many of the male freshmen's gaze were attracted to her, though none of them seemed to dare to approach her. Zhou Weiqing nodded repeatedly. Not bad indeed. Sleek waist, and that pert ass. And her chest, how perky, 35D I'll estimate. She can be said to have the right curves in all the right places. Amazing, after such a long time, we've finally found another top quality girl. Just as he said that, he suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body as if the surrounding temperature dropped. Instinctively, he turned to see Mingyu's blazing eyes glaring at him. What are you doing? Zhou Weiqing asked warily, gathering up his heavenly energy in preparation. That's my younger sister. Mingyu's strained voice came forth from gritted teeth. It's a mistake, a mistake. I was just admiring, using an admiring gaze. No wonder you were so sensitive to my words the other day, your sister is so beautiful. Sigh. Both of you have the same parents, why is the difference in looks so great? By the way, bro Mingyu, why don't you introduce your little sister to me? Zhou Weiqing grinned as he said. You little brat. Which older brother would introduce their little sister to you? I really want to beat you up now. Mingyu said with a glare. Zhou Weiqing said with a serious face, the school rules forbid fighting, don't you know? Bye, gotta run. As he said that, he spun around and ran for the dormitory. He had barely gotten a few steps away when he halted abruptly, turning around to call out to Mingyu, oh, you still haven't told me, what is your sister's name? Get lost. Mingyu roared in anger, and Zhou Weiqing beat a hasty retreat, laughing heartily. Mingyu's loud cries drew a lot of attention, naturally including his sister. Seeing her older brother there, Minghua walked over to join him. Bro, what's wrong? She had seldom seen him so angry, as he was usually with a gentle and suave countenance. Even in battle, he was always known to be cold, calm and collected. Mingyu shook his head helplessly, saying, an interesting little rascal, he has already angered me twice already. His name is Zhou Weiqing. Little sis, when you enter the academy, you better keep your distance from him, he is not a good person, but... Minghua said in surprise, bro, for you to find someone interesting, that is rare. Mingyu's face grew solemn, Hua, do not ignore my words. Minghua had a dissatisfied look on her face as she said, I've said it so many times, stop calling me Hua, it sounds like a pet's name. Mingyu laughed heartily as he said, Flower of Hades Underworld 1, with killer thorns. Little sis, you are notorious in the entire Fei city, who would dare treat you as a pet? Anyway, I warn you once more, keep away from that little rascal, he is not what he seems. Oh, I know. I'll head to the dormitories first, then head out to rent a house. I am not used to living with other teachers. Minghua said as she acted innocent. However, the curiosity in her heart was stronger than ever. Her character was such that she wasn't afraid of anything. In the Fei city, her reputation was no smaller than her brother, if not she wouldn't have such a nickname like Flower of Hades Underworld, with killer thorns. Zhou Weiqing did not know that he had been insulted by Mingyu for the sake of his sister's safety. By now he was already back in the dormitory. At this moment, many of the freshmen had already registered and entered their dorm rooms, and most were cleaning up. This was especially so in the boys' dorm where a lot of complaints were heard about the state of cleanliness. However, most commoners often had to do their own chores at home, and mostly everyone was chipping in. It wasn't just the freshmen staying in this first level, as the seniors were staying there too, deeper within. Previously, when Zhou Weiqing was at the registration area, he had heard that the Fei Military Academy was a 4-year program.
The freshmen were in their first year, and they would only be able to graduate after their fourth year, where they would have to take a final examination. As he leisurely returned to his dorm room and entered it, he found it was a lot neater and at least habitable now. His roommates had also arranged their own bunks, and his was also laid nicely with a fresh set of sheets and blankets. Seeing that Zhou Weiqing had returned, the large Ma Kun quickly jumped up. "Boss, you're back. Just now, sister-in-law came over to help you place your bedding." Zhou Weiqing looked at him rather amusedly, before saying, "Big fool, why did you call me boss?" Ma Kun said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Strength is reason in this world. Boss, you are able to beat me up even without using your heavenly jewels. Naturally you have the ability to be my boss. By the way boss, let me tell you, this year's crop of freshmen has 4 heavenly jewel masters. Besides you, sister-in-law, and myself, there is another who registered earlier than us. I've heard he was 2 jeweled. Boss, how many sets do you have?" Zhou Weiqing was about to tease this large fellow who seemed honest, but was just as sneaky inside as he was. However, all of a sudden, the dorm room door was slammed open with a loud bang. Zhou Weiqing was enraged. Earlier, when Ma Kun and the rest had slammed open the door, he was already a little irritated. However, they were all roommates, and they didn't mean any ill will, so he let it go. Now that they were all in here, yet someone still dared to slam open the door. This was the dorm room he was going to stay in for 4 years. F*****KU, whatever you are here for, get the hell out right now. Zhou Weiqing yelled out, feeling an uncontrollable rage well up within him. As the door was kicked open, 5 young men walked in from the outside. They were all dressed in the commoner student attire, each of them well built with bulging muscles, and also with a bald head and a fierce look on their faces. As soon as they entered the room, they heard Zhou Weiqing's angry yell, and instantly a ferocious light entered their eyes, as they focused their gazes on him. Ma Kun stuck his chest out, standing beside Zhou Weiqing as he displayed his impressive muscles, saying towards the 5, "Didn't you hear my boss? F*****KU guys, get the hell out of here right now." "Right, boss?" Although he said that, the rascal subtly moved half a step behind, letting Zhou Weiqing be right in front, a wicked smile on his face. "You little brat, are you asking for death?" One of the bald seniors glared at him and shouted out, "Enough of that rubbish, we are here to let you know the rules of the commoners' dormitory." "Rules?" Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily. Hearing that, he did not rush to chase them away. "Previously, I did not know it was our seniors. How rude of me. Please seniors, do let us know the rules." As he said that, the beatific smile on his face was even more honest and innocent than Ma Kun's. Seeing how quickly he changed his faces, the other roommate's face changed as well, a weird expression filling their faces as they felt a sense of disdain. The bald senior gave a cold humph and said, "At least you are sensible, little brat. Well, since you are our dear juniors, we will not trouble you all too much. Just remember, in the future, every month, every dorm room will have to pay 100 gold coins as a protection fee. This is the rule of our commoner dormitory. As freshmen who are new here, I'm sure some of you have more than enough. All of you should pool your money quickly and pay this month's due, but..." Ma Kun, who was still beside Zhou Weiqing, said, "What happens if we do not want to pay up?" "Oh, that's not what I said, I was helping my boss say it." The reason why the few bald seniors had not taken action against Zhou Weiqing and the rest yet was actually because of Ma Kun. After all, that fellow was so huge and muscular, and standing there, he seemed like an imposing metal tower. "Not paying up? Haha, then don't us for not being polite, and you guys can forget about having a good time at the academy." The 5 bald seniors revealed a ferocious aura, as if about to take action, and each of them released their power jewels. All the commoners were jewel masters, and the 5 in front were all physical jewel masters, the mixed colored jades around their right wrists sparkling with various colors. The leader of them had 3 physical jewels, while 2 of them had 2 jewels, and 2 with a single jewel. Ko Rui jumped up from his bed, saying angrily, "You are also commoner students, why must you bully us?" The leader gave a cold humph, saying in disdain, "So what if I bully you little brat?" Remember this lesson, in this world, only strength matters. Zhou Weiqing lifted his hand, holding back Ko Rui and looked to Ma Kun beside him. "Big fool, didn't you call me boss? Very well, go and throw these baldies out, and I will accept you as my subordinate." Ma Kun's mouth twitched a little as he said aggrievely, "Boss, I can't do that. You know my powers, I'm good at taking blows, not dishing them out." Zhou Weiqing gave him a deep look, and Ma Kun felt a cold streak run down his spine, though he kept his aggrieved look on his face. Zhou Weiqing gave a faint smile, patting him on his muscled chest, saying, "You just lost your chance to be my subordinate." Ma Kun started, his brow furrowing, thinking to himself, "This fellow, he really thought I want to be his subordinate?" As he was thinking that, Zhou Weiqing had already turned around to face the 5 bald seniors. "My dear seniors, do you want to get lost yourselves, or do you want me to throw you out?" Zhou Weiqing said calmly. The 5 bald seniors stared at him dumbfounded. Zhou Weiqing's innocent-looking smile was just too confusing, saying such savage words with that expression, they just weren't able to wrap their heads around it.
What did you say? I said, you guys can get lost now.
Zhou Weiqing did not say anything else, taking an abrupt step forward, giving a straight right fist towards the leader with the 3 physical jewels. The bald leader instinctively raised both his arms to block Zhou Weiqing's fist, but in the next instant, a loud bang sounded out. Even under the boost of his physical jewels, the leader was knocked right back into the senior standing behind him, and both of them flew out of the door from the sheer power of the fist alone. Right at the same time, Zhou Weiqing's left leg flickered out like lightning, 3 kicks, 3 men, and the other 3 seniors were all sent flying out as well. He did not even use any combat tricks in his attack, just using pure strength in doing so. These physical jewel masters' heavenly energy cultivation level was even lower than his own, not to mention their physique and the boosts from their physical jewels.
None of them were even able to take a single blow from him.
As the 5 seniors were all knocked out of the room into the hallway outside, all of Zhou Weiqing's roommates' jaw dropped in surprise. The only thing that was in their mind was this: no wonder Ma Kun, that big fellow, would call him boss.
What monstrous strength, ...
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 147. Chapter 147, The Power of Spatial Rend, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Zhou Weiqing did not pause after knocking back the 5 bald seniors, taking a few steps forward.
The rest of the roommates, including Ma Kun, followed him out.
No matter what they felt earlier, be it righteous anger or fear, they wanted to know what happened next. The 5 bald seniors had taken a huge knock, especially the leader who had been struck by Zhou Weiqing's fist. Currently, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. After all, as physical jewel masters, most of them had some form of strength boost mixed about this, and they were confident in their physical ability. Alas, when Zhou Weiqing launched his simple attack, they were not even able to put up a smidgen of resistance. Zhou Weiqing shouted loudly, "Commoner freshmen, come on out everyone, come and see, these are our seniors, they came here to collect protection fees from us.
If any of you paid them earlier, you can come here and collect back your money."
The 3 jeweled bald senior jumped up, still numb in the area where Zhou Weiqing had hit him just now.
With a mix of anger and fear, he stared at Zhou Weiqing and cried out, "You little brat, are you asking for death? We won't let you go so easily."
Zhou Weiqing smiled faintly, saying, "I never planned to let you go easily either.
You are all physical jewel masters, go ahead, use your consolidated equipment.
I want to see the power of your consolidated equipment."
Why aren't you using it? Could it be, you don't have any consolidated equipment?
Or are you just scared of me? In just a short instant, almost the entire commoner dormitory level, from freshmen to seniors, had heard the commotion and many had popped out to have a look. Looking at the 5 bald seniors, many of the students had discontented looks on their faces, not just the freshmen, but even some of the seniors as well. Seeing that there was a crowd, Zhou Weiqing cried out loudly, "I'm sure most of you know who these 5 people are. Earlier, they told me that the commoner dormitory has a rule that all rooms have to pay them 100 gold per month. I don't know whether the rest of you are willing to pay or not, but I for sure am not going to pay that.
Baldies, remember who I, your father, am.
My name is Zhou Weiqing, and from today, your so-called rule is abolished.
Get lost."
Hearing Zhou Weiqing's words, many of the freshmen erupted in a loud cheer, but the strange thing was that all the seniors remained silent, most of them looking at Zhou Weiqing with a pitying look. The 3 jeweled bald senior glared coldly at Zhou Weiqing.
"Little brat, you are indeed strong. Every year, there are always a few people like you among the freshmen. However, you will regret it."
Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily. "I may not know whether or not I will regret this, but what I do know for sure is that if you do not get lost now, you will definitely regret it."
"Little brat, do not be so arrogant."
At that same moment, a deep, serious voice spoke from the direction of the seniors' rooms. As soon as they heard the voice, joy appeared on the bald seniors' faces. The onlooking seniors instantly parted to reveal a path, most of their faces showing a look of respect or fear. A male senior wearing the commoner uniform walked slowly through the path. He was also bald, and stood about 1.8 meters tall with broad muscular shoulders. Although he was walking slowly, he seemed to give a very oppressive aura. The most eye-catching thing about his appearance was a long knife scar on the right side of his face. Zhou Weiqing could obviously feel a sense of danger emitting from this man, but the smile on his face did not change at all. Brother Lang, the 5 bald seniors called out respectfully, quickly moving behind him as if he was their savior. The scar-faced man looked at Zhou Weiqing, his gaze as piercing as a sharp blade, and when he spoke, it was as if his voice a metallic, deadly tone.
"My name is Zhang Lang. Were you the one who said you were abolishing my rule of the protection fee?
Zhou Weiqing smiled faintly. I do not care what Lang you are, as long as you don't provoke me.
Zhang Lang's eyes narrowed and he nodded, saying, very good.
You have to pay a toll for destroying public property, come with me. As he said that, he walked past Zhou Weiqing and headed out. The other seniors looked at Zhou Weiqing like he was a dead person, while the other freshmen looked at him with hope in their faces. Zhou Weiqing laughed and patted himself on the chest, saying, don't worry, everyone go back to your own business. Relax, even if I have to beat him up into a dead Lang, I won't let him take the so-called protection fee. As he said that, Zhou Weiqing headed out as well. Amongst his roommates, the first one to follow him out was Ko Rue. Ma Kun hesitated for a while before following as well, while the others exchanged looks and snuck back into the room. Zhou Weiqing had his hands in his pockets, casually walking out of the dormitory behind Zhang Lang and his 5 bald subordinates. They walked past the main school building right into the main square, where there was much open space, before they all finally stopped. As Zhang Lang stopped, he turned to look at Zhou Weiqing, who had a nonchalant look on his face, and said coldly, if you can defeat me, you can set the rules of the commoner dormitory. If you lose, you have to listen to me. Zhou Weiqing laughed out loud. Are you having a fever? I'm not here to bet with you. If you defeat me you think you can control me, not. Zhang Lang said passively, what do you want then? Zhou Weiqing's smile suddenly disappeared, as a red light flashed in his eyes. I just want to beat you up until even your mother doesn't recognize you. As he said that, his left leg struck the ground and his body charged forward towards Zhang Lang like a bolt of lightning, his right foot striking forth. Zhang Lang's eyes narrowed, and he raised his foot as well to meet Zhou Weiqing's right foot. A huge explosion ensued, and as Zhou Weiqing landed gently on the ground, Zhang Lang's entire body was blown back several meters, but as he was flying in mid-air, his body twisted in a strange movement, somehow diffusing the inertia, and he managed to somersault and land on the ground gently, although in doing so he staggered back 3 steps before regaining his balance. There were at least 50 to 60 of the commoner students who had followed them to watch the fight, and loud gasps of surprise came from the onlooking crowd upon the scene. Zhang Lang's face was no longer as calm and passive as before, and there was shock in his eyes as he looked at Zhou Weiqing. Ma Kun, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel a spasm in his stomach, as if remembering the pain that Zhou Weiqing's kick had caused him the other day. Zhou Weiqing did not launch a follow-up attack, looking at Zhang Lang disdainfully as he gave a cold humph. An upper level heavenly jewel master with the coordination physical jewel. You better use your elemental jewels as well, or else you will not have a chance. Indeed, there were 3 pure red jade physical jewels circulating Zhang Lang's right wrist, glowing brilliantly. His heavenly energy cultivation level seemed to be slightly higher than Zhou Weiqing's, but it had been a terrible mistake to exchange a direct blow with the strength-based Zhou Weiqing, furthermore with his right leg. At that moment, Zhang Lang's leg was totally numb from the blow, and that was already with his coordination boost managing to deflect much of the power from the blow. After all, Zhou Weiqing's strength had almost matched the mid-level Zune stage Mingyu who was also of the strength attribute. How could Zhang Lang, who was only of 3 sets of heavenly jewels, and with the coordination attribute, match him in pure strength? Just as Zhou Weiqing finished speaking, Zhang Lang took a deep breath and lifted his left hand, and a brilliant red light flashed out followed by a burst of hot air, and as he pointed toward Zhou Weiqing, 5 large fireballs flew towards him. This was a skill that Zhou Weiqing was familiar with. Previously, it was this very skill which Defuya had almost finished him off with. Of course, Zhang Lang was not only a heavenly jewel master, but also currently with 3 sets, and the strength of this skill was definitely much greater than what she had used. At the same time, Zhang Lang launched himself towards Zhou Weiqing, one of his physical jewels morphing into a long dagger in his right hand, as his figure seemed to flicker and fade in the onlooker's vision as he flew forward right behind the fireballs. In a fight between jewel masters, strength was not the only deciding factor. Having felt Zhou Weiqing's strength to be way above his, Zhang Lang finally burst forth with his full power. The fireball skill was only of a 2-star rating, and was one of the most common skills for a first jewel amongst fire attribute elemental and heavenly jewel masters. However, one could ever underestimate any skill, especially when used by a heavenly jewel master. Such a fireball, when used by Zhang Lang, was like heaven and earth when compared to the one that Defuya had used on Zhou Weiqing in the Stars Forest, with a much greater power indeed. To everyone's shock, Zhou Weiqing stood there without moving an inch, his mouth set in scornful look. As the 5 fireballs were about to strike him, his left hand swept forward. A strange, profound arc appeared from Zhou Weiqing's left hand, and a loud, ear-piercing tearing sound sounded out as a 3-chi-long black scar appeared in the air before Zhou Weiqing, following his hand's movement. It was as if in that very instance, the air had been torn apart, warping the atmosphere around the area in a several-yard radius. A strong suction force seemed to be suddenly released by the strange black tear in the air, and the 5 fireballs which had been rushing towards Zhou Weiqing suddenly turned around, vanishing deep into the black crack. What was that skill? To the commoner students all around, none of them had even heard of such a skill, let alone seen it before. Everyone stared at it in shock, their jaws dropping to the ground. The one with the strongest feeling was Zhang Lang himself. At that moment, he had been charging forward, and was right behind the 5 fireballs. However, when the air had twisted, the black line that had formed and the sudden suction force had caused him to stop, having to circulate all his heavenly energy just to stop himself from being sucked into it. Indeed, what Zhou Weiqing had used was the spatial skill which he had stored from the Silver Emperor, the spatial rend. The effect of the spatial rend was highly dependent on the cultivation level of the user. If Zhou Weiqing only had a single set of jewels, it would have been a 1 qi long tear in the air, lasting for only a second. Now that he had 3 sets of jewels, it was a 3 qi long tear lasting 3 seconds. This was not just simply being 3 times stronger, as its effect and usage was multiplied several-fold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 148. Chapter 148, The Power of Spatial Rend, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
The spatial rend skill could be at the very least be considered a 10-star rating. It could be said that, for anybody with an equal, or similar, cultivation level to Zhou Weiqing, any 10-star rating skill and below would never be able to break through this skill, which was both attack and defense in one. For such a skill, it was likely that even most heavenly jewel masters with 8 to 9 sets of jewels would not even have a skill this strong. Currently, Zhang Lang had 3 sets of heavenly jewels, same as Zhou Weiqing, and no matter what skill he used, he would never be able to break through that spatial rend.
Facing the spatial rend, Zhang Lang's body was almost dragged to the side. His original plan of using his close combat abilities combined with the distracting fireball attack had been totally ruined by the single spatial rend skill. Zhou Weiqing gave a cold laugh, and just at the split second before the spatial rend disappeared, his right leg lashed out once more. Zhang Lang was at such a close distance, and he was totally off balance from keeping himself falling prey to the suction force of the spatial rend. As such, he was totally unable to dodge the kick once more, and had no choice but to use the dagger in his left hand to strike forth towards Zhou Weiqing's right leg. A light ting sounded out as Zhang Lang's consolidated dagger was deflected, and his entire body was once again blown back by Zhou Weiqing's kick. Despite having circulated all his heavenly energy and making use of all of his coordination to diffuse much of the power of the blow, the sheer impact caused blood to well up in his throat, and he threw up a mouthful of blood in midair. This was even under the condition that Zhou Weiqing did not use the full strength of his demonic right leg.
After all, he did not want to accidentally kill someone in school. As his right leg landed back down onto the ground, he exerted pressure on it as a pivot, and launched himself once again in a blur towards Zhang Lang. At this moment, Zhang Lang displayed his abundant combat experience, as a ferocious ring of fire erupted around his body in a blazing light. This was another of his stored skills, called Fire Protective Armor. Not only did it have a certain degree of protective capabilities, it was also able to burn any enemies who were in close proximity to him. At the same time, his body twisted in midair, and the dagger in his right hand slashed savagely towards Zhou Weiqing's shoulder. Zhou Weiqing did not dare let Zhang Lang's 3-jeweled fire protective armor burn him, as even if he did not take much damage, his clothes would be totally ruined. Glancing at Zhang Lang who was swiftly striking at him, Zhou Weiqing suddenly vanished. Immediately after, Zhang Lang felt a strong force smashing into his back, with a strange cold sensation, and he flew in the opposite direction. In midair, he once again threw up a mouthful of blood, before slowly losing consciousness as he crashed into the ground.
Zhou Weiqing landed evenly on the ground, a large bow in his hands, the Overlord bow.
However, this time, he had used it directly like a whip, lashing it out and striking Zhang Lang after the quick blink behind him.
That was easy, Zhou Weiqing said with a disdainful look at Zhang Lang.
At this point, all the onlookers were staring at him, the silence deafening. From the start of the fight to this point, it had barely been a few moments, and all through the fight, Zhou Weiqing had been suppressing Zhang Lang easily, and it seemed like he had not even had a chance. All the seniors onlooking were staring at Zhou Weiqing as if he was a monster. They had never expected that the person who had dominated them for 3 years, Zhang Lang, had actually lost just like that, and lost so badly at that. Right at that moment, the 5 bald seniors from before rushed up quickly, standing in a row between Zhou Weiqing and Zhang Lang. They were all glaring at Zhou Weiqing, who kept his overlord bow and said, "Do you guys want another beating again? Or is there someone stronger? Bring it on." The 3-jeweled senior said indignantly, "Even if we have to die, we will not let you hurt Brother Lang." As he said that, he turned towards the seniors surrounding them, shouting out, "Brothers, all these years, although we have collected protection fees from all of you, but we have also indeed done as promised and protected all of you. At least, we have managed to keep the nobles from bullying and injuring all of us. If not for Brother Lang, how many of us would have been bullied and even enslaved by those damn nobles?" All the protection money goes to Brother Lang's skill storing and consolidated equipment, enabling him to grow stronger and keep protecting us.
Now that he is in trouble, are you all just going to stand there and stare?
If not for him, us commoner students would have been bullied to death by the noble students.
Hearing the senior's words, Zhou Weiqing started.
Soon, he saw a few of the senior students walking from the crowd slowly, heading to stand together with the 5 bald seniors, blocking him from the unconscious Zhang Lang. The other freshmen did not move at all. There were barely 7 or 8 of them who had come to watch, and most of them did not know what was going on at all.
Zhou Weiqing's brow furrowed. Protecting the common students is your reason for this protection fee? If your brother Lang had the ability, why doesn't he go out and earn money on his own? As a heavenly jewel master, how could he not be earning much?
The 3-jeweled bald senior said angrily, "You are on a full stomach. How can you know the feeling of hunger? 1 Although us jewel masters are a lot stronger than normal humans, but the cost of skill storing and consolidated equipment is just too expensive. The only way to easily grow stronger is to either submit to the skill storing palace or become a slave of the nobles.
It isn't that easy to earn enough with just your own abilities. Ask the rest, those who actually manage to skill store or consolidate equipment, how many of them have sold themselves to the skill storing palace or a noble family?
As for the rest of us, we do not want to give up our freedom and dignity, and have fought to the end up to now. All of us have worked hard to earn money, and it has only been sufficient to boost Brother Lang up. Only then can we continue to protect our own dignity and freedom." Listening to his words, Zhou Weiqing couldn't help but remember the first time Shangguan Binger brought him to skill store and consolidate equipment, and the cold look in his eyes vanished. Looking at the 20 or so seniors along with the bald seniors, he said, "So, you were saying that the usual protection fee are collected from those who are enslaved by nobles or join the skill storing palace?" The 3-jeweled bald senior said, "That's right." Zhou Weiqing continued coldly, "Then why are you collecting from us freshmen?" The reply came, Brother Lang said, "We need to let you young freshmen learn about the real world, to see how it is like where the strong rule over the weak. After the opening ceremony, we would naturally tell you all about the situation in our commoner dormitory, letting you decide on your own which path you choose, freedom and dignity or the quick route to power."
At this moment, Ma Kun stealthily walked next to Zhou Weiqing, saying in a low voice, "Boss, did we make a mistake?" Zhou Weiqing turned and glared at him. "Mistake your head. Get lost, I'm not your boss."
He then turned back to the 3-jeweled senior, saying coldly, "I do not care what your reason is, but next time, just stay out of my way, or I will take care of you all again." After he said that, he turned back and walked off, heading back to his room rather gloomily. Unknown to everyone, at a distance from the fight, a pair of eyes had been watching the entire process. At this moment, the flower of Hades' underworld had her eyes filled with shock, muttering to herself, 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master, with a strength physical jewel and one of the consolidated equipment being a bow, so he should be an archer then.
His elemental jewel is actually the spatial attribute. One of his skills stored is even the blink skill, and the other one I actually don't recognize, such a strange skill that could deal with the fireball so easily. Interesting, no wonder brother said this fellow is dangerous.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 149. Chapter 149, Flower of Hades Underworld, 1. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
Little fatty, did you cause trouble? When Zhou Weiqing returned to the dormitory building, he ran into Shangguan Binger who had been rushing out. As soon as he saw her, Zhou Weiqing's gloomy feeling was dissipated, and a smile returned to his face as he said, "It was just a bunch of people who were trying to collect a protection fee, and I beat them up."
Shangguan Binger furrowed her brow in disapproval as she said, "Little fatty, we are here to study, not to cause trouble." Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily, holding her around her waist as he said, "When others cause trouble, we can't be afraid of it as well, right?
Do not worry, I know how to control myself. However, it seems that this academy is a lot more messy than I expected. I'm really worried that it will affect our studies or cultivation.
Should we just rent a house outside?" Shangguan Binger slapped his hand away. "Don't dream about it, I'm going back to my dorm room, I want to get to know my roommates more." "Oh, right, how about De Huang and Er Huang? What can we do with them?"
"After all, if we are staying in the dormitory, they will not have a place to stay.
We can't leave them in the spatial ring forever, they will be bored to death."
Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "Haha, that's why I said, we should rent a house outside."
Shangguan Binger hesitated a little, saying, "But, didn't the academy say that we shouldn't leave school grounds?" Zhou Weiqing said, "Leave it to me, there will always be a way.
Let me ask around, I'm sure that these so-called rules are there just for them to make money, otherwise they wouldn't have such a separation between noble and commoner students."
Money makes the world go around indeed. To be honest, the atmosphere in the school is really not conducive for cultivation, it is just too messy in the dormitory. Let me check around and we can leave to find a place outside once I find out how. At most, we can always sleep in separate rooms. As he said the bit about separate rooms, his tone and face showed an obvious disappointment. Shangguan Binger flushed deeply and was about to retort, but thinking about the cute De Huang and Er Huang, for their sakes, she could only shake her head helplessly. Just as Zhou Weiqing had expected, when he went to the freshman reporting area to ask about living outside the academy area, he was given a direct answer. It was not unheard of for students to live outside, and there was no direct rule against it. However, the dormitory fee still had to be paid, and the student also had to apply and pay for an exit permit from the school. It would last for a year and would cost 10,000 gold coins. In his heart, Zhou Weiqing cursed the school for such daylight robbery prices, but he gritted his teeth and bought 2 exit permits. Of course, he would not mention the price to Shangguan Binger, lest her heart ached about the price. He had no choice but to buy the exit permits. Not only was it for De Huang and Er Huang, it was also for his own future possible happiness one. Furthermore, in the future, when he created consolidating equipment scrolls for sale, he definitely needed to go out to sell them. Of course, in the future, he would not be creating the basic consolidating equipment scrolls. After all, for consolidating equipment scrolls, the higher the quality, the greater the profit. The reason why basic consolidating equipment scrolls were a lot cheaper, with only several tens of thousand gold coins being able to buy a set of 1,000 sheets, was that the success rate of consolidating is very low. Even with a set of 1,000 sheets, there was no guarantee that they would be able to succeed in consolidating equipment. More importantly, to actually go through trying consolidating all of those 1,000 scrolls, it would take almost 3 years. Unless they had no choice, who wouldn't prefer to use a higher level consolidating equipment scroll which was not only more powerful, but with a higher success rate? However, mid-level consolidating equipment scrolls were different, and much better indeed. First of all, there was only 100 pieces to each mid-level consolidated equipment, with each having a 3 in 1,000 chance of success. With 100 of them, that meant about a 30% chance of success in total, and more importantly, it would take a much shorter time to complete consolidating all 100 of them, with a much higher success rate than the 1 in 10,000 rate of the basic consolidating equipment scrolls. As such, the price and profit margin on mid-level consolidating was already much larger. Add with Zhou Weiqing's success rate, it was even more so. In the recent 2 years, consolidating equipment scrolls had been getting rarer, thus causing the price to shoot up higher than what it used to be. Taking Zhou Weiqing's original Overlord Bao with a single socket as an example, such a Grandmaster consolidating equipment scroll like that would probably fetch at least 500,000 gold coins in an auction house, far beyond the 200,000 to 300,000 that Huyan Aobo had quoted him several years ago. At the same time, this had caused the lives of physical jewel masters to be a lot more miserable than elemental jewel masters, with many 4 or 5 jeweled physical jewel masters having only 2 to 3 consolidated equipment, and that was already considered pretty decent. In the world of jewel masters, heavenly jewel masters were indeed at the tip of the pyramid. As for whether physical jewel masters or elemental jewel masters were better than the other, it was a hotly debated topic, with each having their own various pros and cons. All along, elemental jewel masters had a slight edge, one of the reasons being their numbers being rarer, and also with a greater destructive capabilities. Another reason was that it was much more difficult to consolidate equipment than to store skills. After all, with the presence of the various skill-storing palaces, it was the best training area for elemental jewel masters. As long as they had sufficient cultivation level and money, it was not difficult to train up an outstanding elemental jewel master. However, it was much harder for physical jewel masters due to the rarity of consolidating equipment scrolls, and even more so to find one which was suitable for them. Without all their physical jewels with consolidated equipments, how could physical jewel masters possibly compare to elemental jewel masters? In truth, if a physical jewel master had all their physical jewels consolidated equipment, especially if they were good or suitable ones, or even better, an entire set, their power was no weaker than elemental jewel masters. With exit permit in hand, Zhou Weiqing left the academy to hunt for a nearby house to rent. Indeed, his luck was pretty good, and before long he had found a suitable house nearby. It was about 300 square meters too, with 8 rooms all well furnished and relatively new. The rent was also pretty cheap, around 50 gold coins a month, which was considered a steal in this area of the city. In fact, it was even cheaper than the dormitory room fees, which told the tale of how expensive these high-ranking academies were. The reason why commoner students were treated so badly was because they lacked the financial backing. If not for the fact that the Faili Empire had passed the law to force them to accept commoner students in order to keep talents within, perhaps the top academies would not even accept commoner students. Without hesitation, Zhou Weiqing paid a deposit to the landlord before running back to the academy. Since he had found a place, he couldn't wait to bring Binger to the place to have a look, and they could also move over with De Huang and Er Huang. However, he did not know that his battle with Zhang Lang had already spread like wildfire amongst the entire population of commoner students, causing quite a stir.
Including the freshmen, there were more than 160 commoner students currently studying in the academy.
Although they numbered much less than noble students, they were all jewel masters. As a contrasting example, the entire Heavenly Bow Empire did not even have that many jewel masters. Of course, most of the commoner students were of rather low cultivation level, most only having a single jewel. Being able to defeat Zhang Lang, who had been their boss and protective figure for several years, it had caused Zhou Weiqing's name to be known throughout their circle. Before school had even started, he was already famous.
Stop! You cannot enter the girls' dormitory. Zhou Weiqing headed into the dormitory and was about to look for Binger when he was stopped by an auntie of around 50 years or so. Previously, when Binger and he had entered the dormitory, she had not been around.
I'm here to look for someone. Zhou Weiqing gave a honest, pleasing smile.
The auntie glared at him, saying, looking for someone? Every boy who comes over says that. No excuses are accepted. You can call out, but you definitely can't enter. Zhou Weiqing once again felt that his idea of renting an apartment outside was just too genius.
Without any choice, he yelled out loud, Binger! Your husband is here to look for you.
He shouted out so loudly that not just the entire girls' dormitory heard it, even the entire boys' dormitory heard it. As some of them looked out to see it was him, the entire boys' dormitory fell into silence. Before long, Binger rushed out with a red face, quickly running to him and glaring at him. Rolling her eyes, she said, "Stupid little fatty, why did you shout out like that?"
Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "I didn't yell anything wrongly.
Auntie, this is my wife, please take care of her." The auntie did not give him face, and just gave a cold humph, and Binger quickly grabbed his arm and dragged him away at a run. She was just too afraid that this little rascal would say something else more to throw both their faces. As they reached the entrance, Zhou Weiqing heard the auntie mutter to herself, "A fresh beautiful flower stuck on bullshit, what a waste of such a good girl."
3. Zhou Weiqing stumbled and almost fell down, while Binger couldn't help but giggle upon hearing the auntie's words.
"Little fatty, why did you call me out?" Zhou Weiqing grinned and said, "I found our love nest. This is the exit permit, Binger, with it we can leave the academy at any time without restrictions." As he said that, he passed her one of the exit permits he had bought earlier.
"You already found some place to rent and stay?" Shangguan Binger asked in surprise.
Zhou Weiqing said with a smug face, "Of course, when your husband puts his mind to it, how can there be something he can't accomplish?
Come, let me bring you to see our new home."
"I've already paid the deposit, but I must of course let my beautiful wife look and see first before confirming it." Seeing Zhou Weiqing's hot gaze on her, Shangguan Binger rapped him on the head and said softly, "We stated beforehand, we are sleeping in separate rooms, okay? If not, you can stay there alone with De Huang and Er Huang."
Zhou Weiqing nodded without hesitation.
"No problem, I am a respectable gentleman, my nickname is called Honest, Dependable Little Gentleman, the spotlessly clean handsome youth. I would never do something like peek at a beauty bathing, or sneak into your room at night anything like that."
Shangguan Binger gave a cold humph and said, "You better not.
If you get caught by me, I will immediately move back into my dorm room. Wait for me, I'll go take my things, I bought some daily sundries earlier."
Zhou Weiqing slapped himself on the forehead and said, "Yes right, how could I forget?
I also need to bring the sweet cotton quilt that my beloved wife Binger bought for me." Binger flushed red again, but felt sweet in her heart.
"You are always such a sweet talker." As the pair of them returned back to the dormitory, the auntie was still sitting at the entrance to the girls' dormitory.
Seeing that they had returned, she immediately looked at Zhou Weiqing vigilantly.
"Little brat, why? Are you trying to take revenge on me?
Let me tell you, if you dare touch your mother, I will immediately yell out molest."
Zhou Weiqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he stared at this unbelievable auntie. "Auntie, you are like my real mother, okay? How could I dare touch you? I'll definitely keep my distance from you." As he said that, he quickly ran back to his room.
As soon as he pushed open his room door, he immediately sensed a strange atmosphere in his room. As he entered, all the other 7 roommates' gazes swiveled to and landed upon him.
"If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 150. Chapter 150, Flower of Hades Underworld, 2. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations.
The large fellow Ma Kun was staring at Zhou Weiqing with a strange look on his face, though he was no longer giving his usual honest naive act. As for Ko Rue, he was looking at Zhou Weiqing with a fiery, passionate, adoring gaze. With a swoosh, he had jumped off from his bunk.
"Boss, I want to be your subordinate, let me follow you from now on,"
Ko Rue said directly.
Zhou Weiqing started. "Why? Wasn't it a mistake earlier? That Zhang Lang fellow is actually protecting the other commoner students? Why do you want to follow me? Is that fellow okay?
Korue said, that day, he awoke not long after you left. He did not sustain any heavy injuries.
When he left, he did not say anything.
Perhaps what the rest of the seniors said is true, and that he has always been protecting the commoner students. However, to me, all I saw was that when we were being bullied, you were the only one in our dormitory who stood up to defend us.
You are a spatial attribute heavenly jewel master. I can still recognize the blink skill.
Furthermore, with 3 sets of jewels and consolidated equipment to boot. We commoner students are already being suppressed, so I am more than willing to follow you during our study period.
I believe that if we meet something similar again, you can do a lot better than Zhang Lang.
Zhou Weiqing laughed heartily and said, good. I'll take care of you in future, I like intelligent fellows like you. As he said that, he grabbed the quilt from his bed. However, I will not be staying in the dormitory in future. I'll see you all in class tomorrow.
Korue started. Boss, you are moving out to stay? Zhou
Weiqing nodded his head, saying, I already rented a house, Korue.
Oh yes, are you a physical jewel master or a elemental jewel master?
Korue said rather gloomily, I'm a physical jewel master, 2-jeweled, without any consolidated equipment. My attributes are half agility and half coordination, one of the most useless combinations of physical jewel masters, without any form of attacking capabilities. If not for that, I would have rushed to fight with them as well. Zhou Weiqing shook his head, saying, there are no such thing as useless powers or abilities, it is just a matter of finding your path of training. We can speak more about that in the future. I have to go now to confirm my new lodgings.
I'll talk to you when we meet back up in class.
As he said that, he headed out towards the exit. From start to end, none of the other roommates spoke a single word to him. Besides Ma-kun, the other 5 were looking at him with obvious fear and hesitation.
When Zhou Weiqing reached the entrance of the dormitory building, Shangguan Binger was already waiting for him.
With exit permits in hand, they managed to leave the school. After walking for several minutes, crossing a small path, they finally reached the room that Zhou Weiqing had found. As they neared the entrance, they heard the sound of an argument.
No, I'm sorry young lady, that is not possible. I have already accepted another person's deposit.
Even if you pay more, I cannot break my word, I'm sorry.
Another voice sounded out, Uncle Landlord, look at me, a lone girl, could you bear to kick me out all alone into the streets? At most. I'll pay double of your asking price.
The voice was extremely soft and seductive, yet with a strand of coldness within, extremely unique and intriguing.
No, double the price will not do. Don't you understand the meaning of first come first serve?
Zhou Weiqing pushed open the door and said as he entered the house.
The landlord was a middle-aged man of almost 50 years of age, with an awkward look on his face showing the dilemma he was facing.
In front of him stood a young lady dressed in white.
Looking at the young lady, Zhou Weiqing started, thinking to himself, isn't that Mingyu's little sister? Why isn't she staying at home instead of trying to rent this room here? Indeed, the person who was bargaining with the landlord was Minghua.
When Minghua spotted Zhou Weiqing, she was obviously startled as well. Looking at Shangguan Binger beside him, her mouth curled in an amused smirk. Zhou Weiqing took a peek at Minghua's voluptuous, sexy body, ripe as a peach, and couldn't help swallow a gulp of saliva.
Damn, she is hot.
Minghua looked to be about 20 years old or so. Compared to Shangguan Binger, her beauty was the sort that was displayed out and more mature looking, a contrast with Shangguan Binger's sweet, quiet, and graceful beauty.
You are the ones who want to rent this place?
Minghua's eyes shone with a seductive gleam as she smiled faintly and said in a soft tone.
How about letting me have the place instead, please?
Zhou Weiqing was almost dazed by her look, and almost agreed to it when he felt a sharp pain on his waist as Shangguan Binger pinched him.
No, we were the ones who rented this first. Little fatty, pay the rent.
It was indeed a rare sight to see Shangguan Binger so resolute and firm. Clearly Minghua's beauty gave her a sense of danger. Minghua gave a faint smile, looking at Zhou Weiqing who was standing at the side swallowing saliva in several large gulps, and she said once again in a softer, more gentle tone.
Won't you let me have it please?
As she said that, she thought to herself. Brother said this little fellow is dangerous, but it seems that despite his abilities, looking at his character, he doesn't seem to be much.
No way.
If my wife says no, then of course the answer is no. Just as Minghua was full of disdain towards Zhou Weiqing in her heart, the lustful-looking rascal suddenly seemed to morph instantly into a gentleman, speaking suavely.
The speed of him changing face was indeed impressive.
Minghua started faintly, though the expression on her face did not change. She was not called the flower of Hades' underworld for nothing.
What if I do not want to leave?
air, Zhou Weiqing turned his head to look at Shangguan Binger with a troubled look on his face. Although he liked beauties, without question Shangguan Binger's place in his heart was unshakable, which was why he was able to change faces so quickly. However, looking at Minghua's expression of not giving a damn, he was at a loss on what to do. Shangguan Binger couldn't stand Minghua's seductive look and said solemnly, "This lady, please control yourself and think of your own reputation. If you aren't willing to leave yourself, then we will have to ask you to do so personally." As she said that, she lifted her right hand, and in a flash of green light, her 3 dragonstone jade physical jewels appeared around her wrist. Minghua's eyes revealed a hint of surprise.
Another 3-jeweled heavenly jewel master? How surprising. This year's crop of commoner freshman students are indeed impressive. Even the Feili Heavenly Jewel Master Academy might not even have 3-jeweled Heavenly Jewel Master freshmen. Upon seeing Shangguan Binger release her physical jewels, the landlord's face turned pale. Such a pure white color surely meant she was a Heavenly Jewel Master. He did not dare to offend any Heavenly Jewel Master. His last shred of hesitation disappeared, and just as he was about to open his mouth to ask Minghua to leave, she also lifted up her right hand. With another flash of light, 4 milky white waxy jade jewels appeared around her wrist, denoting the flexibility physical jewel. This time, it was Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger's turn to be shocked. Shangguan Binger couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "Lower-level Zune stage Heavenly Jewel Master?"
Minghua's beautiful face blushed with a tinge of embarrassment, making anyone who looked at her feel an urge to protect her.
"I have to protect myself, right? Masturbate."
1-inch Zhou Weiqing felt a rush of blood to his head and nearly bled out from the nose as he stared at Minghua with a strange expression on his face. Minghua blushed fully red, this time it was for real. How could she not hear what Zhou Weiqing meant? "Humph, you're only 16 years old, so young, yet what is in that head of yours? What a pity this beautiful young lady is with you."
"Fine, I won't act with you anymore, I am definitely renting this house. If you have the capability, you can defeat me and I will let you have it instead, if not, it is mine." The landlord had by now retreated far away. Both sides were Heavenly Jewel Masters, and he certainly did not want any part in this argument, and letting both sides resolve the matter between themselves was the wiser choice on his part. Hearing Minghua's words, Zhou Weiqing asked puzzledly, "How did you know I am 16 years old?" Minghua gave a cold humph and said, "If I know means I know, stop talking rubbish. If you want to rent this house, you'll have to defeat me first. Aren't you so good at fighting, eh?" Zhou Weiqing stared at her speechless for a while, before finally saying, "Beautiful lady, aren't you being unreasonable?" Minghua laughed enchantingly, "Are you asking a lady to be reasonable? You must be dreaming." As she said that, she sashayed towards Zhou Weiqing, her slim waist moving like a slim tree in the wind, as if about to break at any time. Zhou Weiqing looked at her voluptuous figure with another gulp, before thrusting out his chest, acting in a bold manner. "Fine, fight it shall be. As if I will be scared of you." "Binger, move aside a little." Shangguan Binger made a slight sound of agreement, moving to the side. Although she had warned Zhou Weiqing earlier not to cause trouble, she knew that if someone was looking for trouble and being unreasonable, they had no choice but to act as well. After all, she was kind-hearted, not stupid. Furthermore, from the look of Minghua's heavenly jewels, it was likely that she was no match for Minghua. However, it might be different for Zhou Weiqing, as Shangguan Binger was very clear how much power her little fatty had now, especially after breaking through to his 3rd set of heavenly jewels. She herself was no match for him already. It could be said that, with his 6 attributes and that demonic right leg, Zhou Weiqing was unbeatable amongst anyone of equal level. Even with 4 sets of jewels, Minghua might not be able to defeat him. Basically, for the Heavenly Ba unit to let the 2 of them out half a year early, they indeed felt that there was nothing more they could teach the 2 of them, most especially Zhou Weiqing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151. Chapter 151, Flower of Hades Underworld, 3. Translator, Zen Translations Editor, Zen Translations. As Minghua sashayed sexily towards Zhou Weiqing, reaching to about a 5 yards distance from him, Zhou Weiqing muttered, 35, no. 36. 35.5. That's gotta be it. And between D and E cup. Impressive perkiness. The seductive smile on Minghua's face froze as she quickly realized what Zhou Weiqing was saying. A cold light flashed in her eyes. In an instant, the beautiful and seductive young lady became an ice-cold lady filled with killer intent, a wintry aura locking onto Zhou Weiqing's body. Without warning, her right hand flashed out towards Zhou Weiqing's throat. Zhou Weiqing's reaction was not only quick, but straightforward and extremely effective. Both hands shot forth ahead in a claw shape, savagely moving forward.
It had to be known that Zhou Weiqing was after all at a height of 1.9 meters, while Minghua was barely 1.7 meters or so. Such a height advantage as well as advantage in terms of reach was without question. As such, before Minghua's hands could reach him, his hands would reach her first, and would reach the 35.5. As soon as both sides started the fight, Zhou Weiqing used the ultimate master skill he had learned from Muen, the breast-grabbing dragon claw.
Shameless.
Minghua's face was totally red. Although she looked coquettish and seemed to be seductive, she was actually a virgin. When her so-called seduction arts met with Zhou Weiqing's scoundrel ways, she naturally lost out. However, Minghua's reactions were quick and effective as well. Her body twisted in mid-charge, moving to the side like a slippery eel, almost brushing past Zhou Weiqing's arms and slipping through in the middle. Like a bolt of lightning, she shot past him and her hands were almost at Zhou Weiqing's throat. Just as that moment, the expression on Minghua's face suddenly changed, and her hands, which were just at Zhou Weiqing's throat, suddenly struck downwards. With a soft muted bang, Minghua's body flew up into the air. What happened was that when Minghua had slipped past his arms, Zhou Weiqing's right leg had already lifted up to strike without any sound, and at the same time his body leaned backwards.
If Minghua had continued with her strike, her abdomen would have impacted right into Zhou Weiqing's knee.
With the abdomen being one of the weaker spots in the human body, being struck there with a knee, it was definitely not a worthwhile exchange for her. However, Minghua's reactions and flexibility was unbelievably quick, and in such a short span of time, she had managed to once again change her style of attack. As she leapt up into the air, her knee also struck forward towards Zhou Weiqing's head. This was one of the strongest points about a flexibility attribute Heavenly Jewel Master. Any part of their bodies could be a weapon.
Without a doubt, the pure strength type Zhou Weiqing could not compare in terms of body agility and flexibility with Minghua. However, the toughness of his body was also not something that any normal strength type Heavenly Jewel Master could compare to. Caught off guard and seeing that he was not likely to be able to dodge Minghua's knee, Zhou Weiqing grinned and did not even attempt to do so, instead whipping his head to the front like a hammer, smashing his forehead against Minghua's knee. Another muted bang sounded out as they struck each other, and Minghua's body somersaulted in the air, her right leg landing on Zhou Weiqing's back, and she used it to shove herself forward, instantly widening the gap between them by over a dozen yards. Being struck on the back, Zhou Weiqing also stumbled a few steps before recovering. Grinning widely, he moved his head about, stretching his neck muscles. "Beautiful lady, are you giving this brother a massage?" Earlier, Minghua's leg had struck his lifegate acupuncture point. It could be said to be an unbelievably accurate sniping strike. She was after all a lower-level Zune stage Heavenly Jewel Master, with 4 sets of jewels. Even though her physical jewel was the flexibility boost, her strength was still far beyond ordinary. According to her expectations, that kick of hers should numb Zhou Weiqing's entire body, or perhaps even paralyze him momentarily. However, when her kick landed, she instantly felt something was wrong, as if she was kicking a metal board, with her heavenly energy released in that kick seemed to be dissipated instead. Furthermore, her other knee was actually hurting so much from the impact with Zhou Weiqing's forehead, the burning pain actually affecting her later performance. This time, although it seemed as if she held the upper hand in their quick clash, she had definitely suffered a little. At this moment, the knee which had struck Zhou Weiqing was still hurting badly, obstructing her ability to fight well. Yet, Zhou Weiqing seemed like he was totally fine, still able to tease her. Not bad indeed. No wonder my big brother admired you so much," Minghua said coldly. Zhou Weiqing immediately gave a look of fear. "Admire me? Oh no, that will not do. I do not like men, I only love my dear Binger." Minghua was so angered by him that her face almost turned green. Lifting her left hair, a green light shot out and shone upon her knee. Instantly, her right leg was restored to its uninjured state. Upon seeing that, both Zhou Weiqing and Shangguan Binger were shocked, their pupils contracting in surprise as they shouted out almost at the same time. Life Attribute Elemental Jewel. Originally Zhou Weiqing had thought that Minghua's elemental attributes would be the same as her brother, Light. However, it was clear now that he had guessed wrongly. What Minghua had was actually one of the 4 greater attributes, in fact the rarest one amongst the 4, Life Attribute. It had to be known that all Life Attribute Jewel Masters were like precious treasures which all various powers tried to get. In a battlefield, having a Life Attribute Jewel Master would greatly increase the survivability of all companions. Just as Zhou Weiqing cried out in surprise, Minghua moved once more. This time, she was even faster than her previous attack. With a lift of her right hand, a sharp spike appeared in her palm. Not only that, the 4 waxy jade jewels around her right wrist actually all lit up. In a swirl of light, her entire right arm glowed with a pale green light as it was entirely covered by a layer of armor which was glowing and covered with plant-like tattoos, seeming to merge and fuse together with the 3 qi-long spike in her hand.
At the same time, a breastplate, shoulder pauldrons, waist guard, and right leg plates. Including the right arm guard, it actually covered 5 parts of her body. This time Zhou Weiqing was even more shocked as he cried out, "Consolidated equipment set." Indeed, without question, Ming Hua was using a consolidated equipment set, and furthermore it was likely to be about at least a 6-piece set. It already covered much of her body with only 4 jewels, and it was likely to be complete just after 2 more pieces, and was even better than Feng Yu's set. On close examination, one would be able to notice that her 4 jewels respectively consolidated the spike weapon, breastplate and waist guard as one, right arm guard and shoulder pauldrons as one, and leg guard as one. The only things missing were the left arm guard and left leg guard. If there was a helmet piece, then it would be a 7-piece set. For consolidated equipment sets like that, it required at least a zone stage consolidating equipment master to be able to create the scrolls. Furthermore, to create such a set of scrolls, it would need at least 5 to 10 years of effort. Such a consolidated equipment was truly priceless, especially since it could be seen from the breastplate alone that this was designed and made specially for Ming Hua, with the many small scales of the armor causing it to be flexible, and it would definitely not obstruct her flexible fighting style. At the same time, on the breastplate, pauldrons and arms, sockets could be seen on these individual pieces of equipment. Seeing such a high-end piece of consolidated equipment almost did give Zhou Weiqing a big scare. Although Ming Hua had not completed it fully yet, with 4 pieces she was already able to make use of some of the set equipment's effects. With her consolidated equipment set, Ming Hua's speed, strength and overall physique was improved manifold. Like a bolt of green lightning, she instantly appeared in front of Zhou Weiqing, and with a quick twist and spin of her soft body, the spike in her hand struck towards Zhou Weiqing's right. At the same time, her body spun and her armored right leg struck out towards Zhou Weiqing's lower body. Such savage and precise blows were indeed impressive. Originally, Ming Hua's cultivation level was already higher than Zhou Weiqing's. Now that she was wearing her entire consolidated equipment set, how could Zhou Weiqing begin to even deal with her attacks which seemed to come from every possible direction? In a flash of silver light, Zhou Weiqing was forced to use the blink skill in order to evade her attacks. At the same time, his right leg lashed out towards her. Ming Hua gave a cold hump as she said, "I know there is something strange about your right leg." She did not try to exchange direct blows with Zhou Weiqing, instead making use of her flexibility to spin and weave around him. It was as if she was a sticky rice cake, steadily glued to him and he could not shake her off no matter what he tried, indeed an unbearable feeling. In the distance, Shangguan Binger was watching nervously. In her hands, she grasped the bow that Hua Feng had given her, ready to give assistance at any time if things looked really bad. With the increase in speed, power and physical attributes of Ming Hua, the spike in her hands was of great threat to Zhou Weiqing. Even with the immortal deity shield protecting him, Zhou Weiqing did not dare allow the sharp spike to touch his body. Forced into a corner, Zhou Weiqing resolutely lifted up his left hand. As he waved it downwards, there was a ripping sound as the air itself was torn apart and a strong suction force appeared alongside the terrifying black tear that signified the spatial rend. At the same time, Zhou Weiqing quickly used the opportunity to instantly move back, holding some distance between Ming Hua. Her eyes narrowed and contracted as she saw the strange sight before her again. Although her attack was blocked, she swiftly reacted in a much swifter and more ingenious method as compared to Zhang Lang. Her body quickly dipped in a downward motion, her entire set of consolidated equipment glowing in a thick green light, managing to swiftly dodge it and also dissipate most of the suction force from the spatial rend. Just like that, she kept low and close to the ground as she bounded towards Zhou Weiqing. With a swift uppercut, the sharp spike once again struck forward towards Zhou Weiqing's leg. This woman is really just too hard to deal with. The feeling of having power but being unable to use it properly as if his limbs were bound caused Zhou Weiqing's anger to rise as well. He wasn't able to continuously release the spatial rend, although the skill was extremely powerful, it was also a huge drain on his heavenly energy and his own spirit. Furthermore, it had more than a 10-second cooldown timing, as compared to the 3-second of blink. Seeing that he was once again unable to dodge Ming Hua's attack, Zhou Weiqing had no choice but to use his blink skill once more, as it had just come off cooldown. In a bright flash, he once again appeared at the other side, only then managing to barely escape her attack. Poof. I want to see if you can keep using the blink to escape forever. Ming Hua seemed like a green fairy, although Zhou Weiqing was quick to escape, her attack seemed to be just as fast and relentless. It was as if she were a poisonous snake which had locked upon its target and would not give up until its prey had been bitten to death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.